As a consequence of an unforeseen incident, what experiences will the girl encounter upon traversing into the cinematic realm? What, then, does the notion of returning signify, and what connection does the girl truly hold with this world? Why do the professors, whom she meets for the first time, seem to recognize her as if they have known her all along? Riddle, you are the first version of yourself that I have encountered. Lucius, I am aware that our paths are not destined to intertwine, yet I shall quietly guard over you. Sirius, it is truly a delight to see you again. Draco, I am a Malfoy, yet my loyalty to my beloved is unwavering. Fred, whenever you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek us out. George, we shall provide you with our assistance. Snape, are you not the clever one? In times of peril, you must prioritize your own safety rather than charging forth like those Gryffindors. Do you not comprehend this? Lupin, she is the most courageous young woman I have ever encountered. Chapter 1. The Incident of Transmigration. With a resounding bang, this was the last sound Meow Meow heard, swiftly followed by the searing pain of a hard object striking her head, as if liquid were trickling down. Before closing her eyes, Meow Meow beheld those nearby and the bystanders who gazed upon the incident with indifference, as if nothing had transpired. Finally, a figure in the distance hurriedly approached her, clutching a mobile phone. You must return. They are all waiting for you. Meow Meow seemed to hear a voice persistently uttering this phrase, its repetition echoing in her mind, yet she could only perceive the sound without glimpsing anything else. Return? To where? When she left home, she proclaimed that she could lead a vibrant life independently, her words once resounding with grandeur, yet the outcome now stands as a testament to her failure. In her youth, feeling coerced by her family to study esoteric arts, Meow Meow believed her relatives were merely imposing upon her a curriculum of unwanted knowledge. Questioning how, after the establishment of the nation, there could be such a plethora of demons and monsters, she deemed her studies futile. Ignoring her family's counsels, she defiantly enrolled in a mediocre school rife with superficial teachers. After a falling out with her family, they resolved to let Meow Meow experience the harshness of society on her own, providing financial support for her education while withholding any other assistance. Surrounded by pretentious teachers and apathetic students, Meow Meow tragically failed her entrance exam. Fortunately, her grandparents were willing to support her, and she attended a vocational school to study early childhood education. During this period, she diligently reviewed the content for her higher vocational entrance examination. Now that she has graduated, with all her materials in hand, the day of the exam has arrived, and Meow Meow never anticipated encountering such circumstances on her way. Meow Meow is filled with regret. Had she known it would come to this, she would have heeded her parents' advice and earnestly studied the ancestral spells. Perhaps at this critical juncture, she would not have been oblivious to the object descending from the heavens, leading to her untimely demise. Now, Meow Meow realizes that regret is futile. She has heard that after death, one is destined to be reincarnated, and she hopes to be a compliant child in her next life, diligently studying and listening to her family's guidance. As her consciousness gradually faded, she succumbed to complete unconsciousness. When Meow Meow regained awareness, she was perplexed, questioning why she was not supposed to be dead. Objects of considerable height plummeted from above, yet amidst the chaos, one could occasionally discern the sounds of conversation between men and women devoid of any pretense, emanating in an entirely foreign tone. Meow Meow opened her eyes to a scene of pure white. The room was white, the bed was white, and even the quilt and pillow draped upon her were of the same hue. Upon inspecting her attire, Meow Meow felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her. She was clad in a hospital gown. How could she possibly be wearing such a garment? Where am I? And why do my hands appear in this manner? Meow Meow gazed at her hands, a look of utter confusion etched upon her face. What has transpired? Why do my hands seem to have shrunk? This pair of hands could not possibly belong to her, a 19-year-old accustomed to working part-time jobs to earn extra living expenses. A sudden jolt of pain coursed through Meow Meow's mind as a torrent of memories, foreign and unrecognizable, surged into her consciousness. These were the memories of a girl spanning 11 years. Moments of joy, sorrow, and an array of extraordinary experiences that seemed utterly implausible. The girl was named Diana Cavendish, hailing from a British magical family, rumored to consist of wizards who commenced their studies in the arcane arts from an early age. Yet now, due to that fateful incident, she had inexplicably become this girl named Diana Cavendish. Were it not for the tangible reality of her situation, Meow Meow herself would find it hard to believe that such an absurd occurrence could truly transpire. Crossing into another realm was a concept she had only ever encountered in books or television dramas. In the memories that unfolded before her, the world described felt remarkably familiar, akin to a film she had once watched in a cinema, titled Harry Potter. The specific details had mostly faded from her mind. All she recalled was that she had thoroughly enjoyed it, becoming utterly captivated for an extended period, even immersing herself in fan fiction and shipping various unconventional pairings. She had once stumbled upon a peculiar pairing of the arch-villain Voldemort and a character from popular drama. Although this pairing was rather unconventional, Diana had nonetheless been quite taken with it. Meow Meow speculated that she might have crossed into the world of the Harry Potter narrative. Outside the door, the intermittent sounds of conversation between men and women could be heard, primarily discussing the academy she was destined for. She caught wind of two names. The woman mentioned Hogwarts, likely because it was conveniently close to home, making visits during holidays easier, whereas the man spoke of attending Durmstrang, citing its esteemed education and opportunities for social networking, along with the mention of a place called Beauxbatons. Upon hearing these terms, Meow Meow could unequivocally confirm the nature of the world into which she had traversed, aligning perfectly with her earlier conjectures. Chapter 2. The Discussion of Enrollment. The door to the room was opened from the outside, revealing a couple with golden hair that mirrored the hue of Diana's current form. The man donned a sharply tailored suit, while the woman wore an elegant and dignified dress. Upon seeing Diana seated on the bed, the woman approached the bedside with a look of deep concern. "My dear, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body?" she inquired. "It is my fault. I should have discarded that object as soon as I realized it was imbued with dark magic." Observing her mother's anxious expression, Diana reassured her, "I am quite well, mother. I feel no discomfort at all." Hearing Diana's words, Mrs. Cavendish felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, she still summoned a doctor to conduct a thorough examination, which concluded the matter satisfactorily. Subsequently, Diana remained in the hospital for over a week before being discharged with her parents. To be precise, the establishment was not merely a hospital, but rather St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the medical institution of the magical world. Upon returning home, Diana was presented with a pivotal decision. Now that she was 11 years old, the age for enrollment had arrived, and she received 3 acceptance letters, one from Hogwarts, another from Beauxbatons, and the last from Durmstrang. Mr. Cavendish was acutely aware of the motivations behind these institutions. No academy would extend such cordial invitations without ulterior motives, namely, to benefit from her family's influence and prestige. Durmstrang, located in Germany, was akin to an elite school, populated predominantly by pureblood families. As a descendant of the affluent and historically significant Cavendish family, known for its pureblood lineage, Diana naturally received an acceptance letter from Durmstrang. Conversely, the letter from Hogwarts was a result of Diana's British birth and her innate magical talent. From the moment of her birth, her name had been inscribed by Hogwarts' enchanted quill, and upon reaching the age of 11, it was only natural for her to receive an offer of admission. In comparison to Durmstrang, Hogwarts was decidedly more accessible. The school was divided into 4 houses, each representing distinct values. Yet the unchanging truth remained that any student possessing magical ability could attend Hogwarts. Furthermore, students from impoverished families could receive financial assistance from the institution, although there were also affluent students, such as those from Slytherin. For Diana, the distinctions among these prestigious academies were akin to comparing Durmstrang to a sports academy, Beauxbatons to a girls' school, and Hogwarts to a comprehensive high school. At Durmstrang, the majority of students were boys, with a rigorous training regimen that resulted in fewer female attendees. Beauxbatons, on the other hand, was predominantly female, with only a handful of male professors, while Hogwarts maintained a balanced gender distribution. Moreover, Diana vaguely recalled that students in Slytherin were exclusively pure-blood or half-blood. Muggle-born students would never have the opportunity to join Slytherin, which underscored the house's pronounced class distinctions. Now, Diana faced the dilemma of selecting a school. "Father, mother, I hope to attend Hogwarts. I have read books about it, and am truly enamored, plus it is closer to home. I wish to return during the holidays. Do you not want me to be near home?" Diana expressed with a puzzled look directed at her parents. Upon hearing her words, it was her mother, Mrs. Cavendish, who appeared the most elated. Although Mr. Cavendish was pleased with his daughter's choice, after all, who would wish for their child to be far away for most of the year, he harbored deep concerns. Chapter 3. The Choice of School. These worries were not unfounded. Mr. Cavendish would never forget the events of yesteryear. a period that sent shockwaves through the entire magical community. At that time, the magical world was engulfed in turmoil as the Dark Lord clashed with the Great White Wizard. Fear and uncertainty permeated the magical realm, with riots erupting sporadically. The Dark Lord had once been a student at Hogwarts, and Mr. Cavendish feared that the school might harbor another individual of similar malevolence. Someone who could pose a threat to his daughter. My dear, do not fret. Hogwarts is protected by the esteemed wizard Dumbledore, and I have heard that this year the Savior himself shall be enrolling. I trust that if danger arises, our darling will be unharmed. She is clever and will surely evade peril, Mrs. Cavendish comforted her husband. Listening to their conversation, Diana surmised that the current timeline coincided with the very beginning of the Harry Potter saga, meaning she would be starting school alongside Harry Potter. She had already procured her wand and necessary supplies on her 11th birthday, and now awaited the commencement of term. In the days leading up to the school year, life was bustling. Her parents ensured she prepared diligently, mastering spells and occasionally visiting others to strengthen familial ties. The Cavendish family's network was complex yet manageable. They occupied a neutral position within the magical community. Family members endowed with magical talent worked in the Ministry of Magic or related fields, while those without magical abilities pursued business careers in the Muggle world. Those entrenched in the magical realm provided protection for their Muggle counterparts, while the latter contributed financially to the family. The Cavendish family refrained from taking sides, maintaining their neutrality, thereby ensuring their enduring legacy and prosperity. In the magical world, it was primarily the children of the Cavendish family endowed with magical gifts who traversed its realms. To outsiders, the Cavendish family appeared to be a bastion of pure-blood lineage. As the family was divided between those in the Muggle world and those in the Wizarding world, each side mutually safeguarding and supporting one another. For millennia, no one had managed to uncover their secrets. Prior to her enrollment, Diana was frequently invited to visit different households, including those of pure-blood families and ministry personnel, such as the esteemed Malfoy family or the Weasley family. Diana understood her parents' intentions. They sought to forge connections on her behalf, and she endeavored not to disappoint their expectations. She made friends with several of the Weasley children and established rapport with the young master of the Malfoy household, whose opinions she found he would readily entertain. As the start of term drew nearer, Diana's coursework became increasingly rigorous. Students at Hogwarts were required to board, and the Cavendish couple was no exception. In pure-blood families, children typically began learning basic spells or familiarizing themselves with relevant knowledge from a young age. Before the commencement of the academic year, parents generally encouraged their children to engage in preparatory studies. For those hailing from pure-blood families, attending school is less about education and more akin to social networking, where friendships are often forged with an eye toward future advantages. Although Lady Cavendish does not explicitly mandate that Diana cultivate social relationships, she deems it essential for her daughter to review the curriculum beforehand. In her perspective, there exists a considerable likelihood that upon entering school, Diana might become engrossed in frivolities, neglecting her studies and subsequently failing examinations, which could lead to her having to repeat a grade. The prospect of failing to obtain a certificate after 5 years would be quite embarrassing, and failing to graduate from 7th grade would render graduation unattainable. Chapter 4. The train to Hogwarts. The train station bustled with a throng of people. Pushing her little cart, Diana cast a glance at her parents, who were beaming with pride and affection behind her, before discreetly averting her gaze. She feared that lingering too long would render her unable to eat lunch, leaving her feeling satiated already. Diana felt akin to a 300-watt light bulb, merely hindering her parents' romantic exchanges. After bidding them farewell, she dragged her luggage toward platform 9 3/4 without a backward glance. Upon entering, the scene bore little alteration. Yet the attire of the individuals had undergone a dramatic transformation. Among the throng of parents, most were wizards, for it was said that Muggles required the guidance of a wizard to gain entry. From a distance, Diana spotted a striking family of 3, distinguished by their platinum hair. The adult man was attired in a well-tailored suit, while the young woman donned an opulent gown, adorned with exquisite jewelry. Diana Cavendish, where are you off to? Wait for me. Just as Diana turned to manage her luggage and seek a comfortable compartment alone, she heard her name called. Upon glancing back, she was surprised to find young Master Draco Malfoy had noticed her and was hurrying over. Draco, what a coincidence. When did you arrive? I'm about to find a compartment. Would you like to join me? Diana's sparkling eyes met Draco's, her face adorned with a sweet smile, though internally, she felt a tinge of impatience. The airs of nobility often weighed heavily upon her. Whenever she was with Draco, their acquaintances were predominantly from so-called noble families, and maintaining such pretenses was utterly exhausting. Compared to the likes of Draco Malfoy, Diana preferred the company of the Weasley children, who were far less constrained. No need to search for a compartment. The Malfoys have a private one. Come with me, Draco declared, taking her hand and leading her aboard. Once on the train, Diana was astonished to discover that it was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Inside, it was quite roomy, with numerous passengers already seated and others organizing their belongings, yet it did not feel crowded. Draco guided her effortlessly to a compartment. Inside the compartment sat several individuals. "Hello, I am Diana Cavendish. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this token of our introduction." Diana greeted the three occupants, a pair of robust boys and a girl with short hair, whose gaze was laced with hostility as she looked at Diana. The two sturdy boys, upon unwrapping the gift Diana presented, were visibly pleased, their expressions softening as they regarded her, even inching closer to make room. Conversely, the girl continued to regard Diana with palpable animosity, as though she viewed her as a rival. Diana wondered how it could be. How could a girl of merely a few years older perceive her, a complete stranger, as a contender? Who is she, a half-blood? Or perhaps a filthy muggle? "Your association with these people will surely displease Mr. Malfoy," the dark-haired girl questioned, shoving Diana aside and clinging to Draco's arm. "Oh, Pansy, this is Diana Cavendish. Did you not hear her introduction? The Cavendish family is a pure-blood lineage. Is this not common knowledge? My parents are aware of my association with her and are quite pleased, especially my father, who holds Diana in high regard. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs," Draco replied, displaying impatience, yet he did not push the girl away, as if accustomed to such antics. Chapter 5. The first encounter with the magical trio with the aid of a house elf. Diana stowed her belongings and, clutching a small basket, wandered alone through the corridor. A careful observer would note the neatly arranged boxes within, each resembling a gift, akin to the ones she had distributed in the Malfoy compartment. "Diana, I heard from my father that you are also starting this year. Why not join us?" Upon reaching the final compartment, Diana recognized a familiar figure, Ron Weasley. Their familiarity stemmed from Diana's visits to the Weasley home with her parents prior to school, and they had become quite acquainted. "Sure, Ron. What a coincidence. Have you made new friends?" "Hello, everyone. I am Diana, and I brought gifts for you all. I look forward to your kindness at Hogwarts." As she distributed her gifts among the compartments, she noted that they were all from Lady Cavendish, who had instructed her to share them on the train. Seemingly having calculated the number of compartments accurately, Diana understood her mother's intentions and, adhering to her wishes, presented each compartment with a gift. "I am Harry Potter. I am Hermione Granger. Thank you for your gift." Upon hearing Diana's introduction, the occupants of the compartment offered their names in turn. "Oh, Harry Potter, I am aware of your fame, and I believe I have seen you before, during a shopping trip in Diagon Alley." Indeed, when Diana traversed time, she had encountered Harry, though he likely had not noticed her, being engrossed in his fascination with brooms and Quidditch. "That's quite all right. I happened to see you admiring brooms that day. Boys tend to like such things. My friends are equally enamored with the latest models." Diana understood this well. Boys often gravitated toward flashy objects, and in the wizarding world, the most dazzling were brooms and Quidditch. This fervent admiration mirrored girls' inclinations toward beautiful clothing and luxury skincare products, akin to how young boys in the Muggle world adored Transformers or Ultraman. "Diana, which house do you hope to join?" "I wish to be in Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor." Ron gazed at Diana with curiosity. As for Diana, she was taken aback by Ron's sudden inquiry. In truth, she felt that she could flourish in any of the houses. Each possessed its unique merits, yet she perceived herself as somewhat incompatible with the expectations of each. She believed she had a modicum of the bravery and audacity characteristic of Gryffindor, but not in abundance. Regarding ambition, she considered herself rather laid back, harboring no grand aspirations. Merely returning home to inherit the family estate post-graduation sufficed for her. The values of Hufflepuff, integrity, loyalty, honesty, and resilience, seemed to elude her as well. She often spoke with others in half-truths. When it came to resilience, she felt even less aligned, as she had an aversion to pain and hardship. As for the final house, Ravenclaw, she recognized her significant bias in her studies, enjoying only those subjects that piqued her interest. After considerable contemplation, she concluded, "Hufflepuff, I suppose. I've heard it's near the kitchens. Perhaps I could occasionally indulge in some sweet treats." Chapter 6. Arrival at Hogwarts. During the pleasant conversation among Diana and her companions, the door of their compartment was suddenly yanked open by a tall figure with a shock of red hair. Upon spotting Diana inside, the figure eagerly approached and scooped her up into a warm embrace. "Dear Anna, I knew you'd be in the same compartment as little Ron. Why didn't you tell us? We've been looking for you for ages. Come, join us. We have delicious snacks." With that, he carried Diana away from the compartment. Harry stood in stunned silence, momentarily bewildered and instinctively rising to intervene, only to be restrained by Ron. "Oh, Harry, don't worry. Those two are my brothers. They're 2 years older than me and are seniors at Hogwarts," Ron reassured him. Aren't we going to rescue Diana? Harry questioned, puzzled by Ron's calm demeanor, as he perceived the brothers' actions to be akin to abduction. Don't fret, Diana is perfectly safe. My brothers are quite fond of her. We're used to it, Ron replied. Whether Harry would become accustomed to it remained uncertain. Ron, however, had grown accustomed to it since Diana had come to stay with them. His brothers had been like kittens enchanted by catnip, circling around her all day. When Diana was absent, Ron found himself watching his brothers, grinning foolishly at the ceiling. Wait, Harry, have you seen Scabbers? Ron inquired, reaching out to stroke his pet rat, only to find emptiness. He looked down, bewildered to find no trace of the rat. Not even remnants of the gift Diana had brought him. I just saw him follow Diana, Harry observed as he watched Ron hurriedly rush out, soon followed by the girl who had entered looking for a toad. Harry, munching on his snack, found its flavor suddenly diminished. Meanwhile, Diana was being carried by Fred into the upperclassmen's compartment, feeling somewhat out of her depth among the taller students. The compartment housed 3 individuals, and with their entry, the already snug space felt even more cramped. The upperclassmen, clad in different uniforms indicative of their respective houses, seemed to enjoy a friendly camaraderie. Look who Fred brought back, someone exclaimed upon seeing Fred return, prompting a ripple of curiosity. Several reached out to touch Diana's hair, only to be playfully swatted away by George. Some, unable to resist, pinched Diana's cheeks, but were met with a swift reprimand from Fred. George, Fred, you're such spoilsports. We're merely curious. By the looks of her attire, she must be a new student. How did you come to know this little angel? They clamored, captivated by Diana's golden hair, porcelain skin, and adorable features. The excitement was palpable as they speculated about the possibility of her becoming their future classmate, or perhaps, even more fortunate, a romantic interest. As the train journeyed onward, the sky darkened, and it was only then that Diana remembered her luggage was still in Malfoy's compartment. In a rush, she returned to the initial carriage, only to find it completely emptied. No sign of her belongings remained. Chapter 7. Arrival at Hogwarts 2. Upon disembarking the train, Diana spotted Draco striding toward her, a storm of frustration evident in his demeanor. Cavendish, do you have any idea how long you've been gone? You didn't return at all. Do you know how worried I was? I searched every first-year compartment for you. I'm so sorry, Draco. I met my friends and was taken to the upperclassmen's compartment. I promise to inform you of my whereabouts in the future. Please don't be upset. But have you seen my luggage? Seeing Diana's amiable demeanor, Draco's anger began to dissipate. He gestured toward a group not far away. There stood Crabbe and Goyle, clutching her luggage, relieved that her belongings were intact. Diana threw her arms around Draco in gratitude. Thank you so much. I was so worried about losing my things. You're truly my hero. Humph. As long as you know, Draco replied, his cheeks flushing a bright red, reminiscent of a ripe apple, though his words seemed to acknowledge Diana's compliment. As a new student at Hogwarts, Diana was aware that there would be a boat ride as part of the welcoming ceremony. She listened to the other students discussing what the sorting test might entail, perhaps battling a troll or challenging upperclassmen. Yet, Diana's mind wandered in a different direction. She pondered which house she would be sorted into, what delights awaited her for dinner, how many others would share her dormitory, whether they would snore, if the beds would be uncomfortable, and whether her wand could double as a hairpin. She even mused if the cauldron could be used for a hot pot. In contrast to Diana's whimsical musings, Harry and Ron, seated in the same boat, had more mundane thoughts. Ron was determined to be sorted into Gryffindor and was fixated on the prospect of devouring extra chicken legs that evening. Harry, on the other hand, was concerned about the potential dangers of the sorting test and whether he would need to use magic, feeling unprepared without prior magical training. Diana, do you think the sorting test will be dangerous? Harry finally broached the question that had been lingering in his mind. Not at all. My mother said it's just a stool. You sit down and wear a hat, and then they announce the results, Diana replied casually. Diana, drawing upon her faint memories from the time she watched the Harry Potter films, lamented that it had been so long since she had seen them that she had nearly forgotten the overarching plot. The only remnant of her recollection was the unsightly hat that could speak and sing, albeit in a rather unpleasant manner. She remembered that the protagonists faced peril in each season, and that one of the main characters had a remarkably handsome godfather, while the professor had an affection for Harry's mother. These details were all that lingered in her mind. No, Fred informed her, the entrance examination required battling a troll, for only the bravest could gain entry to Gryffindor. In response to Diana's words, Ron countered, come on, it's an entrance exam. We're merely young wizards with limited magical abilities. How could the professors allow us to face such dangers? Ron, you've been misled, Diana replied. Even if a challenge is necessary, it should not involve a troll. We are but young wizards, some of whom may be half-blood or muggle-born. Perhaps the half-bloods have learned a bit, but the muggle-borns might come from families devoid of any magical lineage. If the trial truly involves facing a troll, the Muggleborns would stand no chance whatsoever. Chapter 8. The Sorting. The small boats glided across the river before finally coming to a halt. As they gazed upon the ancient castle before them, awe painted the faces of the young wizards, save for a few pure-blooded ones. The purebloods, typically hailing from affluent families, were more accustomed to opulent surroundings, having perhaps spent a few nights within the castle's grandeur, thus maintaining their composure at the sight of Hogwarts. Under Hagrid's guidance, they were led to the entrance of the Great Hall, where a professor awaited their arrival. The professor, tall and clad in an elegant green gown, exuded an air of seriousness without appearing overly stern. The previously boisterous children fell silent, forming an orderly line as they followed the professor into the hall, their curious gazes absorbing every detail: the floating candles, the hall's decorations, the students' attire at the 4 long tables, and the professors seated at the staff table. This is truly magnificent, Harry mused, admiring the ornate ceiling, followed immediately by Hermione's knowledgeable commentary, revealing her profound understanding of the school, likely due to her thorough reading of the Hogwarts history. As Diana sensed someone observing her, she followed the gaze and found herself locked in eyes with a professor at the staff table, who wore a greasy black robe and had unkempt black hair. Perhaps feeling the weight of that gaze, Diana quickly averted her eyes. "Oh well, perhaps all you need to do is don the hat for the sorting," Ron remarked, directing his words towards Diana, for her assertion aligned perfectly with the current circumstances. In stark contrast to Fred's claim of battling a troll. "I hope to be sorted into Gryffindor," Ron expressed, to which Diana felt a sense of exasperation. He had repeated this sentiment numerous times throughout their journey. "I wish to be in Hufflepuff. I've heard it's close to the kitchens, and many of the spells learned there pertain to food. I have a keen interest in cooking." Upon hearing Diana's words, many of the children lit up with excitement. As children are often drawn to food, and several silently wished to find themselves in Hufflepuff. The most resolute among them were those determined to join Slytherin, having been instilled with such aspirations by their families from a young age. Some parents even admonished their children before the term, saying, "If you do not end up in a particular house, do not return home. I hope to be in Ravenclaw. I've heard they have a dedicated library." Hermione interjected into the conversation between Ron and Diana. Diana thought Ravenclaw would indeed suit Hermione, a quintessential academic who adored learning. However, she suspected Hermione might be disappointed, for the core group of protagonists typically remained together. If Ron and Harry were sorted into Gryffindor, then Hermione would likely follow suit, for the narrative's strength dictated that it would not change for the sake of one individual. Thus, Diana observed as one by one, students ascended to the stool, donned the hat, and awaited the proclamation of their fate. Soon enough, she heard her name called. Chapter 9. The Sorting 2. Seated upon the stool at the elevated platform, Diana felt the weight of countless gazes upon her, yet the most impossible to ignore were those emanating from the staff table. "Ah, young lady, we meet again. Let me discern which house you are best suited for this time. You are indeed a remarkable child with considerable talent. Should you choose Slytherin, you might achieve greater heights. However, you lack the ambition that would typically drive one to Slytherin, as it seems you do not possess someone for whom you would strive." Diana quickly noted the repeated use of the word again by the sorting hat, which, in her previous studies, denoted a return, suggesting that in the eyes of this tattered hat, she had not come here for the first time, hinting at the possibility of having been here before, perhaps even multiple times. The phrase she had vaguely heard before her arrival was returning. Diana pondered if she shared some connection with this world. "Oh, you are correct. I have encountered you before, or perhaps it was a relative of yours. You bear an uncanny resemblance. Come now, dear child, let me further evaluate you. You possess courage, albeit not as plentiful as that of Gryffindor's students. Perhaps Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw would be more fitting," Diana inquired, reasoning that since the sorting hat had deemed her unsuitable for Slytherin or Gryffindor, she must belong to either Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. However, the sorting hat, seemingly amused by her suggestion, promptly rejected it. "Oh no. Surely you jest. You are not suited for Hufflepuff nor Ravenclaw. You lack Ravenclaw's keen intellect and erudition, as well as Hufflepuff's integrity and loyalty. At present, your character bears little distinction from that of an ordinary person. Were it not for the extraordinary magical talent I sensed within you, I would conclude you to be merely mundane. Thus, with the scant courage you possess, you shall go to Gryffindor." After a prolonged deliberation spanning several minutes, the sorting hat finally declared, in a resounding voice, the name of Gryffindor. Diana found herself in a state of uncertainty, torn between joy and discontent. On one hand, she was elated to have been sorted into a house, yet on the other, she felt disheartened by the meager courage she had mustered to enter. In comparison to the other young lions, her bravery seemed woefully insufficient. The regret in his words was palpable. Apart from her formidable magical talent, She bore little distinction from an ordinary individual, lacking noble sentiments, selflessness, and grand ambitions. Furthermore, Diana felt that she had been on the sorting hat for an inordinate length of time, while others were promptly sorted as soon as the hat touched their heads, or at most, after a few fleeting seconds. Amidst the collective gaze of her peers, she felt as though an angel had graced Gryffindor. Someone had bellowed out, and the already fervent atmosphere of Gryffindor intensified even further. To some, this may have seemed splendid, given the popularity it conferred. However, the socially anxious Diana felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Regardless of her feelings, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and even those classmates familiar with Diana were utterly delighted. Conversely, at the Slytherin table, Draco, in a fit of anger, barely touched his dinner. Among all, it was Pansy who appeared most jubilant regarding Diana's sorting, for she perceived Diana, with her superior looks and presumed closeness to Draco, as a rival intent on seducing him. Chapter 10. The First Day at Hogwarts. As the alarm rang the following morning, Diana promptly rose from her bed to freshen up. She took it upon herself to awaken Hermione and the other roommates. It must be noted that Diana and Hermione shared a remarkable bond. By sheer coincidence, they found themselves in the same dormitory, where 4 students were assigned to a room. Time to get up. We have classes to attend. Hurry, or we'll miss breakfast, and then we'll be late for class. The other 2 roommates, initially displeased at being roused, found their annoyance dissipating upon seeing Diana's cherubic face. As they listened to her, they silently thought how endearing it was that this little angel had called them to rise. One even playfully pinched Diana's cherubic cheeks, which left her momentarily bewildered. Why was she being pinched for simply waking them? Anan is here. Come to your brother. I've saved your favorite breakfast for you. Upon entering the great hall, Diana was promptly surrounded by the 2 towering Weasley brothers, who whisked her away to the table. At that moment, the hall was neither overly crowded nor sparsely populated. The podium from the previous day had transformed into a dining table, yet the professors remained seated in their designated spots. Diana scanned the hall several times, but failed to spot Harry and his friends, surmising they were either still asleep or perhaps lost on their way. Unexpectedly, Diana caught sight of Draco, who in turn noticed her. However, at the moment their eyes met, Draco swiftly averted his gaze, clearly perturbed. Diana remained oblivious to the source of his ire that early morning. The first class commenced, and Harry made a grand entrance, albeit late. Upon noticing the absence of their professor, they felt a fleeting sense of triumph. However, their elation was short-lived, as a seemingly tranquil cat leapt to the floor and transformed into their professor. The second lesson, as per the schedule, was Professor Snape's potions class. The students had gathered early, engrossed in their textbooks, when suddenly the door burst open with a bang. Striding in was Professor Snape, clad in black and exuding an air of urgency. Although Diana was aware of Snape's good nature, his stern demeanor and tone, coupled with the inherent reverence students hold for their teachers, instilled in her a sense of trepidation. As he entered, Diana instinctively folded her hands on the desk and straightened her posture, adopting a serious demeanor reminiscent of a schoolchild. Harry beside her was taken aback, perplexed by the sudden shift in Diana's demeanor from casual conversation to utmost seriousness. Diana discreetly nudged Harry, whispering for him to sit up straight. She felt that the pressure emanating from Professor Snape was akin to the gravity she experienced when encountering her former principal. Chapter 11. The First Potions Class. Yet, Diana soon relaxed her tension. After all, what was a professor but a human too? He was a teacher, and so was she. She recalled her past life as a kindergarten teacher, where she had even held a certification. Glancing around, she observed that both Hermione and Harry, as well as Ron, were sitting upright, hands clasped together, gazing forward with an intensity that surpassed her own, resembling model students. Unbeknownst to Diana, the prolonged silence from Professor Snape had rendered the entire class, whether Slytherins or Gryffindors, exceedingly anxious. Hermione, in particular, noted that Snape's gaze was fixed intently in her direction, speculating whether he was observing Harry or Diana. Miss Cavendish, came the professor's voice, breaking the silence. Have you forgotten your surname? I'm here, Diana replied, taking a moment to comprehend that he was indeed addressing her. Upon hearing her surname called out a second time, she promptly stood up to respond. However, her sudden rise elicited a few stifled giggles. Confused, Diana pondered why, at the age of 11, a mere elementary school age, standing to answer a teacher's call would incite laughter. Miss Cavendish, do you comprehend what I have conveyed? Yes, she replied, despite having not fully grasped his previous statement. Yet, she felt confident her answer was correct. Very well, since you understand, I shall pose a few questions to you. Tell me, what transpires if I add daffodil bulb powder to wormwood juice? Deathly water. If I asked you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you search? In the stomach of a cow. What is the difference between aconite and burdock? There is none. The exchange flowed seamlessly. Yet it was evident that Snape's expression remained unenthused upon receiving her answers, which were merely the content she had previewed before the term began, verbatim from her textbooks. However, in Diana's impression, these 3 questions should have been directed at the male protagonist. The fact that they were posed to her instead left Diana feeling quite perplexed. Moreover, when she had searched for answers online back in the day, it seemed that these questions held some deeper significance, but after all these years, she had completely forgotten what that significance was. Very well, Miss Diana, your ability to articulate the answers can only suggest that you have perused the literature in advance. For someone of your pure lineage, this is hardly a matter of consequence. This month, you are to report to my office each evening. Consider this your punishment for neglecting to heed the professor's lecture during your first class. Thus, the class concluded without incident, and while everyone else was pleased, Diana alone remained discontent. She had merely sat there. The professor had ceased speaking, leaving her to wonder what she was supposed to listen to next. Naturally, she occupied herself with observing her classmates. She had answered the professor's questions correctly, so why was there a punishment? Watching Harry revel in his merriment, Diana felt a surge of frustration. In her mind, these were questions meant for him, yet she had answered them and was now being penalized. The impulse of her body clearly outpaced her reasoning. Seeing Harry joyously engaged with Ron, Diana sprang forward and playfully slapped Harry's backside. Harry's face flushed crimson, and upon recognizing her, it only deepened in hue. Diana, what brings you here? Harry, tell me, do you share some connection with Professor Snape? Why is it that you can remain seated while the professor did not summon you to answer questions, yet I turned my head and was called upon? It's infuriating. My answers were all correct. Observing Diana's deep furrow of concern, Harry attempted to console her. However, Diana was clearly unassuaged. She lamented that she had faced punishment so early in the term, and the fact that it would extend for an entire month, particularly during nighttime hours, only intensified her distress. In her mind, staying after class was acceptable, even if it meant missing breakfast or being detained after the final class of the evening. But being compelled to remain during what should be her time for rest was simply intolerable. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter with Professor Quirrell. That night, as Diana watched her roommates return to the dormitory one by one, some already having showered and climbed into bed, she quietly picked up her book, her eyes filled with envy. Ultimately, like a soldier marching into battle, she departed the dormitory. Diana gazed down the desolate, dimly lit corridor where the windows stood ajar, allowing the moonlight to cast a gentle glow. The illumination was just sufficient to reveal the corridor's condition, yet it obscured details. A chill breeze wafted through, prompting Diana to wrap her clothing tightly around herself as she hurried from Gryffindor towards Slytherin. Little did Diana anticipate that the first professor to impose a punishment upon her in this world would not be from her own Gryffindor house, but rather the head of their rival, Slytherin. As she approached the Slytherin territory, she thought she discerned a tall figure ahead. Perhaps due to the distance, she could not make out the specific colors or attire, but she noted an unusually large head and somewhat disheveled clothing. Professor? Diana speculated. Could that possibly be Professor Snape in a new evening guise? She called out cautiously. Yet silence lingered in response. Not wishing to dwell on her musings, Diana lowered her gaze and clutched her textbooks tightly, continuing towards Snape's office. Miss Cavendish? Having walked only a short distance, Diana heard her name called. Having endured the morning's events, she had fully committed her new name to memory. Looking up, she spotted a figure standing not far from her, precisely where she had previously thought she had misperceived. Professor Quirrell? Indeed, it is an honor, Miss Cavendish, that you remember me. However, what brings you to Slytherin so late at night, instead of returning to your dormitory for some rest? At 11 years old, Diana, due to her height, could not even see Quirrell's face when she tilted her head back. Perhaps it was the darkness that concealed Quirrell's peculiar gaze, which fluctuated between obsession and normality. I apologize, Professor, did I disturb you? Due to this morning's class, Professor Snape has mandated that I report to his office every evening this month as a form of punishment. I believe I should take my leave now, for if I linger any longer, I shall forfeit my chance for sleep tonight. After bowing deeply to Professor Quirrell, Diana hurriedly made her way to the designated spot that Snape had assigned her. The Slytherin corridors were neither particularly large nor small, yet given Diana's petite stature, she arrived at the office to find Professor Snape seated at his desk, his expression dark and brooding. Miss Cavendish, you are precisely 10 minutes late for our agreed-upon time. I apologize, Professor, it is my fault. I miscalculated the time and did not anticipate encountering Professor Quirrell along the way, which delayed me. I am willing to accept the resultant punishment. Observing Diana's relatively composed demeanor, Snape noted her acceptance of hardship. Despite his own grim countenance, he refrained from elaborating further. Chapter 13. Study period in the Great Hall. The following day, the study session was once again held in the Great Hall. The hall served numerous purposes: dining, festivities, and now, studying. It was even rumored to be the examination venue and a place for unexpected naps. After spending the entire night with Snape, Diana found herself tasked with the handling of slugs. She had transitioned from a novice to a proficient worker, to the extent that she could nearly doze off while methodically continuing her task. Unbeknownst to her, she had somehow ended up waking in the professor's bed that very morning. But her fatigue was undeniable. As Diana sat in the Great Hall, 2 classes were simultaneously engaged in study, her own year of Slytherin and Gryffindor, alongside Fred's class and Ravenclaw. Diana's hand moved across her textbook, writing out the assignments the professor had assigned, yet the words began to blur before her eyes. Observers, who had been keeping an eye on her, watched as Diana's head gradually descended onto the table, only for her to remain blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. Hermione, what happened to Diana last night? Did she not sleep well? Indeed, she appears quite fatigued, replied Hermione. Fred, who had been monitoring Diana, remarked, while George nodded in agreement. To avoid disturbing Diana's slumber and to evade the professor's notice, Fred and George discreetly switched seats with classmates beside Ron, quietly inquiring about Diana's condition. Given that Diana and Hermione were roommates, anyone curious about her would easily find out. Yesterday, Annan was punished by Professor Snape, and for the remainder of the month, she is required to report to him each evening. She did not return last night and only came back this morning, appearing rather unwell. Upon hearing someone inquire about her, Hermione seemed to find an opportunity to speak and quietly divulged this situation. Concerned for Diana, Hermione had risen several times during the night just to check if Diana had returned, but each time, she was met with disappointment. The thought that Diana, on her very first day at school, was forced by Snape to toil away was disheartening for everyone, especially since Diana had always been kind to them. Among those present, Fred and George, along with others, had grown quite fond of Diana, who was not only amiable but also strikingly beautiful, resembling a little angel. Harry, Ron, Neville, and the rest, who were also friends of Diana, had, to varying degrees, benefited from her assistance. Upon hearing Hermione's words, they contemplated whether Diana had spent the entire night with Snape, being punished to handle those vile potion ingredients, and thus had not slept at all. Draco, observing Diana's predicament, felt equally perplexed, pondering whether he should check on her after class or perhaps bring her some food. He even considered inviting her to his home during the holidays, as his mother was quite fond of her. As everyone was lost in their thoughts, a flurry of owls streamed through the windows of the Hogwarts Great Hall, each carrying packages of various sizes tied to their legs. Chapter 14, A Deluge of Packages. The owls circled above the students, ultimately locating their respective owners before dropping their parcels with little ceremony. Unfortunately for Diana, she was awakened by the cascade of packages. Initially irked, she reminded herself that it was still class time, and although Professor Snape was not as strict during this period as he was in other classes, it was still inappropriate to lose her temper. One reason for her restraint was her lineage. The Cavendish family was a venerable wizarding lineage, claiming pure blood status. Whatever her feelings, she could not afford to display anger, for her surname and identity represented her family in both her academic pursuits and future endeavors. Regardless of her frustration, she could only harbor thoughts of revenge in silence, perhaps plotting to retaliate later. Diana's retribution towards the owls delivering her packages would be to reduce their afternoon tea and owl biscuits upon her return, for she believed that if the owls grew too plump, they would struggle to fly, compromising their health. As she surveyed the packages, she noted that most were sent by the Cavendish couple, containing treats, clothing, books, and daily necessities. Among the clothing were costumes for Halloween and Christmas. Diana recognized that while such holidays might seem trivial to her, to foreigners, Christmas was akin to the spring festival in her previous life, a revered holiday. Halloween, in their culture, was comparable to the ghost festival in China. Although the Chinese observance involved sacrificing a chicken to honor ancestors, customs varied globally, and foreigners placed great importance on their Halloween celebrations. Diana recalled her mother informing her before the school year began that Halloween would soon be upon them, followed closely by Christmas, both of which would be celebrated with parties at Hogwarts. On those nights, festivities would extend late into the evening, and there would be minimal restrictions on attire. Diana found herself perplexed by her mother's extensive preparations for her return to school, particularly the elaborate costumes. Did her mother truly believe that the garments meant for someone of her slight 11-year-old frame were appropriate? Diana had never donned such distinctive attire in her previous life, and the jewelry accompanying it appeared exceedingly extravagant. However, upon spotting a keepsake sent by Mrs. Cavendish, Diana's understanding deepened. Her mother's radiant smile at her departure was less about joy for her daughter and more about the perceived inconvenience of her presence interrupting their travels. The mention of parties during Christmas and Halloween was likely a veiled suggestion for Diana to remain away, as the expensive jewelry was presumably purchased during their excursions. The clothing felt like an afterthought, and the note within the keepsake clearly indicated that during Christmas, should Diana return home, she would find no one there aside from the house elf. What surprised Diana most was discovering a package among the parcels adorned with a familiar delivery logo from her past life. Upon opening it, she found a tome that was remarkably thick, equivalent to 3 dictionaries, containing spells from her previous existence, yet the sender was identified as the benevolent Tao. Was it truly a cross-temporal delivery? Why would the Tao choose to bring her into this world? Chapter 15, The Ever-Present Professor Quirrell. Following their initial encounter, Diana felt as though her meetings with Professor Quirrell had become increasingly frequent. Just like now. Professor Quirrell, what a coincidence to see you again. Diana exclaimed with a bright smile, though inwardly she felt exasperated, as this marked their 4th encounter that day. Other young wizards typically only saw professors during meals or classes, leaving the rest of their time free and leisurely, a luxury Diana envied greatly. Yet, such fortune seemed elusive to her. Ah, what a coincidence, Miss Cavendish. I, would like to ask for your assistance, if you would be so kind. Quirrell's demeanor appeared somewhat anxious, his speech stammering slightly, though he maintained his usual facade. The persistent odor of garlic emanating from him continued to be a source of discomfort for Diana. While she could tolerate the scent, having used garlic in her past culinary endeavors, it was another matter entirely to feel enveloped by it for 24 hours. Professor, how may I assist you? Diana inquired. If you require help, I would be more than willing to oblige. However, Professor Snape has just summoned me to his office, likely for a task that requires my attention. Once I have completed what he needs, I would be delighted to assist you as well. Diana felt overwhelmed, as it seemed that the Slytherin head would seek help from her rather than his own students. She could only hope that one day, Professor McGonagall would come to her rescue. That's quite all right, I can wait. If you could visit my office after completing your tasks for Professor Snape, that would be splendid, Quirrell replied. Upon hearing this, Diana was left in a state of shock, as his response deviated entirely from what she had anticipated. In the previous conversation, it was mentioned that it was Professor Snape who sought Diana's assistance, yet there was no explicit indication of when she was expected to fulfill this obligation. Implicitly, this suggests that she might be required to work late into the night. Given the urgency with which the professor needed help, he could have sought assistance from other students as well. However, Diana could not have anticipated that the peculiar Quirrell would instruct her to complete her tasks before seeking him out. Since Diana had uttered her commitment, she was determined to see it through. Having promised to assist, she would indeed do so after completing the work assigned by Snape. Today, Snape had tasked her with preparing a potion for scabies using porcupine quills. By the time she meticulously processed all the quills, darkness had enveloped the outside world. A glance at the clock revealed that it was nearly dinner time. The tasks she had completed were typically reserved for the evening. However, it seemed Snape had pressing matters to attend to later, hence the early arrangement. Consequently, her schedule was adjusted to commence after the conclusion of her afternoon classes, allowing other students the freedom to engage in leisure activities, while Diana found herself at Snape's office for an impromptu lesson. From her previous encounter with the slug, she had learned the art of swiftly and flawlessly handling such creatures. Despite the lesson being advanced, Diana felt a sense of joy, as it meant she could enjoy a restful night's sleep. Upon completing Snape's assignment, she was taken aback when he, seemingly out of a newfound kindness, gifted her a vial of scabies potion, the ingredients of which she had personally prepared during her recent studies. As evening approached, Diana was mindful of her promise to meet Quirrell, but she decided to first dine in the Great Hall. Just as she exited Snape's office, she spotted Draco approaching, carrying what appeared to be items for Snape. After exchanging pleasantries, Diana noticed Draco seemed eager to engage further. Aware that time was of the essence and that she might miss dinner, she bid him farewell and hastened away. At that moment, the Great Hall was not overly crowded, likely due to many having finished their meals and departed. However, Diana's gaze immediately caught sight of Professor Quirrell, whose head was wrapped in a manner reminiscent of a mummy, seated at the staff table. Unsurprisingly, Quirrell acknowledged her presence the instant she entered, warmly beckoning her to join him. This marked their 5th encounter of the day. Aside from their obligatory meeting during defense against the dark arts, they had crossed paths in the restroom, coincidentally during Harry's training, and again while she was experimenting with Fred on some whimsical gadgets, as well as on her way to Snape's office. Chapter 16, The Unseen Necklace from Quirrell. Quirrell's overt invitation in such a public setting left Diana with little choice but to accept his hospitality. Miss Diana, I presume you have yet to dine? May I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Of course, Professor, she replied. The peculiar sentiment she felt around Quirrell intensified, especially upon hearing him refer to her so formally. If her memory served her right, he typically addressed her by her surname and often stammered. Nevertheless, she complied with his gesture and took a seat beside him, a spot she had noted upon her arrival but had never seen occupied, leading her to wonder if it had been reserved for a particular professor. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes, yet she found her goblet filled with milk, accompanied by a plate of pastries, which Quirrell seemed to favor, having already devoured several pieces. Perhaps sensing her confusion, Quirrell smiled and remarked, "Girls should drink less wine and more milk." After their meal, Diana, feeling somewhat reserved beside Quirrell, was not afraid of him. His demeanor was markedly different from that of other professors, stammering yet gentle with students, approachable. However, at that moment, Diana felt an overwhelming presence beside her, as if she were seated next to someone who wielded great power and had faced life-and-death situations. "Professor, do you have tasks you wish me to undertake?" she inquired, recalling her true purpose. "Come with me," Quirrell replied, leading her away from the hall. After traversing several corridors, they finally halted before a door. Upon Quirrell uttering a command, the door swung open. The office was shrouded in darkness, located within Gryffindor's territory. Outside, the colors were vibrant and festive, interwoven in red and gold, exuding an air of nobility. Yet inside, Diana felt as though she had returned to Slytherin, with green, silver, and black dominating the decor. The curtains were tightly drawn, and the dim, yellow light lent an eerie quality to the space. "Diana, long time no see," Quirrell greeted her with a laugh. "But we see each other every day, do we not?" Diana, who had been scrutinizing the office, momentarily lost her composure upon hearing his words. "Actually, that voice wasn't yours," she blurted out, only to realize that Quirrell remained in his original position, now without his customary hood. From Diana's perspective, she could not discern the back of his head, but noted that it appeared quite high and somewhat large. "Miss Cavendish, I believe you should meet my master. And this necklace is likely something you left behind." "I do not recall possessing such a necklace, nor do I see the necessity of meeting your master," Diana replied, eyeing the necklace in Quirrell's hand, which bore no resemblance to her own or to anything her mother had given her. Listening to Quirrell's strange words, her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively attempted to push the door open to escape this perilous place. However, no matter how she tugged, the door remained firmly shut, as if locked tight. Chapter 17. The Face on the Back of the Head. "Stop struggling, you cannot escape." When Diana turned around, she was horrified to discover that Quirrell, though facing away from her, possessed another face on the back of his head. "Oh goodness," she gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of the face, and instinctively uttered a curse. She reached for her wand, only to remember that she had no such habit of carrying a wand in this world. Desperately, she sought to employ spells she had learned in her previous life to flee, only to realize that those spells, which she had studied out of particular interest, had devastating ranges. If used, they might obliterate the office. Other spells she knew were half-remembered and unreliable, and she had never learned any unlocking charms. In the present moment, Diana reflects with a deep sense of regret, silently pondering that if she were to emerge alive today, she would dedicate herself to thoroughly studying the tome that is said to have been bestowed upon her by the divine, a manual on arcane arts as thick as 3 volumes of the Chinois dictionary. It has been many years since we last crossed paths, and as I contemplate, I realize that our last meeting was over a decade ago. I once vowed to bring you back. I do not recognize you. You must be mistaken. Diana gazes at the figure before her, whose head seems to sprout from the back of his skull, compounded by the overwhelming stench of garlic that envelopes him. Unable to contain herself, she rushes into the restroom of the office to retch. Meanwhile, outside, Chilo, more accurately, Tom Riddle inhabiting Chilo's form, sits comfortably on the sofa, savoring a glass of red wine, appearing quite at ease, while the visage originally at the back of his head appears as if in slumber. Upon her exit, Diana is greeted by this peculiar scene. Diana understands that an immediate escape is improbable. She considers embracing the situation with a sense of acceptance, calmly taking a seat on the sofa opposite Tom Riddle. Her current mindset is that, regardless of her proficiency in several formidable spells, if she were to wreak havoc within this office, the worst outcome would merely attract the attention of the headmaster or the professors. The most dire consequence would be expulsion. But she could always transfer to Durmstrang, and if that fails, attending a mundane school would be no great loss. If destruction fails to preserve her life, then so be it. She was destined to perish anyway. Living a second time is already a stroke of fortune. What is meant to be will invariably come to pass, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Are you not afraid? Tom queries, observing Diana's composed demeanor after her brief absence. Is fear of any consequence? I currently lack the power to leave. Here, the worst that could transpire is my demise today. Little does Tom realize, Diana's tranquility stems not from fearlessness, but from a profound acceptance of her fate. I shall not permit your death. Not only will I ensure your survival, but I will also grant you eternal life alongside me, as we forge a magnificent world of our own. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you. I am acquainted with Professor Chilo solely because he teaches my defense against the dark arts class. But I can assert with absolute certainty that you are not my instructor. Upon hearing this, Diana's initial reaction is to contemplate who he might think she is. For no one would suddenly declare to a stranger, "I wish to share eternal life with you." Chapter 18, Riddle. What an astute girl you are. Your deductions are entirely accurate. However, you are mistaken on one point. We are acquainted, and I know you exceedingly well. You have come here for my sake. From what I see, you appear to be gravely ill. Here for you? I merely came to Hogwarts to attend classes. How could it possibly be for you? Listening to this man, Diana feels as though he is unwell. An 11-year-old wizard with magical talent attends a school of sorcery, not for frivolous reasons, but to learn. To pursue a professor she only just met? Ridiculous. Having endured considerable hardship to bring me here, if there is something to say, please do so quickly. I wish to return to my slumber. Yawning, Diana feels a wave of fatigue wash over her. Ever since she donned the necklace upon entering this office, she has been unable to remove it. The delay in the restroom was not solely due to the nauseating garlic odor. She had also attempted to remove the necklace that Chilo had placed around her neck at some unknown point. To her dismay, it would not come off, and any forceful attempts only resulted in the necklace tightening around her throat. It would only loosen if she ceased her efforts to remove it. Who are you? You cannot be Professor Chilo. Yawning again, Diana finds her dread of death waning in the face of overwhelming drowsiness. It strikes her as peculiar, prior to entering this office. Despite the exhaustion from a day's worth of classes and the subsequent tasks in Snape's office dealing with potion ingredients, she had merely felt a bit weary. Yet, within this office, she is beset by profound drowsiness. You look lovely with that necklace. Sleep peacefully, my dear. Utterly hideous. Who is your dear? As she listens to his words, they seem to possess a hypnotic allure, her eyelids growing heavier. The last image she perceives is of the man before her rising and approaching her. Diana finds herself in a peculiar state. Did she not fall asleep? Yet now, she perceives only darkness, albeit with a distant glimmer of light. Instinctively, she moves toward the light, growing closer until she can discern the scenery beyond it, leaving her bewildered. The dim space she occupied moments earlier, although shadowy, was still an office. How is it that upon opening her eyes, she finds herself in an orphanage? The orphanage's decor resembles that of the medieval era. It is entirely surrounded by iron fencing, and a large sign proudly displays the name of the institution. Wu's Orphanage. Diana murmurs, the name striking a familiar chord within her, as if she has encountered it before yet cannot quite place it. When did you arrive at this orphanage? I have not seen you here before. Diana hears a voice behind her and turns to discover a boy standing there, dressed in ill-fitting clothes. Chapter 19, The Curious Child. The Orphanage. I am Diana Cavendish. I do not know when I came here. In response to the boy's inquiry, Diana admits, a hint of confusion in her tone. Your family abandoned you. How unfortunate. Yet you are unaware of your abandonment. Diana cannot help but chuckle at the boy's solemnity as he speaks. What year is it? 1936. You truly are simple-minded. Upon hearing this date, Diana is momentarily taken aback. She enrolled at Hogwarts in 1991, and now she finds herself in 1936, a leap of over 50 years, perhaps back to her grandfather's era. The sudden appearance of a new child in the orphanage quickly attracts the attention of Mrs. Cole, the matron. Although she is displeased at the addition of yet another child, she begrudgingly arranges accommodations for Diana. Initially, upon noticing the pendant around Diana's neck, Mrs. Cole contemplated removing it, as it clearly appeared valuable. While Diana is curious about how this pendant accompanied her to this world, she also hopes that Mrs. Cole would succeed in removing it. However, it became evident that the pendant could not be taken off. It nearly suffocated her. Witnessing this predicament, Mrs. Cole reluctantly departed. The abode of Diana was, in fact, adjacent to the very place where she first encountered the little boy upon her arrival. On this inky black night, within the confines of Tom's room, the young boy sat perched upon a chair, while a small girl lay upon the bed, the two of them exchanging wide-eyed glances. Get down. I won't. Return to your own room. No, I shall have Nagini bite you. I refuse. I am afraid alone, and wish for my brother's company. I am not your brother. You are older than I am. Their dialogue, a back-and-forth exchange between a big and a little, was dominated by young Tom issuing commands to the little girl before him. Unfortunately for him, the girl was Diana, who was wholly unimpressed by his attempts at intimidation. Who was Diana, after all? In her previous life, she was a member of a family of cultivators, surrounded by elders who were, at the very least, several centuries old. Following her reincarnation, she found herself as a young lady of considerable standing. Attempting to exert pressure on Diana with mere bravado was futile. Without a century or two of training or genuine authority, he could not intimidate her. Moreover, the child standing before her was merely 10 years old, and although her current form appeared younger than his, she was not one to cower easily. The seriousness displayed by this child did not faze Diana. She was unperturbed by his threats of snakes. having personally experienced that any creature foolish enough to draw blood from her would meet its demise. Perhaps it was the cosmic favor bestowed upon her after her reincarnation that had preserved her unique bloodline's properties. I wish to sleep with my brother. My room is so cold and dark, and I am frightened, Diana lamented, although she felt a twinge of embarrassment at expressing such sentiments given her age. The limitations of her current form compelled her to voice these childish concerns. Chapter 20. Life in the Orphanage. Ultimately, it was young Tom who succumbed first to Diana's pitiful gaze, climbing into bed to share warmth with her. As he observed her curled up in his embrace, limbs intertwined. Soon drifting into slumber, Tom's eyes darkened with intent. You initiated this embrace. You cannot release me without my consent. From now on, you shall be my pet. And should you dare to leave, I shall end you. Meanwhile, Diana, ensconced in the warmth of her blankets, slept soundly, completely oblivious to the fleeting malice emanating from her companion. When Diana awoke the following morning, she stretched luxuriously before noticing Tom, seated in a chair, fixated on her. Are you a pig? How can you sleep so soundly? I am young and require ample rest to grow. What is wrong with that? Hearing herself called a pig first thing in the morning displeased Diana. Are you not going to wash your face and brush your teeth? If it weren't for me, you'd have missed breakfast altogether. Though Tom's words were harsh, his actions betrayed a different sentiment as he scooped Diana from her bed and carried her to the washroom, deftly filling her basin with water and gently washing her face with a towel. After a month, Diana came to realize that Tom was, in fact, quite kind to her. Despite his incessant complaints about her laziness, her appetite, her lengthy slumbers, and her slow learning, his actions spoke volumes of his care. He would accompany her while she studied, assist her when she struggled to keep pace with Mrs. Cole's demands, and even expedite his own tasks to lend her a hand. Yet, he also possessed a penchant for mischief, often tormenting the other children at the orphanage, leading to their avoidance of him. Initially, the other children welcomed Diana, thrilled to have a beautiful girl among them, eager to invite her into their games. However, once she aligned herself with Tom, they quickly turned against her. Strange occurrences began to plague the orphanage. For instance, a child who had attempted to steal Diana's lunch would stumble and fall down the stairs the very next day. Those who expressed interest in befriending Diana or demonstrated affection towards her soon found themselves beset by a string of misfortunes, never fatal, but always injurious in some peculiar manner. Thus, Diana and Tom became akin to a pair of harbingers of calamity within the orphanage. Diana understood that typically, when young wizards became displeased, or when their aspirations surged within them, it could lead to a magical outburst. However, she noticed no such occurrences within her own being, and the harmless teasing and ostracism from the other children, or their attempts to express fondness, bore no threat to her as an adult soul inhabiting a child's body. Having attended Hogwarts, she retained the ability to control her internal magic to prevent any upheaval. Yet, she pondered where the anomaly lay. Chapter 21. Life in the Orphanage. Eventually, Diana discerned that the true issue did not reside within her, but rather with Tom, who possessed an innate ability to converse with snakes. While Diana could also communicate with serpents, it was through a basic spell she had learned in her previous life, allowing her to understand and engage with animal language, a vastly different capacity from Tom's natural affinity. An owl delivered my acceptance letter today, she exclaimed. Really? How wonderful. An owl can actually deliver messages. Diana's eyes sparkled with delight, her golden hair glimmering in the sunlight, lending her an enchanting appearance. Despite her circumstances at the orphanage, her delicate hands remained soft and unblemished. Aside from her tattered clothing, one might easily mistake her for a noble lady if she donned a more refined outfit. I wish to receive an acceptance letter too, so I can attend school with Tom, but I fear that opportunity may elude me, Diana mused wistfully. She reasoned that she had become younger since her arrival, still a month shy of her 11th birthday, and as someone from a different era, she doubted she would receive an acceptance letter. However, to her astonishment, she truly did receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts for that very year. And the professor who came to escort Tom and Diana to procure their wands was none other than Dumbledore himself. At this moment, Dumbledore appeared significantly younger than she remembered, far removed from the age he had been during her time. He carried a box and, under Mrs. Cole's guidance, entered Tom's room, fortuitously finding Diana present as well. Afterward, Diana was taken back to her room by Mrs. Cole. In this orphanage, it was permissible for the two children to visit each other's quarters occasionally. Thus, Diana speculated that Dumbledore must be planning something he did not wish for her to witness, which was why Mrs. Cole had brought her back. Moreover, it was highly likely that this matter would affect Tom. Although Diana was unaware of the content of their conversation, she sensed it could not possibly be anything pleasant. After all, despite Tom's foul temper, often taking it out on others in secret, he had never directed his ire towards her until that moment. The reason was simple. He accused her of touching his ring, which he claimed was a family heirloom. However, Diana understood well that he harbored little affection for his family, perhaps even disdain. Thus, his anger towards her was merely a reflection of his own discomfort, a need for an outlet for his frustrations stemming from Dumbledore's words, with her unfortunate presence serving as that outlet. "I told you not to touch my things," young Tom shouted angrily at Diana. "Please, don't be upset. I didn't mean to interfere with your family's belongings. I merely noticed your wardrobe was somewhat disheveled and thought to tidy it up," she replied. Diana was aware that Tom had a penchant for orderliness, and even in the orphanage, despite his old and occasionally ill-fitting clothes, his wardrobe was always meticulously arranged. However, after Dumbledore's departure, upon re-entering the room, she found it to be somewhat chaotic, with a residual magical aura lingering in the air. Although Tom possessed magical aptitude, he was not yet capable of wielding it, nor would he likely use such powers on his belongings. Therefore, it could be surmised that Dumbledore had employed magic in Tom's room. Chapter 22, Diagon Alley. After a considerable interval following Dumbledore's visit, he returned to the orphanage once more, claiming he was there to escort the two children to procure their school supplies. The funds provided by the school were limited, and upon counting, Diana deduced that they would barely suffice for second-hand items, and even then, only the cheapest options. Upon arriving in Diagon Alley, Diana gazed around with curiosity, for this was her first genuine visit to this magical thoroughfare. She had only known it through the memories of her predecessor. It was hard to fathom how this seemingly small street could accommodate so many people, with buildings appearing tightly packed. From the outside, the shops seemed diminutive, yet upon entering, one discovered an entirely different world within. Dumbledore was undoubtedly a responsible professor, yet Diana found it difficult to warm to him. Even though he greeted her with a kind smile, she sensed a hidden agenda, as if he were calculating her worth and plotting something ulterior. Ultimately, Diana and Tom procured wands, and during the selection process, she realized that if she were to abandon the path of a witch or forsake her previous vocation as an early childhood educator, perhaps she could pursue a career in demolition. A perfectly respectable shop was nearly wrecked due to their wand selection, with porcelain jars shattered, vases broken, and wands strewn across the floor. Fortunately, the wand shop owner was a kind soul who did not demand compensation. Otherwise, it was likely that both she and Tom would have had to sell themselves to cover the costs of the wands. "Tom, are we heading back now?" Diana queried, puzzled by the notion of returning so soon after their brief outing. "Where else would you like to go?" Tom replied, observing her reluctance to return. Having purchased their school supplies, there was still a modest amount of money left, though not much. Tom suggested that Diana open an account at Gringotts. She reasoned that while the sum was meager, Gringotts functioned as a bank, and placing her funds there would yield some interest, especially since she was uncertain how long she would remain in this world. Diana resolved to have Tom open an account to deposit their remaining funds together. Initially, Tom had intended to keep the surplus cash in hand, but upon considering Diana's suggestion, he ultimately acquiesced, realizing that having an account was a prudent decision. If the need for money arose later, they could always return to withdraw it. Upon their return to the orphanage, Diana felt a peculiar discomfort, as though she were experiencing auditory hallucinations, intermittently hearing the voices of her classmates from Hogwarts. It seemed she could discern Hermione's voice, Harry's, and even Draco's, which struck her as exceedingly strange, especially as her surroundings remained those of the orphanage. Diana couldn't help but wonder if she was destined to return. Yet she had received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts. What would happen to Tom upon her departure? Would he be subjected to bullying? Chapter 23. Was it all a dream? Diana was unsure how it transpired, but that night she once again shared a bed with Tom. Upon awakening, she found her surroundings transformed, resembling a hospital room. "You've finally awakened. Within a month of school starting, you've become a patient in the infirmary. You're the first to accomplish that," a plump middle-aged woman clad in a doctor's coat said as she approached. "Infirmary? But I haven't even started school yet. Where's little Tom?" Diana thought, attempting to rise from the bed, only to be gently restrained by Madame Pomfrey. The time spent in bed felt interminably dull, and after what seemed like an eternity, she noticed Hermione and her companions entering her room, bearing fruit. Upon seeing Hermione, Diana felt as though she had returned to 1991. After their departure, Draco arrived. Though his expression seemed somewhat awkward, Diana surmised this was likely due to her sorting into Gryffindor, as he had repeatedly insisted she must join Slytherin before boarding the train. "I told you to come to Slytherin. You wouldn't listen, and now look at you. Just a month at Hogwarts and already in the infirmary. If this continues, you might end up at St. Mungo's." Draco grumbled, yet he produced a green apple from his pocket and offered it to Diana. "I brought you an apple. It's quite sweet. I'll speak to my father and see about transferring you to Slytherin." "Draco, my placement in Gryffindor was the Sorting Hat's decision. It deemed me unsuitable for Slytherin or any of the other houses," Diana explained, recounting her sorting experience and the Hat's words to Draco. She was aware that if she merely voiced a desire to switch houses, Draco would promptly write home to inform Lucius, and before long, she would find herself seamlessly transferred to Slytherin without any formalities. However, it is rather unfortunate that Diana has never entertained the notion of transferring to another house. For her, it is all the same regardless of the house she finds herself in. At least in Gryffindor, she has her friends, whereas in Slytherin, apart from Draco, she is unfamiliar with the others, merely having crossed paths with them. Upon hearing Diana's words, the already awkward Draco immediately snatched back the green apple he had gifted her, treating it with the disdain reserved for an adversary, biting into it fiercely before storming off in a fit of rage. Throughout that afternoon, several groups visited, including Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and even Quirrell. Unfortunately for Quirrell, he arrived at a most inopportune moment, as Diana had just dozed off out of sheer boredom in the infirmary. Diana spent an entire day in the infirmary and was discharged the following day. She vividly recalls the incredulous look on Snape's face when he saw her, as well as his astonishment when he learned she had been admitted due to exhaustion, an inconceivable notion for someone as perpetually energetic as Diana, who resembled a monkey with her boundless energy, always bouncing around. Nonetheless, there was a silver lining. Diana would no longer have to endure detentions, nor would she have to toil into the late hours. Chapter 24. Visitors from afar today. Hogwarts is particularly lively, and the reason is simple. It is Halloween. According to the announcement from Dumbledore, students from a secluded magical academy in the East have arrived for a period of exchange and study. During this time, competitions will be held to allow students from both institutions to showcase their magical prowess. It is said that the students from the Eastern Magical Academy will arrive today, filling the entire school with an air of excitement, from professors to students, all brimming with anticipation, except for Diana. Diana could hardly fathom that just last night, she received a letter from home via owl, leading her to deduce that her family from a past life still exists. Strangely enough, she finds herself in a time over 30 years prior, when her parents were merely teenagers. It is as if she has inadvertently traversed back to her parents' era, being only 3 or 4 years younger than them in this lifetime. This realization is quite perplexing, especially considering that her family is a stakeholder in the Eastern Magical Academy. And there exists a cousin's grandson who is also attending this school, information relayed by Mrs. Cavendish in her letter. To make matters even more coincidental, among the students arriving this year is her cousin, who happens to be the same age as her. Come on, and then don't be so downcast. I've heard that the Eastern Magical Academy is incredibly mysterious, and their students practice wandless magic, which is said to be quite thrilling. Yes, and then let's learn some wandless magic together and concoct some pranks. It'll be so much fun. Fred and George noticed Diana's despondency that morning. Even her favorite foods failed to pique her interest. They exerted themselves in an effort to cheer her up. Diana, what's wrong? Has something happened? Or did you not sleep well? Observing her usually vibrant demeanor dulled, even during the long hours of detention imposed by Snape, Harry was taken aback. Hermione, do you know what is going on with Diana? Ron inquired curiously, believing Hermione might possess some insight as Diana's roommate. Thus, under Harry's prompting, Ron boldly asked the question on everyone's mind. Don't ask. The Eastern Academy has a distant relative of mine. My cousin married an Eastern wizard, and her grandson is coming. Diana explained. Everyone was taken aback by her revelation. They had never encountered such a convoluted family tree. While they could comprehend the concept of an aunt, understanding that she is of the same generation as their fathers, the idea of an aunt having a grandchild was perplexing, especially since Diana's father has only 2 children, the younger of whom is merely 11 years old, Diana herself. They couldn't help but ponder why, despite sharing the same generational ties, Diana's so-called cousin has a child of her age, while Diana and her brother are in vastly different stages of their education. How cool! Ron exclaimed upon hearing this, only to be met with a swift slap from Hermione, his cheeks flushing crimson. Chapter 25. Visitors from afar too as time trickled by, in the afternoon. Students from various houses, under the guidance of their respective heads, orderly assembled on the grounds. The professor's seating area was already occupied by several faculty members, with none other than Dumbledore seated prominently in the center, while Snape's seat remained conspicuously at the edge. The arrangement of seats appeared to follow the customary layout, with the sole difference being an empty spot beside Dumbledore, as well as another row of seats further down. Diana speculated that the additional seats had been arranged for the teachers from the Eastern School, while the position next to Dumbledore was likely reserved for their principal. Miss Cavendish, please follow me. Mr. Dumbledore has prepared a seat for you. After discussions between the heads of both houses and our understanding with Mr. Cavendish, we have learned that an outstanding student from the East is your relative, and Mr. Cavendish specifically requested that you look after your nephew. Originally intending to join Harry and the others at the Gryffindor table, Diana was halted by Professor McGonagall upon arrival. Understanding her words, Diana realized that her aunt was concerned her son would face exclusion upon arriving here and had conveyed her worries to Mr. Cavendish. Following this, Mr. Cavendish and her aunt conferred with the leaders of both schools and decided that Diana should take care of her cousin. Thus, to ensure that Diana, at such a tender age, could easily recognize her cousin upon his arrival, or perhaps to facilitate her cousin's recognition of her, this arrangement was made. Diana was baffled. At 11 years old, with a cousin of similar age, why were these adults assuming she would be responsible for him? Was it merely because of his academic prowess that she was expected to offer him extra care? The most conspicuous and easily recognizable seat, aside from Dumbledore's central position, was one of two remaining spots at the edge. As an 11-year-old student, Diana felt exceedingly conspicuous sitting among the professors, especially with Quirrell, who she had previously clashed with, seated nearby. She doubted her cousin would dare acknowledge her in such a public setting. Speaking of the Eastern Academy for Cultivation, one must mention the essential course for students, sword flying. In the East, practitioners of magic must master sword control as a fundamental skill, as it is imperative that one can wield a sword, even without the use of spells. The entrance of the Eastern Cultivation Academy was nothing short of breathtaking, as a group of senior disciples glided gracefully on their flying swords. It was uncertain whether they had journeyed here by sword or if they had been spotted by aircraft, yet the spectacle was undeniably impressive. A cadre of ethereal and strikingly handsome youths soared ahead, while behind them trailed an airborne vessel. Indeed, a ship soaring through the skies, manned by seasoned upperclassmen who managed the craft. The ship was predominantly filled with students of exceptional talent, albeit mostly from lower grades. None present were of ordinary capability. At the rear of the procession was a flamboyant entourage comprised of venerable teachers and school officials, the ages of whom remained a mystery. Though it was clear that each rode upon mounts that would be deemed fantastical creatures by British wizards, magnificently adorned creatures, no less. Among them, Diana recognized a particularly regal phoenix, one she had secretly sheared in her previous life. The entrance of the Cultivation Academy drew considerable attention, while students found it awe-inspiring. Professors regarded it as an affront to magical creatures. Chapter 26. Social death in an instant. Sometimes, social demise occurs in but a fleeting moment. Just a heartbeat ago, Diana had been contemplating how her long-unseen cousin would surely not acknowledge her in such a public setting. After all, a dramatic family reunion amidst a throng of onlookers would be the stuff of tear-jerking television dramas. However, in reality, especially from Diana's perspective as someone who had navigated the 21st century for many years, it felt rather mortifying, especially considering the minimal age gap between the aunt and nephew. Yet, this cousin of Diana's was not a product of the 21st century. Though he bore British lineage, he was steeped in traditional Chinese education, which emphasizes respect for elders. Thus, the current scene appeared rather peculiar. At that moment, Diana yearned to escape Earth and flee this world. Can you envision an 11-year-old child, clad in flowing white academy robes, resembling a little celestial being, solemnly descending from the ship while clutching a photograph, seemingly searching for a familiar face within the crowd? Eventually, under the guidance of a teacher, he approached the podium and, with utmost respect, bowed deeply to the professors and the principal. Then, as if reuniting with a long-lost relative, he rushed towards Diana and knelt before her. "Aunt, you have suffered here, but your future may hold even greater challenges. Upon my return from studying abroad, I shall ensure my mother sends you ample gifts." His long-winded statement was entirely in Chinese, articulated in flawless Mandarin, resonating with a broadcasting intonation that Diana understood perfectly, as did the instructors from the Eastern Magical Academy. "Please, rise," Diana replied in English, initially expecting that as an exemplary student studying abroad, he would surely be proficient in English and comprehend her words. To her dismay, it became evident that while he indeed possessed some command of the language, it was distinctly flavored by a Chinese accent. "Can you speak Chinese?" "Yes, please follow me to this seat. Our situation appears rather awkward. Let us not delay others in this setting, as the principal has matters to address." As she spoke, Diana gently but firmly guided him to sit beside her. However, he seemed to feel that occupying that particular seat was also a source of social embarrassment and stubbornly resisted. Yet, Diana was not one to relent. Onlookers, including wizards and professors, were taken aback as they witnessed the young wizard from the Eastern Academy being led to his seat by a slightly shorter girl. No one provided translation for their conversation in Chinese, leaving the spectators to observe the unusual spectacle. This little girl was well known throughout Hogwarts. Having been penalized by Snape during the first class of the term, she had spent a month confined each evening under his watchful eye and yet emerged alive, earning her the admiration of her peers as a hero. She was the first student in many years to endure such treatment without succumbing. What followed were impassioned speeches from the school heads, as Hogwarts students remained entranced by the dazzling arrival of the Eastern Magical Academy. They listened to the principal's fervent addresses, their expressions reflecting a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Many boys harbored dreams of playing Quidditch and yearned for the thrill of flying brooms. Yet now they found themselves inspired by a new aspiration, to soar through the air as the students of the Eastern Academy did. That image was undeniably cool. The Eastern students, upon hearing their academy referred to as a magical academy, felt inclined to clarify that they were, in fact, a cultivation academy. However, they remained silent, unaware that their grand entrance had inadvertently captivated many of the Hogwarts boys. Chapter 27. The Halloween Feast as Fate would have it. The Eastern students arrived just in time for Halloween, with the evening's festivities awaiting them. Clearly well prepared, they must have consulted the calendar prior to their journey. At the Halloween banquet, attendees donned a myriad of whimsical costumes, while some first-year Hogwarts students had already changed into their prearranged attire. However, a few students, perhaps from ordinary backgrounds, were unaware of the tradition of a Halloween feast at Hogwarts and thus remained in their school uniforms. The Halloween banquet at Hogwarts was notably more lavish than usual, featuring an array of exotic delicacies, reportedly sourced from the East, based on recipes provided by Eastern professors to the house elves who meticulously prepared them. Wow, is this truly food from the East? Can this flower be eaten? And what about this doll? Surely it isn't a mere toy to be placed on the table, Ron exclaimed, marveling at the colorful array of pastries that resembled vibrant blossoms. Ron, rest assured, that doll is indeed a cake. Its clothing is lighter than paper, crafted from sugar, and the screen and lights behind it are made of chocolate, Diana explained, observing Ron's hesitation as he held his fork aloft. How are we supposed to eat this? Harry mused, his eyes wide at the sight of the exquisite doll. Who would have imagined that such beauty could be crafted into a cake? Having lived with his aunt, he had rarely tasted cake, as it was only present during Dudley's birthday celebrations, where he was never permitted a slice. It was only upon arriving at Hogwarts that Harry finally savored the cake he had longed for, and while its flavor was delightful, he now faced the dilemma of how to eat such a beautifully crafted dessert without feeling guilty. If it were me, I would start with the head. It looks too beautiful to resist. Yet, I fear it might seem like a crime, Diana quipped, prompting Ron to gasp in horror. How could you be so cruel? At that moment, a tall figure stumbled into the auditorium, breathlessly declaring, "A troll has entered the campus." His trembling fingers fell limp as he collapsed to the ground. The news of the troll's presence ignited a wave of panic among the young wizards. But soon Dumbledore began to organize the heads of houses to escort their students back to their common rooms. Unbeknownst to anyone, a few small figures stealthily slipped out through the main entrance. Upon hearing Quirrell's words, Diana immediately connected the dots. The third floor. Wasn't that the restroom where Hermione had gone? Due to a bout of food poisoning, Hermione had rushed to the lavatory, and as fate would have it, the troll had coincidentally chosen that very restroom to invade. Harry and Ron grabbed Diana's hands, and the trio quietly made their way to the restroom, intent on rescuing their classmate. Upon arrival, they fortuitously spotted the troll lumbering through the entrance. Chapter 28. A brave battle with the troll. What do we do now? Ron stammered, his voice quaking as he gazed up at the troll, which towered 3 times their height. It was evident that, apart from Ron, Harry and the others were equally terrified. Yet they forced themselves to stand resolute, wands raised toward the beast. Meanwhile, Diana's mind raced as she contemplated which spell would be most effective at this critical juncture. Although Madame Cavendish had taught her numerous incantations at home, the sheer volume of spells she had learned left her momentarily at a loss. What spell could possibly fell the troll in a single blow? If she failed to ensure that any spell cast in haste might provoke its wrath instead. Knock it down. Find it. Set it ablaze. As the troll drew nearer, panic surged within Diana, prompting her to hastily unleash whatever spells came to mind. The troll collapsed under the weight of her spell, momentarily immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Diana grasped Harry's hand with her left and Hermione's with her right, and they dashed out of the girls' restroom, with Ron trailing closely behind. Just as they emerged, they spotted several professors hastening towards them, with no avenue for retreat. Faced with professors ahead and a troll behind, Diana led her companions toward the approaching faculty. "Professor Snape, there's a troll in the girls' restroom." Hermione and I were inside when it suddenly appeared, Diana exclaimed, her face painted with terror. Her expression akin to that of a damsel in distress caught unawares by a rogue in a compromising situation. When the professors arrived at the restroom, they found the troll unconscious on the floor, bound by ropes and singed, as if scorched by flames. "Miss Diana, kindly explain the situation," one professor inquired. Harry and Ron recounted how they had learned of the troll's approach and hastened to rescue their friends, only to discover that the creature was far mightier than they had anticipated. They had resorted to spells from their textbooks, employing those not previously taught. Driven by a spirit of trial and error, ultimately triumphing over the beast. Diana explained that it was entirely normal for two girls to enter the restroom together, while the sudden appearance of Ron and Harry in the girls' facility could raise questions. If the four of them had been dining in the Great Hall when the call for students to return to their common rooms was made, sneaking out would likely incur penalties from Snape, potentially costing them a minimum of 50 points each, a total of 150 points for the group. However, if two of them were merely attending to nature's call, no one could fault them, and Ron and Harry's presence was justified by their concern for their friends. As for confronting the troll, four of them had banded together. If points were to be awarded, all four should receive them, while any deductions should only apply to two. Since point allocations directly impacted the entire house, Diana's reasoning was strategic. Should the professors commend their bravery and award points for their valor against the troll, Gryffindor would benefit. Conversely, if points were deducted, losing just 100 would not be catastrophic. Diana's gambit paid off. Thanks to her articulate defense, not only were they spared any penalties, but Professor McGonagall awarded each of them 5 points. Chapter 29. The Quidditch Match. During lunch, Diana watched Hermione as she incessantly piled food on a Harry's plate, silently pondering the absurdity of the situation. Was it merely a Quidditch match? Indeed, that afternoon marked Harry's debut match as a Seeker, pitted against Slytherin. Given the long-standing rivalry between the two houses, Diana felt as though she were witnessing a battle devoid of smoke and fire, even before the competition had commenced. Hermione, akin to a mother eager for her son's success, stuffed Harry's plate with delectable morsels, creating a veritable mountain of food. Yet, Harry's gaze remained fixated on Diana, resembling a forlorn puppy, pleading with its master, "Why won't you feed me?" In the end, when Harry did not receive the anticipated assistance from Diana, he watched in disbelief as she suddenly remembered something and, in full view of all, strolled over to the Slytherin table. There, she found a boy from the Eastern Magic Academy, rumored to be her relative, and placed several large gift boxes beside him. After Diana departed, Fred and George observed the boy as he picked up the gifts. The twins, feigning nonchalance, ambled casually towards the Slytherin table, their eyes keenly trained on the presents in the boy's hands. When he set the gifts down, they sauntered back to their own table, only to rise once more when he picked them up again, preparing to approach the Slytherin table again. "Will you two ever cease?" Draco snapped, unable to contain his irritation. Despite his impeccable upbringing, as a Slytherin he inherently disdained Gryffindor students, perceiving them as reckless and thoughtless. Naturally, he excluded Diana from this sentiment, convinced that the Sorting Hat had erred in placing her in Gryffindor. After all, her entire family was pure blood, as was the boy from the East. The Cavendish clan exhibited all the traits of a Slytherin, leaving Draco perplexed as to why so few of their ilk were sorted into Slytherin. That afternoon, the Quidditch match commenced as scheduled, and the stands surrounding the pitch were filled to capacity. Students who had traveled from the East mingled among the various houses, some even creating banners to cheer for their teams. At that moment, the Gryffindor banner proclaimed fairness, justice, transparency, while Slytherin's read onward to victory. However, this match, once commenced, ultimately failed to embody fairness, justice, and transparency. In fact, Diana observed something peculiar about Chilo. Her sharp eyes caught a slight movement of her nephew's fingers. The ghostly ball, which had been cradled in the hands of a player on the field, suddenly slipped from their grasp and hurtled toward Chilo's face. In that fleeting moment, perhaps due to an instinctual reaction to imminent danger, Chilo instinctively turned his face away. The sound of impact was painful to witness, and a hush fell over the entire arena. Chapter 30. Dreaming of young Tom again. Just a moment prior, as Diana watched the back of Professor Chilo's head get struck, she felt a twinge of delight but stifled her laughter. Following the unfortunate incident, the student who had inadvertently hit the professor offered an apology. Chilo, stumbling over his words, reassured him that it was all right. Yet, for reasons unknown, Diana sensed an unusual atmosphere emanating from the back of Chilo's head. Nevertheless, since Chilo had declared that it was no trouble at all, the game proceeded. However, as Diana continued to watch, the scene seemed to shift dramatically, transforming into the grandeur of the Hogwarts Great Hall. The faces of the surrounding students appeared unfamiliar, yet upon spotting a familiar figure on the platform, Diana realized she must have dozed off while watching the Quidditch match and found herself here. Slytherin. Upon taking a seat, little Tom was soon adorned with the Sorting Hat, which, after a brief moment, bellowed the name of his destined house, Slytherin. The hat's tone was distinctly more animated than when it had sorted other young witches and wizards, as though it had encountered a long-lost kin, Diana Cavendish. Shortly thereafter, the students heard an elderly professor beside the Sorting Hat calling out names from a list, and it seemed that the Hogwarts students were quite astonished upon hearing their own names. Diana even noticed several youths from Slytherin whispering about a particular boy who bore a striking resemblance to herself. Curiously, with his dazzling golden hair. Diana pondered whether he could be her grandfather. After all, despite being foreign students, hair colors varied widely, and golden or brown hues were not uncommon. For instance, the Malfoy family also possessed golden hair, yet in comparison to the Cavendish lineage, theirs was significantly lighter, resembling platinum. And they carried an air of superiority that made their identity unmistakable. Regardless, Diana speculated that the golden-haired boy, if not her grandfather, must surely be an ancestor. "Oh, dear child, to which house do you wish to belong?" the old hat inquired. "Slytherin, of course," Diana interjected, not allowing the hat to continue its discourse about how she might not be suited for this or that house. She was eager to avoid its lengthy deliberations about her suitability for various houses. "Very well, such an impatient child," retorted the hat. Before it announced her final sorting result, Slytherin, Diana calmly descended from the platform and darted to sit beside Tom. "Look, we are in the same house. Are you not pleased?" However, as she gazed at Tom's expression, it appeared somewhat strange. "I've told you before, you are not her. Do not touch me." Tom's face was etched with impatience. "What? Fine, fine. Tom has grown up and no longer needs his sister now that he is in school," Diana remarked with a hint of disappointment, but her attention was swiftly captured by the exquisite dinner spread before her. As she skillfully sliced a steak into manageable pieces and elegantly conveyed them to her mouth. Chapter 31, The Former Slytherin. "Diana Cavendish, what is your relation to Thomas Cavendish? Are you pureblood or half-blood?" A haughty girl seated beside Diana inquired. "My father informs me that I am pureblood. Should a bloodline test be conducted, it would reveal my lineage to that of the Cavendishes," Diana replied, while internally contemplating that several generations had passed. If a DNA test were indeed performed, it would likely yield results. The other Slytherin students were keenly attentive to the dialogue, for whether an individual was pureblood or half-blood was pivotal to their social dynamics. Upon hearing Diana's assertion and observing her dining etiquette and other manners, they were convinced of her status. Such refinement could not possibly belong to a Muggle or a half-blood. It was evident that these customs had been instilled from a young age. Once they learned of Diana's pureblood status, they ceased to question Tom, having witnessed how she treated him. In their minds, since Tom was addressed as brother by Diana, he was likely her biological brother, or at the very least held a significant status, certainly not a half-blood. This alleviated many of Tom's concerns. Yet, Tom regarded Diana with a peculiar expression, feeling a disconcerting difference in her demeanor, albeit familiar. Ever since their visit to Diagon Alley, upon returning and waking from slumber, he sensed that Diana had undergone a profound transformation. Although she remained physically present, her actions and manner of speaking bore little distinction from before. The odd sensation persisted, as if the person before him were not the Diana he knew, resembling the robotic beings described by Muggles, performing preordained tasks. However, today felt different. While it was true that the Slytherin students exhibited a certain arrogance, they were still congenial towards purebloods. Diana found her time among them quite pleasant. Her perception of Slytherin had significantly shifted. Previously, she had only heard upperclassmen recount tales of Slytherin's disdain for others, but her interactions thus far had been rather agreeable. In contrast to the exuberance of Gryffindor, the interactions in Slytherin felt much more comfortable to Diana. The Slytherin students were not overly enthusiastic to the point of discomfort. And aside from the matter of blood status, they maintained a measured demeanor, making it an ideal environment for someone with social anxiety. As long as one was pureblood, they would receive preferential treatment in Slytherin. However, if one were half-blood, the experience could be quite grim. The better sort of Slytherins would not actively harm you nor speak ill. At most they would simply ignore you, unless they required your assistance for some reason. Otherwise, you would merely be regarded as an ordinary student. Some, however, held a contemptuous view of half-blood students, though if a half-blood exhibited exceptional talent, they might still seek to befriend them. After dinner, the prefect led them back to the dormitory. Chapter 32. The comfortable life of Slytherin. The student body of Slytherin is not particularly numerous, especially in comparison to other houses. Consequently, the allocation of dormitories typically comprises 3-person rooms at most, with the majority being shared by 2. However, students like Malfoy, being the offspring of a school board member, enjoy certain privileges, allowing them the luxury of a private room. Although it is customary for boys and girls to be housed separately, perhaps due to the professor's arrangements or the head boy's decisions, Diana finds herself sharing a room with Tom. According to the headmaster, this arrangement was made to ensure the siblings could look out for one another. Diana recalls that Tom has seemed rather melancholic of late, displaying an aversion to physical contact. Thus, she refrains from seeking his company at night as she had done previously, opting instead for a more compliant approach by settling into her own bed. After a satisfying meal and a refreshing wash, she lies down, intending to review her studies in accordance with her mother's advice to prepare in advance. However, upon opening her textbook, She discovers that the material is identical to that of her previous book, revealing that the curriculum has remained unchanged for decades. With nothing else to occupy her mind, Diana's thoughts drift into a state of blankness, and before long, she succumbs to slumber, while Tom continues to read. The light in their dormitory is still aglow. When Tom eventually glances toward the bed, he sees a little girl sleeping peacefully, her expression serene and sweet. It is amusing to think of her as the one who, with utmost seriousness, claimed to be of pure blood while weaving tales that were far from the truth. She had once insisted that she could not sleep alone in the orphanage, yet here she was, sleeping soundly by herself. Embracing the benefits of an early start, Diana ventures through the Slytherin common room the next morning, eager to partake in breakfast. However, she unexpectedly locks eyes with a massive octopus visible through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. Having heard tales of Slytherin's underwater location and the sighting of a large shadow, she is unperturbed by the creature's true form. In fact, at that moment, her mind races with 100 different culinary methods for preparing octopus. The creature, sensing her fervent gaze, casts a disdainful glance in her direction, as if to say, "If you wish to dine on me, then come and catch me yourself," before it gracefully retreats. This fleeting interaction with the octopus ignites a spark of ambition within Diana, a thought that would later manifest and satisfy her culinary cravings. As the octopus disappears from view, she adopts a dismissive expression, clutching her book, and departs the Slytherin common room, making her way to the Great Hall. With an air of familiarity, she approaches the Slytherin table. Having dined with Draco there in the past, faced with a sea of unfamiliar faces, Diana maintains an aura of noble elegance as she calmly takes her seat to eat. This poise is a testament to her lessons with Lady Cavendish, who had devoted months to teaching her the etiquette befitting a Slytherin. Concerned that Diana might struggle to integrate into the larger community, the Slytherin students, witnessing her demeanor, feel a sense of delight, as they believe that one's manners reflect their family standing. Any lingering doubts regarding Diana's previous claims are swiftly dispelled. Chapter 33. Little Tom's doubts. After residing here for several months, Diana perceives little difference between her life in Slytherin and her previous experience in Gryffindor, save for the intense competitiveness within Slytherin. She has adapted well, although the only aspect she struggles with is Tom's affectionate behavior, particularly evident during their classes. Anan, you are mistaken. The fifth step of the Polyjuice potion requires the addition of 4 leeches to the cauldron, followed by 2 spoonfuls of lacewing flies, ground into a fine powder, before adding the 2-month-old mixture to the cauldron. Thus, we must prepare our materials in advance. Tom, please keep your distance. I am fully aware of the steps, but your proximity hinders my ability to manage the ingredients effectively. Tom's embrace feels stifling to Diana, a sensation she finds uncomfortable. While she regards him as a child, an accurate observation, his actions often imply a probing curiosity about her. Recently, she has noticed Tom's peculiar habits. He frequently visits the library, poring over strange texts, and he becomes evasive whenever she attempts to discern what he is reading, hastily closing the book at her approach. Tom observes Diana closely, sensing a return of the girl he first encountered in the orphanage, no longer the docile automaton she had been. Yet this revelation only deepens his confusion. Through his daily excursions to the library, he has come to understand that humans are beings sustained by their souls. A body devoid of a soul is merely a shell. Nevertheless, young Tom is perplexed. If Diana's soul is animating her body now, then logically, a body without a soul should remain inert and devoid of thought. He ponders whether her spirit may have departed after their return from Diagon Alley, only to return on the day of sorting. Yet, he wonders, where could her soul have been during that interim? And why does her body continue to function and communicate as if it were alive? Later, while engrossed in his reading, Tom stumbles upon a term, dark magic alchemical instruments. Piecing together clues, he focuses his attention on the black necklace adorning Diana's neck, a piece he had noted long ago. It was evident that only someone of considerable means could afford such an exquisite item. Occasionally, he would see Diana wearing it, while at other times, she would leave it behind. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Tom also observed that Diana seemed rather knowledgeable about the school, effortlessly grasping spells and potions, and possessing an uncanny awareness of the moving staircases. Diana, I've prepared the ingredients. It's your turn to add them to the cauldron, he prompts. As their partnership has become well known among Slytherin students, both the students and professors are aware of the bond between the charming Tom and Diana, who are regarded as siblings. If Diana is absent, Tom prefers to tackle the professor's assignments alone rather than team up with anyone else. During potions class, their collaboration typically involves Diana preparing the potion ingredients while Tom handles the brewing. Professors hold this duo in high esteem, as it is no small feat for a child to masterfully manage the ingredients while the other perfectly concocts the potion, especially considering they have never failed in their endeavors. It is widely acknowledged that Diana excels solely in the preparation of potion ingredients, having spent a considerable duration, over half a month, assisting Severus Snape, diligently handling potion materials each evening. Should she falter in this task, her months of effort would be rendered futile. However, when it comes to brewing potions, Diana lacks proficiency, typically. She prepares the ingredients while Snape oversees the actual brewing. Furthermore, it has become evident through Diana's observations that Tom possesses an aversion to dirtiness, viewing the handling of potion materials as distasteful, leading to an unspoken understanding between them. One lacks the skill to brew, while the other is unwilling to engage in the task. Chapter 34. The Delicate Tom's Activities During Flying Class. It is well known that boys harbor a fervent passion for Quidditch, although there are exceptions, one such exception being Tom Riddle. What youth does not possess a spirited heart? It is akin to young boys' admiration for Ultraman and armored warriors in the wizarding world. The most exhilarating pursuit for young boys is soaring through the skies on broomsticks, with the added thrill of playing a game in the air. Regrettably, Tom finds no appeal in such activities, dismissing them as pursuits only foolish individuals would cherish, lacking any semblance of grace or decorum. Diana, on the other hand, often ponders whether boys riding broomsticks experience discomfort. This question has lingered in her mind, particularly after observing Harry, Ron, and even Draco, who seem to possess an inexplicable enthusiasm for Quidditch. Even Harry, who had never engaged with the sport prior to attending school, developed a fervent obsession with it upon his arrival. Although it is class time, the library remains populated with students, as some courses are self-study periods. And as long as one engages in academic pursuits, professors welcome such endeavors. Today, Diana felt unwell during flying class and decided to take a leave of absence. Tom Riddle, it seems, has never attended a flying class, and his reasoning was quite compelling. He simply procured a note from the hospital wing, stating that he was unfit for flying lessons. Diana was taken aback, having never witnessed such an occurrence, especially since the hospital wing's healer acquiesced to his request. Coincidentally feeling unwell, Diana requested a leave from her professor, intending to seek out Tom in the library, where he frequently spends his time. However, as she approached the library, she spotted Tom hurriedly exiting, as though he were on an urgent errand, completely oblivious to her presence. The direction he took seemed to lead toward the Forbidden Forest. After a considerable distance, Diana finally caught up with him. Yet today, during her first attempt at stealth, she stumbled upon a chilling scene. A fawn lay motionless on the ground, appearing to have been born only recently. To her horror, she witnessed Tom raise his wand toward the fawn, uttering the incantation, Cruciatus. Initially, Diana assumed he would cease after that, but he continued to cast the spell on the creature multiple times before finally halting. However, this was not the end. To her shock, he produced a small knife from seemingly nowhere. Diana dared not utter a sound, cautiously retreating, fearful that any noise might draw his attention and result in her own demise. Although her heart yearned to save the helpless fawn, she sensed that after enduring several rounds of the Cruciatus curse, the newborn creature would likely not survive. Moreover, Diana felt something was amiss with Tom. Was he being tormented? Or was there a disturbance in his mind? Chapter 35. Awakening in Fear. Thus, Diana returned to her dormitory with icy hands and feet, washed up, and laid down on her bed. Initially, she had intended to spend some time in the library reading, waiting for class to end before returning to her dormitory. But now she felt unwell and decided to rest instead. "Hey Diana, wake up. Quidditch has ended. We must return," came a voice. "Anan, wake up. It's time for dinner in the Great Hall. Ub is already waiting." In her drowsy state, Diana perceived someone calling her, a voice reminiscent of Hermione's, yet intermingled with Tom's. Quidditch? Ub? She had thought she had merely dozed off during flying class. How could Quidditch be involved? If she had somehow returned to 1991, Ub should not be present in this era, nor should she be hearing Tom's voice. Diana dismissed it as a mere illusion, waving her hand to dispel the noise. With a resounding smack, she struck Tom across the face, and in her slumber, she sensed the unusual sensation, jolting her awake. To her astonishment, she found herself on someone's back. "Cedric?" Diana gazed perplexedly at the boy carrying her, clad in Hufflepuff robes with dark hair. Based on his stature and attire, she deduced he must be Cedric. "You're awake? Did I cause you discomfort?" Cedric gently inquired upon hearing her voice. "No, not at all. I woke up on my own. Please, put me down. I can walk." "What happened?" Diana asked, puzzled as to why she had awakened being carried. Cedric was quite the notable figure at Hogwarts, a distinguished Hufflepuff, and Diana had heard tales of his kindness and charm, which she believed to be true. Perhaps unbeknownst to many, Diana had previously encountered Cedric during her confinement with Snape. Cedric, having listened to Diana, found a nearby chair and set her down. "Do you not recall? You fell asleep during the Quidditch match." A girl named Hermione was calling for you several times, but you did not awaken. She asked me to look after you while she sought assistance from a Gryffindor student. Concerned you might fall ill if you remained here, I decided to carry you back to the Gryffindor common room, so your dorm mates could escort you the rest of the way. Thank you, Cedric. After expressing her gratitude, Diana noticed familiar figures approaching from a distance, who thanked Cedric before hastily departing. She resolved to visit the kitchen in a few days to prepare some treats for Cedric. For it was winter, and had it not been for Cedric, her prolonged slumber might have led to illness. Upon returning to her dormitory, she found her roommates animatedly recounting the events of the Quidditch match, mostly praising Wood's captivating performance. Chapter 36, The Eastern Magical Academy versus Hogwarts, the First Match Division. After the occurrences of these past two events, Diana surmised that her journey back over 50 years was likely a consequence of inadvertently dozing off. The disparity in time between the two realms suggested that she and Tom might have spent several months, or even half a semester, in that world, while only a few hours, or at most a couple of days, had elapsed here. The students who had traveled from the East were assigned to various colleges based on their interests, attending classes alongside the resident Hogwarts students of their respective houses. After more than a month of study, the first competition was finally upon them. Throughout this month, Hogwarts students had been exposed to Eastern courses such as alchemy, cultivation, and sword mastery, while the Eastern students had been introduced to Hogwarts magical and potion studies. However, mastering the intricacies of Eastern knowledge within such a brief period posed considerable challenges. Concepts that could be succinctly expressed in just a few words in the East would require the Western students to slowly grasp and learn from scratch, or wait for their teacher's guidance. Notably, the instruction provided in a single class was rather limited. Diana believed that the Ravenclaw students had indeed benefited from their studies. Given their conducive learning environment, especially with the presence of the Asian student, Xiao Zhang, who seemed quite adept. As for Slytherin, recalling her mischievous nephew, Diana felt he resembled a double agent. Although she was uncertain of his origins, she was convinced that the unfortunate Slytherin students had suffered greatly at his hands. This event resembled a team competition, with the Great Hall divided by year groups. The upperclassmen formed teams first, mingling among the houses, some drawing numbers that aligned with their own house, while others found themselves paired with students from rival houses. Additionally, there were peculiar combinations arising from the Eastern Cultivation Academy's sorting. When it came to the younger students, Diana casually retrieved a ball from a box, unfolding a green slip of paper bearing the prominently inscribed number 1. What bad luck, I'm the first to compete, she lamented, her eyes narrowing at the ominous numeral. To her surprise, a young man approached, holding a paper of the same hue, bathed in sunlight filtering through the window, casting a golden glow upon him, rendering him almost ethereal. With his raven-black hair and cerulean eyes, he advanced gracefully, reminiscent of an elegant nobleman, though she recalled he indeed belonged to the illustrious noble house of Nott. Do you remember me, Miss Cavendish? We briefly crossed paths at the Malfoy family's soiree, Theodore said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Of course, I remember you. You are from the Nott family. Theodore, correct? You left quite an impression on me. Were you unwell during the banquet? I noticed you were rather quiet. I saw you again during the sorting, though you may not have noticed me, as I was at the very back, Diana responded, feeling elated that he remembered her despite their fleeting encounter. Thank you for your concern. I'm quite well now. I'm truly delighted to be teamed up with you for this competition, Theodore replied, his pale face tinged with a blush, seemingly pleased by her words. Unbeknownst to them, their interaction was being keenly observed. Professors seated at the dais, resembling two imposing icebergs, discreetly distanced themselves. Among the students, some looked on with indignation. Chapter 37, The First Battle Commences. As per the initial grouping, the upperclassmen led the way, followed by the younger students. The day's agenda was entirely focused on the competition. Those who were not yet called to compete enjoyed their leisure within the academy, while those awaiting their turn felt a surge of anxiety. Diana was unsure of others' feelings, but she herself was quite nervous. Despite having diligently studied a tome on her past life's cultivation techniques and feeling reasonably confident, the impending competition sparked a wave of trepidation within her. The thought of performing in front of a large audience made her heart race, akin to the anxiety one feels when unexpectedly called upon to jump during a physical education test, desperately wishing to avoid the spotlight, yet ultimately compelled to face it. Diana found herself in such a predicament, despite her knowledge that the timing of her performance, whether early or late, would not alter her nervousness. The realization of being the first to compete left her feeling particularly anxious. She even questioned why other protagonists from similar narratives could remain calm and even enliven the atmosphere during such moments. Do not fret, it is merely a competition. I am here with you, Theodore reassured her, gently grasping her hand. The warmth of his touch revealed just how tense she truly was, her hands icy with apprehension. Let go, How can you hold our little sister's hand like that? She is not someone you can simply flirt with, you rascal from Gryffindor." Fred and George, who had been observing Diana, could no longer contain themselves. Fred rushed over and pulled Diana's hand away. "Fred, calm down. Theodore and I are friends and teammates. We are about to compete, and he is simply comforting me because he noticed my anxiety," Diana explained. "I misspoke. I am George," replied George, mistaking Fred's playful quip for a game of teasing. "I am Fred," he chimed in, immediately seizing the opportunity to join the jest. Diana extricated her hand from Fred's grasp. "George, we are classmates and friends, and furthermore, we are teammates. In this society, holding hands is quite normal. Not to mention the customs of greeting and hugging, so there is nothing inappropriate about it." Fred felt a pang of disappointment as Diana withdrew her hand. His intent was merely to prevent her from holding hands with another, and he too could wish to hold hands if he desired. He wondered why Diana took his jest to heart. After all, she had been the one to clarify her name initially. Did she truly struggle to distinguish between him and George? The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. In a moment of childish thought, Fred mused that if he truly ignored Diana, she would surely come to coax him back. However, the reality was that Diana failed to grasp the reason behind Fred's irritation. Observing his displeasure, she deemed it prudent to grant him some space, and, bidding farewell to George, made her way to the competition arena, ready to witness the unfolding events. The competition venues were ingeniously crafted from several expansive locations within Hogwarts, fortified with protective enchantments. Among the participants was Diana, perhaps the rather unfortunate one, unacquainted with the aquatic realm and lacking swimming skills. The competition arena designated for her was the third arena, where a misstep could result in an unwelcome plunge into the ominous Black Lake. The only creature in the lake that piqued Diana's interest was the colossal squid, but that was under the condition that she wouldn't have to dive in to capture it, should she fall into the depths of the Black Lake. The prospects of return would be bleak. At this very moment, the third arena was alive with the contest between Cedric and his partner, a third-year student from an Eastern Magical Academy, presumably studying at Hufflepuff, against two Hogwarts students, one from Slytherin and the other from Gryffindor. Diana recalled the Gryffindor upperclassmen, who seemed to be of mixed heritage, while the haughty Slytherin appeared to belong to the Sacred 28. She had encountered him at a soiree at Malfoy Manor. However, the match seemed somewhat trivial for Cedric. The two opposing wizards, the Gryffindor and Slytherin, simultaneously uttered their incantations. The Slytherin student conjured a snake, which emerged onto the stage, while the Gryffindor counterpart unleashed a fiery inferno that fortuitously engulfed the very spot where the snake had materialized. The moment the serpent emerged, it was singed to a crisp. Before Cedric could utter a spell to halt the chaos, Diana observed the Slytherin upperclassmen and the Gryffindor upperclassmen embroiled in a heated argument, their exchange revolving around accusations of incompetence, one berating the other for summoning a snake, while the other retorted about the flames scorching his serpent. As the two continued their bickering, the gentle Cedric patiently awaited the conclusion of their squabble to resume the match. Yet, the Eastern student beside him exhibited far less patience. He swiftly cast a spell that unceremoniously dispatched the two from the arena. The pair, bewildered, were ejected from the stage, but Diana mused that had she been in their shoes, she might have acted similarly. After all, their internal conflict was an egregious waste of time, especially with other competitors awaiting their turn. In fact, she found Cedric's approach excessively lenient, given the perilous lake nearby. The Eastern student's decision to merely eject them from the arena instead of plunging them into the lake seemed notably benevolent. Without surprise, Cedric emerged victorious, having suffered no harm, and neither did his opponents, earning accolades from the professors within the academy. The next match was set to feature Diana and Theodore. What a twist of fate. Diana considered it quite the coincidence that her adversaries comprised a Slytherin and a Ravenclaw. Unluckily, the Slytherin was her own nephew, while the Ravenclaw was a young girl who appeared to be quite amiable with her nephew. As the tension mounted, Diana, observing her opponent's readiness, knew she could not afford to stand idle. The spectacle that unfolded for onlookers was that the Ravenclaw girl was swiftly dispatched from the platform by Theodore, leaving the battlefield resembling a scene of domestic conflict. Theodore stood by, watching as Diana unleashed a flurry of spells. Her magic flowed forth as if in abundance, relentlessly striking one after another. At times, when Diana seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed, Theodore instinctively pulled her to safety. Meanwhile, her nephew, the Eastern wizard Tang Sui, found himself in a precarious position, left to valiantly withstand the onslaught alone after his partner fell early in the match. Ultimately, Tang Sui could not withstand Diana's fierce barrage and was unceremoniously knocked off the platform. This contest concluded with Gryffindor and Slytherin each gaining 5 points. The victory of Diana and Theodore marked a promising start for the new entrants of both houses. Despite the long-standing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, The new Slytherin students were well aware of the cordial ties between young Malfoy and the Gryffindor Cadwallader. Even the young heir of the Knott family showed considerable affection toward Cadwallader. Diana had thus established a formidable reputation through this battle, as it was evident to all that she had been the driving force behind their success. The Knott heir, aside from initially dispatching the Ravenclaw student, had done little more than assist occasionally. In contrast, Cadwallader seemed to wield an endless reservoir of magic, casting spells with remarkable frequency. As for the vanquished Tang Sui, he felt little remorse. In his heart, he understood that victory and defeat were commonplace in competition. He accepted his shortcomings with grace and turned his focus to his studies. In the library, it became a common sight to witness a Slytherin student from the East and a Ravenclaw student diligently researching spells together or training in the open fields. In summary, this first match yielded commendable scores for all houses, even for the Eastern Academy students, whose presence contributed significantly to their respective houses' tallies. Notably, Diana's friends also fared well in this contest. Although Neville appeared to have lost, it was rumored that as soon as he entered the arena, he was met with a storm of lightning from the opposing Eastern Academy students, leaving him rather unfortunate, as both of his adversaries hailed from this school and unleashed a tempest that seemed to pursue him relentlessly. According to the competition schedule, the next match would take place in a month, with them as the first team to compete. In the tranquil grove, Theodore and Diana strolled as if they were a couple enjoying a leisurely walk. Theodore inquired, "So, have our opponents changed?" Diana responded, contemplating that it was likely they would face the same adversaries again, as they had already triumphed, and it would probably take some time before they crossed paths once more. "Indeed," she replied. "Word has it that our next opponents are from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. It may not be an easy feat, it was true, as Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students often attended classes together, fostering a camaraderie that would likely serve them well in this forthcoming match." Listening to Theodore's words, Diana expressed her agreement, remarking that in comparison to the camaraderie between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, Slytherin and Gryffindor, should they truly face off, might not stand a favorable chance. After all, throughout the years, the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor had been fierce and deeply rooted. "I believe we could also venture to the library to study some spells that our professors have yet to teach," Diana suggested. Although the prospect of self-studying spells not covered by the professors posed certain challenges in the absence of guidance, Diana felt confident that both she and Theodore, not being particularly dim-witted, could assist each other in the learning process. "Miss Cavendish, I believe I ought to have a word with your father regarding your association with Mr. Knott." Just as the two were deep in discussion, Severus's voice suddenly emerged from behind them. They turned to see Severus, who had appeared without them noticing. Observing the distance between Diana and Theodore, Severus cast a glance that prompted them to instinctively separate. Although they had done nothing wrong, Diana couldn't shake the feeling that the scene resembled a wife caught in infidelity by her husband. "Headmaster, we were merely discussing the competition," Theodore attempted to clarify. "Indeed, Professor Snape, we are genuinely just discussing the upcoming match. Those who progressed past the first round must possess some degree of skill. Therefore, I believe it is imperative we have a thorough understanding of our opponents." However, to Severus's ears, this sounded entirely different. Hearing Diana's words, he felt no joy in the notion that his students understood the importance of self-discipline, strategic awareness, and the pursuit of their enemies' weaknesses. Rather, he was overwhelmed with dismay. Years ago, when he participated in the competition, he had felt a sense of pleasure listening to Diana's advice about knowing oneself and the enemy. But now, seeing her discuss strategies with another, he found no joy in it. The respectful way she addressed him as professor only fueled his irritation. Yet he could not pinpoint any fault in Diana's actions. Chapter 39. Must even detention be contested? Ultimately, Severus made it clear that he was not paying attention to their conversation. In fact, Diana was subsequently detained again, but on her way, she encountered an unexpected event. She ran into Quirrell. "Professor Snape, I have applied to Dumbledore, as Miss Cavendish's defense against the dark arts class has proven quite unsatisfactory. Henceforth, Miss Cavendish will study with me, and coincidentally, it is now our lesson time." Upon seeing Quirrell approach, Diana initially thought she might be rescued. Believing that Quirrell's appearance meant he had something to discuss with Snape, which would allow her to slip away during their conversation. However, she could not have anticipated that while she was half correct, the other half would plunge her into despair. In Diana's mind, Snape and Quirrell were equally daunting figures. But if she were to admit a fear, it was undoubtedly of Snape, especially when she recalled the anxiety of handling potion ingredients late at night. Yet, regarding the defense against the dark arts class, Diana felt confident and was puzzled as to why she suddenly needed to switch to studying with Quirrell. Ultimately, Diana found herself being escorted not just by one, but by two professors towards Dumbledore's office, flanked on either side like a criminal being apprehended. "Would you like some cockroach clusters?" "No, Thank you, headmaster. You may keep those for your own enjoyment. Observing the elderly man before her, Diana found it disconcerting to see him winking at her like a child. Indeed, whether traversing 50 years into the past or 50 years into the future, her aversion to Dumbledore remained unchanged. He always seemed to regard her with a calculating gaze, as if he were aware of her potential utility, which unsettled her greatly. Albus, I believe Miss Cavendish's defense against the dark arts class is already quite adequate. There is no need for punitive study. However, Miss Cavendish's potion skills are simply abysmal. Sirius remarked with evident irritation, as though Diana's lack of proficiency in potions were a grievous transgression. No, headmaster. I believe Miss Cavendish would benefit more from defense against the dark arts, as it could very well save her life, Quirrell stammered. However, potions can also save lives in critical moments. Sirius countered, responding to Quirrell's assertion. Yes, both subjects are crucial and can save oneself or others in dire situations. Quirinus, I have indeed mentioned that you could have Miss Cavendish study with you. However, as you and Sirius are both requesting her simultaneously, it poses quite a dilemma. Perhaps we should prioritize Miss Cavendish's needs. After all, it concerns her future, does it not? Dumbledore's words drew the attention of both professors squarely onto Diana, who had been observing with a sense of detached curiosity, now feeling the weight of their expectant and somewhat threatening gazes. Whether it was merely a figment of her imagination, Diana could have sworn she glimpsed a flicker of crimson in Quirrell's eyes, but she dismissed it, attributing it to the natural hue of his eyes, merely illuminated by the sunlight. Only Sirius's gaze seemed to communicate a silent ultimatum. Choose me, or face dire consequences. Am I allowed to refuse detention? I believe my studies are quite commendable. Miss Cavendish, should I comment on your excessive self-confidence? Beyond handling potion ingredients. Do not presume I am unaware that your potions are primarily crafted by your partner, Miss Granger. Indeed, Miss Cavendish, this approach is untenable. One must actively seek guidance from professors on unfamiliar topics, who will provide thorough explanations. Faced with the synchronized admonishments from Quirrell and Sirius, Diana felt utterly at a loss. Whatever claim she had to choice seemed utterly disregarded, as if her words had flown unnoticed past their ears. Then I shall choose Professor Quirrell. After considerable contemplation, Diana finally articulated her decision. Compared to Severus Snape, she reasoned that Quirrell, though peculiar, would pose less danger. With that thought in mind, she made her choice. Subsequently, Diana naturally followed the professors as they led her to the office she had visited once before. Speaking of which, Diana was still unaware of when she had departed that previous time, nor how she had awakened in the infirmary. Professor, what shall I do next? The office remained unchanged. Yet she pondered whether the defense against the dark arts would truly be practiced here. The space, while ample for an office, with a bedroom, restroom, and living area, seemed inadequate for the purpose of training in magic. Perhaps you should refer to me as brother or dear. After all, we are husband and wife. Diana observed Chilo, who seemed lost in thought, and noticed his sudden joy, which struck her as utterly perplexing. She could not fathom how she, an 11-year-old child, could be considered his spouse. Diana prided herself on her discerning nature, convinced she would never find herself entangled with someone nearly the same age as her father, and yet here stood Chilo, fitting that very description. Professor, I believe it is time for us to focus on our studies. Anxious, Anan interjected. Hearing this address made Diana feel oddly uncomfortable. Although many referred to her this way daily, hearing it from Chilo felt disconcerting, perhaps because it was the first time he had called her by that name. As she watched Chilo approach her step by step, she realized there was no retreat. Behind her was a wall, and before her stood the professor. Today, our lesson will be the Cruciatus Curse. As the mistress of the Death Eaters, it is imperative that you master this spell, which will serve you well in punishing those who defy your commands. The test subject has already been prepared for you. Come, my girl. A dreadful thought crossed Diana's mind. Could this Chilo be possessed? His words evoked a memory of someone she knew, a person who had always been fascinated by dark magic, even experimenting on living beings. Chapter 40, The Cruciatus Curse. Just as Diana was lost in contemplation, pondering whether this was the same person she knew, she found herself swept into Chilo's arms and placed upon the sofa. He held her tightly, rendering her immobile, reminiscent of a young girl cradling her beloved doll, occasionally fiddling with its hair or adjusting its clothes. Professor, this is inappropriate. Our conduct is unbecoming, and I cannot focus on my studies, Diana protested, feeling uncomfortable and yearning to escape, but he held her even tighter, his voice soft yet commanding. You can do this. Now relax. I will guide you step by step in wielding the Cruciatus Curse. Let us see which unfortunate soul shall be your first test subject. How about that, dear? My first subject was also a newly born deer, utterly defenseless, incapable of retaliation, and thus, no harm shall come to you. As she listened, Diana's realization dawned. This was not Chilo at all. It was Tom Riddle. Yet, she could not comprehend how he had transformed into this ghastly form. During her time here, she found it increasingly difficult to recall the plot of the Harry Potter films she had once watched. Now, gazing at Tom within Chilo's guise, she was engulfed in confusion, questioning why he had become this way and what he meant by referring to her as his wife. Diana, you must concentrate on your studies. You are in my embrace. Yet your mind wanders. This is unacceptable. You should devote yourself entirely to me and my words. You will be punished for this distraction, but that punishment shall be reserved for after my return. Noticing Diana's inattentiveness, Tom felt a surge of displeasure. Initially, he contemplated punishing her with a fierce kiss. But upon remembering he was in Chilo's body, he dismissed the idea. Tom would not allow anyone to tarnish Diana. He might commit unspeakable acts, but he would never permit anyone, even himself in this borrowed form, to sully her purity. Very well, Professor, I shall focus. However, I believe it would be more effective to stand while casting spells. Sitting here makes it challenging to perform magic, Diana stated earnestly. Her current position, half reclining in his embrace, hindered her ability to cast spells effectively. Diana is a clever girl. You can do this. Moreover, you must acclimate to this position. Follow my movements, take your wand, and direct it at that deer. Imagine it as your enemy and recite the incantation with me. Crucio. As Tom uttered the spell, Diana followed suit, reciting the incantation that once sent chills down her spine. However, perhaps due to her lack of innate talent for dark curses, she failed miserably, producing no semblance of magic. I apologize, Professor. I may be a bit dull, Diana said, her voice laced with regret, only to be met with Tom affectionately ruffling her hair. Do not fret. It is merely a spell. Perhaps it is indeed a bit challenging for you at this stage, Tom reassured her, as if this outcome were to be expected. He continued to play with her hair, perhaps enjoying the sensation, and did so frequently, leaving Diana's meticulously styled hair in disarray, resembling that of a lion. Diana shot him an indignant glance, prompting him to cease his actions. Perhaps it was because she recognized him as Tom that their interactions became more natural, devoid of previous awkwardness. At least Diana's impression of Tom was still rooted in their first year. Despite witnessing his current form and his use of the Cruciatus curse on a fawn, she still viewed him as the boy she had shared time with at the orphanage. Little did she know that the Tom before her was far removed from the innocent boy with a few mischievous thoughts. This was the Voldemort who had instilled terror throughout England. If Diana had known of the atrocities Tom would commit in the future, she would have endeavored to ensure that, should she traverse time again, she would eliminate the menace to society and her own life. Unfortunately, she remained blissfully ignorant of the dark path this Tom would eventually tread. Compared to her previous experiences, this encounter felt significantly more normal. Diana entered with Chilo and later joined him for dinner in the Great Hall. Finally, she returned to the dormitory, feeling a sense of relief as she reunited with Hermione and the others. Unbeknownst to her, that evening, the creatures that had survived her failed spell in the professor's office met a grim fate, their remains discarded in the wilderness, ultimately serving as sustenance for a giant spider. Upon Diana's return to the dormitory, Hermione, like a concerned mother, inquired about her experience, anxious to know if she had faced any danger. Only after confirming that Diana was unharmed did Hermione relax. Then, she eagerly asked Diana what she had learned during her time with Professor Chilo. It seemed that ever since Diana's confinement began, Hermione had adopted the habit of inquiring about her lessons upon her return. If Diana recounted something Hermione was familiar with, she would take on the role of a small teacher, testing Diana's knowledge. However, if she encounters unfamiliar content, she remains humble and seeks guidance. Yet this time, Diana truly finds herself at a loss for words. It would be quite inappropriate to disclose that today I learned about one of the 4 unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus curse. After all, in the eyes of a child, everything is black or white. Hermione, being a diligent student, has read extensively and is somewhat aware that there are indeed 4 unforgivable curses in this magical realm. All that Professor Quirrell taught me today was merely standard content. It seems that due to my poor performance and insufficient homework, Professor Quirrell mentioned to Dumbledore the need for remedial lessons. Thankfully, with Professor Quirrell's assistance, I was spared from being taken away by Snape, who likely misunderstood my discussion with Theodore about the competition. Diana attempted to evade the topic, successfully bringing an end to this inquiry about her studies. Yet Hermione's attention shifted to the matter concerning Diana and Theodore. Diana could tell that Hermione was likely misinterpreting the situation. Chapter 41. Into the Dream, Advantages. Surrounded by a cacophony of voices, Diana opened her eyes to find herself in a classroom, resting on her desk. As she raised her head, she noticed that she was encircled by a throng of people, predominantly women. The attire of these individuals was unmistakably that of Hogwarts' various house uniforms, and they appeared to be upperclassmen. It was only then that Diana realized her own clothing was that of Slytherin, and seated beside her was a tall man, also clad in Slytherin robes. With his dark hair and eyes, he seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her, as did the surrounding crowd, none of whom she recognized. Just as Diana was about to rise, she felt a hand grasp her arm. Turning around, she found that it was the very man who had been conversing animatedly with those around him. "I need to visit the restroom." Upon hearing Diana's words, the man released her, allowing her to leave. Unbeknownst to her, he gazed intently at her departing figure for a considerable time, his expression shifting to one of delight as if he had deduced something, thus affording the surrounding chatterboxes a newfound patience. Yet, as Diana surveyed the familiar surroundings, she experienced an inexplicable sense of panic. The people she encountered along the way seemed to know her, yet she could not recall who they were or how she had suddenly grown so much older. What had transpired during this time? Where were Harry, Hermione, Ron, Fred, George, Draco, Theodore, and Snape? Diana now felt utterly bewildered. The people around her appeared somewhat foreign, and she was even unsure of where her dormitory was located. If she were in Harry's era, her dormitory would have been in Gryffindor, alongside Hermione. But now Hermione was nowhere to be found. If she were in Slytherin, she ought to be with Tom, yet she could not locate him. The last time she left that world, she was in her first year, and now only a few months had passed since her initial arrival. Gazing at the Black Lake, Diana fell into contemplation. Since she could not find her dormitory and was uncertain of the current time period, could she perhaps use magic to capture the giant squid from the lake and prepare an iron plate of octopus? Would that result in punishment from the professors? Diana. Ultimately, it was a sudden voice that interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she saw the boy standing there. Wasn't he the one who had just been sitting beside her? Upon seeing him, Diana's immediate reaction was to note his impressive height. But who was he? Was he the boyfriend of her current self? What's wrong? Diana struggled to recall this person's name, but recognizing that he had called to her, it seemed prudent to respond. To ease the awkwardness, she devised a strategy. When she replied, she would avoid using his name, thus concealing her unfamiliarity and sparing them both from discomfort. "Tonight is Christmas. Our last Christmas at this school before graduation next year. Aren't you supposed to be Abraxas' partner tonight? You should return to your dormitory to change." Listening to his words, Diana grasped the significance of this brief exchange. She had discerned the current timeline, confirming that she was indeed in the era of 50 years ago. Abraxas refers to Abraxas Malfoy, Draco's grandfather. Presently, she was approximately 18 years old, in her 7th year at Hogwarts, on the brink of graduation. This was the final Christmas, coinciding with the most intense year at Hogwarts. This realization meant that just moments ago, she had been a first-year student, frolicking with Harry and the others, occasionally attending extra lessons with professors, and had been regarded as one of the top students in her year, thanks to the additional help. Yet in the blink of an eye, she had been thrust into her 7th year, having lost all knowledge from the intervening years. Time was short, and exams loomed near. She needed to learn all the material from 2nd through 6th year in a scant amount of time. The boy before her was likely Tom Riddle. The last time she had entered this world, she perceived Tom as a child, but now she felt like a child herself. "Tom, brother, how does this outfit look?" After returning to her dormitory, Diana donned the gown she had prepared earlier and approached Tom. The dress, a rich emerald green, was adorned with black vintage patterns on the bodice, exposing her shoulders, complemented by a grandmother green necklace crafted from silver. The gown accentuated Diana's perfect curves, unmistakably marking her as a Slytherin at a glance. "Change it. I recall having prepared a gown for the ball for you. Wear that one." Upon seeing the dress on Diana, Tom felt a surge of irritation. It was not that the dress was unattractive, rather, Diana looked stunning in it. Even with her hair simply cascading down without styling, she was undeniably beautiful. Yet Tom found the outfit displeasing, as it exposed too much of her shoulders. The lace design on the sleeves revealed her porcelain skin, while the waist and skirt highlighted Diana's alluring figure. Abraxas had excellent taste, both in fashion and in people. The dress seemed tailored specifically for Diana, accentuating her features while concealing any flaws. However, because it was chosen by Abraxas and worn by Diana, Tom's discontent only deepened. He had prepared a gown for her long before, and while he might have been indifferent a few days prior, even accepting her relationship with Abraxas as a means to solidify their bond, he now understood that the Diana before him was truly her returned. Now that his Diana had come back, Tom could not allow her relationship with Abraxas to progress any further. The previous version of Diana, whom he deemed a mere imitation, could be disregarded. After all, her spirit had not returned. To Tom, that impostor simply served to animate Diana's body, preventing it from decaying. Chapter 42. Into the Dream, the Ball. Diana remained oblivious to Tom's thoughts. She was only aware that her ensemble suited her aesthetic, elegantly concealing her imperfections while simultaneously showcasing her physical attributes. This principle mirrored the way women select their garments. those with fuller figures seek to appear slimmer. Individuals with a pear-shaped physique aim to obscure their thighs and hips, while those with broad shoulders prefer attire that downplays their upper body. Diana was no different. She had a particular fondness for the dress she wore, appreciating its pleasing color. Yet, she mused that she might have preferred it in blue. As for the dress Tom had mentioned, she had indeed seen it hanging in her wardrobe. It was splendid, predominantly black, and quite attractive. However, Diana felt that wearing black on such a festive occasion as Christmas, a celebration akin to a foreign New Year, seemed rather somber and unlucky. Moreover, that particular dress felt heavy on her frame and constricted her waist uncomfortably. Given the two options, it was clear that Diana would choose the dress that offered her comfort while skillfully hiding her flaws. As the Christmas gala commenced, Diana linked arms with her brother Tom, making their entrance. Upon stepping into the venue, she was struck by the ambience akin to a wedding. Abraxas Malfoy stood at the center of the crowd, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, engaging in lively conversation. As Tom and Diana arrived, the surrounding guests instinctively parted to create space, and Abraxas reached out to take Diana's hand. She was already prepared to accompany him, for according to Tom, she was to be Abraxas Malfoy's date for the evening. As they walked, Diana overheard snippets of conversation that led her to surmise that, after she departed from this world, her body would be perceived as being in a romantic relationship with Abraxas Malfoy. However, Tom seemed unwilling to relinquish Diana's hand, holding on firmly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he conversed with those nearby. "Brother, the gala has begun. I must join my partner. Your date must be waiting as well," Diana gently reminded him. "Diana, aren't you my date?" Tom replied. "Brother, you mustn't jest. We are siblings. I have already arranged to be with Abraxas, as you know. It is simply not appropriate now." Diana's expression shifted to one of disbelief. This was the same person who had urged her to change quickly, declaring she would be Abraxas's partner for the evening. Diana harbored no dissatisfaction regarding her role as Abraxas Malfoy's companion. After all, he was quite handsome. Furthermore, she could confidently assert that he was under Tom's protection, ensuring her safety, and who could resist the allure of a man willing to spend money on a woman? Diana was thoroughly pleased with him, especially since her exquisite attire and jewelry had been gifts from him. This only heightened her satisfaction. He had commendable taste, demonstrated a willingness to spend on women, and was a gentleman, at least on the surface, which was undoubtedly delightful. He possessed good manners, refinement, wealth, and intellect. In stark contrast to Diana's growing admiration for Abraxas, Tom felt as though he had swallowed something bitter, akin to having something that belonged to him snatched away. The girl who had once climbed onto his bed as a child and affectionately called him brother now seemed intent on throwing herself into another's embrace. Riddle felt a surge of anger, a desire to cast an Avada Kedavra upon his subordinate. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding him that this was also his financial benefactor. Ultimately, when the moment arrived for the dance, Diana glided across the floor with Abraxas for the opening number. Their pairing of handsome man and beautiful woman was a sight to behold, captivating even the Gryffindor students, despite the couple being Slytherins. Yet, Tom Riddle, seated on the sofa, could not find joy in witnessing the harmonious duo at the center of the dance floor. An invisible chill surrounded him as nearby girls and boys eagerly sought to approach. One girl did muster the courage to engage, perhaps with intentions of flirtation, but Tom's mere glare sent her scurrying away. Observing this, others instinctively distanced themselves from him. However, could the departure of people dispel the chill? Not at all, for Diana continued to dance with Abraxas. Despite his anger, Tom remained courteous towards the professors in attendance. After the gala concluded, Diana followed Abraxas like a dutiful girlfriend, accompanying him as he mingled with others. Occasionally, when Abraxas glanced her way, she would respond with a warm smile and inquire if he required any assistance, embodying the demeanor of a family matriarch. What had started as a delightful Christmas soiree in Slytherin had transformed into a Malfoy family affair. Diana's etiquette was impeccable, befitting both a lady of the house and a refined debutante, having been personally instructed by Lady Cavendish. After the festivities, Diana strolled back to her dormitory, carrying her magnificent high-heeled shoes and walking barefoot on the cool floor. The corridors of Slytherin were deserted, likely due to everyone still socializing in the banquet hall, with only a solitary lamp illuminating her path. However, the further she descended into Slytherin, the colder it became, exacerbated by the dampness of the castle's lower levels. The dress she wore left her shoulders exposed, and the chill was biting. Yet, Diana had not yet mastered the warming charm and could only quicken her pace towards her dormitory. Just then, as she passed a corner, she felt someone embrace her tightly from behind. Instinctively, she attempted to cry out, but her mouth was swiftly covered. The darkness of the corner, likely influenced by the festive atmosphere of the Christmas gala, engulfed her. In her haste, she reached for her wand. only to realize it was still resting on her desk in the dormitory due to her formal attire. "Make no sound, and I shall release you, all right?" Tom whispered in her ear, his voice somewhat familiar. In her panic, Diana's mind was too preoccupied with thoughts of escape to consider the familiarity of his tone. As she entered the pitch-black classroom, seizing the opportunity while her assailant was momentarily distracted, she kicked backwards. The sudden pain caused him to bend over. And in that fleeting moment, she swiftly opened the door and fled towards her dormitory. Once back in her room, a lingering sense of fear gripped her, overshadowed by regret for not having kept her wand on hand. Had she anticipated such an encounter, she would have endured the discomfort of wearing those high heels just to ensure she could deliver a kick that would leave him incapacitated for his audacity in ambushing her. Diana, at present, harbors a profound sense of unease regarding the individual who dragged her into the pitch-black classroom. Although she could not discern their visage, she firmly believes that such actions are indicative of a nefarious character. The school's events are fraught with complications, particularly for the female students. The prelude to the ball demands an abundance of patience in adorning oneself with jewelry and attire, and even after the festivities conclude, one must still exhibit patience to remove makeup. As Diana emerged from the restroom, having completed her ablutions, she beheld Tom seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "Did you enjoy the Christmas banquet?" Tom inquired, his countenance cold as he regarded Diana stepping out of the lavatory. It was all right, I suppose." Diana, momentarily taken aback by his question, quickly responded, though she could not shake the impression that Tom Riddle, despite his unchanging expression and demeanor reminiscent of nobility, seemed somewhat discontented. Diana was oblivious to the reasons behind his displeasure. Her reply appeared innocuous, merely expressing that she found the Christmas banquet satisfactory. Initially, she had looked forward to the event, having only been a first-year student at Hogwarts before her transition. The prospect of a seventh-year Christmas banquet was particularly tantalizing, evoking images akin to scenes from the television dramas of her previous life, where long tables were adorned with exquisite food and drink, and attendees donned elegant gowns, their faces adorned with meticulous makeup, accompanied by dashing partners as they celebrated, occasionally sampling the lavish spread while engaging in sophisticated conversation. However, the reality of the Hogwarts Christmas banquet seemed to polarize attendees sharply, with the more entertaining side comprising Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students. In contrast, the Ravenclaw contingent engaged in discussions of knowledge, topics that Diana had never encountered, filled with esoteric points and information not found in any book, exuding an air of sophistication. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students appeared primarily focused on forging beneficial connections and discussing familial business affairs, with their female companions symbolizing their choices and the demands of family alliances. To Diana's observation, the Slytherin students seemed to have tacitly accepted their roles as Abraxas' girlfriends, their demeanor suggesting that such an arrangement was commonplace. Thus, the banquet was not particularly enjoyable for Diana, especially given her current affiliation with Slytherin. She pondered that perhaps, upon returning to Harry's era, her seventh year would be filled with merriment, as Gryffindor always seemed to have delightful happenings. "Did you not have fun at the banquet, Tom? I noticed that many girls seem to favor you. Isn't the purpose of the Christmas soiree to foster joy and perhaps even cultivate a few romantic connections?" Diana queried, her confusion evident. She speculated that Tom's discontent might stem from a lack of enjoyment at the event, yet his expression grew darker with her every word. After all, they were already in their seventh year. Tom Riddle had reached adulthood, and seeking a girlfriend would hardly constitute juvenile romance. As his sister, it seemed perfectly reasonable for him to pursue a partner at his age. "Do you genuinely wish for me to find a girlfriend?" Tom's mood plummeted further in response to Diana's words, reaching an icy nadir. "We are all adults now. Having a companion who supports you unconditionally as you make decisions is a desirable endeavor, is it not? Is your reluctance to seek a girlfriend rooted in a desire for a boyfriend?" At that moment, Diana felt as though she had unraveled a truth. Was it possible that Tom, during her absence, had embraced an alternative orientation? The more she contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Tom's companions were predominantly male, and it was said they often gathered during their leisure time for unknown pursuits. Tom's heart sank further as he contemplated why Diana could perceive Abraxas' intentions as purposeful and yet willingly accept such ulterior motives. What baffled him even more was how she had arrived at the conclusion that he might be inclined towards boys. As he watched Diana attempt to leave, he swiftly stepped forward, pulling her into his embrace. "What have I done to warrant your belief that I am attracted to boys? Such foolish emotions would only cloud my astute judgment," he retorted with disdain. "If those foolish emotions cloud your judgment, then why do you cling to me? Am I merely a representation of those sentiments?" Diana asked, perplexed by his logic. "Diana, you and I hail from the same origin. We ponder similar matters. Yet here you are, developing feelings for a subordinate. Such distractions will only impede our judgment and disrupt our grand designs. What grand designs? Diana was bewildered. Having been in this world for only a day, and already she found herself entangled in such complexities. She had no recollection of any grand plans, nor of her own failures over the years. Very well, my dear brother, continue to indulge in your grand designs. I must take my leave, Diana declared, breaking free from Tom's hold and striding towards the exit. It was late, and Diana had intended to visit the library to borrow several books for study, covering topics from 2nd to 7th grade. Given that she possessed only first-year knowledge, yet found herself in the 7th year, and with the impending advanced wizarding exam, known as the Newt, looming, she felt an urgent need to prepare. She had not even taken the ordinary wizarding exam, only to discover she had ostensibly passed, albeit without memories of that span from 2nd to 7th grade, and now faced the daunting prospect of the advanced examination. However, Tom could not fathom Diana's urgency. As he watched her hastily depart, he surmised that she must be off to rendezvous with Malfoy. Chapter 44. Into the Dream. Tom's tutoring session. As Diana exited the dormitory, Tom found himself mired in frustration, unable to concentrate on the book in his hands. He cast a disdainful glance at the necklace resting on the vanity, wishing he could obliterate it with a spell. Yet, the thought of Diana returning to find him displeased quelled that impulse, and he turned away, choosing to ignore it. Meanwhile, upon her arrival at the library, Diana marveled at the sight of her fellow Ravenclaw students, who were truly devoted to their studies. Aside from those few Ravenclaws at the Christmas banquet, many were diligently engaged in their academic pursuits within the library. Diana clutched a sheet of paper in her hand, diligently rummaging through the bookshelf. The 12-inch-long parchment was densely inscribed with an entire array of titles. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it meticulously detailed not only the names of the books, but also their precise locations on the shelves, as well as the specific pages containing crucial exam points. This comprehensive document owed its existence to Malfoy. According to Diana's understanding, Tom seldom took notes during class. Thus, she refrained from asking him for assistance, knowing that doing so would inevitably expose her own shortcomings. Consequently, before the commencement of the banquet, she approached Malfoy under the pretense of borrowing notes, taking the opportunity to transcribe the knowledge points recorded in his books, and requested his aid in jotting down the topics that would be examined for her to locate the corresponding texts. When the librarian beheld Diana entering with a substantial stack of books to register, he could not conceal his astonishment, as if he found it difficult to fathom that anyone would borrow such an extensive collection at once. Not only did the librarian express disbelief, but even upon returning to the dormitory, Tom was equally incredulous. Weren't you supposed to be on a date? A date? What sort of date would one have at this hour? It's freezing, and exams are looming. Romance is the last thing on my mind. I'm here to study. Diana, feeling somewhat like an illiterate, was frustrated. If she had been transported back to 2nd grade, it would have been bearable, but instead, she had inexplicably jumped straight to 7th grade. In her previous life, as a Chinese individual, Diana, who had always strived for excellence, could accept being an underachiever. However, she was resolute about passing her graduation exams. It was acceptable to score 0 on routine assessments, but she could not afford to falter in significant examinations. While it was permissible to struggle with daily assignments or tests, she felt it imperative to fill in the blanks, even if it meant guessing or composing essays. As it reflected her attitude, if the pages were filled, perhaps the teacher might overlook the content or even grant her a pity score. How could you have forgotten all the knowledge from 2nd grade? That's rather normal, isn't it? I don't possess your extraordinary talent, learning capacity, or exceptional leadership skills. I merely study to get by for exams. It's entirely reasonable to forget what I learned after passing. Listening to Tom's incredulous remarks, Diana replied calmly. At times, she found herself envious of Tom's academic aptitude, as he grasped concepts in a single go, retaining them without the need for revision. Although Diana's tone was somewhat harsh and her demeanor reflected her discontent, Tom felt considerably uplifted by her words. Bringing back such a plethora of books, even if they were deemed beneath Tom's current standards, served as evidence that Diana had not gone on a date with that wretched Malfoy. Thus, in a good mood, Tom, recalling their long history as companions in the orphanage, decided to offer her some tutoring out of kindness, given her pitiable circumstances. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Really? You'll teach? Diana responded skeptically. While Tom consistently achieved excellent grades and was recognized as a top student each year, there existed individuals who excelled in learning but lacked the ability to instruct others. Diana believed Tom fit this mold. After graduation, I will apply to become the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and currently, I serve as a teaching assistant for a professor. Teaching one student is hardly a challenge, unless you're as dull as a pig. Tom raised an eyebrow, and Diana felt a surge of irritation. His gaze seemed to imply, "Are you truly less capable than a pig?" This was unacceptable. During her first year at Hogwarts, Diana had been an exemplary student, largely due to her parents' insistence on early preparation, alongside the professor's detentions that were essentially remedial classes. Even in her previous life, without such preparation, she had managed to be an above-average student, and it was inconceivable that she would fail. Even now, with just over 2 months remaining, Diana was confident she could pass that exam, if not with full marks, at least satisfactorily. "All right then, Professor Tom, I have a plethora of questions for you. Let us begin my revision on second-year topics. Is it true that the polyjuice potion can allow one to assume another's appearance? Can it be used on those of Vila or elf bloodlines, or even other ancestries?" Diana shared her queries with Tom Riddle. The book stated that the polyjuice potion could enable a transformation into another person, but it was specified that it could only be used for human transformations, not for animals. Diana pondered whether beings like Vila were classified as humans or animals, given that it was said they could possess bird-like heads. Elves, although humanoid in form, were not entirely human either. Tom, taken aback by Diana's question, found himself at a loss for words. "I will provide you with an answer tomorrow. For now, you should practice your spells." Although he was unsure how to address Diana's inquiry, as a Slytherin, Tom refused to utter anything that could undermine his own credibility. Thus, he resolved to consult a professor the following morning. Who would have thought that Diana's thought process was so uniquely unconventional? While other students focused on the procedural steps outlined in the textbook for success, Diana had begun to contemplate the implications of Vila bloodlines. If someone truly wished to use the polyjuice potion to transform into a Vila, it presented a dilemma Tom had never considered. He felt that studying dark magic was not particularly challenging, but the complexities surrounding the polyjuice potion and bloodlines posed a significant challenge for him. Tom's first tutoring session with Diana ended in disarray. Chapter 45, A Dream Within a Dream. Diana's aptitude was not lacking. Her intellect was quite commendable. After months of intensive education, she had managed to retain the essential content. Of course, Tom's contributions were invaluable, although Tom Riddle often carried himself with an air of aristocracy, occasionally displaying a sharp tongue and even expressing disdain for Diana's perceived slowness. He ultimately treated her with kindness, especially given their shared background as orphans. In contrast, had it been anyone else, he might have resorted to a killing curse. Yet, with Diana, he patiently guided her. The results were evident. During the Newt examinations, Diana excelled, achieving outstanding results and graduating with distinction from Hogwarts. However, once the exams concluded, the 7th years felt a sense of relief, having effectively graduated. Yet, if they sought a vacation, they would have to wait until the remaining students finished their examinations before a unified break could be granted. During this interim period, the 7th years found themselves with the most leisure time at Hogwarts, and with nothing pressing to occupy their thoughts, they would often meander around the classrooms, hastily fleeing when professors emerged. It was a time of exhilaration and fervor. Recently, Tom and his small entourage have been acting rather mysteriously. Although the specifics of their activities remain unknown, Diana is well aware of Tom's post-graduation aspirations. On the day he received his results, she witnessed him submitting an application to the headmaster for a position at the school, specifically as a professor of defense against the dark arts. However, it is said that, due to Dumbledore's influence, he ultimately did not secure the coveted role. Recognizing Tom as an exceptional student over the years, and encouraged by constant recommendations from Professor Horace Slughorn, the headmaster eventually granted him a position, albeit one that did not align with Tom's preferences. In a similarly inexplicable turn of events, Diana found herself remaining at Hogwarts as Tom Riddle's teaching assistant. As November descended upon the castle, Hogwarts lay enveloped in a thick blanket of snow. From the window, one could behold the pristine whiteness of the snowflakes, some resembling goose feathers, others akin to willow fluff, fluttering gracefully to the ground, like delicate silver butterflies dancing in the air. Ethereal and dreamlike, students trickled out of classrooms, and the once quiet Hogwarts seemed to come alive once more. 7th-year students, having completed their exams, were on the brink of entering the professional world. While they indulged in playful activities like building snowmen, they were acutely aware of the responsibilities that awaited them. They had spent 7 years in this environment, and the novelty of such antics had long worn off. Many 7th-year students had passed their exams, yet their primary concern lingered on their future employment. Not everyone could follow in the footsteps of Tom and Diana, who were fortunate enough to secure positions at the school upon graduation. Tom's exceptional academic performance set him apart, leaving no one else in the school who could rival his achievements. Diana's association with Tom, being his sister and a diligent student with commendable Newt results, also played a significant role in her being retained as his assistant at the school. Within Slytherin, many pure-blood students were destined to return home to take over family businesses, thus alleviating their concerns. However, at Hogwarts, while there were numerous outstanding students, few could match Tom Riddle's distinction, being the top of the class, favored by most professors, and regarded as a model senior by his peers. Students like Diana, who worked diligently and had the advantage of an exemplary older brother guiding her, were indeed a rarity. Beyond the purebloods, many half-blood and muggle-born wizards faced greater challenges in navigating their paths. Graduation was a pivotal choice. Making the wrong decision could lead to a dead end. It was a matter of choosing others while simultaneously being chosen by them. Students with exceptional NEWT scores and clean disciplinary records were likely to find employment in the Ministry of Magic, possibly becoming aurors or assuming other esteemed roles akin to positions within governmental institutions. Beyond the ministry, various other roles existed, such as in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and the Magical Law Enforcement Squad. However, for those who had not even sat for their NEWTs, securing a job would prove exponentially more difficult. This reality weighed heavily on the minds of many Muggle-born wizards. Numerous Muggle-born wizards possessed magical talent. The moment they entered the magical realm, they were set apart from others. Without attending a magical school, they risked being viewed as anomalies due to uncontrolled magical outbursts. By choosing to enroll, they had to align themselves with the norms of the magical world. Pure-blood wizards, even with mediocre grades, could rely on family legacies and connections to secure coveted positions in the ministry, while half-bloods might receive some familial support. In contrast, Muggle-born wizards often had to exert significantly greater effort to establish themselves within the wizarding community. Diana had never contemplated what she would do after graduation, a concern that seemed absent both in Harry's era and in her current circumstances. "What troubles you? Do you not wish to stay at school with me?" Tom inquired. Noticing Diana's distant gaze out the window, he found her demeanor perplexing. Since morning, she had appeared somewhat discontent despite having excelled in her exams, a cause for celebration. In Tom's eyes, especially considering her hard work over the years, there would be no need for her to exhaust herself searching for employment afterward. "Tom, you have always been like a brother to me, now and forever. You are my only family here," Diana confessed, her voice tinged with hesitation. "While I know my words may not be particularly pleasant, I hope you will take them to heart." In truth, Diana was unconcerned about the fates of her classmates. Their futures held no significance for her. They were merely acquaintances, not friends bound by any special ties. Even if she heard of their struggles post-graduation, it would only elicit a fleeting sense of sympathy. Thankfully, she had worked diligently before her exams and had a successful brother to assist her in finding a job. Yet, her true concern lay with Tom, the individual she had watched grow from a child in an orphanage into a formidable man. However, of late, she sensed a change in him. Tom, puzzled by Diana's unusually reserved demeanor, knew that she typically expressed herself openly. "All right, I'm listening. Please, go on," he urged, closing his book and sitting cross-legged on the sofa, his gaze intent on her. "I believe you have not been well lately. Is there something troubling you? I know you have always been fiercely dedicated to the pursuit of power, and I would not oppose your endeavors. The quest for strength is not inherently flawed. Whether through dark or light magic, effective magic is commendable. The issue lies not with the magic itself, but with its wielder." Diana articulated her understanding of Tom's ambition for greater power, which surprised him, especially regarding her perspective on magic. In Tom's view, wizards tended to adhere to a binary ideology. Those who practiced dark magic were invariably deemed villains, destined to wreak havoc upon the world. Conversely, white wizards, often lacking the innate talent of their dark counterparts, disparaged dark magic, even resorting to the persecution of dark practitioners, viewing them as adversaries. "I must speak candidly, Tom. Have you recently engaged in the study of dark magic or involved yourself in something else entirely? Your demeanor has become rather peculiar of late, perhaps influenced by some object. During this time, your temperament has grown increasingly irritable, and your usual sagacity in handling matters seems to have diminished." Diana pondered for a considerable while before she could articulate her thoughts. She had always been aware that Tom and his little clique frequently convened, though she remained oblivious to their activities. It was reasonable to surmise that these gatherings were not of a commendable nature. If they were, there would be no need for clandestine discussions. Recently, Diana speculated that he had come into possession of something that might be affecting him. In the past, Tom would deliberate thoroughly before making decisions, contemplating the potential consequences. However, of late, he seemed to have made up his mind before considering the repercussions, as if he had been subjected to an involuntary diminishment of intellect. At times, his actions left Diana utterly baffled. Chapter 46. A Dream Unfolds. Something is amiss with Tom Riddle. The holiday arrived as anticipated, with students departing in waves after completing their examinations. Yet, despite the onset of vacation, some chose to remain at Hogwarts, such as Tom, Diana, and a select few others. On the day grades were distributed to the lower years. Tom had already received an office within Hogwarts, prepared by the school administration for his forthcoming responsibilities next term. The decor of this office bore a striking resemblance to Quirrell's, exuding a distinctly Slytherin ambience, as though one had entered another Slytherin headmaster's domain. And it was undeniably more opulent than Snape's office. "Professor Riddle, I have a question," Diana inquired, adopting the demeanor of a diligent student. "If you have a bed in your office for resting, where am I to sleep? Having graduated from Hogwarts, my dormitory is no longer mine." She reflected that, in this era, her former residence had been vacated for the incoming students. Thus, as neither a professor nor an official staff member of the school, she had not been assigned accommodation. Historically, professors selected students from within the school as their assistants, making Tom's choice of his own classmate as his aide quite unprecedented. "You and I will share the office, and it is only natural that we rest together," Tom declared with an air of certainty. However, the notion of sharing a single bed caused Diana to elevate her tone, filled with confusion and incredulity. While sharing an office posed no issue, the implication of resting together was perplexing. In their childhood, this might have seemed acceptable, but as an old Chinese proverb states, 3 years without sharing a seat, 7 years without sharing a bed. The reason she had once climbed into his bed at night upon her arrival in this world was primarily due to her unfamiliarity with her new surroundings and a desire to cultivate a bond. Yet, years had passed, and the bond they had formed was now that of adulthood. Residing in the same dormitory had merely equated to sharing a home. Where they slept in separate beds, how could it be acceptable now that they had graduated to share a single bed? "One bed can suffice, can it not? Have we not always done so?" Tom replied. "Diana, in this world, we have only each other. We ought to be inseparable, united in our pursuit of glory." As Tom advanced towards her, Diana grasped her wand, prepared to retaliate should he overstep his bounds. She felt compelled to act, convinced that he must have meddled with something that had diminished his faculties. Many Eastern mystical practices relate to the soul, which is the essence of a person's being. Just days prior, Diana had stumbled upon a book in the library that bore Tom's signature, indicating he had perused its contents. It contained dangerous knowledge pertaining to the soul. She had deemed it too perilous and hidden it away in a distant corner of the shelves, hoping it would remain undetected. Thus, she harbored grave suspicions that Tom had indeed experimented with the knowledge contained within that book. Eastern practitioners, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, can sense the essence of an individual's soul. Unfortunately for Diana, her first encounter with Quirrell had instilled in her a sense of regret for not studying diligently. Following her arrival in this world, she had dedicated herself to continuous learning, fortunate that her foundational knowledge had not faded. Ironically, she had cultivated her skills to the point where she could sense the fluctuations in Tom's soul, which seemed to have undergone a partial transformation, leaving her perplexed. Yet, Tom would not grant Diana the opportunity to escape. With a disarming spell, he rendered her wand useless and pulled her into his embrace. "I have become aware of the concerns you raised about me not long ago. However, great achievements often require sacrifices, and those sacrifices are but trifles in the grand scheme of our dominion over the magical realm. I shall not relinquish you. You are destined to be my wife. By my side as we share in this ultimate glory." Faced with this unfamiliar iteration of Tom Riddle, Diana felt a profound sense of estrangement. Chapter 47. A Dream Unfolds. Days under surveillance at Hogwarts. Ever since that fateful moment, Diana felt akin to a prisoner, confined to his office with limited freedom to roam. Whenever she ventured outside, Tom was invariably close by, or a house elf lurked in the shadows, covertly monitoring her. In essence, her daily life under Tom Riddle's watchful gaze had become utterly tiresome. Moreover, she inadvertently noticed that Tom's temperament had taken a radical turn, with behaviors that left her bewildered, including an unsettling desire for cosmetic alteration. This was truly outrageous. A strikingly handsome individual like him contemplating surgery was perplexing. What hope was there for those of average appearance? Diana had always sensed that Tom had grown increasingly dissatisfied with his looks, while he had refrained from taking action in the past. She wondered what had compelled him to entertain thoughts of alteration now. Meanwhile, Diana's life at Hogwarts had devolved into a monotonous existence since graduation, affirming Tom's previous remarks about feeling like a pig. However, Diana, too, harbored a desire to venture out, yet she was perpetually followed by someone, rendering her excursions exceedingly inconvenient. If that individual were merely a companion to cover expenses, it would be tolerable. Alas, this person was not there to pay. Diana bore that burden herself. He was merely an observer. It was a mystery from where Tom had acquired such an odd assortment of subordinates, whose unimpressive appearances were matched only by their peculiar temperaments. They were particularly impatient. Throughout the day, if she dared to step out for a shopping spree, even a brief visit to the restroom would be reported back. At Hogwarts, there was somewhat more freedom, yet it was still limited, after filling her belly in the Great Hall. She would meander about for a while before retreating to Tom's office to read. The day dragged on in monotony, and Diana, not particularly studious, found herself elated merely by perusing political texts. In a dimly lit chamber, a long table was surrounded by a group of individuals, with Tom seated at the head, flanked by others on either side, all attired in suits as if attending a grand assembly of representatives. The room's dimness stemmed primarily from its predominant hues of black and green, with only a feeble light illuminating the space. Outside Hogwarts, the sun shone brightly. Yet within this office, it felt unnervingly dark, the windows shrouded by heavy black curtains. The meeting stretched on for over 3 hours, the assembly engaging in discussions ad infinitum. Yet ultimately, the final decision rested solely upon the utterance of the man at the head of the table. The lengthy deliberations of the others rendered moot, their words dismissed as mere chatter. Nevertheless, those in attendance appeared to hold the figure of authority in profound reverence, some even exhibiting a frenzied, blind worship. Once the man at the helm stood to exit the office, the remaining attendees gradually made their way to the fireplace, vanishing into its depths. Chapter 48. Into the Dream. Comatose. Upon Tom's return to the office, he was greeted by the sight of the windows flung wide open, sunlight streaming in. At that moment, Diana sat in a chair by the window, sunlight bathing her figure, yet her eyes were tightly shut, a book in her hands, entirely oblivious to the warmth. Tom understood Diana's carefree nature. She preferred comfort above all, and seeing her peacefully asleep, he assumed she had simply worn herself out from a day of play, dozing off while reading. After all, having spent considerable time with her, Tom was well aware that Diana was not fond of studying. The act of reading often lulled her into slumber, likely out of boredom prompting her to seek a book, only to succumb to sleep instead. He approached her, gently lifting her and laying her upon the bed in the lounge, tucking her in before returning to his desk to attend to documents. However, as evening approached, Tom began to sense something amiss. Who could nap so soundly, motionless as a corpse? He could assure himself that his own sleep was consistent. He awoke as he had lain down. Yet, he was acutely aware that Diana was not capable of such stillness. She was restless even in sleep, frequently shifting positions throughout the night, a trait unchanged since childhood. On occasion, she would awaken to find her clothing askew, exposing her midriff, a common occurrence. Despite knowing it was improper, Tom found it difficult to resist. During her slumber, he had kissed Diana several times, even relocating his work from the desk to the bed, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Hola. As Tom spoke, an empty room was suddenly graced by the presence of a diminutive house elf, possessing large eyes and long, pointed ears. Esteemed master, how may I serve you? The house elf bowed respectfully to Tom, speaking with caution. I wish to know where the mistress has been today, what she has done, and whom she has encountered. Tom's expression remained stoic, yet his words carried an icy edge. Today, the mistress visited Diagon Alley, stopping by Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and a cake shop. During her time there, she also browsed a bookstore. Today in Diagon Alley, there was a madman setting up a stall for divination. The mistress curiously stopped to observe, then returned to Hogwarts, where she remained in the office quietly reading. However, before the master returned, it seemed she intended to go out again, but then sat back down and soon fell asleep. The house elf, Ola, recounted every detail of Diana's day to Tom. From the precise moment she entered each shop to the titles of the books she perused, as well as the identities and conversations of those she encountered along the way. Yet, with each detail Tom absorbed, a sense of unease grew within him. Perhaps there were divination stalls in Diagon Alley, but when had they permitted such vendors? That stall was undoubtedly suspicious. Chapter 49. Into the Dream, a Strange Affliction. Rolla, you will remain here to care for the mistress. Ola, lead me to that divination stall the mistress visited today. Tom commanded. Yes, master. Another house elf appeared in the bedroom, responding to Tom with deference. With Ola's assistance, tranquility returned to the bedroom, the only change being the presence of an additional house elf. Diagon Alley. This old hag is merely a fortune teller. How could she possibly remember so many faces? A woman with raven hair and dark eyes, clad in peculiar attire that bore no resemblance to Western fashion, stood at the stall. To an Eastern observer, it would be immediately apparent that she was draped in a purple robe, and prominently displayed at her stall were the words "Predict the future, gain wealth, unravel mysteries, avoid misfortune" written in large Chinese characters. Perhaps it was precisely because of the Chinese script that her stall attracted little attention. Occasionally, a few individuals would approach, but were quickly deterred by the language barrier. As Tom listened to her speak, he was certain she understood him, yet he could not comprehend her words. He resolved to master this foreign tongue upon his return. The thought of his followers discovering their leader's linguistic inadequacy was mortifying. Voldemort was supposed to be omniscient. Although Tom could not grasp her speech, it did not hinder him from using magic to record her utterances. intending to return and translate them later. He pondered the questions he yearned to have answered. Unbeknownst to him, after Tom departed, the elderly fortune-teller, who had once been hunched over, straightened her back like a youth, packing up her stall with a speed that belied her age. What sparks might ignite when an ambitious man encounters a capricious yet indifferent woman? One cannot help but anticipate the outcome. Are they destined by fate? Will the ultimate conclusion mirror the previous instances, leading to a cataclysm in the world once more? Upon uttering this phrase, the once bustling street appeared devoid of the so-called divining elder, with the throng of pedestrians seemingly oblivious to the events transpiring in this vicinity. The voice that had just spoken, if indeed heard by anyone, would surely not be attributed to an elderly man. In the office of the astronomy professor at Hogwarts. Following the resignation of the original instructor due to unforeseen circumstances, Tom Riddle seamlessly assumed the role of the astronomy professor. Upon his return to the office, Tom promptly made his way to the bedroom. The scene that unfolded before him was that of Diana seated quietly upon the bed, her expression shifting to one of realization as she noticed Tom's entrance. "Did I fall asleep?" Diana inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. She recalled that upon her return at noon, she had been engrossed in a book by the window. How could it be that upon opening her eyes, the day had turned to night? The clock on the wall indicated the hour was now well past midnight. Tom settled at the edge of the bed, scrutinizing Diana with a serious demeanor. "Do you feel unwell?" he asked. "I feel perfectly fine, full of energy," Diana replied, perplexed by his concern. "I merely took a nap, albeit a lengthy one. I eat well, sleep well, and my health is robust." In her previous life, before her extraordinary transition, she could easily spend an entire day sleeping if unoccupied, only rising to satiate her hunger at mealtimes, returning to her dormitory for a shower, and then continuing her slumber, allowing the day to pass in such a manner. Diana was utterly bewildered as to why the house elves and Tom exhibited such urgency. What could possibly have transpired? Observing her calm demeanor, Tom felt an inkling that something was amiss. However, Diana's behavior was so remarkably normal that he resigned himself to the notion that a personal investigation would be prudent. He speculated that the elder from the divination stall in Diagon Alley might hold some clues within his words. After instructing the house elves to serve Diana her dinner, Tom vacated the office and made his way to the library. Meanwhile, Diana, intrigued, grasped the gemstone pendant around her neck. She recalled that this necklace had originally been gifted to her by Quirrell, though she could not recall when it had become affixed around her neck. Nor could she remove it. She vaguely remembered that the stone on the pendant had once been black, yet now it appeared a deep green. The design seemed familiar, reminiscent of the emerald necklace she had worn during the Christmas festivities. To complement her attire for the Christmas banquet, Diana had magically concealed this necklace, believing that the emerald pendant would enhance her ensemble more beautifully. She recalled that the stone on this unremovable necklace had indeed been black. Diana pondered in confusion. Could I be mistaken? In stark contrast to Diana's leisurely state, Tom found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Based on the descriptions in the books he had consulted, the elder he intended to visit at the divination stall was purported to be an Eastern woman. However, the most daunting challenge lay in mastering the language of that region. To this day, Tom had yet to decipher which language was spoken in a land known as China. Initially, Tom had assumed that it was merely a singular language and that, with a modicum of effort, he could master it just as he had with other magical disciplines. However, he soon realized he had underestimated this vast nation, unlike England, where nearly everyone spoke English, be it American or British English. China's linguistic diversity was staggering. With over 50 ethnic groups and an equal number of languages, even a small village could harbor several dialects. Ultimately, Tom resolved to concede defeat. The formidable Lord Voldemort, hailed as an exemplary student at Hogwarts, had been bested by the complexities of a single nation's language. Yet, what did it matter if he could not comprehend those languages? Tom was destined to be the man who would single-handedly reshape the magical realm. And thus he dispatched one of his subordinates to the east to unravel the meanings behind the witch's utterances. Chapter 50. A Dream Comes True, The Wedding of Abraxas. Today, Tom was attired with an unusual formality, prompting Diana to wonder what had transpired. She had never seen him dressed so elaborately before. However, her curiosity was swiftly satisfied when Tom, seemingly aware of her puzzlement, spoke. "Today is Abraxas's wedding, and the gown has been prepared for you. Diana, please go and change." As soon as Tom's words fell, several house elves materialized out of thin air, ushering Diana into the bedroom. Tom appeared confident that she would heed his request and don the attire he had selected for her to attend the wedding of his former companion. And indeed, Tom's expectations were met. Diana changed her clothes in the bedroom, even humming a tune as she did so. "Thank you for the special invitation to witness your love. For reasons unknown." The thought of Abraxas Malfoy's impending nuptials stirred memories within Diana, Her previous life as a preschool educator had endowed her with a flair for song and dance. The notion of Abraxas's wedding instinctively conjured a musical accompaniment in her mind, leading her to hum along. To others, it may have seemed that Abraxas Malfoy was Diana's boyfriend, as they had been perceived as a couple during their time at Hogwarts. Perhaps even those surrounding her believed this to be true. Yet only Diana understood that her feelings for Abraxas were entirely absent. She speculated that perhaps there had been a connection prior to her arrival in this world. But the memories of that time eluded her, leaving her to conjecture that the original owner of her body had indeed been involved with him. Once she had donned her outfit, the house elves reappeared, bearing an array of tools to assist her with her hair and makeup. Upon entering, Tom beheld Diana, now elegantly attired, adorned with a necklace that he felt compelled to remove. "How about I help you take that necklace off? You can wear this one instead." As Diana gazed at the necklace in Tom's hand, she noted its exquisite beauty, featuring vibrant rubies as the centerpiece, surrounded by diamonds and pearls. "All right, please remove it for me." Diana admired the necklace Tom offered, yet her mind wandered to the possibility that if he could indeed remove her current necklace, it might grant her a chance to return to the time of Harry and his friends. Diana refrained from voicing her thoughts, her heart brimming with the hope that Tom might be able to remove the necklace. To Diana, it seemed only fitting that since it was Quirrell who had adorned her with it, and given that Tom Riddle was connected to Quirrell 50 years later, perhaps he could indeed take it off. It wasn't he that this era was lacking in merits, but rather, apart from Tom, she found herself devoid of any kin or close companions. And now, it appeared that Tom did not require her company, which further intensified Diana's longing to return to her own time, where she had family and friends. Although she did not consider herself one to prioritize people above all else, she felt a sense of duty to care for her relatives in that time, especially since she had already perished before traveling into the Harry Potter era. She believed she owed it to her biological parents, who had treated her well, to look after them. Diana was aware that Tom, with his keen intellect, likely suspected there was something amiss regarding the necklace that she never parted with. Indeed, as Diana had surmised, Tom had long taken note of the necklace adorning her neck and, through years of study, had deduced that her departures might be connected to it. Each time Diana manifested, the necklace would accompany her, and when she vanished, her body would remain, yet the necklace would be absent. Each harbored their own ulterior motives. One yearned to remove the necklace and return, while the other believed that as long as the necklace was kept, Diana would never leave. Watching Tom casually remove the necklace from around her neck, Diana maintained a facade of calm as she gazed into the mirror, ostensibly assessing the ruby piece he had gifted her to see if it complemented her attire, though inwardly, she was elated. The necklace, intended for a wedding, was undoubtedly expensive, but a pure-blood family would never be short on funds. In contrast, the necklace that had been removed represented a form of bondage to Diana. With its removal, she felt unbridled joy, and when they arrived at the wedding venue, she beamed sweetly as she linked arms with Tom, taking their place at the head table. Was it not peculiar that Riddle sat at the head table of Malfoy's wedding? Yet undeniably, Tom Riddle had indeed taken Diana to that prominent position, and remarkably, old Malfoy appeared quite amenable to it. "Is it really appropriate for us to sit here?" Diana whispered to Tom, noting that the front row was typically reserved for the families of the bride and groom, and as an outsider, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate. "This position was intended for us. Malfoy won't mind," Tom replied with calm assurance. Observing Tom's unwavering composure, akin to that of an elegant aristocrat, Diana found herself at a loss for words. Confidence is admirable, but when it borders on arrogance, it can become distasteful. Traditionally, the head table is meant for the parents of the bride and groom, with friends seated further back. Yet, Tom Riddle occupied this space as if it were his right, and no one dared to challenge him. It was likely that he had engaged in some sort of arrangement with the Malfoy family, promising them significant benefits. As the ceremony commenced, a beautiful young woman in a wedding gown, clutching a bouquet, entered the hall hand in hand with a middle-aged man, while Abraxas stood at the end of the aisle, fixated on the bride. Not only Abraxas, but Diana herself was entranced by the bride, unable to tear her gaze away. It was inevitable, as her former chemistry teacher had remarked, humans are inherently drawn to beauty. The bride was breathtakingly lovely, and Diana could not help but acknowledge that Abraxas had indeed demonstrated good taste. With skin as fair as snow, golden hair, and azure eyes, she was ethereal, her every movement captivating. If Diana were a man, she mused, perhaps she too would fall for such a woman. However, it seemed that the Malfoys had a particular affinity for women with golden hair. As she watched Abraxas exchange rings with the bride and inscribe her name in the family tree, Diana felt a surge of joy, akin to witnessing her best friend finally find a worthy partner. Nevertheless, she sensed something amiss within herself today, an inexplicable heaviness, as if caught in a waking dream. Despite the jubilance of the wedding, Diana longed for it to conclude so she could return and rest. Chapter 51. Is this really happening again? To speak candidly, the noble wedding, once concluded, devolved into a social affair where attendees mingled and networked, discussing matters aimed at strengthening familial ties. Diana settled into a corner, resting her head in her hands as fatigue enveloped her. She thought a brief nap on the soft sofa would be harmless. Little did she anticipate that this brief slumber would herald unforeseen events, not calamities for her, but for the world of her ancestors. Upon awakening, she found herself transported back to the present era, 50 years later, the time of Harry and his friends. Moreover, she awoke in the hospital wing, and news of her awakening spread like wildfire. It wasn't long before she learned from Ron that they had deemed her fainting to be a consequence of some enchantment and had quietly investigated. Ultimately, their efforts unveiled the truth. Professor Quirrell was an accomplice of Voldemort. As a result of this revelation, Diana, who had once enjoyed a modicum of fame among the new students at Hogwarts, became a household name. After all, few had the experience of fainting while under the tutelage of the Dark Lord's minion. Diana was the first, and it was common knowledge that Quirrell's followers, known as Death Eaters, were a collection of individuals destined for Azkaban. Remarkably, Diana had managed to survive her encounters with them, making her the first of her kind. Upon awakening, it felt as though the world had undergone a seismic shift. The defense against the dark arts professor was no more, and a search for a new instructor would be necessary for the following semester. Diana felt an overwhelming sense of pity for herself. Having just traveled back to 50 years prior, she found herself with only a few months to prepare for exams. After expending considerable effort to achieve excellent results and acquire her Newt certification, she was left without a position, having spent months in captivity in that world before being thrust back. Now, upon her return, she faced the specter of examinations once more, coinciding with the impending final assessments. Diana felt as though she were on the brink of madness, cramming an entire curriculum from 2nd to 7th year into a mere 2 or 3 months, all while completing graduation exams, only to find that her efforts had been in vain. She would have to begin anew with first-year finals. Oh my heavens, am I truly destined for this? Another round of exams? When will I ever graduate? She lamented as she gazed at the empty hospital room, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. What profound human suffering is this, Diana? It seems the heavens conspire against me. Thrusting a mere first-year student of Hogwarts into the trials of a 7th year, subjected to the impending final examinations. To add insult to injury, I, a diligent individual who has persevered to graduate and secure employment, find myself inexplicably returned to the timeline just before the exams. How can one not be engulfed by sorrow? Diana longed for her return, yet it was under the condition that she would not be met with the looming specter of exams, but rather would arrive at a time before her departure. Alas, she has indeed returned, and now must brace herself for the final assessments of her first year. This predicament feels akin to forcing a newly graduated individual to start afresh. Miss Cavendish, what madness has overtaken you? As she approached the entrance of the infirmary, Sirius heard Diana's lamentation. The familiar words elicited a hidden delight within him, though his outward demeanor remained chillingly composed. Upon hearing someone speak, Diana turned to find Sirius, clad in black and bearing a somber expression, staring intently at her, having appeared at the infirmary's entrance without her noticing. My apologies, Professor. Have I disturbed you? Are you injured as well? As she met Sirius's unwavering gaze, Diana's voice was laced with confusion and a hint of concern. In her mind, the infirmary resembled the school's medical room, or perhaps a small clinic. Those who found their way here were either visiting the ill or seeking treatment themselves, and the latter could only be divided into 2 categories, the wounded or the ailing. Diana believed that as a Gryffindor student, there was little familial connection between herself and Sirius, the Slytherin headmaster. Surely, he would not go to such lengths merely to inquire after her well-being. Thus, his presence here must indicate some ailment of his own. I believe, Miss Diana, you have forgotten what your old professor specializes in, Sirius remarked, looking at her. In that moment, Diana regretted her words. Her mind had momentarily faltered, perhaps still trapped in a time 50 years past when Horace Slughorn was the potions master. It dawned on her that she had indeed returned to an era 50 years later. Professor, you aren't here to check on me, are you? Diana ventured cautiously, aware that as a Gryffindor, she had been taught that Slytherins were her rivals. Besides Draco and Theodore, whom she considered friends, her interactions with other Slytherins had been minimal, and their responses to her had been one of indifference. As for Sirius, she held him in respect. After all, he was her professor, and she felt it imperative to maintain the proper decorum one should afford to their teachers. Miss Diana, for quite some time now, I have perceived you as an astute student, adept at navigating peril and seeking fortune. Why then, have you made such a reckless decision akin to that of those Gryffindors whose heads are filled with chaff? The thought of Diana's mistrust ignited a fury within Sirius. Previously, she had instructed him to consider the consequences before making decisions, to ensure his own safety before attempting to protect others. Yet, he could not comprehend where he had faltered, allowing her to believe that the stuttering coward, Quirrell, would provide more safety than he. Setting aside the fact that Quirrell was entangled with the Dark Lord, how could one so timid and ineffectual safeguard their students? Sirius remained baffled by Diana's reasoning and felt a profound sense of grievance. For she had promised to always trust him, a vow she had ultimately broken. She had once committed to standing by him, yet had failed to deliver, leaving Sirius feeling as though she were a deceiver, uttering sweet lies that were never fulfilled. Chapter 52. Draco's visit. Having finally dissuaded Sirius, Diana was met with another visitor. Draco, with his platinum hair, strode confidently into the infirmary, flanked by his two loyal companions. "Draco, what brings you here?" Diana inquired, puzzled by his presence. The last time she had seen him, he had come to check on her, but had left in a fit of anger. What had caused his ire? She could not fathom. Subsequently, an unexpected collaboration with Theodore during a competition had increased her interactions with him, and he too seemed perpetually agitated. Each encounter had been marked by his simmering displeasure. "You've managed to land yourself in the infirmary again. At this rate, I'll find you an St. Mungo's next. I've heard our headmaster and that foolish Quirrell believe you're far too inadequate, hence the confinement. Why not choose our headmaster instead?" God knows how Draco felt upon learning that Snape intended to summon Diana for confinement, whether it was more concern or relief. Draco had always been aware of the transactions between his father and Snape, knowing that many of Snape's supplies were sourced from the Malfoy family, and that he provided completed potions in return. He had even heard that when he was born, his mother had wished for Professor Snape to be his godfather, though that had ultimately been declined. However, due to the connection between the Malfoy family and Snape, the professor had always shown him a bit more care. Yet, these details were of little consequence. What mattered was that Draco frequently delivered documents or materials to Snape's office. When he had learned of Snape's intent to confine Diana, his concern was tempered by a sense of triumph. Having previously encountered her at the threshold of Snape's office, he had concocted a pretext to bump into her, hoping to cultivate their relationship. However, Draco could never have anticipated that Diana would choose the incompetent, stuttering, and cowardly Quirrell over the capable headmaster of Slytherin. He could not comprehend what merit Quirrell possessed. Perhaps it was that Quirrell's demeanor struck her as benign, devoid of danger, while Snape's presence was too formidable, too intimidating to seem benevolent. Most troubling was Snape's exploitation of underage labor. Diana had deemed Quirrell, though somewhat eccentric, to be less perilous than Snape. "Now you see, don't you? Quirrell is aligned with the Dark Lord. You have made a grave error in judgment. Your discernment leaves much to be desired. Choosing to ally with a group of foolish Gryffindors rather than a perfectly capable Slytherin like Malfoy." Of course, Draco would never voice this last thought. Yet he couldn't help but feel aggrieved, knowing that Diana could have easily aligned herself with Slytherin, where any one of their ranks, regardless of lineage, surpassed the Weasleys in status. Yet, she preferred to cultivate ties with the Weasleys at the expense of their bond, leaving Draco with a sense of injustice. Indeed, I shall certainly contemplate thoroughly before making my selection next time. Draco, your discernment is unparalleled. In response to Draco's words, Diana concurred, acknowledging that Draco's criticism was indeed justified this time. Who could have anticipated that Diana's judgment would be so astute, managing to pinpoint a formidable adversary? Although Diana's words were somewhat perfunctory, they nonetheless brought Draco immense satisfaction. After all, the fact that he possessed good judgment was undeniable, and Diana's acknowledgement of his discernment filled him with joy. In a moment of exuberance, Draco retrieved a green apple from his pocket and presented it to Diana. "You are quite perceptive. Considering your commendable judgment this time, I shall overlook your habitual neglect towards me. This apple is yours," Draco declared, his mood buoyant. Observing Draco's demeanor, Diana could indeed tell he was exceedingly pleased, as his smile stretched almost to his ears. "Draco, do you have a particular fondness for green apples? The last time you visited, you gifted me an apple, only to consume it yourself in the end," Diana remarked, recalling how Draco had once brought a green apple, only to snatch it back in a fit of annoyance, leaving with a disgruntled bite taken from it. Pondering this, Diana contemplated whether she should send him several boxes of green apples for future holidays, practical and economical, both aesthetically pleasing and delectable. "You may keep it if you wish," she added. Draco recalled the previous incident, his cheeks flushing suddenly. He had intended to give her his favorite green apple out of pity for her clumsiness that led her to the infirmary, hoping to persuade her to transfer to Slytherin. Yet, her refusal had rendered his goodwill futile. "Look at this. Gryffindor is fraught with calamity. This semester has barely passed, and she has already visited the infirmary several times. Perhaps I should reserve a luxurious room for her at St. Mungo's in advance, Draco mused, considering the possibility that she might require it in the future. Certainly. I shall accept this. It is a token of affection from the young Malfoy. Even if it were poison, I would be obliged to accept it. Gazing at Diana's radiant smile, Draco felt a fleeting moment of clarity. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed her company alone. The infirmary, unlike Slytherin, was illuminated by sunlight streaming through the windows. Serendipitously, the sunlight cascaded onto Diana, who, despite her hospital attire and slightly wan complexion, could not conceal her beauty. The sunlight seemed to impart a delicate charm to her, invoking a desire to cherish her. At that moment, Draco perhaps began to understand why Diana was reluctant to join Slytherin. He recalled having once asked her if she felt regretful about not entering Slytherin, to which she had replied that while it was a fine house, she preferred the warmth of sunlight. At that time, Draco had thought her shallow for favoring such ephemeral things as sunlight, yet now he pondered that perhaps her notion of sunlight diverged significantly from his own. Slytherin was dark and oppressive, yet Diana might have been envisioning the atmosphere of Slytherin and the promising futures of its wizards. Many believed that graduates from Slytherin were not to be trusted, as they were often from pure-blood families involved in disreputable dealings, and it was rumored that many of these families had ties to the Dark Lord. Draco now surmised that Diana's aversion to Slytherin stemmed from a desire to distance herself from the other pure-blood families that aligned themselves with unsavory factions. He recalled his father's words, noting that Diana, despite being from a pure-blood lineage, was distinct from others. Everyone vied for her allegiance. Diana gazed at Draco, lost in thought, her earlier joviality seemingly waning. She could not have fathomed that in that fleeting moment, Draco had contemplated so much. Had she known that Draco's reflections were sparked merely by the sunlight, she would have laughed and told him he was overthinking. Her earlier statement had simply stemmed from her enjoyment of basking in sunlight, relishing the warmth it provided, and acknowledging its benefits for preventing calcium deficiency. Chapter 53, Review Before Finals. After spending 2 days in the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey finally discharged Diana. She couldn't help but marvel at Madame Pomfrey's exceptional care. She disliked visitors as they disrupted the patient's need for rest. Once Diana had awakened, Madame Pomfrey attentively ensured that she was in good health before permitting her discharge. During this time, Diana did not neglect her studies, aware that finals were fast approaching. However, for someone like Diana, who had already graduated once, the first-year material seemed trivial. A straightforward review from cover to cover would suffice for her to pass the exams effortlessly. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the library. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat opposite Diana. Occasionally, Hermione would approach Diana with questions. Draco occupied Diana's left side, while Theodore sat to her right. Fred and George lounged beside Ron, casting envious glances at the Slytherins flanking Diana. Fred and George, feeling disgruntled, shot Ron a disapproving look, thinking it was shameful that their brother did not vie for the privileges that should have belonged to them. Those 2 seats beside Diana should have been theirs instead of being occupied by Slytherins. As Draco's loyal follower, Pansy could only sit at a table behind them. Crabbe and Goyle, indifferent to Draco's choice to sit with Diana rather than with them, regarded her as a delightful young woman. Whenever they met, she treated them with delicious gifts and was undeniably beautiful, with a melodious voice and gentle demeanor, far superior to Pansy, who acted as if she were already Mrs. Malfoy. Commanding them about, Diana addressed the group. From what I gather, the exams will comprise both theoretical and practical components. Potions, charms, transfiguration, and so forth will all be divided into these categories. Typically, professors do not disclose such details until a week before the exams, as it tests students' adaptability and mastery of everyday knowledge. To prevent the older students at Hogwarts from divulging information to the younger years, each grade's exam format remains somewhat distinct. Oh, Diana, how do you know all this? Did you eavesdrop on the old bat? Ron's eyes sparkled at her words. If she had indeed gleaned information from the old bat, it could imply that she might also have access to the exam content. After all, Fred and George, as third-year students, cannot accurately articulate the examination methods for each grade level. Well, Ron, regardless of how I obtained this information, your priority now should be to revise. The flying class assesses practical skills, while astronomy and history of magic, along with our lower-year defense against the dark arts class, are all theoretical. In the first year, there are a total of 7 subjects. Apart from flying, which is solely practical, the rest require theoretical assessments. After hearing Diana's words, Ron, with his hands anxiously tugging at his hair, lamented that this was indeed dreadful news and wondered if there was any way for him to pass all his exams. Don't worry, I can guarantee your success in the next 2 months, provided that you follow my study plan, Diana assured, always eager to lend a helping hand as long as she felt confident in her own capabilities. Diana believed that if she could manage to cover the knowledge from 2nd to 7th grade in just 3 months and pass her exams, then Ron and the others could certainly do the same. Ron and Harry were no less capable than anyone else, as long as their focus was directed toward studying. Passing would not be an issue for this group. It was time to employ a more rigorous educational approach. Having braved the rain herself, Diana was determined to tear away their umbrellas. A methodical, intensive style of learning, combined with Tom's techniques, would yield an 80% success rate. The remaining 20% depended entirely on their own efforts, beyond which Diana could do little. Who was Tom, you ask? He was the school's prodigy, simply put, a genius. Under his guidance, even Diana, who often struggled academically, graduated with commendable results. If spells proved difficult to memorize, one might as well copy them repeatedly until muscle memory kicks in. Of course, we could also incorporate some enjoyable learning methods, provided that each of you can pronounce every word correctly. Back in the day, when Diana was studying under Tom, she had to learn English grammar and intonation upon arriving from abroad. Tom Riddle spoke with a fluent London accent, and thus, during their sessions, he insisted that Diana first master this manner of speaking, as her own did not align with that of a noble. Everyone has their unique way of speaking. Diana certainly did not expect them to adopt his accent, but at the very least, their pronunciation needed to be precise. For instance, with the levitation charm, accurate pronunciation greatly enhances the likelihood of success. The only remaining requirement is the correct wand movement. I believe I need not practice grammar. My father once hired a tutor for me, and I've already learned it. We are not like the Weasleys, who cannot afford a tutor. Draco proclaimed proudly upon hearing Diana's words. Indeed, young Master Malfoy, you speak the truth. Pureblood families seem to have had some education in this regard, as is only fitting. So you all may go and play. Draco, I am not worried about your grades. Just keep reviewing your brilliant notes. Diana responded with enthusiastic agreement, acknowledging the veracity of Draco's statement. Moreover, she knew that Draco was always diligent in class, consistently taking notes. So she had no concerns about whether this pure-blood noble would pass. Diana's worries lay primarily with Ron and Harry, who often neglected their studies and were now cramming at the last minute. She feared they might be unwilling to listen, and when exam time arrived, not even Merlin could assist them. However, Draco, listening to Diana, felt as though she was dismissing him, as if she had grown weary of him altogether. He felt unjustly slighted, as if stating a fact warranted such treatment. You wish to dismiss me? Diana, I speak only the truth. And yet you seem too indifferent to even feign interest? Draco said, feeling aggrieved. Diana, how could you think that? I believe you genuinely mean what you say. I know you have always listened attentively in class and taken notes, but Ron and the others are different. They may lag behind, he added, hoping to stay engaged. Hearing Diana's words, Draco felt satisfied and flushed with a sense of pride. At that moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of how Diana seemed to be paying attention to him in class, leading him to believe she must have a fondness for him. Anna, may I sit nearby and listen? Perhaps I could assist you all in your studies, Theodore interjected, expressing his willingness to help. What are 2 Slytherins doing lingering around? Anna, how about letting the older brothers come instead? They are quite good at studying and could provide excellent instruction for little Ron and Harry. While you and Hermione focus on your revision, he added. Yes, Ron does not deserve Anna's time. You are wasting it, George chimed in, echoing Fred's sentiment. Though Ron was not pleased by their words. I am still here, Ron retorted, but he was met with indifference from his brothers. Chapter 54, The Return from Holiday. Perhaps it was Diana's remark about them being the worst class she had ever taught that spurred Ron and the others to truly strive for improvement. Although the daily revision was exhausting, it bore fruit. The final exams proved that Diana's tutoring sessions were indeed effective. Ron passed 6 out of 7 subjects in his first year, only failing potions, thus escaping his mother's wrath upon returning home. Harry, on the other hand, passed all his subjects, albeit narrowly in a few cases, with flying being his highest score, a testament to his natural talent and family heritage, which left Diana envious. After all, Diana managed to excel in nearly all subjects, except for flying, where her coordination on a broomstick felt as though her limbs had just been attached. She wobbled precariously, and her fear of heights ultimately led to her failing the practical. Before she even returned home, she received a letter from her family, instructing her to learn flying with Draco Malfoy during the holiday. As the holiday approached, the young wizards began to pack their belongings and board the Hogwarts Express. Diana, my father said you are to come to our house over the holidays. Is that true? Draco exclaimed, maintaining an excited demeanor since boarding the train, repeating this question no fewer than 10 times throughout the day. Yes, Draco, I anticipate spending much of the holiday at Malfoy Manor, though my parents may come to fetch me at some point, she replied. Now, Draco's mind was consumed with thoughts of Diana spending the holiday at Malfoy Manor. His father had instructed him to teach Diana flying, which he deemed absolutely marvelous. Flying on a broomstick was his forte, and he was determined to showcase his impressive skills to her. Watching Draco, who was clearly elated yet attempting to maintain an air of aristocratic seriousness, Diana could only shake her head in exasperation. This boy seemed to have lost his mind. Walking with his hands clasped behind his back like an elderly gentleman out for a stroll, he left Draco's compartment in search of Hermione and the others. Diana. As she passed through one compartment after another, she was called to a halt by none other than Cedric. Cedric Diggory? What is it? Diana inquired, puzzled, as she had caught a glimpse of him sitting within the compartment, alongside others who appeared to be from Hufflepuff, but since she did not recognize them, she had no intention of stopping to greet them. The pastries you delivered the other day were delightful. Thank you. Cedric, his ears slightly flushed, spoke with fervent admiration. In response to Cedric's words, Diana merely smiled and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your acknowledgement, Senior. The pastries were my way of thanking you for carrying me that day. Well then, I shall take my leave now. My roommate is still waiting for me. Goodbye." Diana concluded, hastily departing. Yet, a sense of embarrassment lingered. To bring pastries and then have it mentioned in front of a crowd felt rather mortifying. As she left, Diana could faintly hear the teasing remarks from some Hufflepuff seniors within the compartment directed at Cedric. Eventually, Diana approached the last compartment, where she found Hermione and the others. Without hesitation, she settled beside Hermione, wrapping her arms around her and resting her head on her shoulder. "I envy you all who passed your exams. I flunked my flying class and can't go home," Diana lamented, a hint of grievance in her tone. "So, Diana, where will you be spending the holidays? Why not come to my house?" Hermione suggested tenderly, gently tousling Diana's tousled golden hair, which framed her cherubic face, still retaining a hint of baby fat. Usually, Diana was effervescent, resembling a rosy bundle of joy, as if nothing could dampen her spirits except for confinement. Yet now, merely due to her failing a flying exam and being unable to return home, she seemed utterly dejected. Hermione felt a compelling urge to hold her close and offer comfort. Harry also wished for Diana to visit his home, but recalling the circumstances at his aunt's house, he ultimately swallowed the words he nearly spoke. "Wow, that sounds splendid. Why not join us at our home? It's lively there, with few restrictions," Fred and George chimed in, brimming with enthusiasm upon hearing the news about Diana's predicament. "If she can't go home, that means she can stay with someone else, right? Just imagine having that delightful, rosy bundle of joy with us every day," they mused excitedly. Diana, however, felt a twinge of disappointment. "I would love to visit, but my mother has arranged for me to stay at Malfoy Manor for the entire holiday to study flying," she replied wistfully. If given the chance, Diana longed to explore Hermione's home, to roam the familiar Muggle world, or perhaps to visit Ron's house, which promised to be quite enjoyable. She even yearned to travel to China during the break, feeling a stronger sense of belonging there, reminiscing about the myriad of delectable foods, spicy hot pot, stinky tofu, and snail noodles, that she missed dearly. Unfortunately, the reality was that she was bound for Malfoy Manor, which, despite its grandeur, was steeped in the rigid traditions of a pure-blood family, making her feel restrained and uncomfortable. Malfoy again. How utterly detestable, Ron expressed with disdain, as he harbored a profound dislike for the Malfoys. Their arrogant demeanor, particularly Lucius Malfoy's condescending attitude towards his father and Draco's disdain for those he deemed inferior, hurt Ron immensely. Time passed slowly, with the scenery outside the window shifting continuously as the train journeyed towards its destination. Inside the compartment, laughter and chatter filled the air. "All right, everyone, we can still write letters during the break. Farewell. If I am free to explore, I shall come find you. You must not turn me away," Diana called out as the train approached the station. After hurriedly bidding farewell to her companions, she returned to the Malfoy compartment, where she collected her luggage and disembarked alongside Draco. Throughout the journey, Draco expressed his discontent regarding Diana's decision to seek out Harry and their friends, incessantly complaining. Chapter 55, Malfoy Manor. The Malfoy couple awaited them at the station. Upon disembarking, Draco and Diana quickly spotted Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, with an excited Draco pulling Diana towards them. "Hello, Father, Mother. Good day, Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa," they exclaimed in unison. Observing the interaction between Diana and her son, Narcissa beamed with warmth. "Diana, your mother must have informed you that you will be spending the holiday at Malfoy Manor. You've worked hard during your time at school, and while Draco can be quite mischievous, you'll be the only one capable of keeping him in check while we are away," she said kindly. Narcissa's demeanor was exceedingly amiable, while Lucius's presence felt somewhat peculiar to Diana, though she could not quite articulate why. He seemed to exhibit a certain warmth towards her. The group then made their way back to Malfoy Manor, where the room designated for Diana had already been prepared by the house elves. "Father, didn't you say that no one was allowed to stay in this room?" Diana inquired upon entering. Draco, unable to contain his curiosity, was soon summoned to his father's study. From the moment of Draco's birth, he had been aware that certain areas of their home were strictly off-limits, and the room Diana had just entered was one of them, along with another room that was even more opulent and expansive than any in the manor. That particular room, however, had also been expressly forbidden to him. Draco had once sneakily peered into that room and found it shrouded in darkness, evoking an uncomfortable sensation within him. For years, it had remained unoccupied, although the house elves kept it impeccably clean. After that brief encounter, Draco had never ventured back, afraid of being caught, and also repelled by the unsettling atmosphere that lingered there. He could not fathom why such a room existed in his own home, especially one he was not permitted to enter and whose decor did not align with the Malfoy aesthetic. Conversely, he felt quite pleased with the arrangements made for Diana. He had once secretly entered that room himself, and, while he did not understand the rationale behind its existence, he had admired his father's foresight from the moment Diana first visited their home. He believed that room was designed specifically for her. At that moment, Draco thought his father to be omniscient, perhaps even aware that Diana would eventually become his bride, hence the preparation of her room in advance. Thus, upon seeing Diana for the first time, Draco was convinced that she was an angel sent by Merlin to save him, destined to become the future Mrs. Malfoy. Regrettably, Diana was entirely oblivious to Draco's sentiments, and Lucius remained unaware of them as well. Had he known, he would likely have remarked, "Your thoughts are admirable," but ceased dwelling on them. I once held similar notions, only to find that my boss's insufferable old man became enamored with my angel, and ultimately, fate kept us apart. As for what transpired between the Malfoy father and son in the study, Diana remained completely unaware. The first day at Malfoy Manor was undeniably comfortable, even verging on indulgent. Malfoy Manor is opulent, replete with house elves attending to its needs. There, Diana often seeks Draco for casual conversations, unencumbered by parental oversight. Unlike the relentless scrutiny she faces at home from her parents and brother regarding her studies, which include the management of the family business. It was at Malfoy Manor that Diana received a splendid set of jewelry from Lucius, though it struck her as peculiar, for it seemed to lack a necklace. This set was rumored to possess protective enchantments. However, the days of joy were short-lived, as they soon transitioned to lessons and flying with Draco. Diana had learned that Draco was aware of Harry's entry into the Quidditch team, and her discontent spurred her to apply for a spot on the team herself. Initially, Madame Covington sought Draco's assistance in tutoring Diana due to his outstanding performance in flying lessons. Yet, Lucius doubted his son's ability to teach, opting to hire a separate instructor for their training. Draco was reluctant at first. The prospect of mentoring Diana was an enticing opportunity, one that made his cheeks flush at the thought of personal instruction. However, under his father's persuasion, he ultimately acquiesced, recognizing his own lifelong fascination with Quidditch and his adeptness with broomsticks. Nevertheless, he harbored concerns about Diana's safety during lessons, hence the agreement to employ an instructor. With the school year approaching and his intention to join the Quidditch team, he reasoned that mastering flying skills now would ensure he stood out as the most dazzling player once school commenced. He envisioned a scenario where Diana would no longer associate daily with Weasley and that insufferable Potter. He yearned to capture her attention on the Quidditch pitch. Yet, it must be acknowledged that if Draco indeed graced the Quidditch field, Diana would undoubtedly notice him at first glance, not out of affection, but rather due to the glint of his hair, slicked with gel, which reflected light like a polished egg. "Diana, fear not. Magical brooms are exceedingly safe, and we have taken ample precautions," he reassured her, observing her wobbly ascent into the air. Draco had long believed that Diana was capable of mastering anything she set her mind to. It seemed as if she could absorb knowledge with but a single glance, her methods proving beneficial to others in their academic pursuits. Yet, he was astonished to discover that there existed knowledge she struggled with. Throughout the school year, Diana had attended flying lessons so infrequently that he could count them on one hand. Her many visits to the hospital wing caused her to miss numerous classes, and even when she awoke, she often requested leave from her flying instructor. In retrospect, it seemed plausible that Diana harbored a fear of heights. "Worry not, for the Covingtons are capable of anything. I refuse to accept that there is something I cannot conquer," she declared with unwavering confidence, exuding a valiant spirit akin to that of a soldier preparing for battle. Diana mused that her entire family seemed to learn as though they possessed a membership to an accelerated course, as if nothing was beyond their grasp. As the youngest of the Covington lineage, how challenging could flying lessons truly be? Surely, she would master them. Yet, one must be cautious against hubris. The last individual to speak with such arrogance was Lord Voldemort, who endeavored to learn Chinese, and, as it turned out, failed miserably. Diana found herself treading the same path, speaking with unwarranted confidence, and as the holiday passed its midpoint, she still could not suppress her fear of heights. Standing at a height posed no issue. But hovering midair was intolerable. She needed the grounding sensation beneath her feet to feel secure. Unlike Tom, who spoke overly confidently without an audience to hear him, Diana's declarations were witnessed by everyone at Malfoy Manor, including the house elves, who bore witness to her moments of embarrassment. Chapter 56, A Day of Stealthy Escapes. Life at Malfoy Manor did not revolve solely around studies. Relaxation was also essential, and such days bore a striking resemblance to holidays. Observing Diana, meticulously dressed and prepared to sneak out early in the morning, Draco could no longer contain himself. Diana, where do you think you're going? Do you truly wish to abandon Malfoy Manor? He had endured enough. Each day, countless owls delivered letters to Diana, and he found himself wishing he could capture them all and have the house elves deal with them. Those letters were not mere correspondence. They were temptations urging Diana to leave him and Malfoy Manor behind. Draco, I'm going to see Harry. Would you like to join me? He resides with his muggle aunt, who, I hear, looks down upon wizards. He must be having a rather difficult time, and I feel compelled to assist him. Hearing her words, Draco felt as though he had stumbled upon an absurd joke. Diana, today you are being rather nosy. Sometimes I think you are a true Slytherin. You should be alongside pure-blood wizards like us, rather than mingling with those muggle-borns and half-bloods. After spending nearly a year together, Draco understood Diana's character well. He knew that beneath her angelic facade lay a potential for darkness should one provoke her ire. Yet, it was precisely this duality that drew Draco to her. Where in the world could one find so many supposedly pure beings? Even he was aware of his own myriad flaws, which were undeniably annoying. He recognized that Diana perceived these imperfections, yet she had never held them against him. However, Diana was not pleased to hear his words. Draco, I appreciate our conversations, but I do not like what you're saying. Harry and his friends are my classmates and friends. Now that Harry is struggling, we can offer him assistance without it affecting us. Diana was acutely aware that she did not embody the virtues of a saint. She could not ignore her own plight while instructing others to tend to theirs. As for how to aid Harry, Diana had her plans. So, Diana, how do you intend to assist that foolish Potter? Draco inquired, puzzled. After all, Harry's aunt was known for her disdain towards wizards. It was unlikely that they would even meet. However, upon their arrival, Draco quickly grasped Diana's strategy. The handful of galleons she possessed could be exchanged for a significant sum of pounds, which she intended to use to procure muggle items and a few vials of beauty potions crafted by Snape. Upon delivering these goods, they were met with an unexpected warmth from the muggles, evoking in Draco a sensation akin to that of ministry officials encountering his father, filled with respect and deference. Diana understood muggle psychology all too well. After all, who among them had not once lived as a muggle in their youth? Aunt Petunia, in the case of Harry, does not despise magic itself. Rather, her disdain is directed towards the absence of magic in her own life. It is not the magical artifacts she loathes, but rather those that have manifested in her life solely to cause her distress and inconvenience, offering no assistance whatsoever. Conversely, the potions provided by Diana are indeed magical items, yet she utilizes them with great pleasure, primarily because they yield beneficial outcomes, enhancing her well-being. It is said that Ron, Fred, and others once sought to visit Harry, only to be turned away, while Diana was welcomed as if she were a bearer of good fortune. This was due to her understanding of the right approach. Diana, have you come to visit me? How delightful! Harry exclaimed, his joy palpable upon seeing Diana. However, before he could finish his words, he noticed Draco Malfoy standing behind her. The moment he laid eyes on Malfoy, it was as if old foes had locked gazes, each brimming with animosity. Malfoy, what brings you here? You are not welcome, Harry retorted, his anger flaring. The rivalry between Harry, a Gryffindor, and Draco, a Slytherin, had long been established, fueled by their respective houses' historical enmity. Harry had formed a bond with Ron, yet Draco, being the privileged and pampered Malfoy, could hardly respect the impoverished Weasleys. As an only child, Draco could not fathom why the Weasley family, despite their dire financial situation, would choose to have so many offspring. Naturally, he would mock them at the beginning of each school year, especially since his father also took pleasure in deriding the Weasleys, who were left powerless to retort. Nevertheless, Harry and Ron had become friends on the train, and Harry could not bear to witness his friend being bullied, which naturally resulted in the animosity between Draco and himself. Enough. Draco is my friend. He harbors no ill intentions. If it weren't for him, I would have likely spent the entire holiday trapped in Malfoy Manor, Diana interjected, attempting to mediate the escalating tension between the two. Diana's assertion held a kernel of truth. Lucius Malfoy had indeed been overprotective throughout the holiday, keeping a vigilant watch over Draco, as any father might do, fearing for his child's safety. Diana believed Lucius's concern was somewhat excessive. Draco's social circle predominantly consisted of a handful of pure-blooded children, leaving little room for variety. Their discussions often revolved around cultured topics, lacking in excitement. Today, however, Diana intended to introduce Draco and Harry to a day filled with carefree enjoyment, devoid of intellectual strain. She had corresponded with Hermione, Fred, George, Theodore, and others, arranging for them to join in a day of leisure in the Muggle world. Uncertain of how many would attend, Diana was confident she could ensure Harry's participation. After gifting the Dursleys numerous presents, it would be a travesty if she could not secure even a day of respite for Harry. "Come along, my dear young gentleman. I shall orchestrate today's itinerary," Diana declared, taking Draco's left hand and Harry's right, while reminding Harry to gather essential items such as his keys, wallet, and wand before bidding farewell to the Dursleys and stepping out. Chapter 57. The joys of the Muggle world. Diana had initially anticipated only a few visitors. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find that all those who had replied had indeed arrived. Upon reaching the designated meeting place, they found Fred, George, Hermione, Ginny, and Theodore already waiting. Aside from Fred and George, the rest were first years, with George's younger sister yet to enroll until the start of the term. This dynamic resembled that of older siblings taking their younger kin out for a day of fun. "Where are we headed today?" "I've never been to the Muggle world before," inquired Fred eagerly. "I've heard there are amusement parks. Shall we visit one?" Fred, having meticulously prepared for this outing, had exchanged galleons and sickles for pounds, discovering for the first time the substantial conversion rate between wizarding and Muggle currencies. Taking Fred's enthusiasm into account, George voiced his own suggestion, having read about a place in the Muggle world known as an amusement park. It was a venue suited for both children and couples, fostering intimate moments between them, with attractions like haunted houses and Ferris wheels. Indeed, our itinerary begins with breakfast in Chinatown, where you shall encounter many delicacies that you have yet to taste. After breakfast, we shall stroll around to digest, while the boys may wish to explore arcades or extreme sports venues, as those might appeal more to your tastes. As for the girls, shopping typically consumes a considerable amount of time. "I fear you might find it tedious," Diana explained, aligning herself with George's sentiments while also considering the boys' preferences. Drawing from her own experiences of being single for many years, Diana understood that boys generally lack the patience to accompany girls on shopping excursions. Girls tend to take their time, visiting every store, especially those selling cosmetics, jewelry, and clothing, often returning to the first shop they had liked after a lengthy search. "Why can't we boys accompany you girls while shopping?" Harry questioned, perplexed. Despite having lived in the Muggle world, Aunt Petunia never included him on her shopping trips. And should he have been taken along, it would have been to wait in the car until she needed assistance carrying bags. This was Harry's first experience accompanying friends on a shopping excursion, leaving him curious as to why Diana had preemptively suggested the boys explore other activities before they had even begun. Because of boys' limited patience, Diana replied with a smile. "Girls generally require ample time for shopping. A brief visit might take over an hour, merely to glance at a few items, while longer excursions could extend to 2 or 3 hours as they meticulously select their purchases. For instance, choosing skincare products, akin to beauty potions in the wizarding world, necessitates careful consideration of quality to ensure no adverse effects." Hermione, ever thoughtful, chimed in, coming from a family of Muggles and residing in the Muggle world. "I'm well aware of such matters." She expressed no objections to Diana's plans, astonished by her knowledge of the Muggle world. Clearly, the boys had never accompanied girls on shopping trips, oblivious to the trials that came with it. After more than an hour of browsing, 2 girls remained enthusiastic while Diana's initial excitement waned. Among the boys, Fred had succumbed to boredom, leaving only Draco and Theodore. Draco, constrained by noble etiquette, could not afford to recline unceremoniously like the Weasleys and Harry, and as a Malfoy, he would never concede defeat. Among the boys, Diana noted that Theodore seemed the least affected, maintaining a warm and courteous demeanor throughout. "Shall we take a moment to rest here?" The first to utter these words was Diana, the orchestrator of the day's outing. As she settled into her chair, Diana felt as though she could remain seated there for eternity. "Indeed, Ginny, the brothers are utterly spent," several Weasleys chimed in. However, Diana was somewhat taken aback by the shopping prowess of the women around her. Reflecting on her past experiences accompanying her roommate on shopping excursions, she recalled it being tolerable, though upon returning home, her legs felt as if they belonged to someone else. Diana initially chose shopping as their first activity merely to browse through snack shops or everyday goods stores. Yet she underestimated Ginny's excitement at her inaugural visit to the Muggle world, where curiosity abounded. She was particularly enamored with the novel garments, eager to explore even if she did not intend to purchase anything. Hermione, having grown up in the Muggle world, had occasionally ventured out with her parents. But those were to familiar places. Perhaps they traveled occasionally, yet they had never been to the locations Diana was introducing. With a cadre of handsome companions ensuring their safety and an aristocrat covering their expenses, who could resist such an opportunity? Though they were but girls. Certain talents were inherently theirs. Let us rest here for a spell, and afterward, we shall venture to the amusement park. I have yet to experience an amusement park in England. If anyone finds the amusement park unappealing, we could also explore the library or other venues. The Muggle world offers a plethora of literature that might pique our interest. Diana felt that wizards were rather insular, seemingly looking down upon the Muggle realm. They would not dare to touch Muggle weapons, as if doing so would tarnish their status. Muggle books were even more off-limits to them. Yet, Diana mused, such insularity could be detrimental. While the Muggle world continued to evolve, if wizards dismissed Muggle knowledge out of disdain, their ignorance would ultimately lead to their downfall. The group found a secluded spot to practice magic before arriving at the entrance of the amusement park, which Diana had selected as it was reputed to be the most popular, known as Alton Towers. This was, in fact, Diana's first visit to England, and she had only heard of this amusement park in her previous life without ever setting foot in it. To be precise, she had never traveled abroad before. This park had opened in 1980 and had been operating for 11 years. It was said to have been exceedingly popular since its inception, renowned for its exhilarating rides. After a long day filled with activities, the group returned home exhausted, taking showers and collapsing into bed. They had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. As wizards, they had never realized how vibrant the Muggle world could be. Wizards typically lacked a nightlife, while Muggles thrived in it. By 11 or midnight, the streets in the wizarding world fell silent, but the young wizards discovered that in the Muggle realm, the night was just beginning. A cacophony of color from neon lights and a multitude of shops that came alive after dark. The bustling crowds at night far exceeded those during the day. Their day began with breakfast, followed by shopping, the amusement park, bookstores, cinemas, and arcades, each offering a plethora of excitement and stimulation. Though their legs ached from fatigue, the enjoyment they experienced was unparalleled. To Fred and the others' astonishment, the day's expenditures were surprisingly modest, with an array of delectable foods that lingered in their memories. Chapter 58. The beginning of second year. The thrilling yet fleeting holiday had come to an end, and the time for school had arrived. Last year, they were mere first years, and now, after a long break, they had grown a little taller. Diana, as was her custom, sought out Hermione, who she managed to find. But she had yet to see Harry or Ron, which filled her with an inexplicable worry. Had something happened to them? Typically, new students at Hogwarts had the opportunity for a scenic boat ride across the lake, and it seemed Ginny was among this year's entrants. As dinner approached, Diana still had not spotted Harry, and she quietly confided in Hermione, reasoning that Hermione would have been in correspondence with Harry and Ron over the holidays and might possess some knowledge. Yes, Ron is also absent, Hermione noted, having searched for Harry and Ron multiple times since their train journey, but to no avail. Diana recalled their last encounter during the book purchase for this term, alongside Malfoy, when they crossed paths with the Weasley family and Harry, who appeared to be residing with them. Diana's concern deepened. Had Harry been cast out by his aunt? Yet that seemed implausible. She had sent him numerous valuable gifts over the holiday. If his aunt truly expelled him, it would render her generosity worthless. Still, his stay at the Weasley residence perplexed her, especially since tonight marked the first evening of the new school year, with classes commencing the following day. She noted that Fred, George, Percy, and most of the Weasley siblings still enrolled were present, save for Ron. Ah, here they are, but why do they look so disheveled? Finally, midway through dinner, Harry and Ron arrived, looking worn and somewhat dirty, as if they had been caught in some mischief by Snape. Diana resolved to find a moment to inquire about their troubles. Nonetheless, with dinner drawing to a close, she redirected her focus to the food before her. As she gazed at the offerings, a pang of nostalgia for Chinese cuisine struck her. While Hogwarts house elves had made an effort to prepare some Eastern dishes due to the presence of students from the East, Diana found them lacking authenticity. Rice rolls without soy sauce, meatless buns, and mapo tofu with strawberries were all rather unpalatable. I think I'll visit the East during the next holiday, Diana lamented, cutting into the lamb chops on her plate with a frown. As the school year commenced, Diana felt little joy and could not comprehend why her peers were so exuberant. Regardless of the teacher's admonitions or Draco's reassurances, she still had not mastered flying lessons. To be precise, she could fly, but it was perilously akin to unlicensed driving. Her friends remained encouraging, believing that even the most seemingly perfect individuals had their flaws, much like Diana, intelligent, attractive, and amiable, yet unable to grasp the nuances of flying. However, that did not deter Fred, Draco, and Cedric from inviting her to watch Quidditch matches. Diana, ever gracious, accepted every invitation extended to her, attending their events, albeit with a lack of understanding. She watched them soar to and fro, leaving her somewhat dizzy. Now in her second year, the school activities outnumbered those of her first. She had heard whispers of numerous Quidditch matches and noted that most online courses focused on training alongside club practices. While such training was commendable, Diana found herself perplexed by the dissimilarities in her timetable compared to her peers. Why did her schedule include a weekend evening detention for training? An anomaly not present on anyone else's? Upon returning to her dormitory after dinner, Diana gazed contemplatively at her timetable. Chapter 59, A Disastrous Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Following last semester's debacle with Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor had been replaced. However, from Diana's perspective, this new instructor appeared even less competent. She vividly recalled the moment she purchased her textbooks, when the so-called Gilderoy Lockhart regarded her with disdain, mistakenly believing her to be an admirer. Yet, upon discovering her association with Malfoy and her surname, Cavendish, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He even forcibly dragged Harry into a photograph with him, but Diana declined. Unwilling to be associated with a picture that might imply the Cavendish family had aligned with a particular faction in the wizarding world. As she surveyed the exam paper distributed by Lockhart, Diana was left speechless. She had anticipated a small test on the first day of school. Yet this was far from what she expected. None of the questions pertained to her studies or the curriculum. As a repeat student at Hogwarts, she had never encountered such absurd queries. Although she understood that times had changed, the final exams from her own graduation were 50 years old, she had never witnessed such a dramatic shift. A total of 54 questions awaited her. 1. What is Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? 3. What do you believe is Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? What nonsense. I must inform my father that this newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor is nothing but a fool. Draco, seated just across the aisle, furrowed his brow in distaste, scrutinizing the paper in his hands before addressing Diana. Indeed, the new professor's fashion sense was commendable. Yet his character was far from impressive, excessively slick and lacking in pedagogical quality. Diana found herself in rare agreement with Draco, secretly wishing he would write to Lucius that evening, demanding Lockhart's dismissal in favor of a more knowledgeable and cultured individual. Alternatively, Diana mused that she could competently fill the role of a professor herself, imparting wisdom about defense against the dark arts, a subject steeped in the teachings of Tom Riddle, later known in history as Voldemort. Nevertheless, her dedication to her studies remained intact. When asked about her favorite color, she dutifully recorded her preference for purple, while her responses to the ambition-related questions became increasingly exaggerated. Upon reflection, her greatest ambition was world peace, her greatest achievement the unification of the globe, and her favorite pastime? Eating. Well, let's say it was phrased in a rather coarse manner in Chinese. Initially, Diana believed that the first defense against the dark arts class had reached the height of absurdity. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sheer ludicrousness of the subsequent lesson. Lockhart entered with a birdcage filled with Cornish pixies, entirely disregarding the safety of his students. Diana seethed as she watched Lockhart flee after releasing the troublesome creatures. As a teacher, albeit one from her past life as an early childhood educator, she understood that the foremost principle of teaching is to ensure student safety. Yet Lockhart had blatantly ignored this responsibility, unleashing chaos upon the classroom. Having once read of an ancient Chinese technique called Yin Chu Fa Sui, believed to be wielded only by divine beings from primordial times, Diana, while lacking the ability to harness such power, had devised a small spell merging spiritual energy with magic. This allowed her to manifest her thoughts into reality, albeit temporarily. As she glared at the irresponsible professor, her frustration mounted. How could someone so unworthy serve as a teacher? Witnessing the pixies wreak havoc and disturb her fellow students only fueled her ire. Stop! As her voice rang out, all eyes turned toward her. Diana recognized the abruptness of her declaration and braced herself for potential embarrassment, yet her classmates were astonished to see the Cornish pixies, as if enchanted, cease their flight and begin to plummet to the ground. Quickly, catch them and return them to the cage. Diana was pleasantly surprised that her method had proven effective. As the pixies fell, she was the first to react, gathering them back into the cage. Other students, taking cue from her, soon joined in to assist. In no time, the chaos was resolved, and they returned to their seats. With Lockhart having fled and no lesson to conduct, an idea sparked within Diana. Since she had already mastered the material, and with her background as a certified teacher, she thought, why not take the reins? Dear Gryffindors and Slytherins, she announced, standing at the podium with a spellbook in hand. Allow me to teach you today. I assure you the quality will far surpass that of Lockhart's. Please set aside your Lockhart text and open your guide to defensive magic. Prepare your paper and quills for note-taking. Our topic today is the Patronus Charm. Diana, as a graduate of early childhood education, held a sincere desire for her students to excel and acquire knowledge that would aid them in self-defense during perilous situations. She recalled a creature from the wizarding world known as a Dementor, a being described in her texts as exceedingly dangerous. A premonition stirred within her. Such a creature might soon intrude upon their lives, and the young witches and wizards would need the ability to withstand its effects. Though lacking practical knowledge of casting a Patronus, she possessed theoretical understanding. Meanwhile, Sirius, upon witnessing Lockhart hastily retreat to his office, felt an ominous premonition. Lockhart, that coward, was widely recognized throughout the school as lacking any real talent. He questioned why Dumbledore had chosen him for the defense against the dark arts position, while he himself had faced repeated rejections, originally intending to disregard the situation. Sirius was suddenly struck by the thought that Gilderoy Lockhart must have left in such haste due to some unforeseen predicament. Among the students, it seemed the class comprised primarily first-year students, including Diana, along with a Malfoy and a Potter, truly a source of vexation. Upon arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Sirius questioned whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong room, as he observed the figure at the podium, articulately instructing the students. For a fleeting moment, he was transported back to his own days as a student, recalling the enchanting young woman with cascading golden hair who would invariably arrive before her pupils, patiently awaiting their arrival, always ready to address any queries they might have. Unlike the lengthy discourses of other professors, this young lady could effortlessly convey the essence of the lesson in mere succinct phrases, ensuring comprehension among every student. Typically, the first half of her class focused on theoretical concepts, while the latter half was dedicated to practical exercises. During the latter session, she would personally guide each student. A memory Sirius cherished, the warmth of her soft, pale hands enveloping his own, calloused from chores since childhood, as she meticulously explained and instructed him. However, Sirius quickly shook off his reverie and discreetly listened to her lecture. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel incredulous at her audacity to teach the Patronus charm, a spell that even many adult wizards struggled to master, let alone a second-year student. Yet, the unfolding reality swiftly contradicted his skepticism. Under Diana's patient and attentive tutelage, the second-year students began to conjure patron uses, faint glimmers of white light flickering from their wands. As time passed, some students even succeeded in summoning their own. Harry, do you not recall the excitement of starting at Hogwarts? Were you not elated upon learning of your acceptance? Making new friends is a joyous occasion, and on your journey, you are affectionately hailed as the chosen one by wizards. Your parents loved you dearly. Though you have never met them, their essence lives on within you, their love ensuring your survival. Observing the students struggling to produce their patron uses, Diana surmised a few reasons behind their hesitance. Growing up in a foster home, treated as little more than a maid, likely left them with unpleasant memories. She hoped her words might gently nudge them toward happier thoughts. Hermione was the first to succeed, conjuring an otter as her Patronus, while Ron summoned a small terrier. In that classroom, each student's Patronus was unique, some even beginning to interact with their creators. And a few patron uses had already started seeking companions. Diana was surprised to discover that Draco's Patronus was a shimmering, fluffy white ferret. Curiosity got the better of her, and she reached out to pet it. To her astonishment, the creature, initially resistant, eventually climbed onto her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek, perhaps drawn by an unexplainable connection rather than the tactile sensation of its fur. Chapter 60, Weekend Detention. In the dimly lit office, Diana lowered her gaze, unable to meet Sirius's eyes as he sat behind his desk, resembling a chastised child reluctant to speak. Little did she realize that her intention to aid her students, spurred by her lack of faith in Lockhart's capabilities, had led her to unwittingly usurp a class, with Sirius eavesdropping just outside the door for an unknown duration. Nevertheless, Diana felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding her teaching achievements. 80% of the students from her 2 classes had successfully learned to conjure patron uses. Miss Diana, you have not taken the newts, nor do you possess the ministry's or the school's authorization. Your unilateral decision to teach students constitutes a breach of regulations, Sirius stated, setting aside his work to fix his gaze upon her as she remained silent. Professor, I acknowledge my mistake. I acted rashly. However, my intention was to utilize class time effectively. Professor Lockhart offers no real instruction, merely boasting about his experiences and assigning us irrelevant worksheets. I was simply relaying the content from the textbook to my classmates, Diana defended, recognizing her own shortcomings. In this realm, she lacked a teaching qualification or any credentials to validate her role, yet she had taken it upon herself to lead a class. However, she firmly believed that Lockhart's negligence posed an even greater threat, placing students in peril while he himself fled, having failed to conduct a single worthwhile lesson in over a week since the term began. Indeed, Professor Lockhart is utterly incompetent. The worksheets he assigns are solely about himself, wasting our time. Moreover, my lessons are far more engaging than those of many other professors. Even Neville Longbottom managed to grasp the concepts, Draco interjected, attempting to defend Diana as he delivered paperwork, eager to speak up for her amidst Severus's stern demeanor. Mr. Malfoy, must you take over an hour to deliver a document? I shall not pursue this matter with Miss Diana further, but I hope there will be no repeat occurrences. And kindly remove the bracelet from your wrist, Severus instructed, eyeing the bracelet adorning Diana's arm. He recognized it as part of a set of jewelry rumored to have been created by the Dark Lord, aside from the necklace. He knew all the other pieces resided with Lucius. Yet, Severus remained perplexed as to why Lucius would gift such a perilous item to Diana. While the set possessed protective enchantments, it was also imbued with dark magic, and Severus was reluctant for her to wear it, uncertain of its potential side effects. Aware that dark magic could be detrimental to one's health. Why not? This was a gift from my father to Diana, Draco retorted, feeling irked that Severus referred to him by his surname while addressing Diana by her first name. Moreover, this bracelet was a present intended for his future daughter-in-law. How could the professor dare to seize it from a student? Mr. Malfoy, if you wish for your friend to meet an untimely demise, you may encourage her to continue wearing that bracelet steeped in dark magic, Severus replied, feeling his patience wane. It seemed that Draco was emulating his father's behavior by meddling in the affairs of young ladies at such a tender age. Despite having instructed him in proper conduct since he was 6, Severus found that Diana, a mere first year, handled the situation with far more finesse. Upon hearing Severus's words, Draco was taken aback, secretly lamenting the audacity of his earlier remarks to the professor. In retrospect, how could the professor possibly covet a student's belongings? Surely, it must be the bracelet belonging to Diana that raised his suspicions. It must harbor some kind of enchantment that prompted the professor's interest in it. However, Draco pondered, why would his father bestow upon Diana an object imbued with dark magic? It must have been a mistake. With his father advancing in years, such an error in gifting to a daughter-in-law was not entirely implausible. He resolved to inquire about it upon returning home. As Draco contemplated this, his hands busily worked to assist Diana in removing the bracelet. He recalled that it was the very same piece she had worn at the last gala. Under his father's insistence, it had been a smooth affair then. How could it possibly be so stubborn now? Professor, the bracelet won't come off, he announced. Tears welled in Diana's eyes from the pain of the struggle, yet they were left with no choice but to seek Severus's aid. Diana had not anticipated that this bracelet would prove as intractable as the necklace from their previous encounter. Why, she wondered, did Lucius possess such peculiar items? And why had he urged her to wear it at the gala? Ultimately, the three of them toiled fruitlessly with the bracelet, and they were compelled to concede defeat. Severus, however, discreetly took note of the intricate patterns on the bracelet, intending to investigate further once the two had departed. What dark magic was at play here? With the understanding that their visit should not be without purpose, Severus led them to his potion-making office, where numerous large basins of slugs and barrels of dung awaited. The moment Diana laid eyes on those grotesque materials, an unsettling thought struck her, prompting her to turn and grasp Draco's hand, eager to take their leave from Severus. Diana, Draco, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Do not attempt to shirk your duties. If you do not complete your tasks before dinner, you shall forfeit your meal, Severus warned. Startled by his words, the pair hastily donned protective gear and set to work with the potion ingredients. As they labored over the materials, both young wizards wore expressions of despondency, their spirits waning. Occasionally, they would sneak glances in Severus's direction, but upon meeting his unwavering gaze, they quickly returned to their tasks, too intimidated to slacken their efforts. In contrast, Severus found a peculiar joy in witnessing Diana diligently work on the potion ingredients. He mused that perhaps this was the life he had always yearned for, married to Diana, harmoniously coexisting as they crafted potions together, turning their efforts into wares to sell for a brighter future. The troublesome Draco was conveniently forgotten in his thoughts. Whenever Draco and Diana felt the urge to slacken their pace, they instinctively checked if Severus was watching. If he appeared distracted, they would slow down, relishing the moment. Yet, each furtive glance seemed to confirm that he was indeed observing them, and they found themselves unable to ease their workload. Driven by this compulsion, they ultimately completed their assigned tasks just before dinner, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Severus, on the other hand, felt the passage of time was too swift. He wished he could remain in that moment forever. Chapter 61. Have I transcended again? Perhaps the fatigue of the day took its toll. After dinner, Diana returned to her dormitory, washed up, and laid down with a book in hand. Drowsiness soon enveloped her, making the words on the pages appear to dance before her eyes. Unable to resist any longer, she succumbed to sleep, the book slipping from her grasp and falling to the floor. Are you a ghost? Diana awoke to the sound of a voice and found herself in a dilapidated room. The space was cramped, and the furnishings were in disrepair. A small boy sat on the bed, watching her with wary eyes. Confused, Diana wondered where she was. She was meant to be in her own bed. Upon realizing her current state, she gasped. Had she become a ghost? Moreover, this body appeared to be that of an adult. Had she returned 50 years into the past? A flurry of questions swirled in her mind, yet adhering to the tenets of politeness, she answered the boy's inquiry. Perhaps, she replied, finally understanding why he had asked if she was a ghost. However, as she gazed at the adorable boy, she found it hard to believe. Are you a fool? How can you not know whether you are alive or dead? The boy seemed equally astonished, his disbelief palpable. Miss Ghost, what is your name? Are you going to live with me? Sirius hesitated for a moment before speaking. My name is Diana Cavendish. You are quite charming, little one. Your ability to see me suggests we are fated to meet. You possess magical potential. Would you like to learn from me? As Diana regarded the boy, she instinctively reached out to pat his head, surprised when her hand made contact. He appeared to be nearing 8 years old. Noticing the calluses on his hands, she surmised he had likely been helping his family with chores from a young age, evoking a sense of compassion within her. I am Severus Snape. Can you perform magic? You hardly seem like a wizard, he replied, startled at the revelation of her identity. The name Snape sent a shiver down her spine, yet she quickly regained her composure. After all, this Severus was merely a child. The tides of life shift, and it was time for him to experience the lessons she had endured. Perhaps even a taste of her rigorous education. Diana could not contain her amusement. As Severus absorbed her words, he appeared incredulous. Was this ghost truly a wizard? From a young age, he had learned from his mother's books that he was the offspring of a witch and a muggle. His father was a complete muggle, a disgrace to society, while his mother had been ensnared by his father's sweet words and had loved him passionately, even at the expense of concealing her true identity. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. As his father's business began to falter, the secret of his mother's lineage was inadvertently revealed. Severus had witnessed the day his parents fought, his father striking his mother in a fit of rage. He had thought the turmoil would end there. Yet it was merely the beginning. Their home gradually crumbled, with his father succumbing to alcoholism and surrounding himself with unsavory companions. Returning home each night to unleash his wrath upon his mother, Severus had grown accustomed to this harsh reality. Today seemed no different from the others, except for the unexpected appearance of this ghostly girl. Observing Severus's incredulous expression, Diana inquired, Do my garments not resemble those of a witch? Although I am unable to lend you my wand at the moment, I can certainly procure a practice wand for children, provided you are willing to learn. I am prepared to impart all the knowledge I have acquired, be it Eastern or Western magic, as long as you are eager to absorb it, Diana stated with confidence, emphasizing the crucial point, provided that you are willing to learn. After all, the knowledge Diana had gathered was firmly lodged in her mind, and she would teach young Severus as much as he could grasp. Then, Diana, when shall we go in search of a wand? Upon hearing Diana's words, Severus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Born into his current household, Severus was aware of his magical potential, yet lacked access to any books on magic or guidance from others. Faced with his family's dire circumstances, Severus yearned for strength, wishing to alter their current living conditions and to ensure a better life for his mother, despite her years of suffering. However, Severus had to acknowledge that without his mother, he might not have survived to this day. Your mother will be returning soon. I shall take you to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Diana was astonished to discover that, despite her ghostly state, she could still access the galleons she carried with her. And they were indeed tangible. Given Severus's current family situation, acquiring a brand new children's wand would be financially unfeasible for him alone. Pooling resources would take an extensive period. However, with Diana's galleons at her disposal, the task became considerably more manageable. Upon hearing Diana's words, Severus was evidently elated, but he quickly spoke a few words before hastening out of the room. The decrepit door creaked open, revealing a somewhat frail woman who entered from outside. Diana regarded her with a sense of familiarity, as though she had encountered her before. After pondering for a while, Diana finally recognized her, Eileen Prince, a Slytherin student and former captain of the Hogwarts Gobstones team. If one were to consider the time of her own arrival 50 years prior, Eileen Prince could indeed be classified as her junior. It was no wonder Diana took so long to identify her. Their previous encounters had been few and not particularly intimate. Back then, they were both young girls, beautiful and vibrant, yet upon this reunion, the other had transformed into a weathered middle-aged woman. Although Diana could not ascertain how many years had passed since her departure, observing Eileen's current appearance, she felt that Eileen appeared to be a decade older than her own mother, Madame Cavendish, who was of a similar age. Chapter 62. Bringing Snape to Diagon Alley. Ghosts do not require sleep, yet they can experience boredom. While Diana was unsure of what others might do in such moments, her own thoughts gravitated towards the fact that Severus lacked books. Moreover, she was uncertain if her funds would suffice to purchase books for him. Thus, she devised an alternative plan, She had read that tattered old book countless times, having to take a test each time she traversed through time. If she memorized the essential contents, she could provide them for him, thereby saving a considerable sum. Uncertain of how long this journey would last or whether it was even a true traversal, Diana contemplated that after purchasing a wand, her remaining funds would likely be insufficient for acquiring books. As dawn broke, Diana, having spent a sleepless night, heard the sound of the door opening and surmised that Eileen must have left for work. After all, their household had fallen into dire poverty. Eileen, a pureblood which from a once illustrious lineage, had forsaken her family for the sake of love, only to find herself bereft of the luxuries her family once provided, leading a life devoid of marital bliss and filial piety. Instead, she was forced to rise before dawn each day to toil for their livelihood, while her husband, once a charming suitor, had devolved into a drunkard. With young children, she could only enlist their help with household chores. Diana found it incomprehensible that a noble lady would forsake her comfortable existence for a man who offered nothing but empty promises, resulting in a life of uncertainty, where even the children's clothes were merely hand-me-downs. Sirius appeared more destitute than when Diana first encountered Harry. "Good morning, Sirius. Come, have some breakfast. After we finish, we should be on our way." Observing Sirius awaken, Diana greeted him cheerily. After their meal, the two set off for Diagon Alley. Sirius was brimming with excitement. This was his first encounter with the true magical world, and everything felt astonishingly novel. However, Sirius found it peculiar that, despite walking alongside Diana, the passers-by seemed oblivious to her presence. "Sirius, wait a moment. Take this money and go into that shop to buy the children's wand you desire. I shall wait for you outside." Upon spotting a somewhat familiar figure, Diana quickly pulled Sirius into an alley and whispered to him. It seemed that the people here were unable to see her, which meant that purchasing items would have to be left to Sirius. The platinum-haired individual she had just glimpsed appeared to be Draco's father, Lucius. Strangely, Diana noticed that Lucius was not accompanied by anyone else. Heeding Diana's words, Sirius felt a hint of confusion, yet he remained trusting of her. At such a tender age, he was not inclined to question further. His mind was solely focused on the prospect of acquiring a wand and learning magic to become a true wizard. He remained blissfully unaware of any peculiarities surrounding Diana, eagerly chatting with her before turning to enter the wand shop she had indicated. However, Diana sensed a change within herself. She felt increasingly insubstantial, as if she were on the verge of dissipating. Unlike the previous day, when she had at least appeared as a coherent spirit, today she felt as though she were fading away. Chapter 63. Was it all a dream? In two disparate locations within Hogwarts, the Slytherin head of house's common room and the girls' dormitory, two individuals simultaneously opened their eyes. Diana gazed out at the pitch-black night, her mind swirling with thoughts. Had she just been dreaming? Meanwhile, in the Slytherin head's office, Sirius poured himself a glass of water, unable to return to slumber. He found himself reliving the moment of his first encounter with Diana. For many years, he had been plagued by various dreams each night. Yet the one constant remained. The protagonists were always himself and Diana. He had not dreamt of their initial meeting in a long time, and now, overwhelmed with regret, he realized that in his excitement over soon possessing his own wand, he had completely overlooked Diana's uncharacteristic behavior. The day prior, when Sirius had observed her, she appeared ethereal yet distinctly visible. However, by the following morning, his heart brimmed with joy, causing him to overlook Diana's form, which had grown considerably more insubstantial than the previous night. It was not until after he returned home from purchasing a wand that Sirius witnessed, with his own eyes, Diana gradually fading from his presence. Sirius yearned to retain her, to assist her in remaining here, yet all was in vain. Upon returning to his chamber that night, he discovered an unfamiliar tome resting on his desk, more accurately, a notebook brimming with spells and study methodologies. At that moment, Sirius realized that the ghostly woman had perhaps spent the entire night crafting this book, solely to enable him to learn magic as he desired. The depth of his emotions was undeniable, yet a profound sense of guilt overshadowed his gratitude. He pondered whether, had he paid her more attention, she might not have dissipated, but instead continued to exist peacefully in her spectral form. In addition to his routine, which he had performed countless times before, Sirius now devoted himself to the study of magic as delineated in the notes. This manuscript could more aptly be described as a detailed compendium. Anyone capable of deciphering its contents could master the spells within. From that day forth, Sirius found himself perpetually longing for the return of the ghost named Diana. He hoped that if she still lived, he would have the chance to see her again. Yet, the thought that she might have truly vanished from this world filled him with regret. Fortunately, it seemed that Merlin had heeded his silent pleas, for he encountered her once more, this time as he officially commenced his journey at Hogwarts. She sat at the faculty table, no longer a mere specter, but a corporeal being, now a professor at Hogwarts, cherished by her students. Prior to the sorting ceremony, Sirius overheard a student remarking that she had once been a student at Hogwarts herself. Allegedly, the position she held was initially intended for her brother, but the headmaster had summoned her back to fulfill the role of professor. As Sirius gazed at the meticulously prepared potion ingredients, he reminisced about the past. Chapter 64, The Peculiar Sirius. Since that day of detention, Diana perceived a noticeable shift in Sirius's demeanor towards her, a change not lost on many students. After all, Diana was renowned for being the professor who often sent unfortunate students to detention, yet for an extended period, she had not found herself in such a predicament. Other students approached her, eager to inquire about the situation. Had Sirius grown weary of detaining students, thus opting to punish a group instead? Despite this alteration in Sirius, Diana felt a touch of bewilderment. Whenever she faced him, she was reminded of the young Sirius from her dreams, and then she would glance at the professor before her. Struggling to reconcile the vast disparity between the two, she recalled the once small, endearing boy whom she had longed to ruffle and squeeze his cheeks. Yet, upon awakening from her dreams, she found herself confronted not with a child, but with a middle-aged man of 30 or 40, who had not even bothered to wash his hair. The contrast was jarring, compelling Diana to take time to acclimate. Recently, however, Diana received an invitation from Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, to attend one of their matches. She suspected it was a deliberate effort, as several students had coordinated to extend their invitations to her. Besides Gryffindor, she also received invitations from Draco and Slytherin and Cedric from Hufflepuff. Diana could understand Draco's invitation. After all, they were familiar with one another, having stayed at each other's homes and met each other's families, thus establishing a friendship that made inviting her to watch his match entirely reasonable. As for Wood, she presumed he simply invited her due to their shared house. A self-proclaimed admirer of handsome individuals, she recalled Wood as a rather dashing young man, his charming smile during their first-year Quidditch match still vivid in her memory. However, Cedric from Hufflepuff puzzled her. Though they were acquainted, they were not particularly close. The Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was scheduled for the morning, while Hufflepuff's match would take place in the afternoon. Typically, such contests consumed considerable time, demanding the endurance of the players. "Diana, you must come watch my match," Draco insisted, tugging at her sleeve and shaking it, as if to convey that her absence would result in his displeasure, which would be difficult to remedy. "Draco, I'm not particularly inclined to attend. You know I struggle with flying, and Quidditch is rather perplexing to me. Watching you all soar through the air only fills me with envy," she replied, feeling averse to the idea. While she found the notion of flying on broomsticks unappealing, she did have fond memories of the airship from the Eastern Academy last term, which seemed far safer and more comfortable. Nonetheless, Diana wished to employ her fear as an excuse to decline the invitation, for she knew that all the professors would certainly be present at the Quidditch match. The thought of being scrutinized by them in the stands was far less appealing than retreating to her dormitory for a nap. Since her arrival in this world, devoid of mobile phones, her time had been consumed by sleep, studying magical tomes, and occasionally attempting to master cooking, leaving her with little else to occupy her. "Very well. But as punishment for not attending my match, you must present me with the pastries you prepared the moment my game concludes," Draco declared, his mind calculating the implications of her absence. "Agreed. Upon your return from the match, I shall deliver your favorite treats," Diana replied with a smile. Hearing her words, Draco beamed with pride, releasing her arm as he strode towards the arena, exuding a sense of determination akin to a warrior embarking on an inevitable quest. Just the thought of receiving her homemade delicacies in front of a captivated audience after his match filled Draco with delight. Chapter 65, Daily Life. Diana was utterly unaware of the commotion unfolding on the Quidditch pitch. As she arrived, following Draco's instructions, she found the players in a state of frantic urgency. However, it didn't take long for her to realize something was amiss. The individual at the center of the commotion was none other than Harry. Had an accident occurred? Yet, this seemed unlikely. Harry was a naturally gifted player, and even in the event of an incident, it should not have been severe. Surely, a simple spell could remedy any minor injury. Why, then, was there such a crowd gathered? Driven by curiosity, Diana ventured closer. Upon overhearing the students' discussions, she soon learned that Harry's injury was minor, and he would likely recover with just a day in the hospital wing. As it transpired, Diana arrived a moment too late, witnessing Gilderoy Lockhart confidently brandishing his wand towards Harry's hand, casting a spell that transformed it into a substance akin to Play-Doh, rendering the bones within utterly absent. Subsequently, Harry was hastily escorted to the hospital wing. Life at Hogwarts was destined to be anything but mundane, and Harry Potter's injury was certain to heal. Thanks to Madame Pomfrey's exceptional medical magic and her years of experience, Harry emerged from the hospital wing merely 3 days later. Just when it seemed that their tranquil days might persist, the presence of the flamboyant Lockhart guaranteed that their time at Hogwarts would remain extraordinary. In class, Lockhart orchestrated the students gathering around the dual platform, which was teeming with students from 2 houses, leaving no space unoccupied. While he stood atop the platform regaling them with tales of his bravery, charm, and the reasons behind the establishment of this dueling club. Professor, Harry has just recovered from a serious illness. It would be unwise for him to engage in dueling. Allow me to take his place. Diana interjected immediately upon hearing Lockhart's suggestion for Harry to duel. Having witnessed Harry emerge from the hospital wing just 3 days prior, Diana felt certain that his strength had not yet fully returned. To expedite his recovery, she had diligently prepared nourishing soups for him each day. From ginseng chicken soup to fish soup and cordyceps flour with lean meat, utilizing every recipe she had learned from her mother. Her hope was to bolster his vitality. So upon hearing Lockhart's proposal, her instinctive reaction was to prevent Harry from participating. His body was still fragile, and if any complications arose that necessitated another visit to the hospital wing, all her efforts would have been in vain. Moreover, as a freshman, Harry had not yet mastered the art of dueling. It would be more prudent for him to observe a few matches first. The recent duel between Snape and Lockhart had been utterly incomparable, with Lockhart merely seeking to display his charm. Miss Cavendish, you must trust Mr. Potter, as well as us professors, to ensure that no harm comes to the students, Lockhart replied, flashing a self-assured grin that he deemed dashing. While he brimmed with confidence, Diana harbored doubts about his assurances. Who had been the one to flee during the last defense against the dark arts class? Fear not, Diana. With me here, Mr. Potter will be just fine, Lockhart insisted, though Severus harbored his own skepticism regarding Lockhart's claims. Nevertheless, Severus held faith in himself, believing that as a professor, he bore responsibility for his students' safety. Diana, don't worry, let me give it a try, Harry urged, wishing to alleviate her concerns. He felt warmth in his heart as he observed Diana advocating for his well-being against the professors. Chapter 66, Generational Affinities, Returning to Hogwarts as a Professor. Diana, I propose that you return to Hogwarts to take your brother's position and become a professor here. Do you agree? Diana opened her eyes to find that her surroundings had transformed. She was in Dumbledore's office, a place she recognized from her previous visits. The most perplexing aspect was that only moments ago, she had been studying at her desk in the dormitory, and now she found herself inexplicably in Dumbledore's office. What did he mean by brother? Confusion washed over her as she speculated if she had, perhaps, traversed time once more. Of course, as a graduate of Hogwarts. She was eager to return to the school to teach. Although unsure of the current year, she felt it prudent to agree, as Hogwarts provided accommodations and meals, and her duties would simply involve instructing students. It was straightforward. During her early childhood education internship, she had managed to assist young children with their needs. So this job seemed manageable. With such excellent benefits, it would be foolish to refuse. Thus, Diana successfully secured a position at Hogwarts as the astronomy professor. Though the students had yet to return from their break, she had already concocted a nefarious plan. How could her students possibly do without homework? As a conscientious teacher, she felt it her duty to assign them exercises. Each student would receive a hefty workbook, for she believed that such a delightful resource should not be hoarded for herself alone, but shared among all her students to foster collective growth and mutual success. Gazing around the familiar yet foreign office, she envisioned it as her own space. In the past, she had occupied this office under numerous constraints, but now she relished the prospect of newfound freedom. Seated at her desk, Diana's gaze fell upon an envelope that bore a crest reminiscent of the Malfoy family. Intrigued, she wondered if it might be something left behind by Tom before his departure. Tentatively, she reached for the envelope and opened it. Welcome back. Read the 4 succinct words inscribed on the paper. The familiar script sent a jolt of shock through her. She recognized it all too well, having seen it only from one individual, Tom Riddle. Yet, she was perplexed as to why Tom would send such a letter and how it fortuitously appeared in this office. When had it been placed here? If she had indeed traversed 50 years into the past, her physical form should have remained in this world. So how could there be talk of a return? Did he anticipate that Dumbledore would extend an invitation for her to join Hogwarts? Questions swirled in Diana's mind, but no answers emerged. As she extracted the letter, a second item resembling an invitation slipped out of the envelope. Upon unfolding it, she discovered it was an invitation from the Malfoy family, specifically for Lucius's birthday celebration. Diana felt a strong aversion to such gatherings, perceiving them as mere social tools for the pureblood families. Though the initial part of the event might be filled with goodwill, the latter half would inevitably devolve into a venue for aristocratic networking. After much contemplation, however, she decided it would be prudent to attend. Considering Lucius was Draco's father and also the son of her former classmate, Abraxas Malfoy. Regardless of the angle, it seemed appropriate to honor his birthday. If possible, She might even persuade him to assist her in removing the unsightly bracelet she currently wore. She vowed to never again adorn herself with jewelry. And as for the set Lucius had gifted her, she promised to dispose of it as far away as possible. Chapter 67. Generational Affinities. The first encounter with Lucius. Malfoy Manor. This evening marks the 16th birthday celebration of Lucius Malfoy, and the Malfoy Manor is rarely so lively. The white peacocks in the courtyard strut about with an air of arrogance, disdainfully observing the guests who come and go. Diana amuses to herself that she must have entered a false Malfoy Manor, for the number of white peacocks resembles that of chickens in a poultry farm. A large flock surrounding her, their feathers fanning out in a dazzling display of white. Lucius turns 16, Diana contemplates. And Sirius must also be of age to enroll this year. The banquet hall is already filled with numerous attendees, and Diana sits idly in a corner, watching a group engage in superficial pleasantries. Beautiful lady, seated in this corner, your beauty shall be obscured. May I have the honor of inviting you to be my companion this evening? Diana lowers her head, sipping her drink in an effort to stave off boredom. When a voice reaches her ears, she lifts her gaze to behold a young gentleman before her, a visage she cannot recall ever encountering. Clad in a black suit, he stands tall, with a handsome face adorned by a gentlemanly smile. His eyes are strikingly beautiful, as clear and bright as two springs of crystal water. Yet they carry a certain aloofness. However, despite having never met, Diana recognizes him instantly by his attire. Malfoy, the guest of honor this evening, in the entire wizarding world. With his platinum hair and distinguished demeanor, the only name that comes to mind is Malfoy. Given his age, she can eliminate Abraxas, who has a wife and thus would not require a companion, leaving only Lucius Malfoy as the one standing before her. I am Lucius Malfoy. May I have the honor of inviting you to be my companion this evening? He repeats courteously. Diana nods. Certainly, it would be my honor. Upon hearing her response, Lucius smiles and, with a gentlemanly flourish, extends his hand in invitation. Diana rises, placing her glass onto the tray held by a house elf, and lays her hand gently in Lucius's palm. The proceedings of a noble banquet are all quite similar, reminiscent of the previous Christmas gathering, where Diana accompanied Abraxas Malfoy, weaving through the crowd until they paused to converse with those deemed worthy. In this instance, Diana need only remain at Lucius's side. Yet it strikes her as peculiar that for a pure-blood family like the Malfoys, one would typically be familiar with a person's background before extending an invitation. Nonetheless, it remains somewhat unclear why Lucius would choose to invite her upon his arrival. Diana harbors a slight suspicion that perhaps Abraxas had informed him of her identity. Yet she soon dismisses this notion. Although she once held the title of Abraxas's rumored girlfriend, it seems improbable that he would encourage his son to pursue the former romantic interest of his youth. Thus, Diana is left to conjecture that Lucius must have acquired knowledge about her from some source unbeknownst to her, which would explain his boldness in inviting her to be his companion. Throughout the evening, Diana encounters several familiar faces, including the current Narcissa Black, who will soon become Narcissa Malfoy, accompanied by several girls who bear a resemblance to her. Diana surmises they are likely her siblings. However, the two older boys seem somewhat reluctant, while the younger child, resembling a little dumpling with dark hair and sparkling eyes, catches her gaze. Upon noticing her watchful eyes, he looks over with an endearing innocence. At that moment, Diana's heart feels as though it might burst. He is utterly adorable, and she yearns to reach out and ruffle his hair. Yet, in the presence of so many, she ultimately restrains the impulse to dash over and play with him. Chapter 68. The start of term awakening early. Diana feels somewhat dazed, uncertain of what has transpired, particularly why the house elves are bustling about, urging her to rise. Typically, she could sleep until midday without a care, but today, the house elves seem particularly industrious. Soon enough, Diana receives her answer. The first-year students and returning students are set to arrive at Hogwarts this evening, in preparation for a pleasant and secure night for the students. The house elves have begun to prepare dinner and tidy the empty dormitories designated for the new arrivals. As night falls, students take their seats at the long tables of the Great Hall. Under the guidance of the older professors, the new little witches and wizards are ushered into the hall. Hey, Sirius, look at that young professor up there. At that moment, James spots a golden-haired woman among the faculty, who seems to radiate brilliance in the entire hall, her golden locks shimmering under the lights. The faculty is predominantly composed of middle-aged individuals, making her youth all the more striking. Without James's prompting, Sirius also takes note. After all, there is only one young woman seated among the faculty, and her prominent position makes it hard to overlook. Many students, including Sirius, cannot help but notice her as well. At this moment, Sirius feels an unprecedented joy. She is alive, and that is simply wonderful. Unbeknownst to Diana, who has unwittingly become the center of attention, she stands before a list, reciting the names of the incoming students. Who would have thought that her very first assignment in her role would entail reading out the names of those being sorted? In China, Diana would have found this task delightful, as most names are composed of 3 characters, with the longest rarely exceeding 4. However, foreign names present a different challenge. They often consist of lengthy surnames, and some British names even see fathers and sons sharing the same first name. Diana recalls an invitation she received to the home of someone named Crouch, where this peculiar naming pattern was evident. Father named Bartemius Crouch, son named Little Bartemius Crouch. How could one be so lazy as to not even consider a unique name for their child? Diana holds a deep admiration for Professor McGonagall, who had the remarkable ability to remember each student's name. After the headmaster concludes his speech, the sorting ceremony commences as planned. Ultimately, Diana is unable to memorize all the names on the list, and with the entire booklet in hand, she steps away from her seat to announce the names beside the sorting hat. Sirius Black. Sirius watches as Diana walks out from the faculty table, then steps forward to announce his own name from the booklet. For the first time, Sirius realizes how melodious his name can truly sound. Professor, what am I supposed to do? Am I to go and face a troll? Upon taking the stage, young Sirius Black eagerly rubbed his hands together, brimming with determination to impress the seemingly delicate and beautiful professor. He was resolute in demonstrating that, despite his youthful appearance, he possessed the capability to protect others. Having heard from his elder sisters that the sorting ceremony involved battling trolls in the Forbidden Forest, Sirius had diligently studied the art of dueling from books. Eager to excel in the sorting. Dear Black, the sorting does not require you to confront trolls. You simply need to sit upon this stool and don this hat, which shall determine your house. Diana, observing Sirius's enthusiastic declarations, felt a twinge of exasperation. It seemed every parent, in anticipation of their child's commencement at school, shared exaggerated tales of the sorting, tales of trolls, examinations, and even competitions in culinary skills. In truth, no parent ever spoke honestly about the experience awaiting their child at the magical institution. Mrs. Cattermole had once deceived herself in a similar manner. Had it not been for Diana's prior knowledge from a film she had watched before her transmigration, she might have been led astray by such fabrications. Alas, since arriving in this world, her recollections of cinematic narratives had begun to fade. Sirius's voice resonated loudly, provoking a ripple of laughter throughout the hall, as many students had posed similar inquiries to the professor before. As the first student bearing the Black surname approached, Diana anticipated Slytherin would be his destination. However, to everyone's astonishment, the sorting hat proclaimed the name of Gryffindor. The presence of a Black in Gryffindor was an unexpected twist that left the assembly in disbelief. Diana even noticed a girl at the Slytherin table springing to her feet in excitement, only to be restrained by her companion and subsequently seated with a huff. Among the next students, Diana recognized a boy strikingly reminiscent of Harry, James Potter, his father. The boy, displaying a vigorous demeanor, dashed up to the stage upon hearing his name, donning the sorting hat with a flourish reminiscent of a Western cowboy. As anticipated, he too was placed in Gryffindor, indicating a notable influx of students into that house this term. Conversely, Severus, as Diana had predicted, was sorted into Slytherin. She sensed that the magical aura emanating from him had grown significantly stronger since her last dream-like visit to this realm. Little Sev, I wish you a delightful new term at this school, Diana said, offering him a piece of chocolate as he descended from the stool. Following the adage that life, when burdensome, ought to be sweetened, she believed a small treat could bring him some joy. Initially, she had intended to gift him chocolate upon their first meeting, but had forgotten to bring any. Children often relish such sweet confections, and perhaps it would lift his spirits. Once the sorting concluded, dinner commenced. Diana observed Lucius Malfoy conversing with Severus, after which he confiscated the chocolate she had gifted him. Yet, to her surprise, Severus appeared quite pleased, judging by Lucius's cunning nature. It seemed he had promised Severus something in return. However, as the heir of the Malfoy lineage, he was hardly in a position to lack the means for a simple piece of chocolate. Diana found herself perplexed by his motives for desiring Severus's treat. Chapter 69, Generational Ties. Diana's first class on the inaugural day of the semester, Diana, now serving as the astronomy professor, found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. The school housed 7 grades, with 4 classes in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, totaling 5 for the day. A glance at her schedule revealed no respite, as every period was filled. The second lesson featured 6th-year Slytherin and Gryffindor students, presenting the challenge of facing Draco Malfoy and his cohort of pure-blood aristocrats. By the end of the day, the only students she could confidently name were those in her second-period class, which included Malfoy, and the first class of the afternoon, which comprised Severus and James Potter. She felt most at ease with the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, as they were the most dedicated in their studies. Ravenclaw students absorbed knowledge like sponges, eagerly posing questions, while Hufflepuff students diligently took notes, though they seemed more reserved in comparison. The most troublesome pair of houses were undoubtedly Slytherin and Gryffindor, and it was perplexing that the headmaster insisted on scheduling classes for these rival factions together, a practice that had persisted through the ages, perhaps intentionally. Among these lessons was Diana's astronomy class. "Professor, do we not need to consult our textbooks?" Peter inquired, observing that Diana entered the room empty-handed. A question echoed by many of his classmates. After a long day filled with 4 classes, each professor had typically arrived with an array of materials. Yet none could spot any books or resources in Diana's possession. "Excellent question, Peter. For our first class, we shall not require our textbooks. However, I encourage you to take notes on the essential points. The astronomy textbook was authored by a former student of mine, and upon reviewing it, I discovered it to be rather lacking. Hence we shall forego its use," Diana explained. She was well acquainted with the author of that textbook, having tutored a particularly diligent Ravenclaw student during a period when she herself was pressed for time due to impending examinations. That student, eager to learn, had approached Diana with the intention of becoming her sister-in-law, motivated by the reputation of Diana's brother, Tom Riddle, as an exceptional scholar. Diana had not dismissed her request, reasoning that learning alongside someone else could be beneficial, and it also provided an opportunity to earn a little extra. If her student succeeded, it could lead to additional gifts during festive occasions, a win-win situation. As Tom tutored Diana, she often accompanied this eager student. "Professor, what shall we be learning today?" Lily inquired, perplexed by the absence of textbooks. This was a novel experience for her, and she was intrigued by this unconventional teaching method. Diana, witnessing the skepticism on many students' faces, smiled warmly. "I once taught second-grade students the art of summoning and guarding spells. In my class, 80% of the students mastered and employed the techniques by the end of the session. The remaining students had grasped the theoretical aspects. However, there is no need for concern. Although my class was focused on charms, I have also instructed in astronomy. Previously, my brother held the position of astronomy professor, and I served as his teaching assistant. Thus I am well acquainted with the procedures involved." Diana truly wished to structure her lessons similarly to her charms class, with the first half dedicated to theory and the latter half to practical application. Unfortunately, such a format is unattainable in astronomy, as practical observations can only take place at night. The study of astronomy entails utilizing telescopes to observe the night sky and learn about the names of various planets and their orbits. Lily, suddenly enlightened, nodded in understanding, clearly impressed by the professor's capabilities. "So, Professor, what shall we learn today?" asked a Slytherin student, quietly raising their hand to speak. "There is no need for concern. Our students will not fall behind others. While other classes engage in practical exercises, we too shall partake in astronomy. I have specifically requested that the principal arrange for all classes with astronomy lessons to visit the observatory in the evening, where we will observe the stars and familiarize ourselves with each celestial body and its significance." What Diana meant to convey was that while other classes have assignments, our class should not lag behind. They have practical lessons, and so must we. While others attend evening study sessions, we shall partake in hands-on experience. Upon hearing Diana's words, the students erupted in cheers. The prospect of evening practical lessons was unmistakably appealing. Other classes would be confined to their classrooms to complete assignments after dinner, whereas the implication from the professor was that there would be fewer assignments, allowing for practical engagement, essentially a chance to play. As per usual, Diana's lively and engaging lessons captivated the students, even in the absence of textbooks. Those who had previewed the material found themselves in greater admiration of Diana. Throughout the entire class, the professor narrated a vivid and fascinating tale. Yet those who had prepared discovered that the narrative remained perfectly aligned with the content outlined in their textbooks. In fact, conveyed in such a manner, the information became more memorable. Sirius was astonished to learn that his name bore such significant meaning and a legendary story. As the class concluded, the students eagerly anticipated the evening's practical course, some even expressing reluctance to part, wishing the professor could share the entire story with them. However, when the first-year students arrived at the observatory that evening, they soon realized that their class was not an exception to the professor's approach. Students from other classes who had attended Diana's lessons also assumed that the practical lessons were exclusive to them. Upon arriving at the observatory, they discovered that their class was indeed not unique. They had initially believed they could mock their peers who would be confined to completing assignments in their classrooms while they would finish their trivial assignments swiftly and then enjoy themselves. Yet, upon reflection, the students could not help but feel sympathy for the professor. With so many classes present, each having 5 lessons throughout the day, it was evident that every house was represented, and the total number of students gathered was likely in the hundreds. What could possibly be unclear? It appeared that every student had attended a full day of lessons. Such a grand scale naturally drew the attention of the heads of each house. who came to investigate whether a brawl was occurring. However, they were promptly dismissed by the principal. Diana noticed their arrival, and as they departed, she overheard one of the professors remark, "The teaching methods of the youth merit further study. How convenient it is to complete multiple classes simultaneously." Once those professors had left, Diana's practical lesson commenced in earnest. "Professor Cavendish, there are so many of us, yet the equipment is insufficient. What shall we do?" inquired a Hufflepuff student, perplexed. Although the observatory boasted numerous instruments, it was evident to all that the number of attendees far exceeded the available devices. Indeed, it is apparent that we lack sufficient equipment. Astronomy consists of both theory and practical observation. First, let the first-year students utilize the instruments to identify the constellations. Third-year students may refer to their textbooks and use the equipment to verify whether the observed celestial motions align with the content of their studies. As for the sixth-year students, I will teach you how to use the stars for divination. The sixth-year students were undoubtedly the most delighted. Divination sounded sophisticated. The typical lessons involved reading tea leaves, and many students spent the entire class staring at a teacup, closing their eyes, yet gleaning nothing of substance. Now, the opportunity to divine using the stars sounded infinitely more elevated than mere tea leaves. Conversely, the first-year students felt envious. While they should indeed learn to recognize the stars, as the professor indicated, the task required individual identification and discussion among peers. However, learning to divine with the stars would involve direct instruction from the professor. Which student would refuse the gentle guidance of such a beautiful instructor? Chapter 70. Campus bullying across generations. Behold, is that not the snot-nosed brat bothering Lily and Professor Diana? Sirius, who ventured into the woods to gather potion ingredients, found himself confronted by 4 insufferable individuals, his heart brimming with impatience. Why were they everywhere? They seemed to haunt him, and after more than a month since the term began, Sirius had no idea what grievance he had caused them. It seemed they were intent on making his life difficult. Get lost. I have no desire to argue with you, and I kindly ask that you do not disturb me. Sirius retorted disdainfully. James Potter was utterly loathsome, and the so-called Marauders' alliance was insufferable. The one named Peter, along with Black, constantly pretended to be studious, pestering Diana with incessant questions. As for the other Potter, he relentlessly harassed Lily, even bestowing upon himself a plethora of absurd nicknames. Sirius had never encountered such detestable individuals, rivaling even the shortcomings of his Muggle father. Why does James say so much? That snot-nosed brat dares to pester Diana. We ought to teach him a lesson, Peter thought, consumed by jealousy as he observed how Diana treated Sirius with kindness. How could such a filthy brat deserve the professor's special attention? Indeed, look at his appearance. He is unkempt and lacks any semblance of gentlemanly conduct. How could someone like him receive such favor from Lily and Diana? I fail to understand what makes him exceptional. Sirius chimed in, feeling compelled to voice his agreement with his 2 companions. After all, he could not remain silent when his friends expressed such sentiments. Moreover, Sirius himself found Sirius repugnant, weak and inept, seeking Lily's assistance even on the train. Upon arriving at school, it was unfathomable how he possessed any redeeming qualities that would warrant Diana's additional care. Shut up. During the holiday, Theo actually had T written her many letters. Unlike Draco, who always enlarged the words expressing his anticipation for a reply several times. Most of the time, Theo only told her not to overwork, to rest well, to remember meals, and other such thoughtful reminders. He even emphasized at the end of his letters that she didn't need to worry about replying. Olga let out a breath. This kind of invisible gentleness was truly difficult to deal with. She still hadn't figured out what to give him as thanks. But the end of the latest letter was somewhat different. It was replaced by a simple sentence, "He'll misses you very much." Olga thought of that vine rose she had accidentally granted new life to during the Christmas holiday at the Knott Manor. She fell into contemplation. That little thing was noisy indeed, but sometimes quite cute. Thinking about the promise she made to Hill before leaving. "I'll come back to see you when I have time. A crown prince must not go back on their word." Olga calculated the days. Fred and George should be returning soon. She had been working overtime nonstop during this period, and most affairs were handled more or less. Leaving the remaining matters to her eldest and second brothers would be no problem. Why should she immediately become an idle bystander and go date someone after coming back? Where was the sibling loyalty in that? If that was the case, before going to the Burrow, she could visit Knott Manor and check on that little fellow. Then stop by Malfoy Manor as well to avoid Draco's constant nagging. The more she thought about it, the more perfect the arrangement seemed. As for Theodore's letter, she would not reply for now. She would give him a surprise when she visited. As for Draco, she picked up her pen again to write to Lucius. Just as she finished the letter, Olga sensed Fred and George calling her. It was their first time using the brooch to summon her. Fearing something might have happened, Olga put down her pen and apparat directly in front of them. The twins were visibly excited to see her. One on each side snuggled up to her, Boasting. Look. Do you like it? Chapter 6. House Elves. Olga looked over and found their previous snacks had new packaging. A logo was printed on it. The shape resembled a bat, and the outer edges seemed to include some serpent elements. Wrapped in the middle, the cursive letters faintly read ASLY. Did you design this yourselves? Olga asked curiously. The twins proudly spun around her. That's right. George and I stayed up several nights. This final version is the one we're most satisfied with. Hearing this, Olga frowned slightly. Sure enough, the skin beneath their eyes was tinged with blue. There was no rush for this. You could ask Gia to find someone else to do it. You must rest. Don't you want to grow taller? She paused for a moment. These two, if they grew any taller, it would be a bit impolite. Irritating. Merlin, I really don't want to grow taller. Up to now, we're already 6'3". If we get any taller, we want to even be able to see your face. Fred widened his eyes theatrically. Olga became annoyed. She was still growing. George pushed aside the mouthy Fred and leaned close to Olga. Don't listen to him. But growing taller would indeed be inconvenient. Inconvenient to kiss you. George didn't finish the sentence, but Olga felt something subtle in his expression. She never expected gentle George to also have a bad side. Fred, far less innocent than Olga, knew exactly what George was thinking. He shoved George aside and steered the topic back. So, what do you think? Satisfied, boss lady? Olga covered Fred's mouth and pushed him away. The logo is very good, but if you call me boss lady again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Fred mumbled in protest. George did not sympathize with his brother. In fact, he gloated. He grabbed Olga and spun her excitedly. George, just because you're tall doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Olga slapped his shoulder in frustration. This is to celebrate that the princess is satisfied with our work, George said as he gently put her down and leaned close to her ear. But don't stay up late again, Olga repeated. These two were really troublesome. All right, you're supposed to go home, aren't you? I remember Molly set the limit at 1 month. At that, Fred and George suddenly deflated, nodding in discouragement. Yeah, we should go back, or Mum will be angry again. Olga looked at the two golden retriever-like figures who suddenly drooped, and couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle their somewhat messy red hair. What else with that? You'll still be coming here for a long time. And I hear you two have quite a few supporters among the Blood Clan? Olga teased. That's not our supporters. They're fans of Aurelia, the twins corrected her seriously. Really? That's strange. I heard a certain noble lady of the Eric family has taken quite an interest in you. Fred and George instantly flushed red. Damn it. Gia must have been the one who told Olga. Who knew what was with that bizarre Blood Clan lady? She claimed she liked them both and wanted to keep them as husbands. If not for Gia sticking to them every day, she probably would have acted already. No wonder Olga didn't trust the twins to act alone. The Blood Clan truly had a fierce culture, strong abilities, domineering tempers straight out of the Malfoy playbook, and the urge to snatch people off the street. She's a lunatic. We told her 10,000 times that we already like someone. She wouldn't listen, Fred complained. You two already like someone? A student from Hogwarts? Olga asked with great interest. Looks like some girls at school might soon cry in secret. Fred finally realized he had said too much again. He looked at George in horror. George pressed a hand to his forehead helplessly. This was truly a dilemma. This was obviously not the right moment to confess. The little princess hadn't realized anything yet. Admitting it now would push her away. Olga thought she had intruded into personal territory and scratched her cheek awkwardly. Oh, the weather is pretty nice today. She tried to slip away with that, but the twins wouldn't let her. If they didn't clarify today, everything would be ruined. In panic, George pulled Olga into his arms. Olga felt her nose nearly collapse. Was this guy's chest made of iron? Who do you think we like? George's aggrieved voice sounded above her head. Olga thought carefully about people near the twins and said uncertainly, that Angelina, the one on your team? Or Hermione? Or Lee Jordan? You three seem together a lot. Forgive her, she really couldn't think of anyone else. The twins almost laughed in disbelief. She really dared to guess. George released Olga, and she quickly rubbed her nose. Thankfully, it was still intact. He leaned down, close to her face, staring into her eyes with focus and a hint of coaxing. How could it be them? Think about who we care about the most. Olga felt the answer was about to surface. She seemed to see affection in George's eyes. Her breathing tightened. She averted her gaze in panic, only to meet the same gaze in Fred's eyes. She didn't dare look at either of them and refused to think deeper. If it's not them, then it's not them. Fred wanted to explain, but George stopped him with a glance. This was the limit. Any further, and the little princess would start avoiding them. George straightened and gently hugged Olga again. He dropped a kiss on the top of her head and changed the subject. Are you planning to go back to the burrow with us? A pang of melancholy enveloped Lucius, prompting him to undertake an action unbecoming of a Malfoy. He sought to engage with the half-blood, extending an olive branch by offering to provide him sanctuary within Slytherin. All he requested in return was a modest piece of chocolate, one that was inconsequential to the Malfoy lineage. Those who befriended Malfoy were not to be trifled with by their peers. So Lucius felt assured that he would not falter in his commitment. However, once outside the confines of Slytherin, Lucius would no longer be concerned with the matter. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Severus momentarily fell into contemplation. Indeed, he found himself at a loss to categorize his relationship with Diana. They had crossed paths only once in his childhood, and aside from following the exercises in his notes that she had assigned, he could scarcely recall any significant bond between them. Perhaps it was merely a typical student-teacher relationship, Severus mused quietly. Although the realization that their connection was devoid of anything beyond that left him rather discontented, he could not deny the truth of it. Perhaps Diana's kindness stemmed merely from pity for his plight. Malfoy, my relationship with Professor Diana is simply that of a student to a teacher. Perhaps she shows concern for me out of sympathy, Severus stated, though he abhorred the notion. Lucius, while still harboring skepticism, decided not to dwell too much on it. It sufficed that there was no special relationship, thus he need not extend any undue favors due to familial ties with Professor Diana. Yet, Lucius reasoned, how could a pureblood like Professor Diana possibly have a half-blood sibling or relative? Such a connection would tarnish the family's reputation, akin to the disgrace of the Blacks. Was the professor seeking the headmaster due to your situation? Lucius inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Over the course of the past month, Lucius had observed that Professor Diana seemed to possess a degree of social anxiety. Unlike the other professors who thrived in social settings, she preferred solitude, often retreating to her office when not conducting classes. Consequently, students could only approach her when necessary, be it to submit assignments, relay messages from other professors, or during disciplinary actions. Thus, Lucius frequently visited under the pretext of delivering class assignments, as the task of running errands for Diana was highly sought after. However, if Malfoy desired either a position or a person, it would undoubtedly be one that belonged to the Malfoy family. Noticing Severus's reticence to speak, Lucius discerned the underlying issue. Severus had been bullied but felt too embarrassed to voice it. Lucius believed he had stumbled upon an excellent opportunity to forge a connection with Professor Diana. From that day forth, Severus felt that wherever James Potter gathered his cohorts to torment him, Lucius Malfoy would inevitably materialize, ready to relay the details of his mistreatment to Professor Diana. The subsequent events unfolded with Severus being summoned to Diana, who would inquire whether he had sustained any injuries and how he had been wronged without informing her. Meanwhile, Malfoy would stand nearby, feigning a special relationship with Diana as he hypocritically advised Severus on how to navigate such situations. Lucius, it seemed, was merely using Severus as a conduit to connect with Professor Diana, while the entire school came to know of Severus's plight at the hands of Potter and his friends. Diana, on the other hand, found herself overwhelmed with work, yearning only for a peaceful respite amidst the chaos. Each day, students arrived in waves to submit assignments. Just as she completed one batch, another would arrive. Yet, Diana felt her homework assignments were not overly burdensome, merely a single page of exercises. As evening approached, she received yet another report from Malfoy about Severus being bullied, which suggested that her day had been nonstop. After a full day of teaching and grading, she faced Malfoy once more, followed by the 4 troublemakers facing detention. Thank you, she muttered, feeling quite exasperated. Chapter 72, The Moonlit Night of Generational Kinship. The Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived, and with it, a longing for mooncakes and a respite from obligations. Gazing at the large, round moon outside, Diana sighed, counting the days until the festival. Although she was not particularly fond of mooncakes, she nostalgically recalled the atmosphere of her previous mid-autumn celebrations. Mooncakes and snacks spread across her family's rooftop, barbecuing with relatives and friends. Yet, a sense of foreboding began to creep over her, as her office's vantage point allowed her to see the Whomping Willow, where she faintly heard the echoes of a wolf's howl. The unsettling feeling intensified, prompting her to don her outer cloak, grasp her wand, and stride toward the direction of the Whomping Willow, remembering that there was a place nearby known as the Shrieking Shack. It seemed likely that trouble was brewing there. For although Hogwarts had seen its fair share of incidents over the years, a wolf intrusion had never occurred. From a distance, she spotted 3 shadowy figures, and through her frequent detentions over the past month, she recognized them instantly. Diana rushed forward, seizing one by the collar and pulling them apart. Black, Potter, Pettigrew. Out past curfew again. Each of you will lose 10 points. Return to your dormitory at once. She firmly directed the 2 back toward the path she had come from, then glanced at the bewildered Pettigrew, who seemed rather pleased to receive her attention, scampering to join Potter and the others. Are you not heading back? Do I need to escort you? She chided, not waiting for a response as she turned toward the Shrieking Shack. Inside, the shack was dilapidated. The floorboards creaked ominously underfoot, and dust coated every surface. Mustering her courage, Diana ascended the staircase, which had undoubtedly gone without repair for years. The moment she stepped onto the staircase, it felt as if the entire structure swayed beneath her. Her courage, already scant, was nearly exhausted, but she reminded herself that having taken this step, she could not turn back, especially when student safety was at stake. If a wolf or werewolf had indeed breached Hogwarts, the consequences could be dire, particularly if it lost control. Diana cautiously navigated the stairs, her legs trembling, as the others watched her with bated breath, regretting having led Sirius to this perilous location, especially on the night of the full moon. Upon reaching the top, she was met with the sight of a terrified Sirius facing a werewolf. Sirius, step back. Return to the school. I shall deal with your antics tomorrow. Diana waved her wand towards Sirius and the trio of Potters behind her, enveloping the four of them in a massive, bubble-like sphere, transporting them from beneath the Whomping Willow to the confines of the Shrieking Shack. Each of them felt a pang of concern for Diana's well-being, having witnessed her trembling legs moments ago. However, the entrance appeared to be sealed, and despite their repeated attempts to re-enter, they were met with failure. Left with no choice, they anxiously awaited at a distance from the Whomping Willow. Inside the Shrieking Shack, Diana remained vigilant, observing the werewolf before her. Its relatively small stature suggested it was likely an adolescent, yet the fact that it had transformed at such a young age indicated two possibilities. Either both of its parents were werewolves, or it had been bitten. Diana, you must leave, she murmured to herself. Remus? The fragmented, familiar voice prompted her to voice her conjecture. Diana regarded this boy fondly, believing him to be quite amiable, despite his association with a rather mischievous group. Regrettably, he always bore the brunt of their transgressions. Now that she had deduced that this was one of her students, the solution became apparent. If the situation was causing such distress, perhaps a brief slumber would remedy it. With that thought, she collapsed to the ground. Diana directed her wand at Remus, uttering a spell. At the moment her incantation left her lips, the previously writhing werewolf seemed to freeze, before collapsing to the floor. Just before losing consciousness, Remus saw Diana rushing toward him, ready to catch his falling form. Outside, Sirius was growing increasingly anxious, desperate to discern the events unfolding within. The prolonged silence only heightened their worry. Just as the group prepared to breach the barrier obstructing their entry with magic, a woman emerged from the Shrieking Shack, cradling a boy in her arms. One of the boy's arms draped over Diana's shoulder, while the other hung limply by his side. Oh, Remus, how tragic your fate is, James exclaimed, bursting into tears at the sight of Remus, his eyes shut tight, and arm dangling uselessly. His wails echoed with a ferocity rivaling that of a werewolf's howl. The other two boys lowered their heads silently, wiping their tears away. What are you crying for? He is not dead. Do you want to disturb the other students? This isn't your home. Hurry back. I will take Remus to the hospital wing. You should return to your dormitory. We'll discuss your punishment tomorrow. At Diana's admonition, the boys fell silent, recognizing their misstep and obediently trailing behind her. Initially, they had intended to follow her further, but Diana's piercing gaze deterred them as they neared the Gryffindor common room, compelling them to turn and head quietly toward their dormitory. Unbeknownst to them, Peter, who had always kept his head down, harbored a glimmer of jealousy in his eyes. As the students from both houses made their way toward their dormitories, Diana executed a disillusionment charm and arrived at the hospital wing. The healer, upon seeing the unconscious Remus, hurriedly accepted him from Diana's embrace. After a thorough examination, both Diana and the doctor exhaled in relief, thankful that there were no severe injuries. Chapter 73, The Generational Bond. Something's amiss with the professor. Diana gazed at the nonsensical answers on the examination papers, a headache brewing. You are truly the worst class I have ever taught, she lamented, slamming the hefty stack of papers onto her desk. Today, her students were subjected to their monthly assessment. Diana had shown them mercy by foregoing the weekly tests. In her own school days, they had weekly quizzes and monthly exams. While she had waived the quizzes, the monthly examination remained to gauge her students' academic progress. However, the outcome left her deeply disappointed. Although the students had absorbed her lectures, their written responses bore no relation to the questions posed. But professor, the content we filled in was what you taught us. A trembling Gryffindor student dared to interject amidst Diana's ire. Yes, indeed, but you must relate it to the questions. For heaven's sake, what is the other name for Sirius? Who wrote this? Sirius is also known as the Dog Star. Who taught you to answer like this? His name is Sirius. Diana was nearly apoplectic. How could a Weasley, who spent every day in the same class as Sirius, have made such an elementary error? Haha, I didn't make a mistake, Sirius boasted, his expression radiating pride, convinced that he was the reason for the simplicity of the question. Sirius, sit down. If you can't even answer questions about your own name, you might as well not attend my class. There's nothing to be proud of here. Diana couldn't help but deliver that blow, reminding him that confidence was admirable, but excessive arrogance was not. She recalled Sirius Black's exam paper, which had been utterly painful to read. For instance, when asked, what does the moon represent? Which celestial body guards the moon? Sirius had answered, Diana, the sacred moon goddess. The guardian of the moon is Sirius. While Diana's name indeed carried such connotations, his answer was nonsensical, completely detached from the question, as the distance between the moon and Sirius was approximately 3,268 light-years. Professor, how did I do on my exam? Remus raised his hand tentatively. Upon seeing him, Diana softened considerably, recognizing him as a sickly student who had still shown up for class. Although his answers were lackluster, they at least contained a semblance of reasoning. Don't worry, Remus, your exam was actually quite good. Just as Diana pondered how to commend Remus further, a knock resounded at the door. The students turned their attention to the sound, revealing a girl clad in Slytherin robes. Diana instructed the students to engage in self-study before stepping out of the classroom. She eyed the girl before her with curiosity. This appeared to be Sirius's sister, Andromeda. Diana held a favorable impression of her. She was quite attractive and demonstrated a far superior demeanor compared to her two sisters, showing genuine focus in class. Professor, my father asked me to deliver this invitation to you. There will be a banquet at Black Manor in a few days, and he hopes you can attend. Very well, I shall consider it. You may return to class now, Diana replied, accepting the invitation from the slightly nervous girl. Upon seeing Diana take the invitation, Andromeda visibly relaxed. Bidding farewell before turning to leave, Diana found herself perplexed. After all, was it merely an invitation? What was there to be anxious about? She was not a giant, nor would she pose any threat to her. However, the moment she opened the invitation and beheld the signature and contents, she, too, became dazed. Finally comprehending why Andromeda was so apprehensive. The invitation from Voldemort instilled a sense of trepidation in Diana. Indeed, if Andromeda was nervous, she herself felt a flutter of unease. As a member of the new generation, Diana had certainly heard tales of Voldemort, affectionately dubbed the Dark Lord by many, reputed to be a terrorist. She recalled that the last time she had awakened from her travels, she had learned that Quirrell had been vanquished by Harry and his companions, leading her to speculate that this entity known as Voldemort was none other than Quirrell himself. Yet, the most bewildering aspect was that Diana had no inkling as to why Quirrell would extend an invitation to her. The students, who had been waiting patiently in the classroom, observed as Diana exchanged words with the female student, who handed over an envelope-like object. After casting a few glances at its contents, the student exited the classroom. Seemingly in a daze, the students grew increasingly concerned about the professor's mental state. As the clock on the wall signaled the end of class, the students noticed that Diana did not linger in the classroom as was her custom, allowing those who were confused to ask questions before returning to her office. Instead, they witnessed her say a brief farewell before departing with greater haste than any of the students. Sirius, that girl was your sister, wasn't she? Is something amiss in your family? Lupin inquired, having recognized the girl as Sirius's second sister. However, he was perplexed about what she could have delivered to the professor that would cause her such evident disquiet. I don't know, Sirius replied, somewhat bewildered. Yes, she's indeed my sister, but I haven't received any word of any family events. He had always felt his mother disapproved of him, yet she would typically inform him of any family gatherings to spare him embarrassment in front of others. However, since he had entered Gryffindor, it seemed she had become even less inclined to acknowledge him, to the extent that he had not received any correspondence from home since the beginning of the term. Thus, when questioned, Sirius was equally in the dark about what might be transpiring at home, especially since Diana had received news yet had not shared it with him. The Marauders, usually mischievous, were particularly well-behaved today, sensing something was amiss with the professor, and refrained from troubling Severus to avoid adding to her distress. Chapter 74. The Black Family's Banquet. In truth, the nobility often hosted numerous banquets, and Diana frequently received their invitations. However, she would only attend the one at Malfoy Manor, as she had friends of that surname. Yet today, she chose to accept an invitation from the Black family, curious to uncover the reason behind the mysterious summons, especially since the Dark Lord was the head of a pureblood family. Come, my dear companion Lucius, she declared as she donned her attire. Stepping out of her office, she found Lucius waiting outside, a serendipitous coincidence as both had received invitations to the same banquet. This prompted Diana to feel that attending together with Lucius would provide companionship. After all, they were seasoned partners in many endeavors. Upon exiting her office, Diana was taken aback by the sight before her. A throng of students had gathered outside her door. At that moment, dressed in formal attire, she and Lucius appeared somewhat out of place among the sea of students clad in their uniforms. It was evident to any observer that Diana and Lucius were preparing for an event. However, noting the collective anxiety among the students regarding their evening study session, Diana addressed them kindly. Tonight's evening class has been changed to self-study, and a professor will be present to oversee. With the students' eager gazes upon her, Diana naturally took Lucius's arm, and together they departed. They traveled in the Malfoy carriage, though it was parked on the lawn outside Hogwarts, necessitating a walk to their destination. Diana felt acutely aware of how her elegant attire contrasted with the attire of the surrounding students, drawing attention to herself. Nevertheless, Lucius seemed accustomed to such situations, confidently leading Diana forward. How irritating, that Malfoy again. I cannot fathom why Professor Diana would attend a banquet alongside him, Sirius muttered with irritation, while Peter nodded in agreement. The two of them lingered in a corner, watching Diana and Lucius recede into the distance, their expressions clouded with displeasure. Upon their arrival at Black Manor, Diana noted that a few guests had already arrived, while others were just disembarking from their carriages. The banquet hall of the Blacks struck Diana as oppressively dim. Heavy curtains obscured the windows, allowing no light to filter through. Though undeniably lavish, she preferred the decor of Malfoy Manor. At the highest point of the hall stood the most opulent chair, and upon entering, Diana observed a solitary figure seated there. The man's face was concealed by a white mask, and he was draped in a cloak that obscured his features, rendering his expression unreadable. Upon entering the banquet hall, Diana felt a sense of incongruity in her attire, despite being a gathering of the elite. The guests appeared to have donned matching garments that resembled nothing more than black shrouds. The curious ensemble, though crafted from expensive fabric, gave the impression that the wearers could easily be mistaken for beggars if they ventured outside with bowls in hand. With a mere glance, Diana recognized the attire as a product of some designer's whimsy, fit for a historical emperor's command for execution. Yet, the crowd around her seemed to revel in their peculiar garb. Diana's entrance seemed to capture the attention of the assembly, all eyes fixated upon her, leaving her feeling utterly bemused. Before she could react further, two house elves appeared from seemingly nowhere, one whisking Lucius away while the other guided Diana to the side of the mysterious figure. As she approached, the man rose from his chair and advanced toward her step by step. Professor Cavendish, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. His magnetic voice resonated, and what should have been a lively banquet fell into an eerie silence. My esteemed lord, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and upon meeting you today, I must say, you are indeed extraordinary. However, my lord, our proximity seems rather excessive. There exists a distinction between the genders. Listening to the words of the man before her, Diana nodded in agreement, subtly retreating to increase the distance between them. It was only then that Diana vaguely noticed that the head concealed beneath the cloak was bald, though she could not ascertain his appearance. She surmised it was likely not pleasing to the eye. As an admirer of beauty, she deemed it prudent to maintain a distance. For it is often said that association with the aesthetically pleasing can enhance one's own allure, while lingering with the unappealing may detract from it. Would prolonged proximity to this individual result in her own hair thinning? With such thoughts occupying her mind, Diana stepped back a few paces. At that precise moment, Lucius was ushered into the room, albeit in attire now resembling that of the gathering below. One could not help but muse how appearances matter. Without his distinguished garments, Malfoy seemed to lose several notches in prestige. Diana, are you disparaging me? Tom, who had been quietly observing Diana, detected her subtle movements and felt a surge of irritation. Nay, it is merely that I already have a partner, thus it is inappropriate to draw too near. Moreover, you do not strike me as a man of good character. She refrained from voicing the latter sentiment, knowing full well that this was, after all, his domain. If he were alone, she might have felt emboldened to confront him without fear of repercussions. Yet, given that this was Sirius's abode with Lucius present, an altercation would surely end poorly for her and Lucius alike. Tom, pleased with Diana's response, inexorably guided her towards the seat of honor, insisting she take her place upon his lap. My lord, Miss Cavendish is my partner and my professor. Your actions are quite unbecoming. Observing Diana being forcibly removed by Voldemort, Lucius felt compelled to intervene, despite understanding that his objections might jeopardize family interests. However, he recognized that, in the hierarchy of values, the Malfoy family prioritized kin over profit. And for Lucius, Diana was destined to be his bride. From the very first glance, he had believed her to be a celestial being sent by Merlin to rescue him. A manifestation of Merlin's empathy towards his own dreary existence. It was his solemn duty to safeguard his future wife, and no lord, regardless of power, could inflict harm upon her. Yet, evidently, Tom dismissed Lucius's words, tightening his grip around Diana upon hearing her refer to him as my partner. Diana, striving to pry free from the constraining hand, found her efforts futile. Instead, the grip only grew more pronounced. To her dismay, the exertion of her struggles revealed a firm object pressing against her beneath her gown, its presence acutely noticeable due to the delicate fabric. To avert any further escalation, and to prevent any irreparable incident, Diana instantly became compliant, no longer daring to move. Internally, she cursed the man before her for being so depraved as to respond physically to a stranger. Chapter 75. The Generational Bond, Awakening in Bed. The soiree seemed interminably lengthy. More accurately, it masqueraded as a banquet while the discussions that transpired eluded Diana's comprehension, lulling her into a stupor. Ultimately, she succumbed to weariness and closed her eyes. Lucius, who had been attentively watching Diana, noticed her drowsiness. Even in slumber, she maintained a semblance of vigilance, stirring within him a profound sense of compassion. He reflected silently that had it not been for his own circumstances, Diana would not have found herself in this perilous situation, ensnared by a powerful and dangerous man. Unable to escape, compelled to remain alert even in fatigue. In her hazy state, Diana sought something to cradle to continue her slumber. After much groping, she finally grasped an object, only to realize belatedly that it felt decidedly wrong. With a bleary blink, she opened her eyes to find herself clutching a long, slender, alabaster hand. Looking upward, she beheld a black silk robe, loosely draped, revealing a well-defined chest. Diana distinctly heard the sound of her own throat constricting as her hand, seemingly possessed, instinctively reached out to touch the exposed muscles, only to retract in shock as if struck by lightning. Tom observed the young woman before him, noting her swift withdrawal as if she had encountered some contagion. She turned away, her small hand gently patting her own face while muttering to herself, "This is a dream. This is a dream. Diana, take a moment to reflect on your own circumstances. How could you ever expect a handsome man to take an interest in you? This is undoubtedly a dream. With no thoughts of men, one naturally finds solace in their wand. Men may betray you, but money will not. Awaken, or your wages shall be docked." Tom regarded Diana with amusement, noting how she had grown more endearing over the years. Yet, the words she uttered struck him as increasingly peculiar. What had transpired in her life to lead her to such a perception? Just as Diana had steeled herself mentally, she turned to find a stranger seated beside her, causing her to jump in alarm. "Oh my, who are you, handsome, and why are you here?" However, she quickly realized, in her excitement, that she had spoken in Chinese, promptly correcting herself to English. Diana could not recall when she had become acquainted with this individual. Observing him to be a bald Englishman whose appearance was, at least, tolerable. Strangely, he evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness within her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she recognized it as an unfamiliar environment, devoid of the comforts of her dormitory or office. She recalled attending a banquet, where many attendees appeared more like beggars than dignified guests, and soon after, she had been swept into the arms of the man she suspected to be Voldemort, an impression reinforced by her inability to escape his grasp. Despite her struggles, he had reacted with alarming fervor, and afterward, a myriad of conversations ensued, none of which she understood, leading her to believe she had dozed off. Now, awakening in this unfamiliar room, she mused that surely Lucius would escort her home post-banquet. Yet, here she was, instead, alongside this enigmatic man who had claimed the title of Voldemort. How had she ended up in his company? As she assessed her attire, the once resplendent gown had been replaced with a nightgown of matching fabric and color to that of the man beside her. "Where are my clothes?" Diana inquired with a hint of perplexity, feeling no discomfort nor bearing any marks, indicating that she had not engaged in any untoward activities. "No need to look further. Your garments have been changed by the house elf," Tom replied somewhat awkwardly, absorbing Diana's words. "Who are you? What purpose do you have for keeping me here? What have you done to my student?" Diana fixed her serious gaze upon the man before her. She was resolute. Should this man inflict any harm upon her student, she would not hesitate to resolve the matter right then and there, especially since the current setting lacked the multitude of witnesses present at a banquet. Diana felt a surge of excitement, realizing that the knowledge she had amassed since her arrival in this world could finally be put to use. It was rather thrilling. After all, knowledge acquired yet unused felt like a wasted endeavor. It was akin to possessing a mountain of gold and silver, yet being unable to access it. Rest assured, your student is far safer than you think. He has already returned to Hogwarts for his classes. As for you, once you arrive, there is no turning back. My purpose? Why, it is you, Assistant Kavanaugh, Tom remarked with a hint of mockery, deriding Diana's ineptitude, noting that she could not even protect herself, let alone others. Upon hearing this title, Diana quickly deduced that this man was likely one of those who had remained at Hogwarts during her tenure as an assistant, particularly during the holidays. After all, she had not truly taught alongside Tom, thus not qualifying as a genuine assistant. Subsequently, she had departed from this world, remaining unaware of the events that unfolded thereafter, leaving her to speculate that he belonged to the group of students or professors who had stayed behind during the holidays. "Oh, and what do you intend to do with me? Am I to be a burden, consuming your resources without any contribution? However, if you provide me with food and lodging, I certainly wouldn't mind enjoying an early retirement here," Diana mused whimsically. The purpose of her position at Hogwarts was indeed to secure sustenance and a stable income. And now she found herself ensnared by this Dark Lord. If he could offer her such benefits, then what was the difference in labor? It was merely a pity for Dumbledore, who, at his advanced age, still had to scramble to find professors for the school. Tom appeared taken aback by Diana's swift transition from concern for her student to a more relaxed acceptance of her captivity as a new job. You seem remarkably at ease. Considering there is a man in your room, Tom scoffed, harboring a sense of inexplicable dissatisfaction. If the roles were reversed, would she maintain such composure with another man in her chamber? And what of it? This is your domain. Do you think I can simply escape? As for your comment on a man being in my room, I can only say that all humans are inherently drawn to beauty. If he were unattractive, I would have promptly ejected him. You, though somewhat bald, you are still passably decent looking, Diana replied candidly, having no qualms in admitting her appreciation for aesthetics. Upon reflection, she realized she had been single for over a decade, hardly ever having touched a man's hand. Awakening to find a man beside her was a startling experience. Had he been ugly, she would have surely dealt with him harshly. Had he committed any offense, she would have taken drastic measures before expelling him. Yet, the man before her, while not as handsome as Tom, Lucius, Abraxas, Cedric, Fred, or George, was still acceptable in appearance. If a handsome man lay in her bed and had yet to make any advances, surely that indicated a deficiency on his part. Having not been intimate with a man in years, Diana thought it might not be inappropriate to touch his abs, reasoning that she could always send him away afterward. Chapter 76. Generational concerns from various quarters. Ultimately, it was Diana who managed to drive Tom away, leaving him to reflect on his past negligence in teaching her, lamenting her lack of caution towards men and her poor judgment in discerning their intentions. He could not fathom why she would choose to associate with the likes of the Malfoy family, who had always prided themselves on their ostentation. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within Hogwarts, as the sudden disappearance of a professor had sent ripples of concern throughout the institution. Although the students remained quietly seated and engrossed in their books, anxiety for the professor's well-being lingered in their hearts. Malfoy, has something happened to Professor Diana? Sirius, who had been preoccupied with worry for days, finally mustered the courage to approach Lucius after class to voice his concern. Professor Diana is a guest at Malfoy Manor, Lucius responded, his expression darkening. If given the choice, he would prefer that Diana were anywhere but there. Once, he had eagerly anticipated her visit. Now, he wished for her to be as far removed as possible. After all, the manor had become a stronghold for that dark figure, and Diana's presence there was akin to stepping into a den of lions. Senior, if she is merely a guest, then surely Professor Diana will return soon. After all, we are all awaiting her classes, or are you perhaps lying? This marked Severus's first direct conversation with Lucius. Generally, he would have felt inferior as a half-blood in Slytherin, but due to his association with Lucius, he commanded a certain respect. Severus had even agreed to Lucius's proposition of collaboration in purchasing the potions he brewed. However, his concern for Diana's safety ignited an overwhelming surge of agitation within him, exacerbated by the whispers among Slytherin students regarding the dark deeds of that mysterious figure and the events of a recent banquet. He feared that Professor Diana was not willingly remaining at Malfoy Manor, but rather had been detained by that ominous presence. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Snape, you ought to return to your classes, Lucius stated, though he himself was not entirely confident in his words. Yet, due to his family's ties to that dark figure and his position as a prefect, he felt compelled to quell the worries of his peers and maintain a facade of calm. Lucius believed that with his father around, Diana would surely be protected, considering she was deemed his son's chosen partner. However, the reality was quite different. At Malfoy Manor, Diana was leading a life of seclusion, enjoying the comforts of her room, while Abraxas contemplated how best to shield her from harm, knowing well that, despite Diana being the Dark Lord's sister, that fiend would not dare to harm her. However, it is evident that Abraxas Malfoy has, over time, sensed a gradual shift in the demeanor of that esteemed gentleman. Previously, he exhibited an air of composure, meticulously contemplating the consequences of his decisions to ensure that his plans were flawlessly executed. Yet, it is crucial to note that Abraxas's motives for his actions were not driven by his son Lucius, but rather by the lingering affections for his first love, Diana, a desire now complicated by Abraxas's own established family. Thus, he approached the situation solely from the standpoint of a friend wishing to assist Diana. In Chapter 77, titled The Generational Connection, unveiling Tom's identity, within a chamber of the Malfoy Manor, the opulence of the room's decor was unmistakable. The owner of this lavishly adorned space clearly favored shades of lavender, as evidenced by the exquisite princess bed and the curtains that dominated the design. Any observer would undoubtedly assume that the occupant was a refined noblewoman. Alas, at that very moment, The lady regarded as a paragon of virtue was engaged in an act far from ladylike. After ensuring her solitude, with no house elves in sight, the young woman began to sway her hands in a series of peculiar gestures, humming a tune, listening to the pain in your breath, feeling the frenzy in your heartbeat. Each lyric was accurate, and her melody was on point, yet her performance lacked finesse, overflowing instead with raw emotion. Ironically, just as Diana reached the crescendo of her spirited rendition, the door swung open, revealing a figure with a grim countenance, Tom. Noticing him, Diana swiftly composed herself, dismissing his presence as she moved to a nearby table to wipe the sweat from her brow and neck, which had accumulated from her exertion. After taking a sip from her glass, she turned her gaze toward her uninvited guest. What brings you here today, Lord Voldemort? Have you finally decided to release me back to school? My students have been missing out on so much coursework because of your actions. Wasting time is tantamount to wasting life, and life equates to money. You're squandering my finances. While you may waste your own, you are depriving my students of their education. What can they possibly learn in self-study sessions? The thought of being imprisoned by this man, preventing her from teaching those endearing children, weighed heavily on Diana's heart. She sincerely hoped Dumbledore would allow another professor to take her place, lest her students emerge from an entire term of astronomy with nothing but the most rudimentary knowledge to show for it. She also wondered if Sirius had been bullied in her absence. Diana was well aware of the ongoing harassment from James Potter, motivated by his affection for Lily, and she had discreetly conversed with several members of the small band of tormentors. They had indeed been relatively subdued for a time, but now she feared that Sirius might once again fall victim to their bullying once she was gone, as those schoolyard marauders could easily resurface. Yet, from Tom's perspective, her concerns were merely remnants of unrequited feelings, a manifestation of her yearning for her illicit lover. After all, he had overheard her emotionally charged song. Tom deduced that her imprisonment must have stirred memories of a man from her past, most likely Lucius Malfoy, given Diana's previous inclination toward that type. As he observed the man before him, who remained silent since his entrance, Diana, unconcerned, decided to speak first. By the way, you must have had other names, haven't you? What were they? I am curious about what prompted your decision to change your name. Hearing Diana's words, Tom furrowed his brow, recognizing that his sister remained as foolish as ever. From their first meeting, he had deemed her irredeemably naive. It was one thing for her to be oblivious to why she found herself at the orphanage. It was another to be completely unaware of the danger she had placed herself in by climbing into his bed on that fateful night. Given her profound ignorance, Tom chose not to dwell on her foolishness. Since she had willingly engaged with him, he felt justified in treating her as a pet, one that he believed should never leave his side. As his pet, he would not allow anyone to mistreat her. However, should a day come when his pet disobeyed and sought to escape, Tom might grant her a single opportunity for redemption. Yet, he considered himself a merciful master, having given her chance after chance, only for her to squander them. Ultimately, she left, returning to find her seeking companionship with other men, an affront Tom could not tolerate. Moreover, her failure to recognize him only fueled his anger further. Tom observed with clarity that the look in Diana's eyes was one of unfamiliarity, as if he were merely a stranger, one who had sought to imprison her after a single encounter. My dear sister, you remain as foolish as ever. How is it that, after only a few years apart, you fail to recognize your own brother? I am most curious to know how you managed to navigate so freely within this body. Or perhaps this is not your true form. What has become of your real self? The term sister prompted Diana, despite her naivety, to reconsider her previous assumptions. The man before her, who had taken on the name Voldemort, was not the Quirrell she had long suspected. He was Tom. Thus, the notion that Quirrell was an agent of Voldemort seeking to consume Tom's soul was entirely misguided. Quirrell was likely a servant, willingly bonded to Tom. This revelation clarified why, after Quirrell's demise, Tom also vanished. He had presumably fled in search of a new vessel. Tom Riddle, what has become of you? Upon witnessing Tom's current state, Diana felt a sense of bewilderment. What had he done to himself? His appearance had changed significantly. Could it be that he had resorted to dark magic upon his own visage? Although he remained handsome, Diana found herself longing for his original form, particularly his hair. Had he offended a barber during a haircut, leading to such a drastic transformation? The thought made Diana chuckle, and she couldn't help but worry about the fate of the unfortunate barber who had cut Tom's hair, rather than ridiculing him. Given her understanding of Tom's temperament, which had only worsened with age, she wondered if he had simply dispatched the poor barber with an Avada Kedavra for the offense. In Chapter 78, titled The Generational Connection, the Midnight Rescue Operation, Sirius exclaimed, I just heard that loathsome Malfoy mention that the professor attended a banquet held at your estate. Now, she finds herself trapped at Malfoy Manor, and we must go to her rescue. James quietly urged Sirius, Peter, and Remus, is it true? James, this is incredible. We must rescue Diana. The Malfoy residence is perilous. Upon hearing this, Sirius exclaimed with excitement. The group of young lads conspired to embark on a grand adventure that night, an escapade to Malfoy Manor. Venturing to Malfoy Manor was indeed a significant transgression. After all, leaving the school without permission was already a violation of rules, and remaining outside during the designated hours constituted a serious offense. To infiltrate the residence of a board member only compounded their misdeeds, with severe consequences awaiting should they be discovered. Under the cloak of night, the four companions mounted their concealed brooms, departing Hogwarts undetected as they soared towards Malfoy Manor. Fortuitously, the Black family maintained a cordial relationship with the Malfoys, rendering Sirius well acquainted with the route to the manor, thus assuming the role of guide. The Potter family, while pure-blooded, stood apart from other families of their kind. Unlike their peers who sought to distance themselves from Muggles, the Potters fostered close ties with half-bloods and Muggles alike. The surname Potter was common among Muggles, which excluded them from the ranks of the Sacred 28. The compiler of the pure-blood list harbored suspicions regarding their lineage, believing them to have emerged from a muddled heritage, with most Potter children sorted into Gryffindor at Hogwarts. In contrast, offspring of pure-blood families typically found themselves in Slytherin, a rivalry that defined the two houses. Thus, many pure-blood families looked down upon the Potters, who, in turn, felt little inclination to associate with their kind. The gatherings of pure-blood families rarely included members of the Potter clan. It is worth noting, however, that James Potter's mother hailed from a pure-blood lineage, specifically the Black family, making Sirius and James effectively cousins. As the four boys sped through the night sky on their brooms, the wind howled past their ears, tousling their hair in delightful disarray. Inside Malfoy Manor, Diana had just finished her evening routine, donned in a nightgown, preparing to retire for the night. Suddenly, she heard what sounded like a knock on her window. Upon opening it, she was astonished to see a young boy on a broomstick outside. Sirius. Sirius, do you realize that curfew has passed? What you're doing is perilous. Come inside. The sight of the 11-year-old first-year wizard, Sirius, on a broomstick at Malfoy Manor made it unmistakably clear that they had likely snuck out from Hogwarts. Professor, I've come to rescue you. Sirius exclaimed exuberantly upon spotting Diana, thrilled to be the first to find her while the others had yet to arrive. However, Diana's concern for their safety overshadowed his excitement. Observing Sirius still perched upon his broom, she reached out and pulled him into her room. Aside from you, where are Potter and the others? You four are always together. Surely, you're not acting alone this time, Diana inquired gently as she poured him a glass of fruit tea. Before Sirius could respond, another knock echoed at the window, signaling the arrival of his companions. Quickly, come in. Diana beckoned to the other boys outside, hastening to serve them warm fruit tea. Professor Diana, how have you fared? You must have suffered. I will rescue you, Peter said joyfully as he accepted tea from Diana. You should drink less at this hour, or you may find it difficult to sleep, having to run to the loo all night. Diana watched Peter drink eagerly, and with a sigh, she poured him another cup, this being the third or fourth time. While the fruit tea from Malfoy Manor was indeed delightful, it seemed excessive to be so parched. Thank you for your thoughtfulness in coming to rescue me. However, you are all quite young. Perhaps one of you might ride a broom without incident. But two together is far less safe. Diana considered escaping herself, but the thought of sitting on a broom filled her with trepidation. Young wizards lacked the strength of adult witches and wizards. While one might manage a broom alone, it was a different matter entirely to carry another person. She feared that her inexperience could lead to disaster. Yet, as Gryffindors, how could James and the others possibly back down? The notion of rescuing their professor and becoming heroes was too alluring to resist. Aside from James, the other three hoped to win Diana's favor. Although their thoughts varied, the ultimate goal remained the same. They implored her to join them, and eventually, Diana succumbed to their enthusiastic pleas, agreeing to accompany the relatively skilled Sirius. Diana thought to herself, I'm afraid of heights, but I'll simply avoid looking down. The young wizard may lack the necessary magic. I shall provide the power. While Sirius steers the course, I cannot let their efforts be in vain. Should anything go awry, I shall protect them at all costs. Together, they mounted the broom and soared towards Hogwarts. Before departing, Diana thoughtfully retrieved several scarves from her wardrobe, draping them around the boys' necks, and cast warming charms upon them. The scene transformed into one of whimsy, with the four boys adorned in an array of colorful scarves, complete with delightful animal heads. Meanwhile, Diana shut her eyes tightly, channeling her magical energy into guiding Sirius, feeling the wind whip around her as she braced herself for the journey ahead, envisioning her hair in a disheveled frenzy. Chapter 79. The return of the next generation. Today, Hogwarts buzzed with an unusual vibrancy, reminiscent of the lively days of old. As the astronomy class resumed after a prolonged hiatus, the students were elated to discover that Professor Diana, who had been absent for nearly an entire semester, had returned. The professor known for assigning minimal homework, engaging activities, and captivating stories was back. The students approached the lesson with exceptional enthusiasm, yet Diana appeared rather lackluster. Having enjoyed the comforts of captivity, waking at the crack of dawn and staying up until the early hours, the sudden return to the school's early schedule left her feeling disoriented and as if her spirit had yet to return. Despite her grumpy demeanor that morning, Diana patiently addressed her students' inquiries. "Professor, is Uranus truly terrifying?" Lily asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, as the experts have indicated, Neptune is the least hospitable planet for human habitation. However, dear Lily, our study of astronomy should primarily focus on the trajectories of celestial bodies. While knowledge acquisition is commendable, it is paramount to prioritize what is essential for our examinations." Diana firmly believes that understanding planetary motion is a fundamental aspect for first-year wizards, as it will undoubtedly feature on their tests. "Professor, will you continue to teach astronomy at Hogwarts?" Observing Diana patiently addressing the inquiries of her students, Sirius posed his question as she passed by him. He had come to realize that if Diana were to remain at the school, he would aspire to stay on as well after graduation, so that they might become colleagues. Although Sirius's voice was somewhat subdued, several students in the classroom, who had been attentively watching Diana, leaned in to listen intently to what she would say in response. Upon hearing Sirius's question, Diana contemplated for a moment before replying. "If given the choice, I would prefer not to teach astronomy anymore, as I find this subject rather dull. I would much rather instruct you in charms or perhaps care of magical creatures, which I find far more engaging." In truth, Diana held little sentiment towards her position at Hogwarts. Teaching was merely a job, and the nature of the work was inconsequential. She found it difficult to derive joy from any employment. "Well then, Professor, when do you plan to find a boyfriend?" "Perhaps you could marry me when I grow up," boldly suggested a Gryffindor student. However, before he could finish his sentence, Sirius and a few other boys pulled him down. And seeing their camaraderie, Diana couldn't help but chuckle. The pursuit of a boyfriend is not urgent. When the time is right, love will come naturally. "You are all too young. I cannot take such steps yet, and besides, I do have a type that I am fond of. You should focus on your studies for now." Diana did indeed have a preference when it came to boys, as it is only natural for youth to have fleeting crushes on various celebrities and to seek partners who fit that mold. However, she lamented that finding her own match seemed an elusive prospect, for she believed that the handsome were often without wealth, the wealthy lacked charm, and those who were dependable were frequently impoverished. Handsome men without fortune, wealthy men lacking familial devotion, and those who were ambitious were rarely romantic, while the romantic were often unreliable. Hence, she concluded that perhaps it was wiser to remain single. The boys' hearts shattered upon hearing Diana's words, for their professor was not only beautiful and gentle, but also patient in addressing their queries and instinctively protective in times of danger. Having been born into nobility, many of the young boys harbored dreams of someday marrying a princess. This was akin to a girl who, in her childhood, encountered a kind and handsome young man who was willing to play with her, a longing memory indeed. Diana's presence fulfilled the boys' fantasies of nobility, beauty, warmth, and patience without being clingy. Yet, with her candid words, their innocent affections shattered like glass upon the ground. "Professor, what type of boy do you like? Is he still alive?" Sirius, displaying a hint of stubbornness, pressed on to discover the identity of the man who had captured Diana's interest. As a brave Gryffindor, he felt compelled to stake a claim for his future, and if the professor did not mind, he thought he might even coexist amicably with the person she admired. "Enough of that. Your ability to listen to my lectures is the best reward you could give me." Diana yawned, feeling fatigue creeping in after the lesson. As time slipped by, she occasionally offered insights to her students. Meanwhile, Lucius, having heard of Diana's return, promptly arrived at the classroom door after class. Turning around, Diana was greeted by the sight of the typically elegant Lucius, who appeared somewhat disheveled this time. "Good morning, Lucius," she smiled, acknowledging the long-awaited reunion. Although the first class of the day had concluded, it still felt appropriate to greet him. Noticing a few unruly strands of hair falling across Lucius's face, Diana's instinctive tidiness compelled her to pause, gently brushing them aside as she walked past him. Satisfied once the hair was neatly arranged, she continued on her way. What seemed to her a mundane act was perceived by others as a sign of mutual affection. Lucius felt his heart race as it had never before. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Diana as she approached, book in hand, her silhouette framed against the light, while she tucked her loose hair behind her ear. In that moment, Lucius was momentarily entranced, feeling as if he were caught in a surreal dream. "Lucius, do you need something from me? Are you not coming along?" Diana called back, noticing Lucius standing there in a daze, prompting him to follow her. Upon hearing her voice, Lucius snapped back to reality and joined her. At 17, he now stood a head taller than Diana, and as they walked side by side, an unsuspecting observer might mistake them for an older student and his companion. In the corner, three shadowy figures watched intently, their eyes fixated on Diana's retreating form. Professor Diana wouldn't possibly fancy that peacock, would she? Sirius mused, feeling somewhat aggrieved that the professor might prefer someone like that over him. Curse that Malfoy, Peter muttered resentfully. Whoever the professor likes, her happiness brings me joy, Remus remarked, despite feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight of Diana walking alongside Malfoy. Lucius, it has been ages. Did you sustain any injuries from the banquet? In her office, Diana gazed at Lucius with concern, recalling how she had drifted into a deep slumber that evening, unaware of the events that transpired thereafter. Diana, do not fret. After the banquet concluded, I emerged unscathed. But how did you manage to escape? Lucius pondered, considering his father's loyalty to that particular individual and the ambiguous relationship they shared with Diana. He doubted his father would easily allow her to leave. And based on the demeanor of that individual towards Diana, he could not imagine her capitulating to serve him. Oh, that? A few Gryffindors came to my rescue that night. We traversed mountains and seas just to conduct lessons for you. Diana's recollections of the previous night remained vivid, the fierce winds swirling around her. Although the warming charm kept her from feeling cold, she still felt lightheaded from the gusts. Indeed, it seems that Gryffindors have a penchant for breaking the rules. Very well. Lucius, let us spare them this time and refrain from deducting points. Without them, I might not have returned today, Diana gently persuaded, observing Lucius's apparent fury towards the Gryffindor students for their breach of school rules. I hear you, he replied, masking his internal delight at the knowledge that Diana had been brought out, though his anger was directed solely at their reckless methods. Lucius was unconcerned about any harm that could have befallen those Gryffindors on their lengthy flight upon their enchanted brooms. Rather, he was troubled by the thought of what might happen to Diana if anything went awry. This recklessness displayed by the Gryffindors was utterly vexing. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office, and upon opening the door, Sirius was met with the sight of Diana and Lucius engaged in an intimate conversation, their proximity unmistakable. Sirius, what brings you here? Is there something urgent? Diana inquired, releasing Lucius's hand, which she had grasped in concern over his well-being. I came to deliver the first-year Slytherin assignments, Sirius replied, his lips pressed into a thin line as he scrutinized Diana and Lucius, ultimately placing the stack of papers down with a forlorn expression before turning to leave. What's the matter? Were you bullied again? Diana questioned, observing Sirius's seemingly disgruntled demeanor as he exited. If he had indeed been mistreated, why hadn't he spoken up? Had it not been for her unexpected journey back to this era, Diana would have never imagined that the imposing, authoritative professor, renowned for his strictness and propensity for assigning detentions, had once been plagued by social anxiety. In fact, she surmised that his struggles with social interactions surpassed her own, bordering on reclusiveness. Perhaps he had encountered an unpleasant situation or faced a challenging academic conundrum. Lucius, keenly aware of Sirius's thoughts, recognized his internal turmoil. However, as a worthy rival, he would never utter a kind word on behalf of any potential competitor in Diana's presence, unless such praise could significantly elevate his standing with her. Well, if you encounter any perplexing issues, you might consider consulting the professor at a suitable time. Sirius's thirst for knowledge and his diligence in research are commendable traits worthy of emulation by many students. Hearing Lucius's words, Diana assumed that was indeed the case. Hey, you snot-nosed brat, I have a question for you. What were the professor and Malfoy doing in the office? The trio of eavesdroppers, more accurately a duo, had been quietly observing Diana's office, with one of them preoccupied with the arduous pursuit of winning over his beloved. As they had been monitoring the situation, they witnessed Sirius entering Diana's office with an air of confidence, only to emerge shortly thereafter, disheveled and dejected. The trio sensed a palpable difference in how Sirius treated Diana compared to his interactions with Lily, a disparity that did not go unnoticed. The three eavesdroppers pondered whether Sirius had witnessed something significant that had caused his disheveled appearance. They collectively speculated that perhaps Diana and Malfoy had engaged in some clandestine activity within the confines of the office. While they longed to burst in and ascertain the truth, they were acutely aware that many students had taken to visiting Diana for various reasons, prompting the headmaster to enforce a decree forbidding entry to professors' offices without just cause to avoid disturbing their rest. Thus, the only course of action available to them was to intercept Sirius in a secluded area. Peter, unable to contain his disdain for Sirius any longer, remarked, "Why does this Sirius get to saunter in and out of the professor's office at will? Simply because he holds the position of astronomy representative for first-year Slytherin. There are astronomy representatives for Gryffindor first years as well, namely Lily, but as she is the object of James's affections, I dare not cross her. Yet Severus? I feel it's perfectly acceptable to stir up a bit of trouble for him. The professor is resting, Severus said flatly, regarding the trio with an impassive expression. Unfortunately for him, his words did little to quell their suspicions. They were convinced that if nothing untoward had occurred, and if the professor truly was resting, then why had Malfoy yet to emerge? Moreover, why had Severus exited looking so forlorn after his visit? The three had already concluded that something questionable must have transpired within those walls, likely of a nature they would prefer not to witness. Severus, anticipating their disbelief, made no attempt to defend himself and sought to leave. He found it perplexing that, given their already formed conclusions, they would come to question him. Surely, if they were so inclined, they could simply investigate for themselves. After all, wasn't Gryffindor renowned for their bravery? Chapter 81. The Next Generation, Christmas at Hogwarts. The festive spirit of Christmas arrived shortly after Halloween. As customary, Diana received an invitation, and this occasion was no exception. It was once again an invitation from Malfoy Manor. Of course, Lucius was to attend the family gathering, as the Malfoy family, being one of Hogwarts board members, enjoyed the privilege of allowing their offspring to return home via the Flu network during the holidays to partake in the festivities. However, this time, Diana had learned her lesson. Upon receiving the invitation, she promptly penned a response. Emblazoned across a large sheet of parchment were the unequivocal words, "Thank you for the invitation, but I shall not attend." The Christmas festivities at Hogwarts were divided into two venues. The younger wizards indulged in food and merriment without the burden of classes, reveling freely in their enjoyment, while the older students also feasted but were afforded additional activities, including a ball. For Diana, these events held little allure, being merely remnants of past celebrations. After satisfying her appetite, she chose to depart from the revelry, making her way back to her office. Yet at times, declining an invitation does not preclude one from arriving at the venue. After enjoying a few drinks and feeling pleasantly tipsy, Diana leaned against the wall as she ambled toward her office, only to inadvertently collide with someone lurking around the corner. She offered an apology, and the individual showed no signs of grievance, prompting her to continue on her way. However, just a few steps later, she felt a sharp pain in her neck before succumbing to unconsciousness, her final thoughts being, "Who is this person, dressed so flamboyantly, in that pink bag?" When she regained consciousness, Diana found herself staring into the face of someone who was now touching her face and playing with her hair. Unable to endure it any longer, she thought, "Who does this person think they are, messing with a hairstyle that took me hours to perfect?" Diana, unable to endure any longer, abruptly rose from his embrace, turning to deliver a punch directly at him. Upon recognizing who he was, she immediately regretted her action. She thought to herself that she hadn't exerted much force. Yet the man before her had succumbed to unconsciousness. As she surveyed her surroundings, the familiar decor revealed that she was indeed in Malfoy Manor. The scene beneath the bridge, teeming with people clad in extravagant attire, suggested that a grand feast was underway. Gazing at the unconscious Tom and the gathering of Death Eaters below, Diana spotted several familiar faces, Abraxas, Lucius, and some of her senior classmates. They were predominantly those who prided themselves on their pure-blood lineage, and at that moment, the group of Death Eaters regarded her with palpable fear. Diana found the situation exceedingly bizarre. She had seemingly done nothing more than knock one person out. And yet this throng appeared to be gripped by terror. Why were they so afraid? It was not as though she had harmed them. Diana had yet to grasp that her recent actions could be likened to a display of power, inadvertently demonstrating her dominance over the most formidable of foes. The Death Eaters, led by Tom, could not help but feel trepidation upon witnessing their master so effortlessly vanquished by this woman. Even those like Bellatrix, who harbored resentment, were disturbed by the relationship between Diana and their master. Although Bellatrix recognized that Voldemort was of an age comparable to her father's, she was nonetheless entranced by his allure and held disdain for any woman who might draw his attention, particularly the young Hogwarts professor, whom she loathed even more. In that moment, witnessing the female professor strike down their master nearly drove Bellatrix to rush forward and cast an avada at the insufferable woman. But she was restrained by her father and sister. "What are you all doing? Can't you see your leader is unconscious? Are you going to leave him here to die?" she exclaimed at the inaction of the pure-blooded aristocrats below. In other households, when their leader was struck, the followers would be eager to avenge him. Yet this group stood as the most incompetent minions Diana had ever encountered. She mused that if Tom were awake, he would certainly express his dismay at their lack of initiative. Upon hearing her words, the Death Eaters finally reacted, with Abraxas Malfoy being the first to respond, as this was indeed his domain. Moreover, Tom Riddle resided in his home, and at Abraxas's command, a house elf promptly appeared and whisked the unconscious Tom away. With such an incident occurring at the banquet, the festivities could not continue. Under the Malfoy's guidance, the guests exchanged polite farewells and began to depart. As tranquility returned to Malfoy Manor, Diana found herself seated beside Lucius, exchanging silent glances until she broke the silence. "Lucius, please take me back to school," she said, playfully tugging at his hand as if in a display of affection. Diana regarded Lucius as her preferred means of escape from the Malfoy residence. However, her manner of speaking caused Lucius to flinch, his ears betraying a hint of crimson. "All right, I shall take you," he replied, his face flushed. Not resisting her grip on his hand, he felt a surge of joy at her natural display of intimacy and believed that despite her lack of verbal affirmation, she had accepted him, placing him in a uniquely special position in her heart. As this thought crossed his mind, a foolish grin spread across Lucius's face. Meanwhile, Abraxas, observing the two from above, felt a pang of bitterness as he witnessed his son's foolishness. Covering his face, he lamented the years he had invested in Lucius's education only to see him act like a simpleton, falling for his father's first love. Abraxas found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether it was the strong Malfoy genes that drew his son to such a type, or if Lucius had merely inherited his father's taste. While he wished to chastise this reckless boy, he reminded himself that Lucius was his descendant, destined to manage the Malfoy legacy after his passing, prompting him to silently avert his gaze to avoid further irritation. Thus, a splendid Christmas banquet came to an abrupt conclusion, marked by the impact of Diana's punch. Chapter 82, The Wrath of the Dark Lord. The first thing Tom did upon awakening was to seek out Diana. To his dismay, Malfoy Manor appeared unchanged. The house elves were diligently attending to their duties, and the decor and ambience remained as they always were. "Abraxas Malfoy, where's my possession? Where's that girl?" Voldemort seethed, his anger palpable. He had deliberately sent someone to retrieve her, and yet she had vanished as if into thin air. He had chosen a day of significance, selecting a sack of her favored color for the abduction, and dispatched his most trusted allies, only for them to let her slip away. "Abraxas, your failure warrants punishment," he declared. "Indeed, my lord, it is my oversight that allowed Diana to escape, or rather, I should say, the mistress. I am prepared to accept the consequences," Abraxas replied, fully aware that, despite his son's involvement, he had tacitly approved of the decision. Deep down, Abraxas harbored a desire for Diana to leave the perilous confines of Malfoy Manor. Lucius's actions were indeed justified, and the repercussions of such decisions would fall upon him as both a father and a former lover. Seated upon a leather sofa, the man reclined with his legs crossed, one hand resting casually on the armrest while the other held his wand, expressionless as he recited a curse directed at the man kneeling before him. "Cruciatus." At the utterance of these words, the kneeling man curled in agony on the floor, as if desperately striving to endure the torment. Only Abraxas understood that the pain coursing through him was excruciating, a relentless reminder of his anger towards the man before him for failing to safeguard that girl. As he inflicted this torment, he felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. The Cruciatus curse, by its very nature, required the caster to harbor a deep desire to inflict suffering upon the victim, deriving pleasure from their agony. Typically, the more intense this desire, the greater the damage inflicted. Despite his immense suffering, Abraxas's rational mind reassured him that his actions were justified. A girl as remarkable as Diana should not be ensnared by the grasp of such a monstrous man, who was nothing but a blight upon her existence. From the moment he chose to follow Voldemort, Abraxas realized that he and Diana were doomed to be apart. The formidable Voldemort, with his cunning intellect, could offer far greater advantages to their pureblood families. However, the interests that accompany such endeavors are often fraught with peril, and Abraxas has long since prepared himself for this eventuality. Observing the agony of Malfoy on the ground, Tom felt a surge of delight within his heart. Although he deemed this punishment insufficient, the remnants of his reason cautioned him against further action. If he continued down this path, his subordinate would surely perish. This Malfoy possesses considerable potential. Such retribution should be meted out gradually. "Very well, Malfoy. Consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, you will discover that the consequences are far more severe than mere anguish," Tom declared with feigned benevolence, casually toying with his wand, as though ready to extinguish the life of anyone who dared to provoke his displeasure. "Yes, master, I comprehend what must be done. Such occurrences shall not repeat," Malfoy replied, adept at flattery and astutely discerning his master's sentiments. Hearing Tom's words, Abraxas echoed his agreement, yet inwardly he mused that should a similar incident transpire again, he would harbor no regrets. Chapter 83, The Generational Bond. The holiday arrives as expected. Time flew by, and a semester slipped away in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, the final examinations assessed the students' learning outcomes over the past year. Diana, upon reviewing the students' report cards, furrowed her brow in dismay. She had not anticipated that her class would falter so significantly. Among the thousands of students, only 80% managed to pass, while the remainder produced incomprehensible gibberish. Watching the students depart, Diana could no longer conceal her elation. The children were on holiday, which meant she too could finally enjoy a respite. "Professor, you are welcome to visit my home. Indeed, come to my house as well, Professor." One by one, students passed by Diana, many extending invitations for her to spend the holiday at their homes. While she graciously responded with promises of yes, of course, deep down, Diana understood that these were merely the polite platitudes she had mastered over the years, leaving her unfortunate little blue-eyed confidante in a state of longing. Throughout the holiday, she remained distracted, fixating on the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of the figure that occupied her thoughts. As for Diana during the holiday, she spent her mornings teaching the son of Bartemius Crouch, the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and by afternoon, she would visit Severus's home. Ostensibly, she was there to provide Severus with private tutoring, yet her true intention was to compel him to revisit the experiences he had imposed upon her during her confinement, allowing him to grasp her suffering. In the evenings, she would share tea with Dumbledore, discussing the notion of switching to a different teaching subject. Ultimately, the exasperated Dumbledore acquiesced to Diana's request. He felt that these past few days had been the most trying of his life. Should he allow Diana to remain, he would find himself bereft of his phoenix feathers, and his supply of sweets would dwindle, for she possessed an insatiable appetite, consuming whatever he offered her throughout the day. Their conversations outstripped even the most gossipy of market vendors, and Diana frequently probed him for tales from his youth, her questions piercing like daggers into Dumbledore's heart. Severus meticulously poured the meticulously prepared potion into the cauldron, following the method Diana had taught him, and as he watched the ingredients meld together, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. Observing Diana reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in her book, Severus felt an inexplicable emotion swell within him. He believed she would always occupy that space, quietly pursuing her endeavors within his line of sight. Yet, Severus was unaware of the reason behind the comfort he derived from her presence, even in silence. She bestowed upon him a sense of tranquility that he had never experienced with his mother, relatives, or even Lily. "What's the matter? Have you completed it?" Feeling as though she were being scrutinized, Diana looked up to see the small boy clad in black, gazing intently at her. She found herself puzzled, but soon realized, given his social anxiety, that he likely felt too shy to interrupt her reading. "All right." Upon hearing Diana's inquiry, Severus proudly presented the potion he had bottled. The golden potion sparkled as if it contained a myriad of stars within it, dazzling in its brilliance. "Splendid. Little Severus, I knew I was right about you. You are a natural-born potion master. If you persist unwaveringly on this path, you shall surely attain great wealth and success in the future," Diana effusively praised him. Hearing her commendation, Severus blushed and returned her smile, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Chapter 84. The Generational Bond, Little Bartemius Crouch. Upon seeing Diana enter, the 11-year-old Barty's eyes sparkled with delight. "Sister Diana, you're late today." He dashed toward her, enveloping her in a tight embrace, at his height. His head nestled against her abdomen. Gazing fondly at the adorable Barty, Diana affectionately ruffled his hair. "Indeed, Sister Diana has come late today. Let us extend our time together this evening. Our lessons need not be shortened," she gently replied, intending to carry Barty to the room for their class as usual. But this time he grasped her arm to halt her. "I will carry you in the future," Barty declared, recalling the image of his father lifting his mother. A seed of determination took root in Barty's heart. Sister Diana, such a wonderful girl, would surely be subject to bullying outside. He resolved that when he grew up, he would protect her at home, cradling her daily as his father did his mother, ensuring she never touched the ground. Yes, my little Barty will become a man, and then sister will no longer be able to carry you. Rather, you will carry me," Diana responded, effortlessly bringing him into the room. Instinctively retrieving books from the shelf and pulling out a notebook from the desk drawer, she moved about as if it were her own home, while Barty observed her bustling around, feeling there was nothing amiss, as this room would eventually become a shared sanctuary for them both. The thought of such a possibility caused a slight flush to rise in Barty's cheeks as he watched Diana meticulously arrange his clothes. To him, this was the idyllic life of a couple one would read about in books. Although Barty had never been married, he understood that his parents, while seemingly in love, were primarily bound by familial alliances. His father, as the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, was often preoccupied and seldom at home. Barty was uncertain how a true couple ought to coexist. Nevertheless, he vowed to earnestly pursue the day when he would welcome Diana into his home, bestowing upon her his surname, ensuring he spent ample time by her side. Yet reality proved starkly different from his vivid imagination. Observing Diana as she retrieved the day's textbooks from various places, he noted that he had been dazed for far too long. With a playful jab, Diana poked his forehead. Awaken from your reverie. It is time for our lesson. If you wish to be lazy and hide your books, you ought to choose a different spot, for it is always the same few places. Diana was perplexed by little Barty. He was undoubtedly an intelligent child, always greeting her with warmth upon her arrival and absorbing knowledge swiftly. Yet, it was puzzling that he consistently concealed his books when she visited. Did this not waste precious time? If only class could conclude sooner, he could then indulge in playtime. What a delightful prospect that would be. With a gentle grip, Diana held Barty's hand, earnestly instructing him on the gestures required for spellcasting to facilitate easier incantation. Despite the extensive lessons, today Barty seemed particularly distracted. An ostensibly simple offensive spell had taken him an unusually long time to grasp. Was he unwell today? Perhaps it would be best to conclude the lesson early and allow him some time to rest. Diana gazed at Barty with concern, wondering if he might be ill. However, after a thorough examination, all appeared well, leaving Diana to speculate whether he had simply stayed up late the previous night, resulting in his lethargy today. Barty felt a warmth in his heart at Diana's concern for him, even going so far as to check on his health. Yet, a tinge of disappointment followed as she ceased to hold his hand for spell practice. Time seemed to fly by. After completing a few exercises, Diana had lectured him, and they had practiced magic together, and just like that, it was already afternoon. Thinking ahead to the start of term, Barty reassured himself that he would soon see Diana every day. This brief separation would lead to a cherished reunion. Such anticipation was worth the wait. As days passed swiftly, Diana found herself teaching at Hogwarts for 7 years, having witnessed Lucius graduate, Sirius in his 7th year, and Barty in his 6th. Yet, the more pressing matter was that Diana had kept Riddle alive through her efforts, and to her dismay, he had not aged much at all. With her relentless administration of hair growth potions, he had finally sprouted hair. Although his appearance still paled in comparison to his former self, it was tolerable. At least now. When Diana interacted with him, she no longer felt the same aversion she had upon her arrival in this era. Upon learning that Voldemort was indeed Tom, she had grown indifferent. She had become accustomed to the repeated experiences of being ambushed and struck. The sacks used for her captures were gaudy, adorned in vibrant hues, and the clubs were equally ostentatious, embedded with jewels. Diana found little understanding in the world of the affluent. Her initial resistance to Tom stemmed primarily from his baldness. Although his features were acceptable, Diana's exposure to beauty made her discomfort with his appearance palpable. Yet now that he had hair, she felt less repulsed by him. Of course, she still suspected that Tom might harbor some psychological issues, but as she was not a psychologist, she could not address them. Moreover, individuals with psychological disorders rarely recognize their own conditions, and Diana believed Tom's most significant delusion was his conviction that she was his wife. Furthermore, he had inexplicably orchestrated a wedding using some form of magic. Diana, Diana, and the persistent calls echoed in her ears, irritating her. Ever since that so-called wedding, Diana awoke each day to find Tom Riddle sleeping in her bed. He had once told her in the orphanage not to climb into his bed and to seek independence. Now he was the one sneaking into her bed at night. Diana was at a loss for words. Despite her irritation, Tom remained unfazed. After all, he had watched her grow up and understood her little tempers. Although his methods of securing their marriage were less than honorable and no one genuinely congratulated him, Tom did not mind. He believed their peers were merely envious, lacking in strength, unable to encounter her as early, and incapable of stepping into marriage with her. But he could do it all. Are you insane? This is Hogwarts. You know how much Dumbledore despises you. You are walking into a lion's den, courting death. Diana exclaimed as she confronted Tom, who had once again appeared in her office. Did he not comprehend the danger? In a few days, a potion competition was to be held in China, and he requested her participation as a judge. Diana, puzzled, inquired, so what? You are the one participating, not me. Tom effortlessly settled into her chair, pulling Diana into his embrace. I've heard you have a promising student named Severus Snape, a child of the Prince family, inherently gifted in potion making. If he could participate in this competition, it would pave the way for a brighter future, freeing him from discrimination. As Tom absent-mindedly toyed with Diana's delicate fingers, his words struck a chord in her heart. Severus was indeed her most promising student, both past and present. Although Sirius and his friends were also commendable students, Diana felt their eagerness stemmed more from a desire to showcase themselves, akin to peacocks displaying their feathers. In contrast, she sensed that Severus genuinely yearned to learn and grow stronger. Thus, as a professor, she was more than willing to assist him. Very well, my dear. What would you have me do? Diana replied, her smile radiant and sweet, her soft hands encircling Tom's shoulders, a complete reversal from her earlier reluctance to be held by him. Tom appeared quite pleased with her transformation. After stating his conditions, he indulged in affectionate moments with his wife before departing. Meanwhile, Diana promptly turned to inform Sirius, committing herself to assist him in preparing for the competition. In truth, Tom's request was quite simple. He wanted her to attend alongside him as his wife, while Sirius would be guided by the head of Slytherin House and the current potions professor. As they set out together, Diana felt a sense of nostalgia wash over her upon returning to her familiar homeland. Though the country had developed considerably, it had yet to reach the technological heights of the 21st century she once knew. Nevertheless, in her heart, despite having resided in the UK for many years and having attended school there, she still felt a profound sense of belonging to China, for in her past life, she had always been a citizen of this nation. After so many years in the UK, Diana felt an unreal sensation, akin to a lackluster student suddenly receiving congratulations from their teachers for earning a chance to study abroad. This was how she felt, having encountered so much during her time in the UK, yet always believing it was merely a study abroad experience, and that she would eventually return home. Diana could not ascertain how Tom felt upon arriving in China, but for her, it felt like returning home. The location of the potion competition happened to be in the province where she had lived in her past life. Speaking fluent Cantonese, she navigated the local market as though she were returning home, chatting amiably with the vendors and haggling over prices. "Sir, do you think the mistress is in a normal state of mind today?" A certain Death Eater gazed at Diana, who was animatedly chatting with the market vendors, and felt a sense of disorientation. Was this truly the esteemed Miss Diana, a pure-blood aristocrat? Was this the same fierce individual who once knocked Voldemort unconscious with a single punch? Well, her mental state appeared to be intact. The formidable Lord Voldemort had never encountered Diana in such a guise, nor had he witnessed the peculiarities of the Chinese Muggle market and its vendors. In Tom's perception, the English would never engage in lengthy discussions over a few coins, nor would the British markets assist in preparing ingredients. However, observing the current scene, it was evident that in this market, one could request potatoes to be peeled or fish to be filleted at will. While Diana was reveling in her conversation with the vendors, she noticed a Death Eater approaching her, announcing that it was time to leave, which made her feel a twinge of reluctance. "Where shall we go now?" Diana inquired as she followed the Death Eater to Tom's side. Noticing Tom's disdain for the market, she surmised he held a strong aversion to this place. She felt a sense of disdain for his snobbery. After all, he had visited the orphanage before and had expressed his distaste for the market's filth, but now his expression reflected outright disgust. "Back to the hotel," Tom said, grasping Diana's hand and hastily exiting the area. In the afternoon, the competitors, guided by their respective professors, began to enter the arena. Bored, Diana observed the grand spectacle until she saw Sirius enter, at which point she sat up straight, her eyes fixed upon him. Sirius stood out in the arena, clad in black, his hair freshly washed by Diana just before he left the previous night, looking particularly neat today. His features were typically European, and while the competition included many Western participants, it also boasted talented individuals from around the globe. "I'm going to take a break," Diana whispered to Tom. "All right, Lucius. You may escort the lady back," Tom replied, nodding in agreement, yet still assigning Lucius to accompany Diana back to the waiting room. Diana understood this was Tom's way of ensuring she wouldn't escape, having someone to keep an eye on her. Feeling somewhat unwell, possibly from too much sun exposure, she felt a bit dazed and dizzy. "Madam, how do you feel?" Lucius inquired, observing her discomfort with concern. Truth be told, Lucius was not fond of addressing her as madam, but due to the circumstances surrounding his master, he often found himself compelled to refer to his beloved as such. In Lucius's eyes, Diana would always be his lady, the Lady Malfoy. "Lucius, you've worked hard. I'm fine, just need to rest for a bit. You may return," Diana reassured him, dismissing her dizziness, which felt akin to low blood sugar. Lucius sensed something was amiss, yet even after summoning a doctor to examine Diana, no issues were found. Chapter 87. The One Who Vanished Returns. It was not until evening that Diana began to feel that her condition was more complicated than it seemed. Her body felt as if it were composed of mere data, utterly ephemeral. As Tom Riddle entered, he beheld Diana gradually dissolving into specks of light within the room, a bracelet tumbling heavily from her wrist to the ground. Tom reached out towards her, desperate to salvage the moment, but this time, nothing remained. "Young man, what is meant to be will come to pass. What is not meant to be cannot be forced," an elderly voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Turning, Tom recognized the elderly diviner from Diagon Alley, encountered many years prior. Strangely, while he had not understood the words then, he grasped their meaning now. "It's you. You returned her to me, didn't you? I recognize you. The last time I met you, Diana vanished." Tom's expression turned frantic. He was certain this individual was responsible, for after their last encounter, Diana had disappeared, leaving behind only her corporeal form. He had waited over 20 years for her return, and now she had simply vanished into thin air. The thought that he might never see her again filled him with hatred towards the old man before him. Slowly, he raised his wand, aiming it at the elder from China. Avada Kedavra. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the old man remained unharmed. What my dear Meow Meow said is true. You are indeed troubled. You shouldn't be so reckless, casting curses without thought. She was never meant for this era. Meow Meow? Tom pondered the sudden mention of this name, confused. Who was Meow Meow? He had been referring to Diana, and even if it were a nickname, it should have been an N. Oh, I forgot, you wouldn't know. Meow Meow is Diana. Diana is Meow Meow. You see, she could have lingered in this era longer. But the first time you removed the necklace, it was the key to her presence here. The second time, when you took her out of England, it restricted her. The woman observed Tom Riddle with exasperation, thinking how these men had sought divine intervention to bring Diana back, leading to all these troubles. They had gone to great lengths to create a device to bind Diana's soul, only to have it destroyed by their own hands. Had it not been for their near-catastrophic actions, the natural order would never have permitted her return. Their intent was to have her balance their powers, preventing the world from being adversely affected. So how can I meet her? Tom asked, catching the underlying implications in the woman's words. So, the root cause lies with me? Tom scoffed, unable to believe such a thing. The elderly lady, observing his reaction, was bemused. How is it that when someone tells the truth, no one believes them? At the moment Diana opened her eyes, she found herself surrounded by a familiar yet strange setting. This time, it was not the Hogwarts dormitory, the infirmary, an office, or any other place within Hogwarts, but rather a room. Just by observing the decor, Diana recognized her surroundings, her home, her family in this world, the Cavendish estate. How are you, darling? Do you feel unwell? Her mother inquired. Your father and I were on vacation when we received word from your professors that you had mysteriously vanished from school. We rushed back to find you lying on the floor at home, unresponsive. The doctor said there was nothing wrong, but if you feel any discomfort, you must tell me. Chapter 88, Untitled. After hearing Lady Cavendish's words, Diana felt perplexed. How could she have appeared at home out of nowhere? However, before Diana could delve deeply into the reasons and patterns behind her unprecedented journey, she received a disheartening revelation from her mother, one that was a lamentable piece of news exclusively for Diana. It appeared that she had flawlessly missed all the courses since the commencement of her second-year term, including the adventures of Harry and his companions. Diana had also heard that due to their bravery, the entire school was exempted from examinations, with one notable exception, herself. Now, Diana was faced with two choices, either to take the second-year examinations in front of all the professors, thereby demonstrating her mastery of the second-year curriculum, or to repeat the second year, which would mean missing the opportunity to advance to the third year alongside Harry and the others. However, should she choose not to sit for the exams, she would be relegated to the same year as Ginny. Naturally, Diana opted for the examination. After all, it was merely an assessment. Having taught for over 7 years, she had long since memorized the content. Yet, she struggled to accept such a drastic alteration in her circumstances. Just days prior, she had been a professor, capable of assigning homework and supervising examinations, and now, the abruptness of this role reversal left her somewhat disoriented. My dear Diana, in preparation for your second-year examinations, your mother has arranged for Professor Snape to tutor you. From today onwards, you will reside at the Snape household. Remember to pack your belongings and head over. Wishing you a delightful holiday. Upon rising early in the morning, Diana found herself in the vast, empty expanse of the mansion, though not entirely devoid of life, for there was still the house elf present. At that moment, as she gazed at the breakfast that had been meticulously prepared and the note upon the table, her long-suppressed frustration erupted. What a bunch of fools. Just when she thought the ordeal was at an end, she was taken aback by an unexpected turn of events. Sirius had arrived unannounced. While she was enjoying her meal and had turned to summon the house elf for a glass of milk, she suddenly found herself face to face with a tall figure standing silently behind her. The middle-aged man, clad in black, with oily black hair hanging limply, bore a few wrinkles that added to his air of maturity and allure. Startled by his sudden appearance, Diana inadvertently spewed her milk, splattering it across his black robes. I am so sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to, she exclaimed, flustered as she grabbed a napkin to dab at the milk-stained fabric, desperately trying to erase the evidence of her clumsiness. Unfortunately, her efforts were futile, the stains remained, and the wet patches only grew. Miss Diana, if your mind weren't cluttered with nonsense, you would know that there exists a spell called Scourgify, he remarked. Professor, one must speak with decorum. If I have soiled your clothing, I can clean it or procure a new set for you. This attitude of yours is hardly conducive to finding a romantic partner. No wonder you remain single, Diana retorted, unyielding in her response to Severus's barbed comments. His words were reminiscent of the insults hurled during heated exchanges. She perceived no significant difference between them. Severus's sharp tongue was as relentless as ever. Had Diana not been his professor, she might have cowered under his gaze, playing the part of the obedient student. Yet, having held the esteemed position of a Hogwarts professor for 7 years, she found herself unperturbed by his jibes. Observing Diana's defiance, Severus maintained a facade of indifference, yet internally, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Doubts crept into his mind. Did Diana remember their shared experiences? Diana, challenging a professor, incurs a penalty of points for Gryffindor. Professor, it is currently the holidays, and we are off campus. Furthermore, this is my residence, she countered, feeling a swell of indignation. She could not comprehend how the student she once taught had transformed in such a manner. One must understand, as a professor, I can deduct points at will. Therefore, Gryffindor loses 10 points, Severus stated earnestly, locking eyes with Diana. Feeling her gaze falter under his scrutiny, Diana recalled her own words from years past, when she had taken great pleasure in deducting points from Slytherin. She remembered saying, Severus, regardless of our location, as a professor, I can impose penalties for any behavior deemed inappropriate. Now, under his unwavering gaze, she sensed that he could perceive the tumult of her thoughts. Very well, Miss Diana. It is high time you prepared your belongings. Shall I remain here, awaiting your departure? Noting her silence, Severus surmised that she was likely lost in contemplation, the nature of which he could only speculate. However, a twinge of irritation coursed through him. He felt that Diana would never truly regard him with any significance. In her mind, he was always overshadowed by others and their concerns, forever relegated to the periphery of her thoughts. At that moment, Diana was oblivious to Severus's musings. Upon hearing his directive to gather her things, she hurriedly left him alone in the hall and ascended the staircase to her room. Methodically packing her belongings while wishing time would slow to a crawl, Diana could already envision the dismal existence awaiting her at Severus's home. Reminiscent of her first year at Hogwarts, a time she could never forget. From henceforth, she would share her life with Severus. She had braced herself for a routine of less sustenance than a cat, rising earlier than a rooster, retiring later than a dog, and laboring harder than an ox. Chapter 89. A Battlefield Without Gunpowder. Severus, allow me to take over Diana's tutelage. I will ensure she receives the finest instruction, proposed Lucius Malfoy, elegantly sipping his coffee in his studio within Spinner's End. Absolutely not. She is my student, personally entrusted to me by the Cavendish couple. Do not presume to know my thoughts, Malfoy, Severus replied, his denial resolute and immediate, as he regarded Lucius with thinly veiled disdain. Years of acquaintance had granted Severus a keen insight into Lucius's motives, particularly concerning Diana. He could discern the intentions of the men surrounding her with a mere glance. Understanding their sentiments all too well, in the Malfoy residence, the peacock of such size displayed its plumage upon seeing Diana, and Severus found the Malfoy peacocks utterly insufferable. Severus, you must comprehend that you cannot offer Diana what she desires, yet whatever you cannot provide, the Malfoys can. Furthermore, observing Lady Cavendish's demeanor in contrast to yours, she appears more inclined to entrust her child to us, and it seems that Diana harbors a considerable fear of you. Noticing Severus's impenetrable demeanor, Lucius remained unperturbed. It was evident from Lady Cavendish's attitude that she still placed her trust in the Malfoys, given Draco and Diana's rapport. Lucius was confident that with a few words exchanged between himself, Lady Cavendish, and Draco, followed by a word from Diana to Lady Cavendish, no matter how Severus might oppose it, in the end, Lady Cavendish would be far more willing to entrust her child to the Malfoys for protection. However, it must be noted that Lucius's assertions were undeniably accurate. Severus could dismiss every word with indifference, yet Lucius's final statement was something he could not overlook. Indeed, as Lucius had articulated, it was impossible for someone as astute as Severus to misunderstand that Diana was frightened of him. Had she not been afraid, she would have chosen herself during that fateful first-year confinement. Yet the reality stands that there are no alternatives. Diana was fearful of Severus, a truth he was acutely aware of, had he not acted with intention. He could have assured that Diana's relationship with him would merely be that of a typical student and professor, and she would refer to him only as the renowned potions master who taught her. However, Severus was unwilling to accept this. Much like his past self, who was naive in matters of the heart, Severus yearned for a deeper connection with her, a relationship that could be openly acknowledged when others inquired about their bond. Rather than merely stating that she was his student, and now he was her professor, Severus pondered whether they could allow Diana to make a choice, to see if she preferred to depart with him or remain here. Watching the hesitant Severus, Lucius recognized that something he had just said had perhaps struck a chord within him. Despite being longtime partners and friends, Lucius did not wish to escalate matters to such extremes. Nevertheless, Diana was the love of his life, and those circumstances had prevented them from being together. It did not deter him from launching indiscriminate attacks against his rivals. Upon discovering that his son also held affection for Diana, Lucius was understandably furious, even contemplating a physical reprimand, but he refrained, fearing that he might inadvertently harm the future heir of the Malfoy lineage. He understood that all his years of education and resources would be rendered futile, a thought reminiscent of how his own father felt upon witnessing his relationship with Diana. Sirius acquiesced to Lucius's proposal, although he could not fathom why he should be concerned about Diana being taken from him. Especially since Lady Cavendish had personally entrusted her to him, he was nonetheless curious about whom Diana would choose between him and Lucius, her former lover. Diana sat alone in the living room, engrossed in her book, yet her mind was tinged with curiosity regarding what Lucius and Sirius might be discussing. Why had they remained in that studio for so long? Could they be engaged in something overly intimate? The more she pondered, the more her heart raced with a desire to uncover the truth. After all, in her past life, Diana was known as the princess of shipping among her peers, capable of indulging in all manner of unusual couplings, and though she found it hard to connect with the two men in this instance, she still held a modicum of understanding. The thought of witnessing a live version of their interaction thrilled her inexplicably, yet her principles prevented her from stooping to invade others' privacy, so she could only fidget restlessly on the sofa, her textbook in hand, while her mind wandered elsewhere. It was only when the two men stood before her that she realized they had concluded their discussion. However, feeling their gazes upon her, Diana felt a shiver run down her spine. "Mr. Malfoy, Professor, is there something you require? I assure you I am reading diligently and not shirking my responsibilities. If you have questions, please feel free to ask." Diana was convinced that their scrutiny stemmed from her momentary lapse in focus. "Miss Diana, I present you with a choice. Do you wish to accompany Malfoy back, or remain in this disheveled abode of your unfortunate old professor?" The suddenness of the inquiry left Diana momentarily flabbergasted. The question bore no resemblance to anything from her readings. Yet, as the realization dawned on her, she understood that Sirius's question was devoid of any academic context. "Is my mother granting me a choice about where I may go? Is it limited to just these two options?" Observing Sirius's furrowed brow, Diana felt a flicker of trepidation. She timidly articulated her concerns, for neither of the choices proposed by Sirius appealed to her. The demands of staying with Sirius were overwhelming. Her days were consumed with studying and an endless array of tasks he assigned her, leading her to feel like his unpaid laborer, as though he sought to extract every ounce of her worth. As for the Malfoy estate, she was not particularly eager to go there either, for while she was assured she would not be required to work, she would still have to endure Draco's temper. Diana had no desire to indulge his whims. That young master had a particular fondness for Quidditch and a player named Crumb. Although Diana was unfamiliar with Crumb, she was nonetheless aware of his exploits. Thanks to the bedtime stories Draco had regaled her with during sleepless nights, leaving her awake while he dozed off, requiring her to tuck him in. Listening to Diana's question, Lucius concealed his inner turmoil, his hand clad in a black glove tightening around his wand, betraying his current anxiety. After all, Diana's words hinted at a deeper meaning that resonated with both men. It was evident that she harbored no desire to remain anywhere, neither at the Malfoy Manor nor in the disarray of Spinner's End. So, where exactly did she wish to go, and to which man would she choose to align herself? Chapter 90. Diana's Choice. "Miss Diana, where do you wish to go?" Sirius's tone was grave as he responded to her. I would like to go home, if that is permissible. If not, I could perhaps stay with Harry or the Weasleys." The latter part of her statement was barely a whisper, but the two gentlemen, despite their age, were sharp-witted wizards and certainly heard her almost self-reflective words. Visiting the Potter residence is out of the question. One could scarcely fathom the peril that accompanies following Potter, leading to a fate unknown, ultimately necessitating the intervention of your venerable professor to reclaim your remains. As for the Weasley household, it is equally implausible. The financially constrained Weasley clan struggles even to put a meal on the table. In your presence, there would likely result in your starvation. Upon overhearing Diana's quiet musings, Sirius and Lucius, two men who mutually perceive each other as rivals in love, have finally found common ground. One harbors disdain for Potter, while the other scorns the impoverished Weasley family, fearing for the well-being of the girl he cherishes should she be subjected to such hardship. Each holds his own sentiments, both convinced that their intentions are in Diana's best interest, yet neither has contemplated whether she would share their perspective. "I hold no disdain. My family is certainly not impoverished, and the Weasley household is quite amiable," Diana mused. "The choice is now yours, Miss Diana. You are left with but two options, Malfoy Manor or Spinner's End. Your mother has embarked on a journey with your father, and your brother is occupied with duties at the International Magical Oversight, leaving you without any guardians at home. Regrettably, before Diana could articulate her thoughts further, she was interrupted by Sirius. Sirius, having grasped her sentiments, realized that the two options he presented were unsatisfactory to her. He would not allow her to venture into the den of wolves that is the Weasley household, fully aware of the predatory gaze with which the Weasley brood regards her. Akin to wolves starved for centuries, their eyes glimmering with avarice. Is it true that my mother has consented to allow me these two choices? Diana inquired innocently, her heart racing with trepidation at the prospect of Sirius dismissing her desires with a mere utterance, indicating that he was merely offering an illusion of choice. Should a genuine choice be required, she would undoubtedly opt for Malfoy Manor. Although her role there would closely resemble that of a governess, it would still afford her a degree of elevation above that of mere domestic help. Staying with Sirius would inevitably render her inept. Her hands had barely acclimated to the labor of a week, trembling as she handled cutlery during meals. He had compelled her to undertake an overwhelming number of tasks, only to mock her as she faltered under the weight of such trivial responsibilities. Diana felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, longing for the days of her childhood, when, despite the presence of Tom, she was never subjected to such burdens. In her youth, she had been treated like royalty, and the tasks she performed then paled in comparison to her current tribulations. The more she contemplated, the more aggrieved she became. Observing Sirius's reluctance to provide her with the response she desired, she impulsively declared, "I shall go to Malfoy Manor." With a resolve akin to embracing death, she voiced her decision. Upon hearing her choice, the reactions of those present were mixed. Sirius furrowed his brow, while Lucius concealed a barely perceptible smile. However, it is to Diana's dismay that her aspirations may be thwarted. Sirius coldly announced, "Your parents have not granted permission for you to reside at Malfoy Manor." Diana, undeterred, retorted with a scornful glare, "Men, I knew that you, with your meager means, would not benevolently offer me a choice. It is likely just your idle attempt to deceive me." Diana had long anticipated this outcome, well aware of her mother's steadfast nature. Lady Cavendish would never alter her decisions lightly. Yet, upon learning the truth, a pang of disappointment pierced Diana's heart. Fuming, she grabbed a book she had carelessly tossed onto the sofa, rose abruptly, and stormed to her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. After witnessing Diana's outburst, Lucius could not suppress a chuckle, sharing a knowing glance with his old friend. The sensation reminded him of his own school days, when, despite being from a pureblood family, he was often the subject of whispered disparagement. He recalled how Diana, in her role as a professor, had once fiercely chastised those who dared speak ill of him, leaving them speechless, a testament to her unexpected ferocity. "Very well, Sirius, I shall convey Diana's sentiments to Lady Cavendish. In a few days, I will return to escort her home. Until then, I entrust her care to you," Lucius remarked with a bright smile, departing from Spinner's Inn with an invigorated spirit, starkly contrasting the brooding demeanor he had arrived with. Chapter 91. The visit from Draco at Spinner's Inn. Having resided in Spinner's Inn for over half a month, Diana finally encountered someone other than Sirius and the local residents on a sun-drenched day. "Draco, what brings you here? Come in." The professor just stepped out and won't return until the afternoon, Diana greeted, opening the door to find Draco standing before her. "Hello. I heard from my father that you would be coming to our home," Draco said, settling into a chair as he observed Diana bustling in the kitchen to prepare tea. "Indeed, Uncle Malfoy and the professor mentioned this matter, and I have chosen to go to Malfoy Manor as well. However, I suspect it was merely a wager between the professor and Mr. Malfoy. My mother never sent a letter granting me permission to stay at the manor, nor has the professor mentioned it again." Diana pondered for a moment, surmising that Draco was referring to events from her initial days in Spinner's End, when the Malfoy family had indeed visited, but had not returned since. She had thought the matter settled, yet here was Draco, reappearing after all this time. "My father has already spoken to Aunt Cavendish, and she has consented to your visit to our home. We had sent you a letter to inform you, but after waiting for so long without a response or your arrival, I grew concerned and decided to check on you," Draco explained. "Really? I have not received any letters." "Not a single one," Diana replied, surprised. During the lengthy holiday, her days had been consumed with fulfilling Sirius's assignments and feigning study of the second-year material she had long mastered, alongside tidying the entire house. Yet, as the month drew to a close, she had not received any correspondence, leading her to wonder if perhaps she had been forgotten by her friends. "How is it possible? Diana, I have sent you 5 letters every day during this holiday, yet you have not replied to a single one." As Draco thought of this, he felt a tinge of grievance. He had been consumed by thoughts of her, unable to eat or drink, and despite sending her numerous letters, he had yet to receive a response. When he learned that she was to visit his home, his heart brimmed with anticipation, yet after waiting for over 10 days, he had seen not a trace of Diana. Seeing the incredulous expression on Draco's face, Diana earnestly replied, "This holiday, I have not even seen a single owl, let alone received a letter." Both of them wore serious expressions, and from their mutual solemnity, they understood that while everyone spoke the truth, the issue lay elsewhere. With so many letters dispatched, how could the recipient not have received them? It was evident, magic must be at play. Perhaps a protective enchantment within the house, preventing the owls from successfully delivering their messages. Diana recalled having encountered such magic in a book once. However, now that she was aware of it, she felt it prudent to inform their professor. Diana's suggestion met with Draco's agreement. His purpose in coming this time was to escort Diana to Malfoy Manor, and their thoughts aligned in this regard. Sirius was their professor, and they mutually understood that it would be best to wait for him to return before departing. Otherwise, he might worry upon finding them missing. However, they ended up waiting until evening. After dinner, they spent a long time conversing on the sofa, yet as dusk descended, there was still no sign of Sirius's return. Exhausted, Diana rested her head on Draco's lap, her eyes fluttering shut, while Draco leaned against the armrest of the sofa, also closing his eyes. The soft, golden light illuminated the room, creating an atmosphere of harmony between the boy and girl on the sofa. To an outsider, this scene would appear exceptionally serene, perhaps even resembling that of a young couple, the boy allowing the girl to use his leg as a pillow, while his arms encircled her waist in an affectionate embrace. The only one who would find this scene discordant was the busy Professor Sirius, returning home after a long day only to discover that his prized possession had been pilfered from under his watchful eye. It felt as though he had been guarding a treasure like a dragon, only to return and find it stolen by the son of his old friend and rival. Chapter 92, Diana's Visit to the Weasley Home. Although the process of retrieving Diana from Sirius was somewhat unsatisfactory, the outcome proved gratifying. Despite the discomfort of leaving, Draco found the courage to stand firm before his professor. After explaining the situation, he presented Sirius with an item entrusted to him by his father, grasped Diana's hand with one, and took her luggage with the other as they exited the door. Meanwhile, the furious old Professor Sirius watched intently from the doorway, hoping to see if Diana would reconsider and return. Yet she did not. Hand in hand, the girl and boy walked away with resolute determination, akin to a couple eloping, while Sirius felt like the old father trying to thwart their escape. However, Sirius did not wish to play that role. He longed to be the old lover holding the girl's hand as they ran away together. After Diana's departure, he inexplicably produced a pile of letters, growing increasingly irate as he read. In a fit of rage, he discarded them into the trash bin, where a fire consumed the letters, reducing them to ashes. On the other hand, things were not much better at Malfoy Manor. Early in the morning, Draco scoured the entire estate, but found no trace of Diana, reluctantly accepting the harsh reality that she had fled, and without him. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of Spinner's End and Malfoy Manor, the burrow was filled with laughter and joy at that moment, with Fred and George Weasley being the most exuberant. Hey, look at these new prank candies we've created. They're so sweet, and after eating them, you can transform into a cute little animal. Isn't that cool? Fred and George proudly presented a variety of whimsical prank items to Diana, who responded with enthusiastic exclamations of "Wow, how cool." Although her replies were somewhat perfunctory, Fred and George were elated. After a semester of only catching glimpses of her during the first few days of school, it felt as if Diana had vanished into thin air, worrying both students and professors alike. Recently, they were overjoyed to learn that she had returned home. The tension of the past semester finally dissipated, and their joy at seeing Diana once more was immeasurable. However, amid the merriment at the burrow, the one who felt least pleased was Ron. At that moment, he was in his room tending to his pet rat, who had become unusually lively since Diana's arrival, as if it were eager to break free from its cage. Yet Ron could not let it out, for Fred and George had heard that girls were afraid of such creatures and had ordered him to keep Scabbers safe. Ron felt utterly unfortunate. While it was no great trouble for Fred and George to fancy a girl, why was it he who had to serve her tea and tend to her needs? And poor Scabbers, now of a considerable age, should be allowed to roam, yet because of Diana's visit, he was confined to a small cage. Thank you. I can manage on my own. No need to trouble yourselves," Diana said, feeling overwhelmed by the apparent enthusiasm of Fred and George. The two boys, at this moment, were each wrapping an arm around her waist, their fluffy heads resting against her neck, occasionally nuzzling her like large, affectionate dogs. "Could you please give me some space?" Diana protested, feeling rather hot as she found herself squeezed between them, akin to a sandwich. "No, we won't," Fred and George replied in unison, their voices tinged with mock sorrow, resembling abandoned puppies clinging tighter to her hand. Diana felt the most pitiful of all, resembling a living doll dressed in a gown purportedly sewn by Fred and George themselves, her golden hair being playfully tugged by them. To an outsider, this scene appeared exceedingly harmonious. However, The tranquility was soon disrupted by the sudden entrance of a sharply dressed boy standing in the open doorway. Appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old, his platinum blonde hair fell casually over his forehead as he glared angrily at the scene within, akin to a husband witnessing his wife's infidelity. "Diana, what are you doing? I knew you would be here." Draco searched every corner of Malfoy Manor. Yet he could not find a trace of Diana. It occurred to him that during their time at school, Diana had formed a close bond with the Weasley clan. And with a spirit of reluctant curiosity, he ventured to this place he utterly despised. To his astonishment, upon arriving at the entrance, he was met with a startling scene. Diana, to his utter dismay, was frolicking outside, embraced by others, leaving him alone in the empty house, a betrayal that was simply unforgivable. "Draco, please let me explain." Diana attempted to clarify that what he perceived was not the whole truth. "I refuse to listen." "Diana, you exhibit a shocking lack of shame. Not only did you choose to venture out without me, but you also sought the company of the Weasleys. And now you are cavorting about as if you were some ancient monarch with your courtiers, abandoning me." In that moment, Draco's mind raced with indignation, feeling increasingly aggrieved. "Oh, is that not Malfoy, the one who looks down upon us so disdainfully? What brings you here?" one of the Weasleys taunted. "Yes, if you disdain us so, you ought to return to your manor. We Weasleys rather enjoy our home, and soon enough, it will be yours as well. You should leave quickly before you become an eyesore," another added. The intertwining feelings of anger and grievance within Draco were further exacerbated by their taunts. The fragile truce forged during a holiday outing in first year seemed to shatter, plunging their relations into deeper animosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Draco forcefully pried Diana from the grasp of the two Weasleys, pulling her away. The journey home was steeped in silence. Both remained wordless, with Diana casting furtive glances at Draco before quickly averting her gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty. She could not fathom the source of her unease. Observing Draco's fury, the defiance she had mustered with great effort dissipated before it could take form. "Aren't you going to explain yourself? Do share your reasons. Or perhaps you've taken a fancy to one of the Weasleys." Upon returning home, Draco reclined on the couch with a grave demeanor, awaiting Diana's explanation. "I can explain. I did tell them not to hug me, but they seemed to disregard my words. I struggled to break free, and honestly, it was quite warm being held," Diana stammered, her usual eloquence faltering under Draco's intense scrutiny. "Draco, mind your manners. Your rudeness will warrant additional training. Today's studies will be doubled," Lucius remarked as he descended the stairs. Immediately noting the uncharacteristically slouched posture of his son and the distressed countenance of Diana. Presuming his son was once again bullying a girl, Lucius felt compelled to intervene, especially since it was Diana. "Uncle Lucius, it's not Draco's fault. I went out without telling him, and he was merely worried about me," Diana hurriedly clarified. But the words felt inadequate, as if she were burdened by an innate tendency to appear disingenuous. "Oh, is that so, Draco? Then, Diana, you ought to inform me of your outings. As Draco suggested, if that is indeed the case, you may roam freely within Malfoy Manor, should you wish to go anywhere. I could accompany you." Lucius spoke gently, his tone eliciting an expression of sheer disbelief from Draco. In Draco's eyes, his father was the epitome of kindness, devoted to him and respectful of his mother. Yet, he understood that their marriage was merely a union of convenience, devoid of genuine affection. Still, both parents undeniably loved him. Draco had always perceived his father as stern, and though he fulfilled his son's desires, he had never displayed such tenderness. This unexpected softness from Lucius left Draco feeling bewildered and oddly threatened, a sensation he had only ever experienced when Diana was in the company of those predatory men. "Yes, father, I apologize for my worry over not locating Diana today." "Yes, Uncle Lucius, I have been preoccupied with my studies and sought to clear my mind," Diana added. "So you decided to stroll over to the Weasley residence and embrace those impoverished fools?" Draco retorted dismissively, his words laced with an acidity he was unaware of. "Fred and the others are my friends." "Draco, mind your language. Such terms as impoverished fools should not cross the lips of one who claims nobility," Diana replied sharply. Prompting Draco to realize his error, he fell silent, casting a woeful glance at her. Though he internally deemed the Weasleys as impoverished, he recognized that such sentiments should remain unvoiced. Lucius, however, took note of Draco's words, committing the names of the two Weasleys to memory for later investigation. "Very well, Draco. Diana is our esteemed guest. Be mindful of your tone," Lucius admonished, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at his son's apparent loss of control. As the future head of the Malfoy household, he felt a deep-seated concern, realizing that Draco had developed feelings for a woman who was, in a sense, akin to his mother. As the school year commenced, Diana had yet to experience a moment of respite since her enrollment at Hogwarts. Her days were consumed by confinement, study, classes, library sessions, reviewing with Hermione, tutoring Harry and his friends, and enduring playful antics from Fred and his cohorts. Every so often, she would receive invitations to observe a match. Periodically, she would traverse dimensions, only to find herself back to studying. After completing her own work, she would assist others. On the train, Diana found herself unusually composed, seated in the Malfoy compartment, exchanging glances with Pansy Parkinson, both clearly disliking one another. "Why are you still here, Kavanaugh?" "This is the Malfoy compartment, reserved for Slytherins. You ought to be with your reckless Gryffindors," Pansy remarked, her tone dripping with disdain. "I would prefer to leave. Yet Uncle Lucius insisted I remain here today, as Draco and the others are watching over me," Diana replied, recalling her private conversation with Lucius, who had warned her of the dangers that lay ahead this semester, though the specifics remained unclear. Before long, the Hogwarts Express journeyed onward, traversing tunnels and high mountains, maintaining a steady course. The only notable change was the gradual darkening of the sky outside, an unsettling shift that Diana soon recognized. A layer of ice formed rapidly and visibly on the glass. Witnessing such an occurrence, Diana could no longer feign ignorance. The Dementors, creatures she had only encountered in books, had inexplicably manifested aboard the Hogwarts Express. It was not only Diana who sensed the foreboding atmosphere. Numerous students and the prefects on the train were also acutely aware of the unsettling situation. Even some third-year Slytherin and Gryffindor students had discerned the gravity of the circumstances and reacted upon seeing the strange entity open the carriage door. Their responses were markedly different from those of the older students and professors, catching them off guard. These third-year Slytherins were classmates of Diana, having been part of the unfortunate cohort subjected to Lockhart's antics in their second year, and they had all taken the classes that Diana had pioneered during that time. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded aboard the Hogwarts Express. Professors and prefects swiftly descended to protect the students, while flashes of white light flickered within the compartments of the third-year Slytherins and Gryffindors. Various peculiar creatures erupted from the wands of their owners in response to their calls and memories, and at the moment the door swung open, a myriad of patron uses enveloped their guardians. The students understood the need for teamwork. If one faltered, the next would take their place. With at least 3 or 4 young witches and wizards in each compartment continuously conjuring forth streams of white light, the creatures, seemingly assured of their owner's safety, gradually dissipated into the ether. Diana summoned her inner magic to conjure a Patronus, vividly recalling the Sorting Hat's words during her own sorting. She possessed immense, unfathomable magical potential. It was unexpected that at this moment, when she rarely utilized magic, she would engage her powers so extensively. Memories of joyous moments from her past surged through her mind, and her wand began to glow. This was her first experience in conjuring a Patronus. Unlike her peers, Diana was well-versed in theory but had never practiced practically, often approaching her teaching with a spirit of experimentation. The light at the tip of her wand grew brighter and more radiant until it materialized into a magnificent creature, a phoenix. More specifically, a hua. Ancient texts describe the phoenix, also known as the Feng Huang, as a regal creature, with distinctions between male and female. The male is a Feng, and the female is a hua. Diana's manifestation was distinctly a hua, exuding an air of dignified grandeur, a stark contrast to Dumbledore's phoenix. As a result of her magical limitations, this phoenix appeared entirely white, and at its emergence, Diana felt her own strength being swiftly siphoned away. In the corridor, peculiar, ghostly apparitions floated ominously. With remarkable speed, Diana's phoenix soared into action, diving towards the Dementors. As she advanced, the Dementors disintegrated into ashes, vanishing from the hallway. By the time Diana reached Harry and the others in their compartment, she was utterly exhausted, her face drawn with fatigue, feeling as though her very essence had been drained. She could not comprehend why conjuring a Patronus left her so weary, while others seemed invigorated by their own magical efforts. However, upon seeing Harry and Hermione safe and sound, she finally relaxed. "Diana, what happened to you? Did you go raiding the henhouse last night? If you're hungry, just say so. Our mum's cooking is delicious," Ron exclaimed, astonished by Diana's worn appearance. "It's not even evening yet. How could she be so tired?" "Quiet, Ron. Diana needs to rest," Hermione interjected, smacking Ron lightly on the rear. He flushed with embarrassment as he helped Hermione assist Diana into a seat. After settling down, he cast helpless glances around, occasionally sneaking a cautious peek at Hermione, convinced no one would notice. "The Dementors outside have been dealt with. As long as you're all right, Harry, I can breathe easy," Diana murmured before feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, collapsing against the enormous, pillow-like bag beside her and succumbing to slumber. Wow, Diana is truly a hero. She single-handedly dealt with those strange creatures outside, Ron admired, gazing at the now sleeping Diana. The others in the compartment had sensed the monsters aboard the train and were prepared to act, never expecting it would be Diana who would open the door, almost inadvertently putting friends at risk. Unbeknownst to them, the bag they had mistaken for an ordinary sack stirred and quietly enveloped the slumbering Diana, leaving only her head exposed for breathing. Chapter 95, A Delightful Breakfast in Matters of the Past. When Diana awoke, she found herself in the dormitory. Hermione was attending to her, and upon seeing Diana regain consciousness, Hermione's face lit up with joy. After confirming that Diana was indeed unharmed, she returned to her own bed for some rest. Diana was astonished. In this instance of unconsciousness, she had not crossed over. Could it be that the act of crossing over truly required specific mediums and distances, as she had surmised? Perhaps it was the fatigue of the day and the substantial toll of continuously conjuring a Patronus that had led to her fainting. After washing up, she lay down on her bed, feeling drowsy. The next day, as she joined her roommates in the great hall for breakfast, Diana noticed a rather familiar, yet weary-looking man seated at the defense against the dark arts table. He was staring at her with an unsettling grin, sending a shiver down her spine. Could he be the new defense against the dark arts professor? Is he a bit peculiar? Why is he staring at us so creepily? Hermione, do you know what's going on with that professor up there? Why does he keep looking our way? Have we Gryffindors gotten ourselves into trouble again? Diana whispered to Hermione, mistakenly believing no one was paying attention, though most were indeed watching the exchange. He's the new professor who arrived yesterday. Don't worry. Our defense against the dark arts classes aren't until Wednesday and Thursday, Hermione reassured her. With that, Diana felt a wave of relief. As long as they didn't have to face that professor for another couple of days, she could relax. Yet, the intensity of his gaze made her uneasy, leading her to question if he harbored inappropriate inclinations. One thing that remained unchanged over the years was Sirius, who still had not secured the position he coveted. Now, he sat at the faculty table with a glum expression, eating his breakfast while casting glances at the boys surrounding Diana. As Diana savored her breakfast, she relished the sensation of being surrounded by handsome young men. Having spent 3 years together, they had all become acquainted, and one could say they shared a bond akin to childhood sweethearts, having grown up side by side. Diana had observed their transformations over the years. Notably, Lombard had let his hair grow long, cascading down to his shoulders, and his once cherubic face had matured considerably. Among the students present, he stood out with his long locks, which only enhanced his charm. If Diana were to declare who she found most handsome, it would undoubtedly be Draco, Harry, and the Weasley twins. Draco, who had always styled his hair with gel, had finally changed his hairstyle this semester. His hair now fell softly around his face. And when Diana glanced his way, he flashed a roguishly charming smile. Then there was Harry, whom Diana had watched grow from a pauper to a young man of substantial inheritance, transforming from ill-fitting, tattered clothing to donning his own new garments and the latest model of a Nimbus broomstick. As she beheld the parade of handsome boys before her, even Diana couldn't help but feel her heart race. Lowering her gaze, she was blissfully unaware that her lips had curled into an exuberant smile at that very moment. Who could remain indifferent when surrounded by such attractive companions, especially when they were friends? It was quite the spectacle to be seen with them. In her previous life, Diana had been perpetually single, but upon arriving in this world, she considered a man from her ancestral lineage, Abbe, to be her first romantic interest. However, their fleeting relationship had concluded without much emotional investment. With Lucius, the connection deepened over the years, and Diana couldn't help but notice his kindness towards her. Eventually, she succumbed to his ardent advances, and they became a couple. During that time, they were regarded as the school's most talked-about pair, often dismissed by the male populace. In the ensuing days, Diana found herself frequently kidnapped, often being knocked unconscious and taken to Tom. During these episodes, she encountered unfamiliar faces clad in opulent attire. As if by design. Initially, Diana's instinct was to flee, but she gradually resigned herself to her fate, even donning the Death Eater's sack willingly to facilitate her own unconsciousness. Yet, the relationship between Diana and Lucius, despite being viewed with skepticism, flourished until it ultimately fizzled out. After Lucius graduated, he followed in his father's footsteps and pledged allegiance to Voldemort. To alleviate Voldemort's apprehensions regarding the Malfoy family, Abbe took decisive action to separate the couple, orchestrating an engagement for Lucius with the Black family, despite Lucius's vehement protests. Fearing repercussions for Diana due to his defiance, Lucius reluctantly complied with the prearranged plans to be with Narcissa. Diana remained blissfully unaware of these machinations, believing that Lucius, who had always placed her first and with whom she shared a growing affection, was destined to remain by her side. Instead, she was struck with the devastating news of his engagement, and to her dismay, she found herself brought to the scene by Tom, rendered immobile by some arcane magic, forced to watch helplessly as her boyfriend united with Narcissa Black. Afterward, Diana reverted to singlehood. Even though Lucius may not have loved Narcissa, it was evident to Diana that he prioritized family and treated her with utmost respect. Since then, their encounters were limited to mere nods or casual greetings. Soon, Tom Riddle dispatched Death Eaters to abduct Diana, employing powerful spells to enforce a marriage. Reflecting on this, Diana harbored disdain for Tom, who had transformed from the charming boy she once knew into a twisted version of himself, devoid of the intelligence and composure that had initially captivated her. Now, having been single for many years, the sight of so many handsome men stirred a tempest within her heart. Tears streamed from her eyes, and she lamented her plight, yearning for a virtuous partner amidst the throng of attractive men. Outwardly, she proclaimed the joys of youth, while inwardly, she remained unaccompanied, her wand at the ready. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, a piercing gaze from the faculty area scrutinized her intently, taking in the sparkle in her eyes as she beheld the handsome young man. Severus Snape, inwardly scoffing, mused at the folly of a woman too blind to notice the finest man in her vicinity while she fawned over mere boys. Chapter 96. The first class of defense against the dark arts. As the classroom buzzed with chatter, silence fell the moment the professor arrived. His suit appeared somewhat worn and ill-fitting, yet he commanded attention nonetheless. Greetings, everyone. I am your defense against the dark arts instructor for this semester. Overall, Diana found the new teacher's pedagogical approach commendable. Whether it was her own disposition or something else, she comprehended the lessons fully, in stark contrast to her previous lethargy in class. Yet, Diana couldn't shake the feeling that his teaching style seemed oddly familiar. Upon reflection, she realized it mirrored her own methods. Diana, do you have time this week? I would love for you to come watch my match, Harry inquired as he approached, flanked by his Quidditch teammates. Of course, she replied, recognizing that refusing would likely embarrass him, so she acquiesced. After all, it was just a match. Upon hearing her response, the Quidditch players erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. However, as the center of this spectacle, Diana felt increasingly uncomfortable and swiftly pulled Hermione away. At the restroom entrance, Diana pondered the absurdity of the crowd, recalling her own experiences of being cornered in there, notably the time when she was trapped by the possessed Professor Quirrell. Over one semester, she had found herself cornered in the loo 3 or 4 times, often encountering such situations multiple times in a single day. Diana, are you and Harry? Hermione asked, casting a skeptical glance at Diana. As an observer, she had noticed Harry's evident interest in Diana. However, Hermione was uncertain of Diana's feelings, recognizing that everyone could see how popular she was among the students, including Draco Malfoy from Slytherin and the ever-enthusiastic Weasley twins. Rumors even circulated about Diana and Cedric from Hufflepuff, not to mention the Gryffindor captain, who seemed to hold a keen interest in her as well. It appeared that whispers of Diana's connections extended across all houses. The most intriguing rumor circulating is undoubtedly that of Draco Malfoy and Diana. According to Hermione's understanding, Draco Malfoy has become Diana's rumored boyfriend. Most significantly, Hermione once witnessed a scene where a younger student inquired about this matter with Malfoy, who surprisingly did not refute or clarify the rumors. Instead, he spoke with an air of arrogance, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage, uttering nonsensical drivel that Hermione found utterly implausible. Regardless, Hermione did not believe her dear roommate and best friend could possibly harbor feelings for a Malfoy. Hermione's thoughts were quite straightforward. If her close friend showed interest in someone outside of Slytherin, she would certainly assist in bringing them together. The prospect of fostering relationships among those in her circle filled Hermione with joy, akin to parents witnessing their fragile child finally find a life partner. Presently, Hermione felt a similar sentiment. Not really. I don't have anyone I fancy at the moment. Hearing Hermione's words, Diana looked somewhat perplexed, unsure why Hermione had suddenly posed such a question. All right, I see, Hermione thought, observing Diana's expression, and realized that the affections of that group of boys were likely destined to fizzle out. No, what do you mean you see? Diana, now more confused than ever, gazed at Hermione with a look of utter bewilderment, completely unaware of what Hermione had grasped. Hermione merely smiled in silence, and the two departed, engrossed in their conversation and laughter. By the time Harry wished to speak further with Diana, she had already vanished from sight. Chapter 97. The Midnight Snack Bar at Hogwarts. The cuisine at Hogwarts is excellent, yet overindulgence inevitably leads to monotony. Diana recalled a simple and convenient recipe from her past life, one that was both aromatic and delectable. At this moment, it was the stillness of curfew, with the corridors enveloped in darkness, and the portrait's resident ghosts all succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to anyone, at this very hour, a few individuals stealthily slipped through the Hogwarts corridors. One among them held a map, occasionally directing the others to move swiftly. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, a gathering of over a dozen students, both upper and lower years, convened within the room of requirement. The scene inside resembled that of a night market, filled with wizards and even young witches from the Muggle world, all of whom had never encountered such stalls due to the strict regulations in Britain. An array of various foods adorned the stalls, each with signs bearing unfamiliar inscriptions. Despite the indecipherable writing, the students were irresistibly drawn to the enticing dishes laid out before them. "Oh wow, what is this? It smells amazing and tastes incredible," Ron mumbled, his mouth full of grilled squid. Meanwhile, Diana emerged from a stall with a plate in hand, glancing at the food in Ron's mouth before stating, "Grilled squid." With just a glance, Diana recognized it as the grilled squid she had just prepared, its surface generously sprinkled with vibrant red chili powder, making it particularly alluring. "Squid? What is that?" Ron asked, his expression bewildered. Having never tasted anything so delightful, he found it fragrant and addictive. "It's octopus," Diana replied, somewhat resignedly revealing the true identity of the dish. Squid and octopus bear a slight resemblance, and Diana instinctively referred to it as grilled squid, as the preparation was identical. Upon hearing this, Ron understood but was further puzzled. For all the ingredients he recognized from school, yet he could not fathom where the octopus had come from. Where did this octopus come from? Fred echoed Ron's confusion, as he too wondered how an octopus could possibly be present at Hogwarts. Fred's intuition, however, sparked an unsettling premonition. Soon enough, everyone present received an answer to their lingering questions, as Diana calmly stated the shocking revelation. "The octopus? Everyone can have as much as they like, though it might be a bit tough, as it's quite elderly. I caught the octopus from the Black Lake outside Slytherin." Ignoring the horrified expressions around her, Ron remained oblivious as the piece of octopus fell from his mouth to the ground. Ultimately, the revelry of the night left the students feeling quite drained the following day. With professors observing their lackluster engagement in class with mounting concern, many appeared to be on the brink of slumber, eyes half open, heads drooping as if devoid of bones, prompting Professor McGonagall to nearly suspect an outbreak of some zombie-like illness among her students. However, the Slytherin students discovered something astonishing that morning. The giant octopus, rumored to have resided in the Black Lake for hundreds of years, had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 98. Divination Class and Care of Magical Creatures. Early in the morning, Diana glanced at the timetable displaying divination class and flashed an enigmatic smile at Harry seated beside her. It is well known that Professor Trelawney's predictions hold little significance. The more dire the forecast, the higher the score. Predictions made while intoxicated or asleep are deemed the true revelations of divination. In Trelawney's class, students typically read each other's fortunes. As a proud graduate of a long line of accomplished seers, Diana felt confident in her abilities, yet to secure a high score, she was prepared to speak nonsense. Diana, what's wrong?" Harry stuttered, his face slightly flushed and shy. "Harry, I hope you're not so unfortunate as to be my partner. If so, please forgive me if I utter something displeasing for the sake of my grade." Diana cheerfully warned Harry, Ron, and the other students around her. Diana felt she had covered her bases, hoping her classmates would not take offense at whatever predictions might arise during the class. As it turned out, Harry, the protagonist, was exceptionally fortunate, as was Ron, while Hermione and Ron formed a lucky trio together. Conversely, Draco and Pansy were the unfortunate ones, coincidentally grouped together, seated in close proximity. Draco was elated, his hand firmly grasping Diana's beneath the table, while Pansy wore a countenance as dark as one who had encountered a nemesis. If looks could kill, Diana mused, she might have been slain a dozen times over. Nonetheless, Diana paid little mind, viewing Pansy merely as a child. Once again, she reiterated, "I forewarned you. Please forgive me if I say anything that might upset you for the sake of my grade." Diana addressed her two table mates. "Huh, you should focus on yourself, Caveney. Whatever you say won't concern us. After all, it is well known that Gryffindor's foolish lions are the most reckless, babbling like lunatics daily. How could our noble Slytherin stoop to quarrel with a madman?" Listening to Diana's words, Pansy let out a derisive laugh, as if she had heard something utterly absurd, her face brimming with disdain for Diana. "Pansy Parkinson, unlike Diana and that foolish Gryffindor crowd, if you dare to insult Diana again, you needn't accompany me any longer. I firmly believe that my father will never allow a Parkinson to set foot in Malfoy Manor again, and all future collaborations can be terminated." Draco, absorbing Pansy's remarks, remained composed. He harbored a strong aversion to any disparagement directed at Diana. More precisely, he detested anyone speaking ill of her. However, when it came to rumors about himself and Diana, he found no objection and even secretly hoped for the embellishments to grow more extravagant, such as the whispers of Miss Diana of the Cavendish family preparing to wed young Master Draco of Malfoy Manor, and the prospect of children, a festive full moon celebration, and the like. This notion brought Draco joy, even leading him to contemplate the names of their future offspring. In divination class, the students stared at the tea leaves in their cups with perplexed expressions, listening to the professor expound on wildly inaccurate predictions. Neville appeared visibly shaken by the professor's words. According to Trelawney, Neville's grandmother was not faring well. Diana, drawing from past experiences, interpreted Trelawney's words to mean that Neville's grandmother was likely to face dire circumstances this year, either death or severe injury, as her predictions were rarely straightforward. At that moment, Diana held Draco's teacup, and under Trelawney's eager gaze, she flipped through her book and began her own fanciful interpretations. Oh, the tea leaves suggest that our dear Mr. Malfoy may face great misfortune in the future. If he endures, he shall be blessed with a multitude of descendants, living a life of peace. Should he falter, his family may fall into disgrace, his parents meet unfortunate ends, and his own fate remain uncertain, but at least he shall still be alive, Diana declared, half in jest. The art of deception reaches its pinnacle when one speaks a truth that is interpreted by others in an entirely different light. Draco was oblivious to how others perceived this. He silently resolved to endure, to protect the Malfoy family, his parents, and Diana, envisioning a future where he could openly marry Diana and be blessed with children. While Trelawney's predictions were not particularly grim, it was evident she was somewhat satisfied. By the end of the class, Diana recognized that she had indeed been rather conservative in her interpretations. After this class, if Gryffindor and Slytherin students shared desks, they all left the lesson with predictions of orphaned futures and obliterated family lineages, with no one's fate appearing particularly bright. The next class was Care of Magical Creatures, taught by the familiar Hagrid, who had been a constant presence for several years. The students followed the professor through winding paths, eventually entering the woods, where they opened Hagrid's textbook, A Monster Book of Monsters. However, even with the professor present, some students could not resist causing a commotion as they flipped open the book, which resembled a peculiar, unruly dog that lunged at them, snapping its jaws. As pages flew from the book, Diana mused that only magic could conquer magic. Observing the unruly monster book, Diana swiftly subdued it, pressing it to the ground and gently stroking its spine. The once violent book lay quiet beneath her, but when she looked up, she noticed her male classmates gazing at her as if she were a giant, retreating several steps in fear. What are you staring at? Stop gawking, retreating, and shying away. Show some courage. Diana thought disdainfully of the students who, when faced with adversity, only stepped back. Lombard, I apologize for damaging your book. I shall replace it with a new one, she said, feeling a bit sheepish as she regarded the book she had tamed, realizing she had perhaps exerted too much force, leaving it somewhat battered. Chapter 99, An Unexpected Encounter. Buckbeak, the hippogriff, was truly enchanting. A bow before it would grant one the ability to soar through the skies, marveling at the breathtaking views from above. However, unexpected occurrences are inevitable. Just as Diana and Harry were about to mount Buckbeak, young Master Malfoy expressed his discontent. How could Diana be so close and intimate with that scarred boy? Sitting together in such close quarters would inevitably lead to them being pressed against each other. Young Malfoy would never permit his rumored girlfriend to be so near another boy. Then, Diana witnessed Draco, who had been calmly munching on a green apple while observing the commotion, suddenly spring into action the moment he saw Harry pull her up. Before she could even settle into her seat, Draco yanked her down. Draco, what are you doing? Diana protested, irritation evident in her voice. Little did they know how exhausting it had been for her to climb up. Hermione had also retreated when it was suggested that someone go first, leaving Diana and Harry behind while Ron and Hermione watched with amused interest, giving them a shove. Harry, being the son of a prominent member of the Order of the Phoenix and hailed as a savior, had the advantage of being hoisted onto Buckbeak by Hagrid, while Diana, left to fend for herself, struggled to ascend. Just as she had finally made it halfway up, Draco pulled her down again, rendering all her efforts futile and exhausting. Do you wish to get cozy with that scarhead? Let me tell you, that's out of the question. If you dare to pursue a romance, I will inform the Cavendish family, Draco declared, visibly displeased. He attempted to use the Cavendishes to intimidate Diana, casting a challenging glance at Harry. Draco's eyes seemed to say, look, our parents have met, while you remain a mere name without any formal recognition. However, Draco's sudden intervention, or perhaps his rashness in pulling Diana from Buckbeak's back, stirred Buckbeak's ire. With a swift kick aimed at Draco, the creature's sharp claws suggested that should they make contact, blood would surely be spilled. As Buckbeak raised its leg, Diana momentarily set aside her frustration over her thwarted efforts to climb. In comparison to the imminent danger, her grievances felt trivial. Gripping Draco's robe, she yanked him aside, causing him to nearly choke on his own clothing. Just as he was about to express his annoyance at her actions, he realized the gravity of the situation, his heart racing in panic. The mere thought that, had it not been for Diana, I might have been injured today sends a chill down my spine. As a professor, you brought us to such a perilous place to learn about such dangerous creatures. I shall inform my father about this, so you better prepare yourself. Now, Draco, isn't everything fine? We needn't take it to such extremes. After all, the professor merely wishes for us to excel, and their role is not without its challenges. Diana reassured Draco. She understood that Draco, having been indulged since childhood, would inevitably feel a sense of dread after today's incident, even if it had not escalated. Nevertheless, since no harm had truly come to them, Diana felt it unnecessary to jeopardize Hagrid's employment, having held the position of a professor herself. She was acutely aware of the difficulties associated with it. The practical learning experience was intended to enhance the student's education, and Hagrid aimed to facilitate that. Yet, that beast nearly harmed you, Draco countered, expressing his disdain for the creature, which he deemed merely a savage beast, far inferior to Diana and himself, especially since it had almost caused them injury. Draco was resolute in his intention to inform his father. But nothing happened, right? Do not fret. Diana gently lowered her hand, which had been gripping Draco's robe, shaking her sleeve to conceal her hand within. After much persuasion from Diana, Draco reluctantly agreed to keep today's events from Lucius. Chapter 100, Sirius's Escape? The Loss of Memory? Upon returning to her dormitory alone, Diana glanced at her hand, which bore a scratch, likely inflicted by Buckbeak's claw. Although she had pulled Draco away, she must have inadvertently been grazed. The wound was not severe, merely a shallow cut from the sharp talon. And while her wrist bled slightly, it was not an alarming amount. Drops of blood trickled to the floor, yet Diana felt little pain, which struck her as peculiar. She retrieved a first aid kit from her luggage and tended to her injury with antiseptics and other medical supplies. Buckbeak had nearly harmed Draco Malfoy, and she had spent considerable time persuading Draco to ensure their safety. If Hagrid had not been expelled from Hogwarts due to Tom's influence, and given that Draco's sudden actions had startled the sensitive creature, it was only natural for the animal to perceive Draco as a threat and respond defensively. Knowing Draco's family's inclination for retribution, Diana had no doubt that if they learned that a professor at Hogwarts had nearly allowed Draco to be harmed, they would demand Hagrid's dismissal for failing to protect his students, leading to Buckbeak being labeled a danger to young wizards and subsequently executed. Should her minor injury prompt Draco to resurrect past grievances, culminating in a dismissal and a death, Diana felt a twinge of guilt, even though it did not directly affect her. After all, having spent so much time with Hagrid, she regarded him as a friend, and Buckbeak was rather endearing. Having treated her wound, when Diana entered the Great Hall, she noticed clusters of students gathered, each clutching a newspaper. Diana, have you seen this? Sirius Black, captured and imprisoned in Azkaban, has escaped. It's truly alarming news, considering the notorious criminals held there, Hermione exclaimed, quickly guiding Diana to a seat as Ron animatedly recounted the tale, making it sound as if he had encountered those felons himself. Sirius? Diana inquired, her expression puzzled. The name rang a bell, yet she could not recall where she had heard it. Wow, Diana, haven't your pureblood relatives mentioned him? Sirius Black was originally from the Black family, but they refer to him as the pureblood traitor. For he was sorted into Gryffindor and is rumored to have betrayed Harry's parents, leading to their demise, Ron explained, astonished by Diana's ignorance of the matter, as it was a well-known story that he had heard from his parents in his youth. The panic instigated by the Dark Lord was a period many wizards preferred not to revisit, as it represented a dark chapter in British history. Whether Diana knows about Sirius Black is inconsequential. What matters is that she is aware of us. Fred and George chimed in, their eyes lighting up at Diana's entrance, eagerly making space for her. However, their excitement turned to disappointment when they realized that Ron had already whisked her away. Fred and George exchanged discontented glances, and as they approached to reclaim Diana, they overheard Ron making belittling remarks about her lack of knowledge, further fueling their irritation. Glancing at each other, Fred and George playfully draped an arm over Ron's shoulder, creating a picturesque scene of handsome boys together. Yet only Ron was aware of the weight upon his shoulders. Moments earlier, Fred and George had quietly warned him, Ron, you ought to show some respect. Diana is the sister-in-law we've chosen for you. If you lose her, do you truly believe we will prioritize you over her? When Ron turned to face them, he was met with their amiable smiles, which sent a shiver down his spine. He had observed their treatment of Diana closely and had no doubt they would abandon him for her. Sirius? I feel as if I've heard that name somewhere. Was he a student at Hogwarts? Diana mused, studying the weary visage of the man depicted in the newspaper, likely from Lucius's era. Yet after so many years of teaching, she could not recall having encountered this student. Diana, that is of little importance. A good child should focus on enjoying breakfast. Be sure to eat well and drink your milk, so you grow tall. Fred and George chimed in, observing Diana's prolonged contemplation of the man in the article. Seizing the moment when Diana was distracted, They both stealthily planted a kiss on her cheeks, leaving behind 2 distinct marks. Their faces lit up with satisfaction, as if they had consumed something euphoric. This left Diana speechless, with a smirk on her face and a silent thought of relief that she had no makeup on. Otherwise, the 2 of them could have poisoned her with their antics, resulting in her being sent to Azkaban. Chapter 101. A Boggart, does Diana have fears too? In the classroom, the windows were securely shut, and at that moment, the students were huddled together, their attention drawn to a colossal object that resembled both a mirror and a box. At this very moment, the professor of defense against the dark arts was tirelessly delivering his lecture, captivating many students with his humorous and engaging teaching style. Some of the girls even gazed at him with flushed cheeks and dreamy eyes. However, there was one exception: Diana. Since the last defense against the dark arts class, Diana had pondered for quite a while before recalling Remus Lupin, who was, after all, her former student. With age, it appeared her memory had faltered. Yet, as she observed Lupin now, she felt a peculiar sense of dissonance. He seemed markedly different from the boy she remembered. Diana vaguely recalled that, despite being the quietest among his group of friends, he was quite mischievous compared to other Hogwarts students, causing her no small amount of trouble. Now, seeing Lupin teach, she felt an odd mélange of pride and discomfort. Pride that her former student had flourished, yet discomfort because, as his former professor, his teachings mirrored her own lessons from years past. Well then, which student shall begin? Upon hearing Lupin's words, Diana had the foresight to retreat from her front row seat to the back of the crowd, hoping to evade the spotlight and avoid being called upon. However, being a favored student often proved to be a double-edged sword. As she backed away, she inadvertently stumbled into a warm embrace. Turning around, Diana was startled to find Lupin had somehow positioned himself right behind her. "I'm sorry, Professor. Are you all right?" "I didn't mean to," Diana exclaimed, repeatedly apologizing. "It's quite all right," Lupin replied, offering a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring. Yet, in the next moment, his words sent a chill down Diana's spine. "Why don't you demonstrate for everyone, brave Diana?" Lupin was pleased by Diana's apparent eagerness to be the first to face the challenge, believing she was merely eager to showcase her bravery. As a good man and partner, one who had long regarded Diana as his destined companion, he felt compelled to support her in any way he could. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about what Diana might fear, thinking he could protect her from such things in the future. At that moment, Diana managed a smile that was more painful than a frown, resolutely stepping onto what resembled a coffin-like platform. Although she too was curious about her own fears and willing to confront them, she wished for the experience to be private rather than under the scrutiny of so many eyes, which felt exceedingly awkward. Gripping her wand tightly, she stood ready. The surrounding students were filled with anticipation, for Diana had always projected an image of fearlessness, knowledgeable and capable of handling any situation. Now, they were eager to witness what could possibly instill fear in her. When the enormous cabinet swung open, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A bustling cityscape emerged, skyscrapers towering, cars racing by, and a girl stood helplessly in the street, a massive flower pot plummeting toward her. Despite her attempts to evade it, she remained frozen, her expression shifting from confidence to despair before collapsing to the ground, blood pooling around her as the onlookers remained indifferent. The audience could clearly see that the girl, initially brimming with confidence as she spotted the falling object, believed she could escape the danger. Yet, upon realizing she was immobilized, her face transformed into one of utter helplessness. The scene abruptly transitioned to a classroom where no one listened to the teacher. Students were engaged in their own trivial pursuits, while one girl, small and vulnerable, diligently took notes, starkly contrasting with her classmates' distractions. The teacher's harsh words and disdainful glances further compounded her isolation. The students in attendance recognized that everything revolved around the girl who had been struck down by the falling object. They were perplexed as the girl appeared to be of Eastern descent. Why would Diana, of all people, fear such things? At that moment, Diana felt an icy grip enveloping her. Those events, long buried since her arrival at this school, resurfaced in her mind. Recollections of neglecting her family's magical teachings in favor of a seemingly glamorous, yet fundamentally corrupt institution. As the flower pot descended, she recalled vividly that she could have dodged it. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself rooted in place, unable to move, as if bound by an unseen force. For a fleeting moment, Diana even questioned whether a family adversary had cast a spell upon her, leaving her powerless to prevent the flower pot from descending to its fatal conclusion. However, as she became lost in these memories, she gradually regained her composure, and the scene shifted once more, this time revealing a man accompanied by a colossal serpent. Advancing slowly toward Diana, he brandished a wand, preparing to cast a spell. Yet, Diana, quick to react, interjected first. "How ridiculous! The handsome man instantly transformed into a bald figure clad in a maid-s outfit. Relief washed over Diana as she elegantly smiled back at her peers, her confidence restored. Despite her earlier fear, she returned to her place with grace. In truth, Diana had not anticipated that her greatest fear would manifest in the form of Tom, the very individual who had previously forced her into an unwanted marriage with a controlling spell. Thus, although she recognized that the man before her was not truly Tom, she felt an urgent need to interrupt his incantation. "Excellent, Diana. You've provided an exemplary demonstration," Lupin remarked, observing her newfound confidence with a pang of empathy. He speculated about the depth of her Chinese language skills, which far surpassed her English, and pondered whether she had once journeyed to a distant, ancient land. In that moment, Lupin was struck by the cold indifference with which people could witness another's demise without flinching. Chapter 102. A rainy day at the Quidditch match, Hogsmeade. Some individuals seem destined to be beset by misfortune, enduring trials and tribulations each semester. This refers to none other than the renowned savior, Harry Potter. When Harry invited Diana to watch his match, his elation upon receiving her affirmative response was palpable, even invigorating his otherwise tedious training sessions. However, one cannot help but wonder if the heavens conspired to preemptively evoke a melancholic atmosphere in anticipation of failure, for as the competition commenced on that fateful day, a fine drizzle began to descend from the sky. Teachers and students alike sought refuge, some beneath umbrellas, others clad in raincoats, and some employing protective charms, as they settled into the stands to witness the match. Occasionally, a shadow flitted across the sky above. From the moment Diana took her seat, a profound sense of regret enveloped her, as if she longed to turn back time and slap herself for having consented to attend, fearing the embarrassment of rejecting Harry. Now, she found herself braving both wind and rain to observe the game. Though Sirius had cast several protective spells against the rain, and she wore a raincoat, the sensation of droplets striking her face was undeniably real. While her clothes remained dry, and she was spared from the ailments of a cold or fever, the chilling touch of the rain on her skin was inescapable. Diana watched the youthful players on the field, engaged in a spirited display of speed and passion. While on the teacher's balcony, Sirius furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Diana in the stands. "Sirius, how delightful it is to witness youth in action. The children are truly charming, are they not?" Albus Dumbledore remarked with a cheerful smile, though inwardly, he felt a sense of relief as he observed Sirius's emotional turmoil. To care for someone is to possess a vulnerability, one that Dumbledore believed he could exploit to his advantage. Sirius was a remarkable talent, and if he could be persuaded to ally with the Order of the Phoenix, their efforts against Voldemort would surely be more effective. Amidst their individual concerns, Diana lost track of time until the match finally drew to a close. However, this conclusion was not marked by the typical capture of the Golden Snitch. Rather, it ended abruptly with Harry's fall from the sky. Professors rushed to assist, swiftly transporting Harry to the hospital wing. Although the outcome of the match was disappointing, the fact that Harry survived brought joy to all, particularly since, had it not been for Dumbledore's quick thinking and magical intervention, the Potter line might have faced extinction due to such a perilous drop. Yet, amidst the tumult of the semester, Diana found herself most exhilarated by the prospect of finally visiting Hogsmeade, a quaint village nestled near Hogwarts, entirely inhabited by wizards. Although she had previously ventured to Hogsmeade, it had been quite some time since her last visit, back when she was still a child. Relishing the abundance of delightful confections that far surpassed even Dumbledore's own sweet offerings. During her childhood, Diana cherished those moments spent chatting with Dumbledore and indulging in her favorite treats. Dumbledore, a fellow aficionado of sweets, would often see his candy stash nearly depleted upon her visits, yet Diana felt merely like a little girl seeking the companionship of her grandfather. She could not fathom why Dumbledore resisted her presence, feeling utterly innocent in her intentions. Her peers, including Tom, imposed strict limitations on her consumption of sweets, denying her even the simplest dessert. Tom Riddle, who relished pastries himself, refused to share, leaving Diana perplexed as to why Lucius, who at that time was her boyfriend, also imposed restrictions upon her. Feeling quite pitiable, Diana found solace only in Dumbledore's company, where she faced no judgment. Unbeknownst to her, after her departure, Dumbledore would often gaze mournfully at the dwindling candy supply, his smile a mask for his heartache. Chapter 103. Draco Protects the Egg. Upon returning from Hogsmeade, Diana discerned a palpable shift in Harry's demeanor. He seemed rather discontent. "Harry, what troubles you? You appear rather glum since our return from Hogsmeade. Has something occurred?" she inquired with concern as she observed Harry's prolonged state of malaise. Harry had always exhibited the typical mischief of a young boy, perhaps an inherited fondness for reckless adventure. However, it was rare for him to be so disinterested in exploration, particularly in his current condition. Meanwhile, Sirius, while ostensibly lecturing from the podium, remained acutely aware of Diana's interactions with Harry, an all-consuming ire boiling within him. I expect those with minds filled with nonsense to focus on my lesson rather than disrupt their classmates with their half-baked notions. I understand that spring has arrived and you are all entering that troublesome phase of adolescence. But I hope some of you can resist the allure of those with their heads filled with folly and concentrate on your studies. Had looks the power to kill. Sirius mused he could easily dispatch the insufferable Potter, who had stolen Diana's attention. This was his class, and he wished for her gaze to remain steadfastly upon him. Naturally, it would be even more preferable if she could devote her attention to him at all times. Yet he understood all too well that Diana's affections were spread among many friends, family, and lovers. He was but a forlorn old professor in her eyes. Upon hearing Sirius's veiled remarks, Draco, who had been diligently taking notes, was suddenly struck by the sight of Diana and Harry engaged in whispered conversation, igniting a tempest of jealousy within him. It felt akin to witnessing his girlfriend betray him, compounded by a sense of inexplicable grievance. Did she not recognize his kindness towards her? Later that afternoon, when Diana encountered Draco again, she scarcely recognized him. Was this truly her proud young lord? His eyes bore an expression that made her suspect he had been possessed by a creature of legend. Upon learning that he had been struck by Hermione, she felt a pang of sympathy, secretly pleased, for she knew Hermione would not have resorted to violence without provocation. After discovering Hermione's whereabouts, Diana offered Draco a few token words of comfort before placing 2 freshly boiled eggs into his hands, much to his dismay. Ouch! This heartless woman intends to scald me, Draco yelped, bewildered by how Diana could endure holding such hot eggs without complaint. Why not just let us eat them? Goyle suggested, eyeing the eggs hungrily. These are a gift from my girlfriend. If you want eggs, go find yourselves a girlfriend, Draco retorted, cradling the eggs as if they were treasures, defiantly glancing at Goyle and Crabbe. Seeing Draco's protective stance over the eggs, Goyle and Crabbe fell silent, their suspicions about Draco's mental state intensifying. They began to question whether their fathers had made the right decision in associating them with the Malfoy heir, who seemed to have unceremoniously claimed a position as the object of affection for Miss Cavendish. Chapter 104. Even those with a gentle temper have their limits. Diana was unaware of Draco's thoughts. Based on the snippets she managed to extract from him, she arrived at the designated location only to find it utterly deserted, save for Buckbeak, who stood out prominently amidst a heap of pumpkins. It seemed that Buckbeak sensed Diana's arrival, lifting his head momentarily and bounding joyfully a few paces to express his welcome. Diana lingered for a while, yet she failed to catch sight of Hermione, Harry, or the others. Reflecting on the geographical context, her mind wandered to a place not far from there, the Shrieking Shack, a location she would rather not revisit. More terrifying than any haunted house, she vividly recalled her initial experience there, the creaking of the stairs beneath her feet, anxiously fearing that they might collapse under her weight. What on earth are you all doing? As she followed her thoughts and re-entered the Shrieking Shack, she was met with a tense scene where a group of individuals stood poised, wands at the ready. Diana felt a surge of nervousness, swallowing hard as she regretted her impulsive words upon mistaking some figures for Harry and his friends. Now that she was here, she clearly perceived the reality of the situation. In addition to Hermione, Harry, and Ron, there stood her most dreaded professor, Severus Snape, along with Lupin and 2 unfamiliar older gentlemen. The latter 2 had a vaguely familiar appearance, though she could not quite place them. Diana, run. Harry's urgent call pierced through the tension, instantly recognizing the voice's owner. Oh right. Diana, momentarily taken aback by Harry's sudden shout, instinctively replied, surmising that danger was imminent and prompting her to flee. Her body acted faster than her mind, propelling her downward, only to question her actions halfway down. Why was she running? Though she was a student, she had once been a professor herself, and with professors present, what did she have to fear? She chastised herself for her earlier foolishness. Concerned for Harry and the others, she retraced her steps back up, only to be startled as a massive figure lunged toward her. This genuinely frightened her, and her reflexes kicked in before her thoughts could catch up. Executing a shoulder throw, she sent the assailant crashing to the ground, swiftly pressing her hand against the carotid sinus of the oncoming individual. The large figure collapsed, and Diana's sudden maneuver sent tremors through the Shrieking Shack. As if it were on the verge of collapse, the others present were momentarily stunned, astonished that the person they had been struggling to subdue had been incapacitated so effortlessly by Diana. Goodness, why are there so many old men here? You nearly scared me to death. In that fleeting moment, Diana had indeed been startled, akin to stepping onto a staircase only to be confronted by a portly middle-aged man lunging towards her. Diana, did he just fall down like that? Without a spell or wand? Ron stammered, captivated by the dramatic scene unfolding before him. After all, as a wizard, He had never witnessed such a combat scenario. It was astonishingly cool, no wand necessary, and the opponent had been brought down with just a few moves. Do I even need a wand? There are so many pressure points on the human body. He came so close. My instincts just kicked in, and I pressed his pressure point to render him unconscious. I was being quite merciful. Had he attempted to harm me, I would have targeted his vital points. Diana instinctively articulated what she had learned from her studies, puzzled as to why Ron would pose such a seemingly simple question. However, she soon realized that this knowledge was likely not covered in the extensive collection of books at Hogwarts, despite its rich repository of literature from around the world. Miss Diana, if your head isn't filled with nonsense, enlighten me. How did you come to be here? Was it Gryffindor's so-called bravery that compelled you to take such risks? As a pure blood, I trust Madame Cavendish taught you to prioritize your own safety. Severus, observing the cheerful interaction between Diana and Potter, felt a long-suppressed fury bubbling to the surface, desperate for an outlet. Indeed, Professor, my mother did instruct me to prioritize my safety. The actions I took ensured my safety. And I do not believe my bravery is solely tied to Gryffindor. In my view, courage is a trait inherent in everyone, distinguished only by its manifestation. Furthermore, this is not class time, nor is it yet the hour for forbidden nighttime excursions. I am here in search of my friends. Very well, Miss Cavendish. Due to your disrespect towards the professor, I shall deduct points from Gryffindor. Deducting points again? What does that even accomplish? If you have the ability, deduct points from individuals. If you make it impossible for me to graduate, I can always transfer schools. Aside from meddling with potions, you are nothing. Diana interrupted Severus mid-sentence, already anticipating his intentions. She was well accustomed to his methods. Deductions and detentions were his usual recourse. Internally, she felt a tinge of injustice. While it was her fault for being distracted during class, it was now after hours, and she should be allowed to socialize with her peers. Why was Severus still reprimanding her? Day after day? He seemed intent on punishing her and deducting points from her house, yet he never penalized Slytherin. Diana felt entirely justified in her actions. Hey, you snot-nosed brat. Watch your tone. If you speak to Diana like that again, you'll regret it. Sirius, witnessing Severus's treatment of his beloved, could not contain his displeasure. The tension in the room suggested he might just confront Severus physically. Diana, she chose to ignore Severus's demeanor, her hands still in motion as she conjured a thick rope to bind the portly uncle who had lunged at her moments ago. Thank you, kind sir, for speaking up for me. However, I believe our priority now is to leave this place. The shrieking shack is likely on the verge of collapse due to the commotion I just caused. Diana sensed that the dilapidated shack had always appeared precarious, and now, following her earlier actions against the hefty uncle, it was even closer to its breaking point, verging on being a hazardous structure. A group of them exited the shrieking shack in a grand procession, while the stout uncle, now tightly bound like a steaming dumpling, was being dragged outside by Lupin and another familiar-looking older gentleman. Chapter 105. A farewell, yet unfamiliar. Diana, do you remember me? I am Sirius. When he came out, Sirius asked Diana a bit cautiously, silently hoping that after all these years, perhaps Diana would remember him. What? Sirius? Diana's face was filled with confusion. But hearing his name spoken from Diana's mouth still made Sirius quite happy. He felt certain that Diana must still remember him. However, Sirius was destined to be disappointed. Diana thought for a long time before finally saying, Are you a black? Seeing that although he looked a bit down and ragged, he still carried an unmistakable air about him, Diana guessed he might have been a young master raised in some pureblood family. And in today's wizarding world, she hadn't heard of any pureblood family losing a child or having one abducted. So the only one she could think of was the nearly wiped out black family. Yes. Hearing Diana's words, Sirius became even happier. His tone was full of undeniable excitement. Seeing his expression, Diana felt that he looked like a wolf about to pounce and take a bite out of her. All right, I understand. You must be Regulus Black, then. My mother once mentioned you to me. She said you were young and promising. Seeing you now, you truly are extraordinary. Diana still remembered Regulus, a handsome boy, one of her former students, a few years below Lupin. To Diana, Regulus had always been a rather shy boy who often blushed in her presence. For a time, she even wondered whether he was ill. But her words now felt like a bucket of cold water poured straight over Sirius. He suddenly felt completely chilled. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his eyes full of hurt. My name is Sirius Black. Diana, remember my name. Sirius spoke through clenched teeth. He couldn't understand. Was his name really so hard to remember? Diana remembered the name of his foolish brother, yet she couldn't remember his. No, that's not right. I don't recall anyone named Sirius in the Black family. They seem to have 3 girls and 2 boys. In our generation, it seems the Blacks have no descendants left. The only one with black blood is Draco from the Malfoy family, but that's still the Malfoys. The man before her had completely confused Diana. Who was Sirius? When her mother taught her about pureblood families, there had been no such person in the Blacks. Sirius Black? Harry's godfather? Diana asked tentatively. In her understanding, aside from Regulus, the only black boy whose name could be recalled was Sirius. If it was Sirius Black, Diana did have some impression of him. He seemed to be in the same year as Severus, also one of her former students. But oddly, Diana couldn't remember anything that had happened between them. She remembered he was her student, but Diana had always been good with memory. For every student she taught, she usually remembered at least something about her interactions with them. Could Sirius simply have been too quiet, leaving almost no impression at all? The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Based on her teaching habits, she knew she always paid extra attention to introverted students and would remember something about each of them. But someone like Sirius, of whom she had no memory beyond his name, was rare. Yes, Diana, you remember? Sirius's hope flared up again. But before they could continue their conversation, everyone present saw Lupin, who had been fine moments ago, suddenly look up at the sky as if triggered by something. His whole body began to swell. Fluffy fur spread across him, tearing his clothes apart. His fingers extended into sharp claws, and fangs grew from his mouth. Diana looked up at the full moon hanging in the sky and felt something was wrong. Severus, who had been watching their situation the whole time, also noticed immediately. He stepped in front of the students, shielding them. Though Diana did not understand why Severus's first reaction in such a dangerous moment was to protect the students behind him, she had to admit, as a teacher, he was qualified. And in terms of personal conduct, seeing him instinctively protect her despite being some distance away moved her as well. But since Diana had the ability to handle the situation herself, she naturally did not intend to hide behind someone else and become a burden. Diana gripped her wand tightly, stirring both her magic and spiritual energy. Then she pointed directly at the now transformed werewolf Lupin and said, "Stun." Diana still remembered that the last time she faced this situation, she had used Stupefy, but it wasn't very effective. Even the young Lupin had needed 2 spells before collapsing. She was unsure how many spells it would take to subdue a fully grown werewolf. One might not be enough and might even enrage him further. After transformation, werewolves generally had little rationality left. She was worried. After all, aside from Severus, who was a professor, the others included Sirius, who didn't look strong at all. Another man who the children said was a bad person, and the rest, including herself, were still underage students. So Diana tried something. What if she combined her cultivated arts with magic? Would the attack be stronger than ordinary spells alone? In fact, Diana did seem to have some talent. Her first attempt at her own hybrid magic succeeded, strong enough to knock out a fully grown werewolf without causing additional harm. Everyone present was stunned. When Diana turned around, she saw the huge black dog and was also stunned. Without thinking, she exclaimed, "Holy, what do British dogs eat? How is it this big?" Chapter 106. Diana's new pet. Sirius's misunderstanding. Diana didn't know why Harry had recently acted as if he wanted to say something every time he saw her, which she found somewhat strange. But Diana herself was quite happy because of the incident at the Shrieking Shack. Although Harry said Sirius had left, Diana had gained a fierce new pet, an enormous black dog that made her feel extremely safe when walking outside. It was very impressive. She named him Coldball. However, this large dog seemed rather disinclined towards the boys. Whenever one approached, Diana could distinctly sense Coldball's agitation, and he would suddenly become particularly fierce. "Godfather, what you are doing is not right. We must reveal the truth to Diana." In the boys' restroom, Harry spoke earnestly to the man before him, his expression profoundly serious. Heaven knows how arduous each night was for Harry. He could discern that Diana genuinely cherished his godfather in his animagus form. After all, which girl could resist the charm of a fluffy dog? Moreover, Harry could see that his godfather was exceedingly pleased. Though he did not comprehend the source of his godfather's joy, Harry recalled the moment they parted, when his godfather had whispered to him not to disclose certain things to Diana. As a dutiful godson, Harry had diligently concealed this from her. Yet every time he closed his eyes at night, his mind would conjure images of Diana snuggling with his godfather in dog form, intimately bathing him, and he shuddered at the thought. He felt as if he might suffer a heart attack if he continued to ponder it. "Harry, your godfather, that is I, am currently seeking a godmother for you. You should support this. Soon you will have the affection of another person. Is that not splendid?" Yet Sirius was not pleased. He was thoroughly content with his current life. Compared to his time in Azkaban, this place felt like paradise. His beloved school, his godson by his side, and the joy of being with the one he cherished, falling asleep each night in her embrace. This was akin to a dream. If only James and the others were still here. At this thought, Sirius's earlier elation dimmed. "All right, I understand." Observing his godfather's sudden despondency, Harry felt his resolve soften. Perhaps his tone had been too harsh, and he ought to take a gentler approach. He had long been aware of his godfather's many years in Azkaban, which had taken a toll on his mental state. Perhaps this matter warranted a more measured consideration. Well then, Harry, I must go and accompany Diana. She should have finished her lunch by now and is likely ready for her afternoon nap. She needs to hold me to sleep. And I must return to lull your future godmother into slumber. Sirius's melancholic mood dissipated as swiftly as it had come, after a brief bout of gloom. He seemed to recall something, springing back to life with newfound vigor. Harry watched his godfather, now a jubilant dog, seeking out his mistress, and he fell into contemplative silence. It was indeed a peculiar scene. Sirius, blissfully intent on finding Diana, arrived at the dormitory only to discover she was not there. After searching high and low, he finally found Diana in the Hufflepuff kitchen, sneaking snacks with a group of boys, 2 redheads, a black-haired boy clad in Hufflepuff robes, and his own nephew Malfoy, who fancied himself a rival for his uncle's affections. Chapter 107, Remus. Woof, woof. When Diana heard the sound, she turned to see a massive black dog barking impatiently in the kitchen. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a twinge of guilt, akin to being caught cheating on her husband. What a strange feeling. Meanwhile, Sirius's unease subsided upon seeing Diana. Colball, what are you doing here? Dogs can't eat hot pot, you know, so I will eat your portion for your health and digestion, Diana said earnestly, her tone almost heroic. She delighted in her meal, grateful that her past self had wisely consulted a search engine about dogs and hot pot. Since he couldn't have any, she felt free to indulge herself more. What a pity Colball couldn't partake. Yet, the hot pot was utterly delectable, with one hand holding a bowl and the other wielding 2 perfectly peeled sticks as chopsticks. She deftly lifted a piece of fatty beef drenched in spicy oil to her lips, the vibrant red chili oil smeared on her lips. But she was too engrossed in her meal to notice, completely unaware of how alluring she appeared, inciting an inexplicable surge of emotions in the boys present. They longed to shed their clothes to cool off, yet out of concern for their impressions on the girls, they restrained themselves. Of course, some were bound by their noble upbringing, having been taught better than to behave in such an uncouth manner. Ultimately, the young men refrained from any uncivilized actions like stripping off their shirts. Satisfied with her clandestine feast, Diana remained unfazed, fully aware that she was the mistress and had nothing to fear. However, Cedric, noticing Sirius's forlorn vigil over Diana, took pity on him and offered some snacks. In the days that followed, a curious scene unfolded at Hogwarts. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, students from Slytherin and Gryffindor, though silent, were acutely aware that Diana was the favored pupil among the professors, Snape being the sole exception. Each class, she received additional attention from the instructors. The prominent figures from each house treated her with exceptional kindness, save for Malfoy, who often appeared inexplicably irate in her presence, ignoring her entirely. Anan, I've heard that Fred and George have developed new prank candies. You should be cautious, Harry warned. As the end of the term approached, Harry, having been Diana's friend for several semesters, anticipated the events that typically unfolded at this time. Fred and George, fearing they would soon be separated from Diana, would devise various schemes to coax her into returning for the new term, relishing the process. It's all right, Harry, Diana replied dismissively. In her eyes, Fred and George were merely 2 mischievous boys, their antics trivial compared to what she had already experienced. Outside the defense against the dark arts classroom, 2 red-haired boys waited eagerly, accompanied by a large black dog resting on the floor. Though appearing to be at rest, the dog was observant, glancing towards the classroom intermittently. Eventually, it began to pace anxiously outside the door. As more students emerged, a growing crowd of boys gathered outside the classroom. Intrigued by why Diana had been left behind, was something amiss? Professor, is there something going on? Diana asked, feeling awkward yet polite as she and Lupin remained in the classroom. She noticed Lupin pulling a box from his pocket, gently addressing her. Diana, I am here to bid you farewell. Listening to Lupin's words, Diana's heart was filled with an even greater sense of perplexity. Being exceptionally astute, she naturally grasped the underlying meaning of Lupin's statement. Professor, has something transpired? Why the sudden farewell? Have you perhaps secured your next position? If not, I would be more than willing to recommend you. Observing Lupin's demeanor, which suggested he was reluctant to divulge more, Diana, however, was not one to press someone against their will. Nevertheless, she felt a pang of regret at the thought of such a talented individual departing. Professor, if you have yet to find employment, why not consider working for the Cavendish family? Our remuneration is generous, and we offer insurance. Joining the Cavendish family ensures you will never want for financial means. Hope flickered in Diana's eyes. Truthfully, she deeply wished for Lupin to join her family's enterprise, having nurtured him herself and knowing his character intimately. Very well. I shall give it considerable thought. A sense of warmth enveloped Lupin as he looked at Diana, his hand instinctively reaching up to gently ruffle her soft hair. The delightful sensation filled him with contentment. Facing Diana and under her gentle gaze, he found it impossible to utter words of refusal, feeling that even raising his voice would be disrespectful to her. If given the choice, Lupin wished he could remain at Hogwarts, accompanying Diana until her graduation. Even if it meant silently watching over her, he would find that deeply fulfilling. However, Remus Lupin was acutely aware that since the revelation of his lycanthropic identity, his tenure at Hogwarts was untenable. Leaving aside the opposition from other professors, the multitude of parents would never tolerate a werewolf, a perceived harbinger of terror, imparting lessons to their children. Thank you for your gift, Professor. I am truly pleased to receive it. However, I sincerely hope you will consider my suggestion. Diana refrained from unwrapping the gift, as she found it curious that individuals in Britain seemed to open gifts immediately in front of the giver. Having grown up in China, she was taught that unwrapping a present in the presence of the giver or opening a red envelope was deemed impolite, a notion that had taken deep root in her mind. Diana, may I request that you call me Remus? It seems you have never addressed me by my first name. I would prefer you to use my given name rather than my surname. You have referred to Sirius and James by their first names, and even called Peter by his first name when you were upset. You affectionately address Severus as Novellus, yet you have never called me by my first name. They have irked you, but I never would. I am obedient and diligent in my studies, and I avoid the things you dislike, yet you have never once used my first name. With this thought, Lupin felt a tinge of grievance. Seeing Lupin, resembling a large dog lamenting to its master, Diana's heart softened despite her usual stoicism. All right, Remus. I wish you a splendid future, Diana said earnestly, and after their farewell, she exited the office. Upon stepping outside, she was momentarily taken aback by the throngs of people gathered, but after exchanging greetings, she composed herself and departed swiftly, unconcerned about others' perceptions. At that moment, she felt a tangle of emotions within her, sensing something peculiar about herself. Chapter 108. The Dog Becomes Human. Diana, still in a sleepy haze, reluctantly prepared to rise, fumbling for her clothes while sensing something amiss. Yet, still half asleep, her mind remained clouded, and she relied on her familiarity with the dormitory to navigate. Overwhelmed by weariness, she was disinclined to ponder what was out of sorts, dismissing it as simply having kicked her blanket or pillow to the floor during the night. However, as she dressed and lay back down, the feeling intensified, unmistakably evident and impossible to ignore. When Diana opened her eyes, she was utterly astonished. Professor, I mean Mr. Black. Reflexively, she addressed him as Godfather like Harry, regretting at the moment the words slipped from her lips, wishing she could slap herself, though, of course, that would hurt. Yet, Diana found the situation remarkably strange. Only days had passed since Remus had departed from Hogwarts, and today, coincidentally, was a holiday, yet Sirius had come to Hogwarts. What puzzled her further was why Sirius, Harry's godfather, would seek her out instead of looking for Harry. After all, this was the girls' dormitory. It's a holiday today. Just sleep in. You don't have classes. Rest a bit longer. Upon hearing Diana speak, Sirius instinctively pulled her closer, tightening his embrace and nuzzling his head against her neck. Perhaps still groggy, his voice emerged with a husky timbre. At that moment, Diana distinctly felt the man embracing her, his shirt wide open, and she was enveloped in his warm embrace, her hands pressing against his heated chest. Why you need to let go? Diana stammered, feeling flustered for two reasons. First, she was unaccustomed to such intimate contact with a man after such a long time, and second, she simply wasn't used to anyone being so close, regardless of gender. While she could initiate intimacy with others, when the initiative lay with someone else, it made her feel uneasy. Observing Sirius, who was still half asleep yet holding her tightly, she attempted to wriggle free without disturbing his slumber, seeking escape from his suffocating warmth. However, though Sirius was not fully awake, their time together had allowed him to recognize Diana by her faint scent alone. As he sensed her imminent departure from his embrace, a sudden wave of panic surged within him, fear of losing something precious. Silently, he tightened his hold on her. With sharp eyes, he scanned the surroundings, trying to identify who might dare to steal her away. Uncle Black, let go. I'm suffocating. Diana could no longer restrain herself. Regardless of whether he was awake or not, she wrestled against the grip of the hand that threatened to smother her. After considerable effort, Diana finally broke free from the suffocating embrace, gasping for air, relief washing over her face as if she had narrowly escaped a near-death experience. Good morning? Sirius greeted her, and before she could process anything, he effortlessly pulled her back into his embrace and planted a kiss on her cheek, as if this were a routine he had performed countless times before. How dare you take liberties? This unexpected turn of events left Diana momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, she swiftly delivered a slap to the man's face, her expression brimming with indignation. Waking up to find a man in her bed elicited a mix of feelings. Fortunately, he was not unappealing in appearance. However, This person actually wished to harm himself, to suffocate to death, which infuriated Diana. After all, she considered herself his mentor. And it was said that during his student days, she had cared for him considerably. Is this how he repays her? Now, he even treats her with such disrespect. Diana could no longer tolerate it. When Tom did such things to her back in the day, Diana could dismiss it as mere friendly interactions between siblings, believing that his fragmented soul was the cause of his unstable mind. Yet, she had always regarded Tom as the most cherished elder brother from her ancestral lineage. However, the nature of the situation was now fundamentally different with Sirius. The two had not shared any significant hardships together in their youth, nor did they possess any familial bond. Diana's current feelings towards Sirius were quite distinct. He was Harry's godfather, a former student of hers, and she could hardly recall the specifics of their past interactions. Suddenly struck, Sirius was bewildered and felt a sense of injustice. The expression on his face reminded Diana of someone who had endured domestic abuse. It was utterly absurd. However, Sirius soon realized that he was only clad in trousers, his upper body exposed before Diana, having completely lost his animagus form without notice. Wait, Sirius attempted to explain, but Diana was not inclined to listen. She felt chaotic and disoriented, as if fleeting images were flashing through her mind, remnants of forgotten memories. A piercing headache plagued her. She had only just risen, yet her mind felt muddled, as though something she had forgotten was on the verge of resurfacing. Chapter 109. Awakened Memories. A confession under the moonlight. Bathed in moonlight, Hogwarts appeared exceptionally enchanting at that moment. Not far from the castle lay a rose garden, where roses in fiery red hues flourished abundantly. Under the moon's glow, the scene resembled a fantastical fairy tale, with the ancient castle and the rose garden setting a dreamlike atmosphere. At that moment, 3 boys were stealthily crouched among the flowers, their eyes fixed intently on a distant scene. One boy was quietly cheering on another boy in the distance, while the other 2 exhibited contrasting expressions. One was unable to conceal his jealousy, while the other bore an unmistakable sense of desolation. As tension filled the air, a woman emerged from the distant Hogwarts castle, walking closer with an anxious demeanor, clad in a thin dress. Upon seeing her, the boy hidden among the flowers rushed forward, his fingers gripping the gift box so tightly in excitement that they turned pale. However, before Sirius could utter a word, the woman seized his ear. Pray tell, how many times has this been now? Have you become addicted to night wandering? You wish to leave Hogwarts, while I still have a year left before retirement. I truly do not understand what Dumbledore is thinking, allowing me to be your head of house, Diana remarked, exasperated. She had diligently devoted herself to teaching these boys, even sacrificing her personal time for them, only to find Dumbledore subtly demoting her. Initially serving as a professor, she was suddenly appointed as the head of Gryffindor's 4th-year class. Diana could not fathom Dumbledore's reasoning, especially given that she was a Slytherin student. Her brother, Tom Riddle, was a notorious figure, labeled as the Second Dark Lord. Ouch! That hurts, Diana exclaimed in response to Sirius's praises. Confused, she looked at him, having barely applied any pressure. Stop pretending. I hardly exerted any force. Now, tell me, Sirius, what brings you here at such a late hour? Diana felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding Sirius's disobedience. Why was he not resting in his dormitory instead of causing such commotion? Professor, I like you. Would you consider being my girlfriend? In the brief moment of her contemplation, Diana was taken aback by Sirius's earnest declaration. Upon raising her gaze, she was met with a face that exuded utmost seriousness, as if this were a matter of grave importance. Can you be my girlfriend? He reiterated, his intentions clear, seeking a relationship with marriage in mind, ultimately desiring her to become Mrs. Black. Not receiving a response from Diana, Sirius, now anxious, repeated his words. His palms grew clammy with sweat, his heart racing like a frenzied deer. This was a moment of fear for him, a first, after harboring his feelings for so long. He had finally mustered the courage to confess. What if Diana rejected him? Would it mean that he would no longer have the chance to converse with her? The thought of never seeing her again was akin to death itself, and Sirius found himself regretting the impulsive act of confessing. Chapter 110. Awakened Memories. A confession under the moonlight. Continued. Diana was lost in her thoughts, unaware of Sirius's inner turmoil. Sirius, do you even realize what you're saying? You are in your 4th year, with only 3 years until graduation. You should be focusing on your OWL exams now. Your mind should not be cluttered with romantic notions. She responded, feeling uncertain about how to address the situation. Sirius was her student, and her feelings towards him were predominantly those of a teacher-student bond. Yet, encountering a confession from a student was a first for her, leaving her at a loss for how to navigate this unexpected circumstance. Drawing from her past experiences, she recalled how her own headmaster had once spoken to her about romance when she was in a similar situation. Diana remarked outwardly, yet within, She regretted her decision to leave her cozy bed that night. The situation was undeniably awkward. Historically, relationships between teachers and students rarely ended well, a fact Diana was acutely aware of, having been influenced by stories that painted such unions in a negative light. As she stood before these promising youths, mere minors, Diana found herself unable to act upon Sirius's feelings. "Mr. Black, my sentiments towards you are strictly that of a teacher for her student. It is my duty to instruct you, and there is no need for you to misconstrue this as love. Your life is still ahead of you, and your time at Hogwarts is merely the beginning of your journey." Diana's expression was devoid of her usual warmth, presenting a countenance that felt almost foreign to Sirius. "But what about the patience and guidance you offer me? Is it truly just because of our teacher-student relationship? Have you really not sensed my feelings all along? Your hands-on instruction and special attentiveness towards me, are these merely the actions of a professor?" Sirius, incredulous, responded to Diana's words. He had always perceived her kindness as something more profound than mere obligation. Even during the night, there were times when she and he would clandestinely venture to the Hufflepuff kitchen to indulge in secret snacks, a precious secret shared solely between the two of them. Was it solely because she was a professor that she chose not to expose him, thereby sparing Gryffindor from losing points? Sirius, in his heart, had always believed that his mischievous antics would undoubtedly capture Diana's attention, and in her eyes, he must surely be the most extraordinary one. Yet, little did Sirius know that Diana remained blissfully unaware of his musings. After all, she possessed no mind-reading abilities and was not privy to the innermost thoughts swirling within him. However, one thing he surmised with remarkable accuracy: Diana indeed had taken notice of him. The reason was simple. She had never encountered a student as unruly as he was. Those kindergarten children had never caused as much commotion as Sirius did. Upon learning about his familial circumstances, Diana speculated that the boy was likely starved for affection, seeking to attract attention through his antics. "I truly regard you merely as a student. Teaching you is my duty. My patient guidance is intended to help you flourish and achieve greatness in the future. As for the notion of love you mentioned, I have never contemplated such a matter. Focus on your studies, and you will undoubtedly encounter someone who genuinely cares for you," Diana consoled Sirius, who wore a sorrowful expression. Though unsure of the efficacy of her words, she felt compelled to offer them. The outcome of such a heartfelt confession naturally brought mixed emotions. While some rejoiced, others wallowed in dismay. This grand declaration, with its splendid commencement, ended rather abruptly, revealing the undercurrents among the four young men and underscoring the truth that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not always resonate with one another. Witnessing Sirius's unsuccessful confession, James rallied to encourage his dear friend, urging him to persist and devise strategies. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there were others who secretly reveled in the situation. "Hey mate, don't lose heart. It's perfectly normal for Professor Diana to decline. After all, she is a professor. Moreover, I've heard she has close ties with the Cavendish family. It is well known that the pure-blooded Cavendish family has maintained a position of neutrality, and their unions are always approached with great deliberation," James assured Sirius, attempting to lift his spirits. He even whispered, "My good friend, I understand that. But could you enlighten me on how to pursue her?" Sirius regarded James with an expression of incredulity. This was common knowledge among families in the wizarding world. As he listened to his friend's extensive yet ultimately unhelpful discourse, he felt a sense of urgency. During James's pursuit of Lily, Sirius had been quite proactive in offering suggestions. Yet, now that the tables had turned, his friends seemed unreliable, their chatter merely reiterating what was already well known. "Brother, I advise you to abandon this pursuit. Professor Diana is not someone we can covet. The allegiances of the Black family are unmistakable, apparently siding with that particular Dark Lord, while you have aligned yourself with Professor Dumbledore. From any perspective, the two of you are destined to remain apart." James finally voiced the thoughts he had been suppressing. Words he had hesitated to utter as they were undeniably hurtful. Essentially, he was stating that no matter what Sirius did, he would never be with the one he cherished. Indeed, Professor Diana is beautiful and possesses a wonderful character. Many within Hogwarts hold affection for her, yet despite the passage of years, she has never been seen with anyone. My friend, your chances are even slimmer. Whether in terms of family or personal circumstances, there are many at Hogwarts who are your equal, Peter chimed in, revealing an unintentional hint of schadenfreude in his tone. After all, what good was a noble lineage if it ultimately barred one from being with their beloved? In the wake of Sirius's failed confession, the one who found the greatest delight was none other than Peter.